The wolf growled, teeth bared, as the sword slashed across his torso. The boy stood looking in front of him, where a giant eagle was already flying towards him, preparing to grab him with clawed paws. The next moment he swung his sword, cutting off one of the huge wings, causing the attacker to scream loudly. Looking around, the warrior looked around, standing in the middle of the bodies of defeated monsters, among which could be seen a griffin, a wolf, and several goblins. One of them, lying on the ground with a broken horn, looked up at the boy, thinking that he had single-handedly defeated so many enemies. Looking at the calm brunette, the creature thought that there was only one person in the world who could do this, namely Raven Valte, who was called the Immortal Warrior. He was known everywhere as the Demon Storm. He brought the sword and in a moment brought it down on the neck of the opponent, who managed to survive the previous fight, which caused his eyes to widen in fear. Finishing his work, Raven raised his head to the sky as he looked up at the night sky, thinking that the time was almost here. Staring into the night sky, he thought that in 15 days he would be able to get the freedom he dreamed of, if he survived, and would be able not to appear here again. At dawn, standing on a hill, the boy looked down at the camp of demon slayers spread out below. The soldiers present there were drinking, singing loudly, and waving bottles. Seeing the captives chained to the huge crates and sitting with their heads down, Raven remembered the hell in which he had to live for 10 years. He knew full well that demon slayers were cannon fodder, sent to war with demons, considering it the worst punishment possible. Most often, slaves and robbers were sent here, that is, those who wanted to sneeze on themselves, their lives, or anyone in general. Watching his trail as he walked through the camp, the warriors whispered that he had once again killed his companions during the raid. However, even then, it was recognized that for a former aristocrat, he was well versed in the art of combat. Raven heard someone calling him and stopped. Seeing a huge carcass in front of him, the boy indifferently looked up at the thug. Zdroven smiled widely, putting his hands to his sides. Gold earrings flashed in his ears, and 2 henchmen stood behind him. With a knock, Raven replied that he was clearly tired of living, and a slight smile bloomed on his scarred face. Hearing his words, the knight clenched his teeth tightly, restraining his rage. However, a moment later, he was bent in half by a powerful blow that Raven rewarded him with. In the next second, the boy took out his sword and put it to the throat of the frightened henchman of the big man, who rushed to help. A small cut appeared on the neck from the sharp blade, from which blood flowed. The third attacker looked at the brunette with a frightened look, not daring to attack. When he placed a black-gloved hand on his face, the man only let out a short cry. Immediately after that, Raven slammed his head into the ground with all his might, which was accompanied by a thump. The chief eunuch, standing on his knees and not raising his head, roared menacingly, swearing at the boy standing in front of him. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he saw a sword blade just millimeters from his face. Looking at the thug, Raven replied that if he wanted to end everything before the demons got to him, he could turn to him. After these words, the boy continued on his way, completely ignoring the threats of the big man who was holding on to the wounded arm. As he made his way down the path to his tent, he thought about the fact that he didn't really care what was being said about him behind his back, because the rumors were generally true. The Walti family was one of the noble families of the empire, despite not having much fame or influence. However, once they lost everything. At the memory of this, a shadow of grief fell over Raven's face again. The boy remembered how 10 years ago he stood in shackles, and guards stood behind him. In front of him stood the ancestral nest of the Valte family, engulfed in flames, from which sparks flew into the sky, full of red glow. In front of the estate stood a man who, with his arms outstretched to the sides, joyfully shouted that the Valte family had been executed for preparing a rebellion. Hearing this, Raven let out a loud cry, trying to clear his family's name. The guards barely restrained the boy, who rushed to prove that they were useless here. The man responded with a condescending smile on his face, saying that the son of traitors could deny his guilt as much as he wanted. Bouncing out of his skin, Raven screamed desperately that the rebellion was planned by the other families, and the Valte family had simply been lied to. The boy stayed on his feet thanks to the guards who held him from behind, and the man came up to him and, grabbing his forelock, lifted his head, forcing him to look at himself. He asked with a smile if he wanted to join his parents who had already burned to the ground, adding that he would be lenient and give him a chance. Tears of impotent rage and helplessness streamed down Raven's cheeks as he realized what this chance would mean. Approaching his face, the man said that he was appointing him as a demon slayer for 10 years, adding that this was his only chance for mercy. Hearing the sentence, Raven let out a weak growl, realizing what was in store for him. Looking at this picture, the aristocrats who had gathered in a crowd around the Valte family menorah gasped when they heard what punishment was prepared for the young heir. Many thoughts were spinning in his head. Realizing that with his death, the Valte family would come to an end, Raven swallowed hard. Looking at the executioner with an indifferent look, the boy specified whether he would be free after serving 10 years and provided he survived. Waving his hand, the man assured him that of course he would get his freedom after 10 years of service. Of course, if he manages to survive. With tears in his eyes, Raven spat out that he was willing to serve, and then he would return to restore the glory of the Valte family. Falling to his knees in front of the burning estate, the boy swore that this was how everything would be. As he approached his tent, Raven thought his days of shameful punishment were over. He closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Remembering his first battle, the boy thought that he had been fighting here since the very first day until now, without even having any fighting skills. And at the same time, he still managed to survive, despite everything. In these 10 years, Raven has turned from a boy into a demon slayer. Throwing off the hood and entering the tent, the boy thought about the fact that there was only one big campaign against the monsters left before the desired freedom. It is after this case that he will be able to set out on the road to restore the honor of the Valte family. Meanwhile, in the forest of Ancom, in the lands of Lord Pendragon, a fair-haired boy stood before a large white dragon in gilded armor. The dragon looks at the frightened boy, reminding the knight that it is time for him to fulfill the vow he made. Dragons were fire-breathing creatures that surpassed any demon in strength, so there were no equals. And only the Pendragon family knew how to call dragons to help and tame them. In the Empire, this family was considered one of the most powerful. 13 days before Raven was supposed to be amnestied, he went to the Demon Slayer Regiment commander's tent to report to him. Biting into the smoked calf and wrapping his arm around the waist of one of the unfortunate slaves, the bald, bearded man growled, displeased that he had returned alone, demanding an account. In the eyes of Raven himself, indifference was mixed with quiet hatred and rage. The boy reported that the horde of demons outnumbered them, so if they managed to break through to the front flank, their squad would have a hard time. Hearing this, the commander smiled wryly, surprised that his subordinate would admit that he would not have coped with them himself. Raven didn't react to that, but he continued that if it weren't for one circumstance, they would have gotten used to the ground long ago. With a smile on his face, the bearded man added that Duke Pendragon himself was supposed to come to their aid tomorrow. The Demon Slayer's expression continued to remain indifferent, even as the commander announced the mighty dragon that would be arriving with a guest. However, he was surprised that such a powerful creature would help them, so the boy squinted in disbelief. The commander waved his hand casually, replying that of course it was hard to believe, but the Pendragons had been taming dragons since ancient times, so he would deal with the demons. Raven thought, remembering that the Pendragons were related to the Emperor himself, and even though they had a white dragon on their coat of arms, he considered the stories about taming dragons to be just legends. Putting a hand to his chin, the brunette thought that in 10 years of war with demons, he had never seen a dragon, which made him think that Baltai was just crazy. Additionally, the direct descendants of the earliest Pendragons were rumored to have died out, leading to their recent decline in influence. Resting his hand on his side, Raven did answer the commander that all this sounds very implausible. However, he only pointed a finger at him, adding that orders are not discussed, so he is allowed not to go into battle tomorrow. Hearing this, the Demon Slayer stared at the outstretched finger, questioning how this was possible. Baltai replied that the dragon would do all the work for them, so they could relax, but Raven himself would guard the Duke's son. The boy agreed to this offer without thinking for a long time. The commander of the regiment laughed loudly, glad that his subordinate thought with his head. Maintaining an indifferent look, Raven replied that he understood the commander's order. Baltai, leaning on the legs of one of the slaves, growled, sending him to meet the Duke, after which he ordered to draw the brew, continuing the revelry. In a while, the brunette was standing in front of a tent, above the entrance of which hung a large image of a white dragon on a red background. The same was true of the flags flying nearby. Looking at this, the boy couldn't understand how such a noble person had come here to help the demon slayers. He understood that since the commander called him the Duke's son, Barchik would be pampered under his guard. Scratching the back of his head, Raven let out a breath, thinking that the most important thing for him right now was to survive, and then he could be free. Entering the tent, he called the host, apologizing for disturbing him. The boy's eyes widened in fright at the voice that sounded from the depths. The voice he heard was quite inhuman. Exhaling, the demon slayer dropped to one knee and questioned if he was indeed speaking to Lord Pendragon. The voice replied that he was indeed a lord, so he advised the guest to introduce himself and tell why he had come. Without raising his head, Raven introduced himself, adding that he was the commander of the 12th Demon Slayer platoon, who had been ordered to protect the Lord in tomorrow's battle. However, the voice replied that he would not need help tomorrow, so the boy could go and rest. Raven listened to the order in silence, but was in no hurry to go anywhere. Noticing this, the voice asked if he needed anything else. Raising his head, the demon slayer did dare to ask if he really brought a dragon with him, because without it, they would lose the battle. However, the voice assured him that the dragon would fight on their side, then asked him to leave him alone for now. Raven bowed before meekly turning around and walking towards the exit of the tent. However, at the very exit, he stopped, turned his head in the direction from where the voice was heard, thinking that it clearly did not belong to the child. However, the thought immediately arose in his head that it was none of his business, because he would carry out the order and he would not have to see the Duke again. The next sunny day, the entire army gathered in front of Pendragon's tent. Baltai, looking at the banner, announced that before them was the young Duke Pendragon himself. Everyone looked in front of them with interest, when a big cloud of dust appeared around them. Taking cover from the dust and debris, Raven cursed mentally, not understanding what was happening. In the next moment, a large blue eye with a vertical pupil was staring at them from the cloud. Seeing this, the boy looked at the creature, not believing his eyes. A large white dragon with golden horns flew into the sky from the tent, raising clouds of dust with huge wings. The picture was so fascinating that the boy did not even look away from it. The dragon looked at the squad of warriors standing before him with a gaze full of wisdom. This picture even made Raven's mouth drop open. The creature turned its gaze to the knight standing next to it. He was dressed in white armor, and behind the back of the major was a red cloak. The demon slayer also stared unblinkingly at the young duke. He raised his visor, revealing his face, and called his name, urging everyone to exterminate the demons. Already at the site of the military campaign, in Lobton Prairie, Raven tried to cover the duke himself, saying that he had never been entrusted with the protection of a respectable person. Pendragon himself was standing behind him, watching the demon slayer. Drawing his sword, Raven thought that even if the dragon attacked enemies from the air, he could deal with them on the ground. Raising his weapon, the brunette prepared to fight the monsters. Wolves standing opposite, frightened, roared at the fighter. In the next moment, the warriors' swords were stained with their blood. Having finished with the wolves, the boy looked up to see a dragon's tail in the sky. The creature descended, opening its mouth, from which a blue light flew out. He exhaled, and the blue flame engulfed both the carcasses of the dead monsters and the still-living griffins. Those with loud screams flew down, trying to flap their burnt wings. However, the dragon did not stop, continuing to release tongues of blue flame. Slinging his sword over his shoulder, Raven admired the power the creature exuded. Turning his head towards the Duke, the demon slayer added that he thought the power of dragons was just a fairy tale, but today he was convinced that everything was the pure truth. Looking at the white dragon, which floated in tongues of flame, the boy thought with satisfaction that he had managed to destroy more than half of the demonic army. It was thanks to the dragon that the battle was almost won, so in the grand scheme of things, they didn't even have anything to do. The dragon landed behind Pendragon, causing the knight to look up at him. Raven approached the Duke, asking if he and his dragon were all right. Dusting off his robes, the brunette added that the battle was almost won, and in their favor. However, at that moment, a pack of griffins began circling above them again, emitting loud cries. The trio immediately raised their heads to the sky, watching the monsters. Seeing them, Raven let out a tired breath, realizing that a new round was about to begin. Turning his head to the Duke, the brunette asked him to give the order to the white dragon. Having obeyed, he immediately turned to face his companion. In the next moment, the dragon closed his eyes sadly. Duke Pendragon did exactly the same. Meanwhile, the griffins were already attacking, putting their clawed paws forward. Raven stared unblinkingly at the monsters, thinking that there were quite a few of them. So there was only hope for a dragon. He raised his head and spread his wings, preparing for a collision. After that, he closed his eyes, placing his mouth under the light. In the next second, his whole body was surrounded by griffins, which began to bite him and claw at his skin. Raven didn't understand what was happening, so he watched in shock. From the nails and beaks of the griffins, deep scratches began to appear on the skin of the dragon, from which blood flowed. Seeing this picture, Raven screamed desperately, demanding the dragon to fight them. However, Duke Pendragon himself stood calmly watching everything that was happening. The demon slayer grabbed the knight by the scruff of the neck, trying to figure out what the hell he was doing. While he was shaking it, a great cloud of dust rose up beside them. Hearing the noise, the brunette turned his stunned gaze in the direction from where it was coming from. A horde of monsters rushed at them again, flashing their hungry eyes. Covering the young duke with his body, Raven thought that despite those they had defeated, there were too many underdogs. In the next second, Pendragon was already fending off a huge griffin that came at him from behind. At this time, Raven took on a giant wolf, which rushed at him with a gaping mouth. He remembered again that the dragon was considered the strongest creature on Earth. After that, the memory of how the brunette himself considered their battle almost won came to mind. After that, he remembered ordering the dragon to act against the griffins that were flying at them, since the whole campaign depended on the dragon. And now he was trying to catch his breath, chastising himself for relying on the dragon and underestimating his opponent. The demon slayer was kneeling in the middle of the carnage, staring at the white dragon, its wings pierced by 2 stakes. Tears were rolling down the brunette's face in a hailstorm, mixing with blood. Watching them fall to the ground in drops, the boy chastised himself for what he had done. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, monsters were tearing up the bodies of his dead comrades. Goblins, bayonets, and knives in their hands went to collect valuables while giggling hideously. They jumped up, about to attack the demon slayer. However, seeing how he stood up right in flight, they rushed at him in fright. With one swing of his sword, Raven killed 3 attackers at once. Finally, the boy bent over tiredly, leaning on his sword. He perfectly understood that he was too tired, and if he fell now with a deep wound, he would not be able to get up. Lifting his face up, Raven let out a loud moan. He stared at the defeated white dragon, thinking about what fools they both were. The boy took a step, and the toe of his shoe sank into a pool of thick blood. Looking at the animal's deep wounds, the brunette wondered if it was really dead. Knight Pendragon lay beside the belly of the white dragon. Suddenly, the young duke coughed, spitting out some blood. Raven looked at the ward, surprised that he had survived. Pendragon looked at the brunette, turning his head slightly. In the next second, loud moans were heard from him. Looking at him with an indifferent look, Raven asked if he really survived. He approached the duke and, grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, forced him to look into his eyes. In a cold tone, the boy asked him why the dragon stopped fighting, but in an instant he understood that it happened because of the master. Remembering how the two had talked, Raven muttered that the blonde simply gave the dragon an order that was not what he was asked to do. He just remained silent, not reacting to the demon slayer's accusations. Watching him, the brunette clenched his teeth tightly in impotent rage. Without stopping, in a moment, Raven was already growling in the duke's face that if it wasn't for him, everyone could have survived, so now he was wondering why he did all this. In the next second, the boy fell silent, feeling a blow to his back. Opening his eyes, he rasped, barely audible from the sharp pain. Unable to say anything, the demon slayer slammed into the ground with a thud. Baltai towered over him, amazed that he remained alive even after his heart was pierced. All Raven could do was hiss the platoon leader's name with hatred in his voice. However, he did not pay attention to this. Instead, he swung again, planning to finish what he had started. The man raised his axe, giving the command to the army to attack, after which the soldiers rushed forward. The flags that flew above them displayed a coat of arms with a lion on a red background, with black wings and a crown behind. Looking at this, Raven wondered why the Imperial Army obeyed Baltai. However, he only smiled wryly, seeing the surprise on the subordinate's face, and advised him not to be surprised. And while the fat man was rejoicing that everything went according to plan, his axe was already touching young Pendragon's neck. At the same time, the man growled that some still did not want to give up. The Duke looked tiredly at the big man, not having the strength to fight him. In the next moment, Raven saw the blonde's head fly away from his body. Realizing that it was all over, the monster slayer fell to his knees. His puzzled gaze continued to be fixed on the Duke's head. Watching his subordinate, Baltai giggled that the boy should have died a long time ago, just like himself. In the next moment, Raven felt himself being crushed by a heavy army boot. Again snoring blood, the brunette thought about the fact that such a dream freedom was already quite close. Baltai approached him, grabbed his forelock, and forced him to look at himself. The fat man spat in his subordinate's face that his abilities were simply supernatural. At these words, Raven's eyes widened in fright as he realized that the commander knew everything. Baltai continued, asking whether he would survive if his head was cut open, adding that he had been pretending not to know about this weakness since the first day. With a nasty smile on his face, the fat man added words of sympathy at the expense of the fact that he would die without ever gaining freedom. Raven gritted her teeth as she thought about freedom and restoring her clan's good name. I remembered the day when the guard burned down the ancestral estate of the Valte family. And now, holding his chest, the boy thought that the weak die in a year or two, and he himself managed to practically reach the end of the term. He raised his head as the platoon leader's sword touched his chin. Baltai smiled, saying that the accusations against his family, his exile, and his death with Pendragon were actually planned. The man grabbed his forehead, looking into his eyes, which were wide open. Raven couldn't believe what he was hearing, so he gave the commander a shocked look. He poked him in the ribs with his boot, adding that the only thing that hadn't been planned was that the dragon would be so weak. Carrying his axe, the fat man remarked that in the end everything turned out as planned, while saying goodbye to his subordinate. Raven looked at the squad leader with hatred in her eyes, unable to stand up and fight back. At the moment when Raven's head separated from the body, the dragon barely perceptibly stirred. Barely finding strength, the creature flashed blue eyes. Grabbing a stake sticking out of its wing, the dragon pulled it out with one yank. He looked sadly at the bodies of his recent allies. Blood began to rise from the bodies of all those who had fallen on the battlefield. Suddenly a whirlwind arose and the creature spread its membranous wings. A black portal hole opened in the sky above his head. With a wave of them, the dragon flew up, heading straight for her. Today he could obtain the blood of thousands of warriors, thousands of demons, and the blood of an imperial descendant and royal dragon. The final component of fulfilling his vow was a solar eclipse. 0. At that moment, the horn on the dragon's head lit up with a bright blue light. The animal stood on its hind legs, trying to support its large body with its tail. Raising his head to the full moon, he looked at the stars falling, leaving white tails behind them. The last thing on the dragon's mind was that the fate of the entire world was now in the hands of the dragon rider. Raven opened his eyes with great effort, trying to understand if he had died. However, he quickly realized that such feelings were only when the wounds were healing. Realizing that he was still alive, the boy opened his mouth, blowing air bubbles. Opening his eyes, the boy saw the maid who was tending to him, but he could not understand where he was. At some point, the boy felt someone touch his wrist. Raven raised his upper body on the bed, scaring the maid to death. In a moment, she let out a loud cry, looking at him with wide-open eyes. Immediately after that, she rushed out of the room, shouting to everyone that he had woken up. Sitting on the bed, the boy tried to understand what was happening and why he was called my lord. Looking around, Raven saw a lavishly furnished room, which made him even more confused as to where he was. Behind the door came the sound of footsteps approaching his room. A moment later, the door opened wide, and an elderly man in a tailcoat flew in, asking from the threshold if the young gentleman had really come to his senses. At the door of the room, Raven saw, in addition to the old maid who was next to him when he woke up, as well as another woman in a luxurious dress. The man muttered with tears in his eyes that the young man had really come to his senses. He carefully leaned over the boy's bed, asking how he was and if he remembered him. Raven awkwardly asked if they were calling him young master. This greatly surprised the old man, causing him to exclaim in surprise that they were now in Castle Conrad, which was the home of the Pendragon family. The man also added that the boy is its owner, Ellen Pendragon. Hearing the young duke's name, Raven stared in front of him in a daze. Immediately after that, he rushed to the bowl of water, not believing what he heard. The same blonde boy he was supposed to protect during the demon raid was staring at him from there. The boy turned to the maid, who came up to him, anxiously asking if he had forgotten what he looked like. A man in a tailcoat approached her, holding her by the shoulder and reminding her that the young man had been unconscious for 3 years. Raven raised his head at these words, looking away from the bowl of water, wondering at such a long period. The memory of how he was beheaded along with Pendragon flashed into his mind, and he remembered this quite clearly. The boy could not understand why he became Pendragon instead of Death, even though he was almost immortal. Suddenly, the door of the room opened wide, letting in bright daylight, and an alarmed, fair-haired woman flew into the room, holding the hem of her dress. She looked at the boy with wide green eyes, surprised that her son had regained consciousness. And while everyone present turned to face her, greeting their mistress, Raven sat on the bed, trying to understand who she was. Seeing her rushing towards him, the boy opened his eyes in fright. Looking at his guest, he tried to understand who she was. Seeing the young duke pointing at her, the elderly woman who had come with the doctor squinted one eye, wagging her finger in denial. Meanwhile, the blonde woman hugged Raven, asking him if he remembered her, his mother. But he only thought that he didn't remember anything. Slightly moving away from the mother, the boy turned his gaze to the elderly woman who was waving her hand. At one point, she pointed her finger somewhere in the direction of the window, and he meekly turned his head in that direction. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw. A white dragon sat on one of the towers, clinging to the roof cone. Feeling a close look on him, he turned his eyes to Pendragon. The boy calmly looked at the dragon, quietly breathing out his name. Immediately after that, Soldrake opened his mouth and let out a loud growl. Everyone present in the room froze, scared to death by the loud roar and debris flying in their direction. The dragon approached, his huge claws clawing at the floor of the room. Raven sat with her face covered and trying to figure out how she knew the dragon's name. However, what surprised him the most was that he perfectly remembered that the dragon died on the same day that he and Ellen died. The boy even had the option that the dragon did not die at all, but he still did not understand what was happening around him. Suddenly, the figure of Ellen's mother appeared in front of him, shouting to Soldrake that she would no longer allow him to attack her son. The dragon looked at her with a careful gaze of bright blue eyes, the vertical pupils of which were yellow-green. Milady Helena stood with her arms spread wide, her eyes tightly closed in fear. In a moment, an elderly woman appeared in front of her, holding out her hand to the dragon with a gentle smile. He meekly stopped growling, bowing his head to her. Not knowing what to expect next, Raven lunged forward, holding out her arms, causing Lady Helena to look around in surprise. The elderly woman, stroking the dragon's mouth, turned to the boy with a sweet, light smile. Seeing her wink at him, Raven recoiled in fright. Milady Helena immediately jumped up to him, demanding that he sit down because it was dangerous. The boy shifted his gaze to the elderly woman, wondering if only he could see her. An elderly woman stroked the dragon's face, and he calmly accepted her caress. In a moment, the dragon flapped its wide wings and took off, leaving the room. The elderly woman watched silently as the majestic animal flew away. Immediately after that, she turned her face to the boy, and looking at him intently, dissolved in the air. Raven stared in silence at the picture unfolding before his eyes. The man flew up to Milady Helen, holding her hand and asking if she was all right. She replied to Melbon that everything was fine, but she was more interested in her son's well-being. The boy plunged into his thoughts, trying to analyze everything he saw around, namely, the servants who were worried about him, the castle, and the name of the dragon. Lady Helen looked anxiously at her son, calling his name. Realizing that he had been silent for too long, Raven smiled broadly and replied that he was fine. Hearing this, the fair-haired woman breathed a sigh of relief, and a slight smile warmed on Melbone's face. Watching them, the boy thought that it was necessary to behave naturally while he dealt with what had happened. In addition, it was necessary to make sure that no one mistook him for an imposter. Only in this way will he be able to find out what happened. So far, what he remembered was that he was able to serve 10 years, exiled to a place where the weak did not survive. All these years he trained his martial arts and generation ability, becoming a warrior like no other. During the last campaign, after which he was supposed to be released, he was assassinated as a result of a conspiracy. However, he himself managed to be reborn in the body of a fair-haired lord 7 years before the deadly battle. Now, instead of dirt and stench, he had a maid who persistently fed him from a spoon, like a small child. Raven was sitting in bed, covered with a blanket, and across from him was Lindsay, who was handing him a spoonful of rice. And no matter how he tried to convince her that he could eat by himself, since he had recovered a few days ago, she repeated that he needed rest and bed rest. Looking at the girl as she brought the spoon to his mouth again, Raven thought that she had been Ellen's personal maid before he fell into a coma. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that she was like a hen clucking around her egg. But realizing that he was Ellen now and had little choice but to arouse suspicion, he resigned himself and closed his eyes and opened his mouth. When breakfast was finished, Lindsay got out of bed, offering to help the boy change his clothes. However, he, taking off his shirt, replied that he did not need help. Instead, he asked the scared-to-death maid to bring him a hairband, wondering how long Ellen's braids were. But she froze, opening her mouth wide, and her face was covered with large drops of sweat. Lindsay rushed to meet him, grabbing the dazed gentleman by the elbow. Looking at him with big eyes, she rehearsed to his face that he could not get up because his body was not yet strong. Lindsay tugged at his hand, assuring him that she would get him clothes and do his hair herself. Looking at him again with tearful eyes, she asked him not to go anywhere. The maid sat him on a stool, starting to do his hair. Raven exhaled at this time, assuring her that he was not going anywhere, but he really wanted to be alone. When everything was done, the boy thought that he no longer liked this life, because everyone around him was running and doing everything for him. Covering his face with his hand, Raven thought that he would soon go insane from everything that was happening around him. However, Lindsay was again fussing over him, worried about whether the young gentleman liked his hairdo, to which he assured her that everything was fine. Looking at the boy, twirling in front of the mirror, the girl wondered what else she could do to help him. However, just as Raven tried to reassure her that he didn't need anything, he heard the door open, followed by someone's energetic voice. A young fair-haired girl with big blue eyes was standing at the door of the room, asking her brother how he was doing. A little girl was standing next to her, holding a plush bunny in her hands, Lindsay calling them Milady Mia, and Eileen made Raven a little cross, as he realized that he was not going to be able to be alone. Seeing how the little one rushed to her brother, Eileen held out her hand to stop her. Raven looked down at the cute little girl clinging to his leg. But she looked at him attentively with big blue eyes. Not knowing what to say to that, the boy just smiled widely. His sister came up to him, apologizing for the little one, at the same time being surprised that he had already started walking. Eileen gracefully sat down in the chair Lindsay had pulled out for her, thanking her gallantly. Looking hopefully at her brother, the girl asked if they sometimes bothered him. At this, Raven assured his sister with a smile that nothing terrible had happened. Hearing this, Eileen clapped her hands, glad that he had come to his senses. Besides, she offered her brother a walk in the garden as soon as he got a little stronger. Hearing the girl talking again about the garden and the cornflowers he had planted before the coma, the boy could barely restrain himself from rolling his eyes. He thought about the fact that it was worth saying once about the loss of memory, how his sister began to talk about his life for hours, although he needed it. Raven learned that instead of training, Ellen liked to draw pictures, read, and take care of flowers, and absolutely not interested in battles. And thanks to the fact that the boy cowardly hid in his room, a rumor quickly spread among the nobility that he did not even know how to hold a sword in his hands. It was because of Helinus, who became a laughingstock, that the Pendragon family lost its status. Looking at his hand, Raven thought that he was now in Ellen's place, and besides, he had gone back in time, so now the Duke was about 17 years old. The boy had heard that Ellen fell into oblivion when he was, so it remained a mystery how he managed to inhabit him if he was so unconscious. However, I realized that it is not important, because now he could fix everything since he survived and went back in time. Previously, he was sent to the camp of demon slayers, and now he had a chance to achieve what he had not been able to do before. Squinting, Raven began to remember what he had not been able to achieve, and Baltai's words came to mind. He had said before his death that his family's accusations, exile, and death had been planned, and now it was up to Raven to find out what really happened. Now, being both Ellen Pendragon and Raven Valthi at the same time, he could start the fight from the beginning. The boy was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Lady Eileen, who touched his hand and asked if he could hear her. After receiving permission to continue, the sister continued that Lady Luna was on her way to see him soon. However, Raven's only reaction to this information was to ask who Lady Luna was. Covering her mouth with her hand, Eileen let out a disappointed breath, realizing that her brother had never mentioned Luna, so she explained that she was Count Seyrod's stepdaughter. And the Seyrod family, to which the girl belonged, made up a significant part of the Pendragon cavalry. Folding her hands dreamily and placing them under her cheek, Lady Eileen added that Lady Luna was his bride. Hearing this, all Raven could do was yawn briefly, looking at her sister with wide eyes. At that time, a carriage accompanied by a troop of warriors was approaching the castle on the road, whose banners depicted a red wolf in a crown standing on its hind legs. The leader of the squad braked his horse at the carriage window, with a smile informing his lady that very soon she would be done with the ridiculous contract. A young girl with ashen hair looked at him from the carriage with a cold, indifferent look. Sir Breeden glared at her, asking her what she thought about meeting her future husband. However, Lady Luna coldly reminded him of his place and the duties he should attend to. After that, the girl let out a tired breath and leaned back, lost in thought. She remembered the first time she had seen Ellen Pendragon, hiding behind the curtain, sitting on the floor by the easel. He didn't even dare to come around the corner when they met in the corridor. That is why he gave the impression of a weakling and a coward. Engagement with him was beneficial to her family. However, now the father allowed them to break up. Everyone knew that the fame of House Pendragon had declined significantly in the past 3 years, and marrying a representative of a dishonored family did not make any sense. However, it was not only a matter of status. Lady Luna was happy with her father's decision to break off the engagement, as she herself did not want Ellen. She was brought out of her thoughts by Joseph's voice, who was talking about Duke Pendragon again, wondering if he had managed to change. At this, Lady Luna gave him another cold look, replying that she would speak, and advised him not to enter into conflicts with their knights. At this, the man snorted, saying that there might not be any knights left, since nothing would bring back the glory of the Pendragon family. And it was all due to the fact that everyone knew perfectly well that Ellen still had not managed to tame the dragon. And this meant that the end of their family was near, because the strength of their house was precisely in dragons. Pointing his finger at himself, Sir Breeden held his head up proudly, declaring that he would be the better party. It was his prowess that could bring great glory to House Seyrod, and no Pendragon could match him. However, he was interrupted by the stern voice of Lady Luna, who replied that she disgusted him and he should disappear from her sight. Hearing such words, the knight politely bowed, apologizing for his rudeness. However, she only closed her eyes, wondering if there would be a worthy man among the Seyrods and Pendragons. One of the applicants was a weakling, the other a braggart, and she didn't need both. In a while, he and Sir Breeden were standing in the main hall of Conrad Castle, where they were already greeted by members of the Pendragon family. Holding the hem of her dress, Lady Luna bowed as she greeted the hosts on behalf of the Seyrod family. Putting her hand on her heart, she breathed out that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Milady Helena approached her son, pushing him towards the bride. Eileen rushed to the girl, hugging her tightly while she was glad that they had finally met. Milady Helena thanked her for coming, then asked Raven to show the guests to their rooms. Watching this, Lady Luna mentally snickered that he hadn't changed at all and couldn't give her basic help without her mother's guidance. The boy silently approached the guest, calling her after him to show her rooms. At this turn of events, she even cried quietly, covering her mouth with her hand. Turning his head to face her, Raven wondered if she would be upset about having a separate room for her guard. However, she was so shocked that she couldn't even answer him, so he asked if she could hear him. However, gathering herself, she coughed, then raised her hand, assuring the boy that she did not mind. Raven narrowed her eyes and looked at her bride, remembering Eileen's words about Lady Luna being a calm and polite girl. However, he didn't expect her to have such an honor with a groom she hadn't seen in 3 years. From this, he explained that the marriage was arranged. Lindsay opened the door to the room, inviting the young gentleman and his bride into the room. They went into the middle, where there was already a tea set for 2. Lindsay approached Raven, asking him if he would make tea with his guest, to which he nodded in the affirmative. Turning his head to the bride, the boy pointed with his finger, saying that she can sit where she likes. Lady Luna froze again, trying to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. She remembered how, upon meeting him, he was afraid to even raise his eyes to look at her. And now he was talking to the maids and even to her. After hearing her say that he had changed, Raven turned his head to her, questioning her, asking if he remembered her. Slumping into a chair, the boy confirmed that he had indeed lost his memory and only remembered his awakening, asking him not to take offense at him. Sitting down in the chair, Lady Luna wondered if he could have woken up from his coma as a different person. However, she was more interested in when he managed to become such a prominent man. Looking at the proud profile of the bridegroom, the girl understood that the past Ellen was only a shadow of the one sitting in front of her. Lady Luna's cheeks flushed at the thought that since he had become like this, the Pendragon family was not hopeless. Sensing a close eye on him, Raven turned to face his guest. He still couldn't understand the difference between the families, so he didn't know what it would be like to show disrespect to the Sayrods, but he understood that the guest was hiding something, and it was obvious. Smiling, the boy decided to ask her a few clarifying questions. He said that many people had told him about the changes in behavior, and he understood very well that she might not like them. However, hearing that the boy wanted to discuss something with her father, Lady Luna cut him off by putting her hand forward in protest. However, quickly pulling herself together, the girl began to apologize for her manners. Clenching her fists on the skirt of her dress, she began to chastise herself for the fact that her father had already wanted to break off the engagement, and she had only come to inform him of this. Raven watched the girl's movements, who clearly wanted to say something but doubted the correctness of the words. Staring at him with wide eyes, Lady Luna tried to convince herself that the Pendragon family could not be saved despite the changes she had seen. Biting her lip, the girl mustered the courage to inform the boy about this right now. However, as soon as she turned to him, Lindsay's figure appeared in the doorway. The maid timidly apologized for disturbing the young master and his guest. Turning his gaze to the girl, Raven asked her what happened, to which she said her mother was calling him. However, he didn't even move, asking why now. Lindsay huffed, picking up her words, and informed her that the knight who had arrived with Lady Luna had picked a fight. Upon hearing this, Lady Sayrod fell into a stupor, her eyes wide open. Seeing Pendragon's attentive gaze on her, she mentally cursed the idiot she had asked to be polite a few minutes ago. Leaning his hand on the table, Raven asked the guest with a wide smile what she was up to, because he noticed it from the very threshold. However, she only began to deny his assumptions, stammering and averting her eyes. She thought about defying Pendragon and telling him the truth, but when she looked into his eyes, she couldn't. As she was choosing her words, Raven turned around, saying that he would talk to her after he dealt with her knight. Standing up, Lady Luna thought she really should deal with Sir Breeden first, so she followed her fiancé. Meanwhile, the throne room was not quite quiet. Melbourne was outraged by Lord Sayrod's decision to break off his engagement to House Pendragon. In response to the old man's question, Sir Breeden held up his hands, confirming that this was what they had come for. Milady Helena's face contorted into a grimace of rage as she reminded the knight of the consequences of such a decision. The same, putting his hand to his chest, assured that he perfectly understands the consequences, so as an apology, Lord Searod offers the Pendragons a gold mine and the location of the crystal. The offer also included 2 sawmills on the territory of the Brynjar forest. Hearing this, the Duchess tensed slightly, realizing that the offer was quite generous. Melban also did not immediately find the words to answer something. With a wry smile, Sir Breeden added that such a decision did not sit well with the peasants, miners, and knights, so the Pendragon family should have something to offer as well. At these words, the Duchess and her advisor were almost twisted with anger. Milady Helena gritted her teeth, thinking that their coffers had dwindled quite a bit, but their family's honor was worth much more. Throwing her hand forward, she shouted that House Pendragon was refusing their offer. Squinting, the knight clarified if this was the final answer, as it was their only chance to stay afloat. However, as soon as Milady Helena wanted to answer him, she heard her son's voice. She looked up at the door and her eyes widened in surprise. A guard standing in the hall dropped to one knee when she saw Duke Pendragon at the door. Behind him, frowning, stood Lady Luna, her hands clasped in a castle. Both Mother and Melban smiled widely when they saw the boy. A predatory grin spread across Sir Breeden's face, as he could now show his lady that he was not worthy of her. Raven walked past him and wearily sat down in the chair. Sir Breeden, on the other hand, continued to ramble on about the fact that they had not seen the Duke for a long time. However, he only calmly interrupted him, asking with whom he had the honor to speak. The knight fell silent, stretching his lips in a wide, uncomprehending smile. Raven waved his hand, explaining that he had lost his memory and didn't remember anything until he woke up. Thinking that he should put the Duke in his place, he bowed apologetically and began to introduce himself, but the Count interrupted him again. With a wave of his hand, Raven sent him away, saying that he would not speak to a mere knight. For some reason, he was indignant that he was a marshal, and the young Duke should have chosen his words better. Raven replied that he was behaving impolitely in the house of a great family, so it would be worth thinking about his behavior, while warning that he would not repeat it a third time. Sir Breeden looked down sullenly, not daring to contradict the young Pendragon, and Lady Luna approached from behind. Hearing Ellen's voice, which was already addressing her, the girl turned to him in fright. The guy looked at her with a smile, saying that she should have told her about breaking off the engagement right away. He beckoned her to him with his finger, adding that he wanted to speak with someone of his own level. But she came closer, looking at the young Duke with big, frightened eyes. Raven said he was fine with her father's proposal, and she was fine with him. These words shocked not only Lady Luna, but also Milady Helena and Melban. After hearing vulgar words from her son, the Duchess with horror began to go through the options of where he could hear them. Melban also rushed to the young gentleman, asking him to wait with the decision because it was quite serious and required a meeting. However, Raven jumped up, telling him that much needed to be done to restore House Pendragon to its former glory. Besides, there were matters more important than any engagement. He understood very well that regardless of his actions, Lord Searod would not change his decision, which is what he asked Lady Luna to confirm. But she started stuttering again, unable to find the words she needed to answer. She clutched at the hem of her dress again, clenching her fists tightly, realizing that she couldn't do what she came here for. With the same blush on her cheeks, the girl admitted to herself that she had managed to fall in love with the boy. Without waiting for an answer from her, Raven added that he accepted Lord Searod's terms, since the issue of his daughter's marriage would be decided by him anyway. Not listening to what Lady Luna had to say, the boy turned back to his mother, asking if she minded. She replied with a smile that since he was Duke Pendragon, the decision should be made by him. Raising his hand, he announced to everyone present that as of today, the engagement between the Pendragon and Searod families was cancelled. After these words, a shadow of grief appeared on Lady Luna's face. Sir Breeden stood silent, his teeth gnashing with fury. And Melban and Milady Helena had a calm smile on their faces. Already walking down the corridor, Raven thought about the fact that, despite the headache, he also had to deal with his engagement. However, putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought that he had been listening to Eileen for a good reason, and now he knew everything about the Pendragon family's financial situation. As he passed the large portrait, he thought that the crystals were an important resource for magic, and that they would be able to employ battle mages if desired. At some point, he noticed something which made him raise his head and look at the picture. Looking at him from there was the same elderly woman he had seen when he regained consciousness, and who had calmed the dragon with a single movement. Pointing his finger at her, the boy asked Lindsay, who was following him, who she was, to which he was told that she was Lady Atia, his late grandfather's sister. Without taking his eyes off the portrait, he quietly and slowly repeated the woman's name. Immediately after that, Raven heard a voice behind him, causing him to turn his head sharply there. The same woman was standing by the high window saying that she had a conversation with him. Closing the door of his room behind them, the boy asked what exactly she wanted from him. Raising her finger up, the woman replied that he had already guessed that she was a ghost, and he had summoned her himself by calling her name. Sitting across from her and crossing his arms over his chest, Raven thought that he had seen various demons over the past 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen a ghost, although he should have gotten used to surprises. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Lady Atia herself, who offered to go straight to the point. The smile left her face as she asked the boy who he was, clarifying that he was definitely not Ellen Pendragon. At her words, Raven only managed to open his eyes wide in surprise. Seeing his reaction, the woman laughed, saying that she couldn't help but say it in an ominous voice. She knew at once that he was not Ellen, as Soldrake had told her earlier that day that he was not the real Pendragon. In response, Raven relaxed against the back of the couch, asking the woman to explain to him what was going on around her. However, Atia instead asked him to tell how he became Ellen, since she herself did not understand anything. Looking closely at the woman, the boy wondered if he could be open with her if he was the only one who could talk to her. Propping his elbows on his knees, Raven agreed to tell her everything as it happened. For a while at the end of his story, he added that he thought he was dead until he woke up in Ellen's body. And now it was up to him to find out what had happened. Seeing Atia shaking her head, putting her hand to her face, he wondered if she believed him. To this, the woman replied that she believed it or not, but Soldrake confirmed that he had indeed taken up residence in Ellen's body. However, she added that Ellen, whom he protected during the battle, was most likely an imposter. Hearing this, the boy looked at the interlocutor in a daze. Lady Atia explained that each generation of the Pendragon family had to make a pact with Soldrake to fight for them. She also explained that the Pendragon family mausoleum contained a treasury, magical ancestral altars, and Soldrake's helper spirits. And in his tower there was a laboratory where you can see the secrets of their kind. The opening of the mausoleum shows whether the family will be great in this generation. If this does not happen, the family will face decline. That's exactly what Raven should have done. Soldrake could only pass up a true Pendragon who would be strong on the battlefield as well as in diplomacy, and there could be only one attempt. The woman added that even Ellen's grandfather and father had a hard time passing the test, and Ellen himself, who was considered the weakest man in the family tree, was even more unable to pass it, which is why he fell into a coma for 3 years. This happened to every defeated, and of course the dragon would not listen to him. Hearing that this was why he couldn't see Ellen leading the dragon to the battlefield, Raven looked at the woman in bewilderment. But in the next moment, Atia came sharply to his face, raising her finger up while adding that it wasn't even about that. The woman said with a smile that now Ellen's body was occupied by someone else's soul. Looking at her calmly, Raven wondered what was going on. But she explained that since he has another soul, he can try to make a pact again. Calling him Raven, Atia warned that the Pendragon Knights could not help him in this. He himself needed to go to the forest of Ancona and defeat the creatures that lived there. In this way, he had to advance further into the thicket. There the boy had to find a mausoleum where he could show Soldrake his power and make a pact with him. Then, being in union with the dragon, he will be obliged to open the doors of the mausoleum for the glory of the House of Pendragon. Raven listened to the interlocutor with wide eyes. She looked at the boy with a smile, asking if he could handle such a task. At this, Raven simply smiled widely, showing the answer to her question with his appearance. At the same time, he assured the woman that for the sake of the glory of Pendragon's house, he was ready to work as a demon destroyer. The boy added that he had his own plans for the future, which included the restoration of the Pendragon family's reputation. Lady Atia thought with satisfaction that the interlocutor was determined and purposeful. The woman added that she would not disturb him after he opened the mausoleum, as that was the only thing she needed. Raven scratched his head tiredly, thinking that he still had to deal with the family's vassals, as the family's reputation had been destroyed due to Ellen's behavior. Clapping her hands, Atia noticed with satisfaction that he had already thought of many things himself, adding that he had to prove himself a worthy Pendragon. Concluding that he needed to deal with the vassals and prepare for the mausoleum battle so he could handle it in 2 weeks, Raven slapped his knees. Kneading his wrists, the boy assured the interlocutor that he would try to bring order here. Raven wasted no time in training, remembering the instructions he had heard when he was a fighter. He understood very well that it was necessary to assess their size, number, and style of attack. Remembering the monsters with which he fought, the boy understood that he was completely alone and he had no allies. That was the only way he could avoid the end that had already happened. Raven was so engrossed in training that he didn't even notice Lindsay watching him raptly. She approached him, bringing him fresh clothes. Ignoring the embarrassed girl, Raven changed his shirt, thinking that Ellen's body was very weak after waking up. However, he managed to achieve the same form that he had in just a few days of training, while being happy that the regeneration was preserved. Someone's voice was heard from behind, enthusiastically exclaiming that the young Duke was engaged in fencing. Sir Killian added with a smile that he was happier than ever to see the changes in the young lord. With a wink, the man invited him to train together, promising that the training would be like before the coma. However, the boy refused, promising that they could do it another time, and for now asked him to gather the knights to make the announcement. Sir Killian just looked at the young master in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. For some time, in the main hall of the Conrad Castle, soldiers stood in front of him, to whom he wanted to tell important news. In a calm voice, the boy announced that he plans to open the mausoleum soon. Everyone present gasped in surprise, looking at the Duke in fear. Sir Killian rushed to ask the young master not to go there alone, warning that there were a lot of monsters and 2 days of training was very little. However, Raven, placing a hand on his chin, assured him that he would be able to cope, for which he asked to report on the situation there. He replied that the situation was bad, because there were more monsters and robbers. The villagers fight them alone, but soon they will break through the forest fence. However, this did not convince the boy, so he repeated again that he would go there himself. Here, Melbon intervened, who asked him to wait, because thanks to his decision, the treasury was replenished with Seyrod gold, so the mission can be entrusted to Sir Killian. At this, Raven reminded the advisor that they didn't have enough soldiers to guard the mine anyway. Having said that they are issued in 15 days, he added that objections are not accepted. However, Sir Killian did dare to object, insisting that he would be the one to command the squad. Descending the stairs, Raven asked with a smile if he thought he was incapable of leading an army, to which the knight pointed out that he preferred drawing and reading. To his refusal to fight with the young Duke, the boy replied that he did not have the honor of a knight. In the next moment, he attacked the commander, but he quickly put his sword in front of him, blocking the blow. Big drops of sweat covered his face as the man marveled at how hard the blow had been. Raven looked at his opponent, offering to prove his word in battle. He, without thinking long, waved his sword, attacking the young Duke. However, Raven jumped up, drawing her sword as she went. Trying to attack again, Sir Killian squinted one eye as he swung his sword. Staring wildly at the young Duke, he growled that he could not be defeated by a boy who had been bedridden for years. However, in the next moment, Raven knocked the sword out of the man's hands with one blow. Having hidden the sword in its sheath, the boy struck his opponent in the chest with one precise movement, which caused his eyes to widen. Crouching in half, Sir Killian tried loudly to catch his breath after the impact. A moment later, Raven, with her hand in her pocket, was staring at him with an indifferent gaze. The same fell from a strong blow just under the young man's feet. Everyone present looked at this picture with their mouths wide open. Turning his back on the warriors, Raven repeated to them that the march would be in 15 days, and there he would make a pact with the dragon. Looking at them carefully, he asked them again if they had any objections to this. They fell on their knees before him, answering in unison that they had no objections. Meanwhile, Lady Luna was sitting in the guest room drinking tea. Hearing her being called, the girl looked up at the guest who had disturbed her. Sir Breeden burst into the room, demanding an explanation from her as to why she had agreed to go with Ellen to the mausoleum. Beating his chest, he reminded her that the engagement was already off, and the Duke wasn't coming back alive anyway, so she could just go home. At this, the lady exhaled, explaining that diplomacy had never been his strong point, so she began to explain her decision. Looking at him, Lady Luna said that the Pendragons, like the Sayrods, were among the bloodlines closest to the Emperor, and thus they were an important factor in the success of their line. She had to know what they were up to and what their plan was, so she delayed returning home. Sir Breeden listened to her, his teeth clenched in rage. Leaning towards the girl, the knight asked the lady to promise him that she would go with the expedition to the Belland Gate, after which she would return with him to Lord Sayrod. Lady Luna herself was thinking about Ellen, and that the opening of the mausoleum would restore the glory of the Pendragon family, and it was necessary to know what the boy was capable of. At the mention of the Duke, her cheeks flushed again. Looking at the maiden, Sir Breeden thought with fury that Ellen had managed to turn her head, despite the fact that he had humiliated him. Confronting himself, the knight mentally swore to himself that he would teach the young Duke a lesson that it was dangerous to get out of the castle. In 2 weeks, Raven stood in armor of the colors characteristic of the Pendragon family. Hearing him being called, the boy turned his head to the sound. The next second, he was in the arms of Milady Helena, who asked him to promise that he would return alive. Closing his eyes, Raven smiled and assured the woman that he would return as soon as he reclaimed the mausoleum from the White Dragon. Pouring tears over his shoulder, she replied that now he simply had to do it. When she left, the boy's gaze caught the figure of Aileen holding little Mia in her arms. Both looked at him with big blue eyes full of tears. Smiling at them as well, Raven assured them that he would definitely return alive. Lindsay came up to him, handing him the horse's stirrup and reminding him that it was time to go. With one sharp movement, the boy jumped onto the horse, which made him turn his head. The boy's gaze fell on his squad, which, in addition to the warriors, included Lindsay, Sir Killian, Lady Luna, and her guard. Melbourne handed the young lord a sword called the Widow's Grief and was a family heirloom. Taking the sword in his hands, Raven mentally swore that with his victory he would restore the Pendragon clan to its former glory, and thereby he will rid the Valte family of the brand of traitors. Thinking that he now had a purpose again, the boy raised his sword in the air, giving the order to leave. Looking up at the sky, he exclaimed that they stood for the glory of the Pendragon family. Holding flags with the family coat of arms in their hands, the soldiers rushed after him. As soon as they approached the forest, they were attacked by a pack of demonic wolves. Their eyes were glowing red and saliva was dripping from their mouths. Seeing this, Sir Killian turned his head to the young lord to warn him of the danger. However, he was not confused, calmly answering that they would simply kill them. In a moment, the boy was swinging his sword, slashing wolves left and right. Turning his head to the army, Raven commanded them to advance. Sir Killian and Lindsay responded with broad, pleased smiles at the order. But on the faces of Lady Luna and Sir Breeden, you could read clear anxiety and fear. As they neared Belland Keep at sunset, Raven spurred his horse, ordering the pack to halt. Turning to Sir Killian, the boy ordered him to tell the soldiers to wait here while he himself scouted the situation. Local soldiers at this time carefully watched the newly arrived soldiers. Lindsay's voice came from behind him, wondering if he was tired from the road. The girl handed him a glass of water, looking at him with big eyes. Raven walked over to Lindsay, dusting her face with his thumb and letting her go about her business, dismissing her from work for the day. When she said that she could not rest, he added that he would go to the fortress himself, repeating the order to rest. She looked down at this and quietly agreed. In the middle, the boy saw that the situation was even worse than he expected, as the lack of people and resources was immediately apparent. The next noticeable aspect was the ammo, even worse than the demon fighters. Raven squinted, realizing that the local knights, who were at one of the important strategic facilities, had relaxed too much. The boy immediately turned to Sir Killian, wondering where he could find the local knights and their command. However, he paused, scratching his cheek and trying to find the right words to answer. After being informed that the local army had deserted, Raven's face twisted. Without folding his hands, Sir Killian added that he had been informed yesterday that they had become robbers, and that those who remained were practically useless. The boy hissed loudly, calling them an undisciplined scumbag. Waving to Sir Killian and the guard, Raven ordered them to tell the rest of the squad that they were going today to kill the gang. Turning his head towards them, he warned that they would mutilate the deserters. Meanwhile, in the abandoned monastery of the village of South Norton, deserters were drinking just on the steps of the altar, discussing the latest news of the Pendragon family. Several frightened villagers were sitting in front of them, and the bodies of those who had already been killed lay around. Sitting in his office, Raven was telling Sir Killian and Sir Bryden that he needed more men for tomorrow's raid on the deserters. Sir Killian, however, replied that it could endanger the entire fortress city. However, Sir Bryden replied that in gratitude for the fact that he and Lady Luna were staying at Conrad Castle for a few days, Count Sayrod lent them his knights, who would go with them to battle. Looking at the knight with an indifferent look, Raven thought he was up to something, but decided to give him a chance to try anyway. Glancing at Sir Killian again, the Duke guessed that not everyone might like the fact that they left the fortress under the protection of the Sayrod family. However, he assured that this is not the case, and there is no time for quarrels now, because Del Joffrey, who gathered the gang, has recruited 25 people, and in time, there may be more of them. Raven smiled as he praised the commander while also asking him to tell him about the leader of the gang. He said that Del Joffrey was a good swordsman with a very high self-esteem. After the Duke's defeat with the dragon, he claimed the title and 3 acres of land near the fortress. However, the Duchess did not consider his talents and refused this request. The enraged knight left the castle, then deserted and dragged many with him. And now he was an ordinary robber, trading in the village of South Norton. Putting a hand to his chin, Raven thought that the tactic of capturing lands instead of protecting them made life much easier, and he would have done the same himself. However, Sir Killian went on to say that he was enslaving the children and women, the village was ruined, and if they left it like that, they would soon capture the fortress. Pointing his finger at a point on the map, Raven began to explain his chosen tactic. After that, he poked his finger at Sir Killian, appointing him the commander of the raid. The boy explained with a smile that he was once their commander, but the Duke, who had been in bed for several years, they could take worse, and there would be no conversation. The man thumped his chest, assuring him that the young gentleman could count on him. Looking at the commanders, Raven added that Sir Bryden would be with him, while they would need to leave from the very morning, after which he let them go. However, at the very exit, the boy called out to Sir Killian, due to which he turned in surprise in his direction. The Duke said he would like to apologize for what happened in the throne room. After these words, tears flashed in the commander's eyes. He got down on one knee, thanking him for the mercy, considering that he was alive and well, and it was his own fault in this situation. Raven smiled as he added that he was counting on their victory tomorrow. The district of the village of South Norton was littered with the bodies of villagers, with arrows sticking out of their bodies. Those who managed to survive were trampled by horses, ignoring their cries. Joffrey on horseback, sword raised, ordering his minions to take whatever valuables they could find. At the same time, the order was also not to leave anyone alive. Looking at the leader, one of the women was holding a little girl tightly to her chest, begging him to at least spare her. The chief replied that they were on his land, and at the same time they dared to listen to him. Dismounting from his horse, the fat man pointed his sword at them, reminding them that non-payment of tribute was punishable by execution. The woman closed her eyes tightly and continued to hold her daughter to her and continued to beg him for mercy. In the next moment, she felt a sharp pain and blood gushed from the wound on her forehead. The girl began to shake her murdered mother, trying to bring her to consciousness. However, at some point she turned her head, looking at the man standing above her. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Joffrey said with a smile that he can't stand loud children, wishing the girl sweet dreams. She froze in fear while tears streamed down her face. When the matter was finished, one of the peasants ran up to him, reporting that there was nothing to take in the surrounding villages, to which he replied that it was time to go to the fortress. Biting his finger, Joffrey added that after the fortress they would take Conrad's castle, where he would finish off the Duke and then marry his mother. His plan was to conquer the Pendragons and take the throne himself. At this time, Raven and his squad were approaching the village where they were supposed to meet the gang. Having carefully assessed the landscape, the boy thought that the lands had long been abandoned, as they were not even cultivated. Returning to Sir Killian, the Duke asked him if all the lands around him were so unusable, to which I received an answer that there are about 3/4 of them. The population is dying out and cannot ask for protection in the fortress, as the forests around are teeming with demons. Raven thought that he will have to deal with all this, because if the village is rebuilt and inhabited by hard-working villagers, it will grow quickly. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the branches of the tree above them, and dark feathers began to fall down. Thinking it might be a gargoyle, the Duke raised his hand, ordering everyone to get ready. In the next moment, a monster flew at them, sticking out its tongue. Its face was eerily white, and there were orange circles around its eyes. Raven prepared to attack, drawing her sword. He looked at the harpy with a smile, thinking that it was time for him to relax a little. The boy swung his sword, trying to attack the creature, which rushed at him with a wild cry. In the next moment, Raven ordered that he needed 5 good crossbowmen. Immediately following his order, 5 armed young soldiers came forward. The Duke looked at the monster, ordering them to take her alive. The harpy thrust her clawed paws forward, attacking the squad members, but arrows were already flying at her, knocking her down. Looking at the monster's body, Raven praised the warriors for a job well done. Sir Killian came up to him, saying that there were a lot of demons here, as he thought, to which the Duke immediately agreed. Their conversation was interrupted by a rustling in the bushes near which they were standing. In a moment, 3 goblins were running at them, swinging their weapons. Quickly orienting himself, the commander shouted a command, trying to cover the young man. However, the next moment he fell silent, seeing how the bodies of the goblins were flying in different directions. The Duke himself stood calmly holding the sword with which he had just scattered the attackers. In a second, all of them, including the harpy, were already standing in front of him. Moreover, if the look of the harpy spoke very clearly about her intention towards the blond boy, the goblins did not understand what had happened. Sir Killian rushed forward, expressing his desire to finish off the monsters. However, Raven turned his head in his direction and objected, explaining that they would become their assistants. This time, not only the commander was surprised, but also all the soldiers present, who stood with their mouths wide open. The Duke explained that goblins had excellent eyesight, and the harpies could fly very fast, which could be useful to their squad, as he himself was thinking about where to get helpers. Sir Killian approached him, saying that he had never heard of demons being taken as assistants, prompting Raven to almost blurt out the practices of the exterminator camp. So he calmly answered that whether it was demons or people, he would not mind any help now. The boy approached one of the goblins and asked what they were doing outside the forest, to which I received the answer that they were driven from the hunting grounds by stronger creatures such as harpies, ghouls, wolves, orcs, and white dragons. Raven chuckled as he heard the names say, adding that he could understand their situation. Then, pointing at the harpy with his sword, he asked if she ate people, to which she shook her head in denial, assuring that she only eats sheep and snakes. The Duke looked at her in disbelief, wondering if it was true. He remembered how he once saw a scavenger harpy in one of the villages. Hearing that he was ready to believe her, the creature rushed to thank him loudly for this. However, sharply grabbing the harpy by the neck, he brought the sword, adding that from now on they must serve only him, because for disobedience he will feed them to the dragon. The goblin clung to the harpy's feathers, and they both rushed to assure him fervently that they would serve him in faith and truth. And while his squad stood behind, their companies gaping in surprise, Raven gave his first order to his new assistants, which was to find the shortest possible route to the village of South Norton. Immediately after that, the 3-horned goat pointed somewhere with his finger and rushed there, saying that he knew the way very well. Sir Killian, who approached him, spoke enthusiastically that he admired him and that they would all like to learn from the young master. Raven looked at him and smiled, agreeing with his words. He added that soon all the stubborn and disobedient would learn about the power of his mind. After some time, the boy's squad moved through the empty streets of the village. Ahead of them rode a harpy, waving merrily and boasting that he had found the shortest route. Raven looked at the commander, ordering him to stay here while he and Sir Breeden went to the abandoned monastery. Lady Luna rode behind, lost in her thoughts about how worried she was for the young duke. However, Sir Breeden threw her over his shoulder that she could rest easy as he would be there to protect her. Raven turned his head to his squad, ordering the soldiers to advance. Harpy and Kazul, hearing the task of conducting reconnaissance from the sky, immediately rose up, obeying the command of the commander. At this time, the young duke himself was already galloping on his horse, drawing his sword as he went. At this time, on the road to the monastery, Joffrey was dragging a small boy by the scruff of his head, while his bound mother was being dragged by a rope. The woman, with tears in her eyes, begged to let at least the child go, to which the leader barked at her to thank them that they were still alive. The boy burst into tears, struggling in the executioner's hand and calling his mother for help. Turning him to face him, Joffrey brought up a metal-gloved fist, telling the boy to shut up. The desperate cry of his mother, who tried to stop him, was heard from behind. In the next moment, the same fist flew into the air, describing a bloody arc. The rest of the body, which was still called Joffrey, lunged at the cut brush, not understanding what had happened. Raven sat on his horse, aiming his sword directly at the robber. He looked frightened at the rider, but did not know who it was, since the bright light did not allow him to see his face. The boy, whom he wanted to kill just a second ago, crumpled to the ground, still crying. Finally, he saw that the horse was none other than Ellen Pendragon. Slamming the Hepa to the ground, Joffrey pointed a finger at him, at a loss for words. The woman whom he was dragging on the rope a moment ago looked at the young gentleman with eyes full of tears, in which great hope could be read. Slinging his sword over his shoulder, Raven smiled as he told the outlaw that he was glad to finally meet such scum. The members of the squad did not intervene, instead watching the young duke while the woman hugged her son tightly, who climbed into her arms. Joffrey pointed a finger at Pendragon, still unable to say anything. All his followers could not understand where the young duke came from. At some point, the leader felt the touch of a cold sword, and a hot drop ran down his cheek. Staring a murderous glare at the outlaw, Raven menacingly asked if anyone had given him permission to speak. Freezing for a moment, Joffrey turned sharply and dashed off. Trying to run to the cops, he barked for them to kill the duke. They immediately rushed forward, obeying the order of their chieftain. However, Raven, watching this picture, was already drawing a second sword. Joffrey looked on in shock, not understanding what was happening and totally not expecting to see the duke with a weapon. With one sharp move, Raven slashed several bandits at once, knocking them out of the game. Watching his gang melt before his eyes, Joffrey struggled to understand how this was possible. When the blows were finished, the duke returned to the leader, bringing his sword over his head. He raised his hands in a half, trying to cover his head and protect himself. However, when he struck it, he heard the clink of sword metal against another sword. Squinting, Raven stared at the one who dared to protect the marauder and deserter from him. In front of Joffrey's corpse stood Sir Breeden, his sword in hand and blocking the young Pendragon's strike. Seeing this, Lady Luna let out a loud cry, glaring at her knight, but one of the warriors put out a hand to stop her. The same, turning his head to the leader of the robbers, asked him if he needed help. However, the one, shocked to look at the savior, could only ask who he was. Sir Breeden swung his sword, pushing the young duke away from him. When the robber got up, the knight introduced himself, adding that they could join forces to defeat Pendragon. Raven was silent, indifferently watching their dialogue. Suddenly, he heard Lady Luna's voice screeching at the guard, asking what he was doing. At the same time, the duke tried to push her away and ordered her to leave. Sir Breeden, pointing to himself, told her that she was too blinded to see that Ellen was worthless, and the only person she needed was the guardsman himself. Joffrey smiled as he looked at the savior and asked with a smile if he was a defector. However, jumping high in the air, the robber added that he was not against such a turn. Swinging their swords, they and Sir Breeden rushed at the duke, saying that he would regret crossing their path, however. Seeing this, Lady Luna screamed loudly, scared to death for her former fiancé. She closed her eyes and turned away, but Raven thrust her sword forward, blocking both attacks at once. With one strong swing, the boy managed to push his opponents away from him at a decent distance. Turning his head to the girl, the Duke barked at her to finally move away from the battlefield, assuring her that she would be able to handle them. Summoning the three-horned knight to him, young Pendragon ordered him to look after Lady Searod. He obediently grabbed the girl by the hem of her dress, trying to drag her to a safe place while she was still reaching for the blonde. She looked anxiously at her ex-fiancé, realizing that Sir Breeden was the best knight and a deserter bandit was helping him. Putting Lady Luna out of her mind, Raven turned her attention back to her duel with her rivals. Looking at him, the girl blushed awkwardly again. The Duke looked up at the harpy, ordering her to fly to Sir Killian and relay the news of help. In response, the creature flew up and screamed loudly as it obeyed the order. The attackers smirked, saying that he had sent the messenger too late, as they would deal with him until help arrived. However, Raven put the sword forward, saying that they could launch an attack. The boy, with a big smile on his face, added that he was challenging them both at once. Sir Breeden rushed forward, reminding the Duke that he had no experience in battle and that he himself was the best knight. In the next moment, Raven was deftly dodging a sword strike when the guardsman lunged forward. However, immediately after that, the opponent stopped and stared in bewilderment at the broken sword, which simply split in half. He was so engrossed in this picture that he did not even notice how he was being attacked, and accordingly, missed a strong blow to the jaw. The blow was so powerful that the guard was sent flying backwards, knocking Joffrey off his feet. Already lying in a heap on the ground and rubbing his bruised cheek, both assailants were looking at the point of the sword that was glinting in the sun and aimed at him. Raven replied with a wide smile that with such a technique as the guardsman simply had no chance against him. The boy thrust his sword into Sir Breeden's leg, saying that he had been of great help to him when they were in the castle. The Duke then swung his sword, planning to hit the guard who was covering his head with both hands. In the next moment, he saw the blade of the sword, which cut off his arm right at the shoulder. His face turned pale and beaded with sweat as he clenched his teeth in pain. Collapsing onto his stomach and trying to cover the wound with his hand, Sir Breeden mumbled loudly. However, Raven walked up to him and stepped on his chest, ordering him to escort Lady Searod home. Looking menacingly at the knight, the Duke ordered him not to appear again in the lands belonging to the Pendragons. He looked at him, trembling with fear and pain, and tears appeared in his eyes. In a second, he was already running in the direction of the thicket, screeching loudly. Raven, on the other hand, returned to the conversation with Joffrey, who continued to sit on the ground, covering his face in fear. Hearing the Duke's words that he was next, the robber asked if the Duke had not sold his soul to the devil. With a predatory smile, the man added that his people could still deal with him because they were still sitting in the monastery. When he asked if he was going to kill the whole gang by himself, Raven only slightly stretched his lips in a smile. Keeping her out of his sight, the Duke reminded the robber that the Pendragons were famous for their knights. Immediately after that, the clatter of hooves was heard and knights began to approach them, holding the coats of arms of House Pendragon. Staring at the outlaw, Raven ordered the warriors to get to work. After that, the Duke told him that the knights would deal with his subordinates, but the chieftain himself did not see a quick death, considering his crimes. Realizing that he was finished, Joffrey covered his face with his hand as he looked at the young Duke in fear. The next moment, he felt a great pain when a horse stood on his chest. For some time, he was already hanging in the monastery, crucified on the altar. Duke Pendragon was calmly watching him, with Sir Killian standing next to him, and the captives were huddled behind him. Raven turned his head, looking at those who were held in the monastery by the robbers. They were thin, dirty, and disheveled, and looked very tired, and the shackles on their legs were torn. However, at some point the Duke's attention was drawn to the door, which opened, as behind it was a pile of skulls that spilled into the hall. For some time the boy looked there carefully, narrowing his eyes. After that, he approached the altar, asking where all the peasants from the surrounding villages were, and stabbed the body of the leader of the robbers with his sword, which caused him to wince and groan. Pointing to the skulls, the Duke asked him if it was the work of their hands. However, Joffrey only managed to squeeze out the words of apology as he spoke to himself. Raven furiously replied that, in his opinion, he still treated him very mercifully. The robber looked up at the Duke, asking if he would kill him. However, Young Pendragon replied that he would leave that decision to other people. A few drops of sweat rolled down Joffrey's face as he stammered out what he meant. However, Raven was no longer listening to him. Instead, he turned around and took a few steps towards the group of villagers. Watching them intently, the Duke allowed them to do as they pleased with their executioner. Joffrey raised his head, snarling in fear as Pendragon listed the means of revenge against him. Immediately after that, the boy started for the exit, while the villagers, sitting on the floor, looked in his direction. For some time, they looked at each other, trying to understand what they should do now. A second later, a predatory glare appeared on their faces, and they began to approach the altar, holding stones and debris in their hands. Seeing the angry villagers, Joffrey screamed wildly, begging for mercy. However, they did not listen to him. They wanted to take revenge for all their brothers by striking the leader of the robbers. Raven, meanwhile, was walking along the narrow corridor of the abandoned monastery, heading for the door. Opening them, he raised his head, looking somewhere up. There he saw another altar on which stood a large statue of a woman. Climbing the stairs to the statue, the boy did not even pay attention to one of the robbers who was hiding behind it. When the Duke was close, he rushed at him with loud cries, swinging his sword violently. However, Raven didn't even look at him, instead putting her sword out to block the attack. The attacker's eyes widened in surprise, as he had not expected such a rebuff. As the boy fell on the stairs, Pendragon stomped on his chest with an armored boot, causing the robber's face to contort into a grimace of pain. Without thinking long, the Duke swung his sword, attacking the marauder. After that, raising his head to the statue, the boy looked at the drops of blood that fell on her face. Raven turned to the goddess of light, asking if he was worth the curse for the murder committed in front of her. He added that although he was given a chance to be reborn, he did not want to spend his life under the curse. Without taking his eyes off the statue, the boy swore that he would respect those around him, but he would deal with the robbers. He slipped the locket from around his neck and dropped it into the offering box. Raven explained that he is such a person, and this is the path he chose for himself. Turning towards the exit, he asked that if he was going to be cursed, then let it happen after he had finished his business. With these words, he left the ruined hall. When the squad returned to the village of South Norton, the woman they rescued, holding her son in her arms, thanked the Duke, to which he said that it was not worth it. After adding that they should contact him if they need materials for the reconstruction of the village, the boy left the village to favorable reviews. Immediately after that, a Khazul with a harpy ran up to him, demanding a reward from his master for the work done. When they heard that he would do this in the camp, they smiled happily. Sir Killian, who was riding alongside, asked if now that they had saved the village of South Norton, they could go to Ancona Forest. However, the Duke replied that they had one more small matter to attend to before that. He remembered sitting in his office a few days ago talking to Lady Atia. It surprised him that she thought the orcs of Ancona Forest might be useful to them. She explained that they cannot leave the forest, but their fighting power is much higher than that of ordinary orcs. To this, the boy clarified what they would help him with, if they were not interested in anything other than murders and wars. To this, Atia winked at the interlocutor, adding that they would go after the strongest, if he had the strength to defeat them. With a smile, the woman said that the dragon was the strongest creature of all, but he had not yet conquered Soldrake, and the orcs might know that the dragon had defeated Ellen. Hearing that the only way to prove his strength was to defeat the orcs personally, the boy let out a weary breath. Casting a glance at him, Lady Atia advised them to defeat them, so that they would call him the god of bloodshed. After her question about whether he had ever fought orcs, Raven looked at her carefully, remembering the past. Before his eyes appeared a maw with huge fangs and gray-green skin, a spear sticking out of its chest. The boy remembered standing in front of him, holding a sword in his hands and being ready for the attack of the creature. Observing the opponent, the young demon slayer could not understand why the opponent was still standing if there was no living space on it. The orc reached for the hilt of one of the spears with his paw and, grabbing it, pulled it out of his body. Looking at the boy, the creature raised its sword and charged at the fighter. At the last moment, he managed to jump back, because of which the orc pounded with all his might with his weapon on an empty place. They looked at each other for a minute, trying to figure out what was going to happen next. The orc swung his sword again, intending to finish off the demon slayer with one blow. Preparing for this, Raven ducked, avoiding the monster's attack. Looking up at him, the boy thought that he was too exhausted to continue the battle. Looking at his opponent's wounds, the demon slayer thought that a spear to the heart would not help, so he should try to chop off the head. Seeing the orc attack again, Raven jumped up sharply, increasing the distance between them. He ducked his head for a moment, avoiding the swing of the orc's sword. Without wasting time, the boy lunged forward, holding his sword in front of him. In the next moment, in a simple leap, he plunged his weapon into the monster's mighty neck. Finding support in the form of the monster's shoulder, Raven pressed harder on the handle, knocking the opponent to the side. In a second, he already flew to the side, followed by the orc's head. Raven told Lady Atia that it was the orc wormwood that happened to him in the early days of his exile. Crossing his arms over his chest, he added that he had defeated him, but the battle seemed difficult. Despite this, he was confident of his victory. At these words, the woman raised her thumb up, smiling that everything should work out for them. She added that after defeating the orcs of Ancona, opening the mausoleum would be a much easier task. Raven narrowed one eye suspiciously, looking at the interlocutor and not doubting her words. His squad was now approaching high, steep mountains surrounded by dense forest. Sir Killian met the young master's idea of making the Ancan orcs their allies with great skepticism. To this, the Duke replied that they had too few men to reach the mausoleum, but he warned that they could destroy them if they lost. A harpy suddenly landed in front of his horse, on whose back sat a castle, which confirmed the commander's words. Harpy also joined the conversation, adding that the orcs were killing everyone, and she didn't want to die. However, Raven, ignoring their words, ordered them to think about how to defeat the orcs. Otherwise, they would go into the mouth of the dragon. Hearing someone shout from behind, Pendragon turned his head back. Looking around, Sir Killian was surprised to recognize the voice of Sir Breeden, to which Pendragon stated that he had not yet left his lands. Khazul put a hand to his eyes, staring into the distance, then informed the commander that he could see the orcs of Ancona. Hearing that the orcs were there, Raven smiled, feeling the fun coming. Sir Killian's face showed anxiety and fear. However, Raven, having spurred his horse, rushed to the side where the screams could be heard, ignoring the shouts of the commander. Sir Breeden at this time held his sword in one hand, his eyes wide with fear. Next to him, with the same look, was Lady Luna, trying not to make any unnecessary movements. The knight sat on the ground while his horse hooted from behind, and 5 orcs stood in front of the man. Frowning, Lady Luna reflected on the fact that traveling alongside Sir Breeden had brought nothing but trouble. When they were left alone in the village, the girl reprimanded him decently for attacking Duke Pendragon, which was tantamount to rebellion. Hearing that he might be driven away, the knight rushed to beg him not to, as he still had to accompany her to the Searod lands. Looking at him sternly, Lady Luna reminded him that his job was to protect her, so he should remember his place, and her father would decide his fate. He lowered his head and clenched his teeth tightly, not daring to argue with the lady. Ignoring him, the girl turned around, announcing that her business in the Pendragon lands was complete. And now the orcs looked with contempt at the one-armed knight who dared to raise his sword at them, asking if he was really going to fight them. Fear and despair filled Sir Breeden's eyes with impotent tears. Suddenly, Duke Pendragon's voice rang out from the side, asking what was going on here. The orc turned his head in interest to where the unknown voice was coming from. Sir Breeden's face showed a look of embarrassed astonishment, and Lady Luna looked at her ex-fiancé with wide eyes. Raven stared at the company with an indifferent gaze. A guardsman rushed to him without wasting time, begging him to save them from the orcs. Looking at him, Pendragon wondered how someone like him could ever be knighted. A squad was already approaching him from behind, and Sir Killian was calling for him to wait for them and not go to fight the orcs alone. Seeing the squad of warriors, the orc silently lashed out at them, not understanding what was happening. He understood perfectly well that the red banners belonged to the Pendragon family. Pointing a finger at the Duke, the orc snarled that he was the one he was looking for. At this, Raven only silently looked at the monster with a stern, attentive gaze. At some point, a dark energy began to emanate from the creature, which covered everyone present. Sir Killian knew instantly that he had cast fear magic as his throat was seized and hooked. The commander turned to the Duke, persuading the young gentleman to retreat, as all this was very dangerous. However, he only quickly jumped off his horse without saying a word. All the members of the squad looked at the Duke with wide eyes, wondering how he could move and why he went there unarmed. Raven's face remained calm. There was determination and confidence in his eyes as he ordered the soldiers to stay put and keep their swords sheathed. The boy approached the orc and stopped a few steps away from him. Hearing that the Duke was challenging him to a fight, the creature lunged at him in surprise. Smiling widely, Raven added that the fight would be one-on-one. At these words, all the goblins who were present looked at him in surprise. Kneading his fingers, the leader gave a predatory smile, and his eyes lit up with demonic fire. For a while, the Duke stood, studying his future opponent carefully. Raven asked the gang if they were really orcs of Ancon. The head orc bent down to get a closer look at the Duke and confirmed his words, asking what he needed. For a moment, the boy looked at his opponent, slyly narrowing his eyes. However, in the next moment, out of all stupidity, he hit him with his forehead on the bridge of his nose. The chief orc threw his head back, causing blood to splash from his nose in different directions. A slight triumphant smile bloomed on young Pendragon's face. The orcs watched in shock as their leader fell to the ground unconscious. They stood with their mouths wide open and could not believe their eyes. The same thing happened in the Duke's unit. However, due to the fact that Sir Killian was sure of the inevitability of the battle. But the next moment, the rest of the orcs laughed loudly at how their leader's nose was broken. Besides, a human did it with one blow. This reaction of the creatures surprised both Sir Killian and the harpy, with the Kazul on her back. Karth, the head orc, jumped on the spot, asking his opponent what he was making, to which he heard the same question from the blonde. The boy reminded them that their tribe had taken an oath not to leave the forests of Ancona, and they were now very far from its edges. However, the creature replied that the oath had been broken, and it was the young Duke Pendragon who was to blame. Pointing a finger at him, Karth added that he had not been accepted by the keeper of the Ancon forest, and they refused to obey the vanquished. At the end of the speech, he said that they would only obey the guardian of Ancon, who was a white dragon. While he said that the boy had brought shame on his kind by failing to make a pact with the guardian, not a single muscle on the boy's face moved. He wondered if by great guardian of the forest the orc meant Soldrake. Karth continued that this was why they revoked their oath and went out into the surrounding lands to conquer them. Raven smiled, realizing that the orcs were simply called by a mad thirst for blood and also had other plans for them, despite the understanding that they would not obey him. Kneading his fingers, the boy said that this is why he himself went in search of the Ancon orcs. When the Duke noticed that he had approached him unarmed, Karth smiled, praising him for his good knowledge of their customs. After that, he let go of his club to be on the same level with his opponent. Crossing his arms over his chest, Raven said that according to their customs, if an opponent laid down their weapon, the orc should also lay down their weapons. Not accepting the challenge was a shame. So he added that following their traditions, he now challenged the leader to a battle. Extending a clawed paw, the orc rushed towards the Duke, attacking him. Raven jumped up, resting on the back of Karth's head, pushing him to the ground, causing him to fall. Glancing at his opponent, the boy thought that this one must really be the strongest in the group of orcs, as a human would have had his skull split open from such a blow. Karth raised his head to look at his opponent, who was slowly landing on the ground not far from him. However, in the next moment, the Duke turned around in mid-flight and swung his leg, attacking the orc again. At the last moment, he put his hand in front of him, covering his head from the blow. It was so strong that the ground under Karth's feet cracked deeply. Sir Killian, along with the harpy and the Kazul, watched with wide eyes. Lady Luna covered her mouth with her hand in fear as she watched the fight between her former fiancé and the orc leader. Raven looked down at the armored boot, a piece of armor chipped off by the attack. He looked at his opponent, realizing that he had enough strength but not enough dexterity, so he asked why he was not fighting at full strength. Flying out of a cloud of dust, the orc replied that he does not fight with humans at full strength, because they die too quickly. He considered the one who answered his blow as an equal. To this, Raven said that now he should start fighting at full strength. However, he had already attacked, promising that now he would learn what the true power of orcs was, rejoicing at the person with whom there would be an interesting fight. At the last moment, the Duke managed to turn his head a little so that Karth's fist did not crash into it. However, feeling a scratch on his cheek, the boy thought that the orc was not only strong but also quite fast. Raven put a hand to her cheek as Karth stood across from him, trying to ease the pain a little. Rushing towards the boy again, the creature said it was just a warm-up and hoped he wouldn't die of fright. Putting up a block, the Duke stopped Karth's fist as it flew straight into his face. An ominous smile appeared on Sir Breeden's face, while Lady Luna put her hands to her mouth in fear. Sir Killian rushed to the place where the battle was taking place, and the harpy, whose eyes were filled with tears, began to shake altogether. There rose a high wall of chaos, and Karth froze in place with clenched fists. Looking at his fist, he thought about hitting his opponent. However, seeing him standing on his feet in a cloud of dust, he mentally cursed. A gash on the boy's forehead oozed blood, flooding his face as he said he had only had petty rivals before. Everyone present, including the gang of orcs, looked at the Duke in shock while smiling. Sir Killian also wondered how the young lord was still able to stand on his feet after such a blow. Gritting his teeth, the man thought about the fact that he must protect the heir of House Pendragon at all costs, but for the first time he saw someone survive after being hit by an orc. Without thinking long, Sir Killian ordered the squad to hurry to the aid of the young Duke. However, Raven put his hand forward, ordering his warriors to stop. Looking sternly at the commander, the boy said that this battle would take place between him and the orc face to face, and he did not need help. Sir Killian strongly disliked such an order, but gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and obeyed. Suddenly there was loud applause from one of the goblins, coupled with a shrill laugh. Placing a hand on his chin, he said with a wide smile that it was an achievement for a human to survive the attack of Kart, who was the strongest in the forest. Watching the rivals converge on the hurts again, the orc concluded that Pendragon was indeed an interesting man. Kneading his fingers, the young Duke smiled and said that now it was his turn to show his strength. Karth replied that he was the only person who survived his attack, but he was injured and didn't have long to live. Grabbing his forehead, Raven laughed softly, replying that he was too quick to rejoice. Raising his mane, the boy showed his face, where only a small mark remained from the blow. Seeing this, the orc opened his mouth wide, wondering how the wound could heal so quickly. Without thinking long, Karth regrouped and rushed towards the young Duke again. Clasping his hands in a lock, he jumped up and hit the ground where the blond boy was standing. Jumping away from the place where the orc had hit, Raven thought that he just needed to land one clear blow to win. However, he understood that in order to do this, he first needed to somehow get his opponent off balance. Thinking that orcs are not distinguished by great intelligence, and regeneration will help him himself, the Duke yelled at him that he had almost lost. Karth lunged at Pendragon, asking if he was tired of dodging his blows yet. Continuing to tease his opponent, Raven snorted that orcs only know how to swing their fists because they don't have enough brains for other things. Rushing to the Duke, Karth growled that he would regret insulting their tribe. The blonde rested his palm on his knee, waiting for the next attack with a smile. In a jump, the orc brought his foot forward to strike the opponent with it. Swinging, he said that he would ram these words down his throat with one blow. Raven noticed that this was exactly what he had been trying so hard to achieve. He put up a block, protecting himself from Karth's leg, a slight smile blooming on his face. The impact was so strong that the armor on the hands simply tore as if they were made of paper. Seeing this, Sir Killian screamed, trying to draw the young master's attention to his injuries. Karth noticed this as well, saying that now that his arm was broken, he didn't have a chance. However, Raven only smiled as he grabbed his opponent's leg and told him that he was very wrong. Picking up the confused orc, the boy added that his arms were already intact. Karth stared at the Duke, sure he had broken his arm, and only then did it dawn on him that it was all a trap. Leaning against his leg, Raven jumped up, planning to knee him. Watching the opponent, the orc understood that now it was really over since he could not dodge. With one clear movement, the Duke kicked him in the jaw, causing Karth to fly slightly away. The orc let out a loud sigh as he felt 2 teeth fly out of his mouth. Raven watched the defeated opponent in silence, looking at him with an indifferent gaze. Karth's landing was quite hard as he put his shoulder to the ground nicely. Sir Killian and the Castle with the Harpy watched in shock at their commander's victory. The faces of Lady Luna and Sir Bryden showed wild surprise and shock at the sight before them. A slight smile bloomed on the robed orc's face. The orcs were also smiling, not believing their eyes but very pleased with the sight. Waving their fists in support, they rushed towards their brother, enjoying the incredible fight. Looking at the defeated leader, they were surprised to see him defeated. Karth became crabby, trying to get up with the help of his brothers. Sir Killian didn't wait any longer either, rushing over to the young lord to examine his hand. However, he puzzled him with the answer that nothing was needed and the hand was practically fine. The boy thought that the pain from the healing of the wound was much stronger than from the wound itself, although he was grateful for such strength. Moving his fingers, folding them into a fist, Raven breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his hand was fully functional. He walked over to the group of orcs and Karth, who was still sitting on the ground rubbing his bruised jaw. With his hands at his sides, Raven turned to them, commanding them to obey him. Karth smiled predatorily, saying that he knew very well the need to follow the winner, so he asked what he needed. Looking at the leader of the gang, the Duke replied that they could help with the storming of the Ancona forest for a start. After hearing this, Karth was surprised, wondering why he was storming if he was his protector anyway. Raven replied that he was going to open the mausoleum. Hearing these words, the orcs stared at him with big round eyes the size of saucers. Getting to his feet, Karth asked in a disbelieving tone if the guardian spirit of the forest was going to make a deal with them. The Duke explained to the orc that by the time they reached Soldrake, there would be so many monsters there that the orcs would be sick of them. However, not noticing much enthusiasm, the boy asked if they were not happy about the prospect of fighting enemies every day. However, those following him explained that they do not consider weak monsters as opponents, so they will reach the mausoleum very soon. Raven approached one of the knights who was holding a red cloak and a sword. Karth, seeing the Duke draw his sword, quickly dropped to one knee. His brothers, after thinking for a second, did exactly the same, lowering their heads. Touching the shoulder of each of them with his sword, Raven urged them to dedicate their lives to the service of the Pendragons. Carefully watching the new allies, the blonde added that he was counting on their complete return. Lady Luna looked at it with a shocked look, unable to find the words to describe it. With impotent rage, Sir Bryden clenched his teeth tightly, grinding them together. Already on the bridge over the river, Raven told Lady Luna that he would leave a few warriors with them to get her and her knight home safely. She bowed, once again apologizing for the behavior of her subordinate. Hearing the Duke call to him, Sir Bryden flinched and looked at him. Pendragon warned that the next time he raised his sword against him, he wouldn't be able to pay for it with just one hand. The young Duke turned his horse around, but Karth, who was standing beside him, remained in place and watched the Seyrod guard unmoved. Noticing this, Raven threw him over his shoulder to follow him. Lady Luna wanted to say something else, so she lunged forward, her hand out and pushing Sir Bryden out of the way. However, seeing that the ex-fiancé was already engrossed in the conversation with the orc, she remained standing still. The girl drilled his back with a look of blue eyes and plunged deeper and deeper into thoughts. She saw a troop of warriors holding tightly to their saddles. Ahead of them, looking confidently ahead, rode the young Duke Pendragon. Beside him were Sir Killian, who was one of the best warriors in the Pendragon Guard, and Karth, the strongest orc in Ancona Forest. The Duke's scouts were the Harpy and the Kazul, who faithfully followed his orders. And also on his side were other orcs who swore with their leader. With such data, Lady Luna was confident that Ellen would complete the dragon's task and be able to open the mausoleum. She was so engrossed in watching the departure of the squad that she didn't even pay attention to Sir Bryden's fierce look. It was late in the evening, standing on the mountain, Raven inhaled the air, glad to finally see the forest of Ancona. He carefully studied the area, trying to remember as much as possible. Sir Killian did the same, deep in thought. Tears flashed in the eyes of the Harpies, because they and Kazul knew what creatures might be waiting for them in the thicket, and Karth's eyes were filled with a certain warmth, as if he had returned home. Raven said with a smile that this is where it all starts, and there will be a battle in which he should have participated long ago. Meanwhile, Soldrake raised his head, looking at the starry sky, where the sun was already slowly rising. Looking at the beginning of the dawn, the dragon sat on the pillar and felt the approach of the guest. Closing his eyes, he mentally said to him, "Let the one who is deprived of the Pendragon's soul try to reach his domain." Sunlight flooded the valley of Ancona Forest, where Pendragon's squad was already slashing demons left and right. Swinging his club, Karth smashed the torso of one of the hordes of snakes that attacked them. For the orcs, such creatures did not pose a big problem, so there was practically no interest in such duels. The warriors of House Pendragon looked more tired in contrast, being somewhat weaker than the orcs, but they were also getting by with swords and crossbows. However, the flying snakes did not even think of ending, so they rushed at the travelers again, sticking out their forked tongues. Raven managed just in time to chop down one of the creatures, which was rushing straight into the face of another knight. Putting his hand to his chest, he looked at the Duke with a certain adoration, heartily thanking him for his rescue. Returning to the cloaked goblin, whose name was Krathul, young Pendragon instructed him to treat the wounded. He laughed briefly, answering that he could not worry about it since he knew something about treatment. Raven heard Sir Killian rush towards him, calling out to him and asking if the young lord was injured. He replied that everything was fine, instead asking how the rest of the squad was doing, to which he heard that there were practically no wounded. Hearing that they might kill some of the force if they ran into the demons again, the Duke turned to Karth, asking if they still had far to go. He closed his eyes, trying to remember, after which he said that if they go a little further, they will see a quarry. Pointing somewhere, he added that there would be a cave connected to the lands of the guardian spirit, so Raven immediately turned her head in that direction. When asked if there was anything to worry about, the orc replied that these lands still belonged to them, so there was no reason to worry. On the way up, the Duke said it was worth going on, proposing to set up camp near the quarry. Turning his head, he added that if there were any problems, he and the orcs would take care of them. Sir Killian and Karth immediately followed him, trying to keep up with the commander. As night fell, Raven stopped by a mountain in the middle of which was a quarry. The squad also stopped, scanning the empty plateau for an entrance. Looking around, Pendragon thought that the place seemed too dark and eerie for stone mining. Returning to Karth, Raven asked why the quarry was now sealed. Placing his hand on his chin, he replied that goblins used to mine it for minerals. However, there were rumors that the goblins had disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, the Duke turned his gaze to the Khazal, who was still sitting on the harpy. He immediately heard waving his hands, trying to convince the commander that he does not know anything, since he does not live in the forest. In addition, he added that he had never heard of goblins extracting minerals themselves, as the norm was to steal. Sir Killian approached them, asking the young Duke if anything had happened to him. The Duke returned to the commander, ordering the tents to be pitched, as advancing before dawn was a rather dangerous undertaking. After hearing that they would have to be on duty during the night, Karth waved as he headed off to his fellows, wishing the rest of them a good night. After a while, everyone in the camp fell into a peaceful sleep, except for the guards. At some point, one of the knights heard a strange sound, which made him turn in that direction with interest. However, there was no one around on the plateau, so he actively began to look. Without thinking long, the boy moved away from the camp, trying to figure out what the sound was. However, in a moment he felt a sharp pain from the blade that pierced his ribcage all the way through. Not even realizing what had happened, he only quietly tried to call out to the young Duke when he was thrown down the steps he was climbing. Landing not far from the camp, the boy once again tried to call Pendragon. At this time, Raven was sitting in his tent, trying to understand what could have happened to the local goblins to make them all disappear. He did not see how a figure in a dark cloak was standing on top of one of the rocks, from which dark energy was coming. Next to him, the hands of the dead were sticking out of the ground, trying to climb out. The same picture took place next to the camp, where the residents slept peacefully. In a moment, there was already a whole army of skeletons of missing goblins and a two-headed Cerberus near the camp. Hearing a commotion outside, Raven jumped in alarm. Jumping out there, he saw a dog with two huge heads whose eyes glowed with red demonic light. The boy watched in horror as saliva dripped from the giant mouths. Without thinking long, he jumped on the spot, trying to jump onto the monster's back. Looking at the attackers, the boy wondered where they could have come from. However, he was not surprised now that all the goblins had disappeared without a trace. Orienting himself, Raven swung his sword, attacking the giant Cerberus. In pain, the dog opened one of its mouths wide and howled loudly. Her howl made all the soldiers in the camp open their eyes, desperately trying to understand what was happening around them. The harpy also woke up, her eyes wide open in fright, while the Kazul was still sleeping peacefully under her wing. The orcs who were waiting under the tree also woke up, trying to catch something. Sir Killian woke up, and from fear his eyes began to resemble saucers. Hastily assembled, everyone jumped out of their tents, weapons tightly in their hands and trying to understand what was happening. The commander already wanted to inquire about the situation, but the words got stuck in his throat. The man saw how the young gentleman, standing on the jaws of a huge two-headed dog, was swinging a sword at one of them. Raven's eyes widened in fright when he heard Sir Killian's voice. In the next moment, his sword went right into one of the huge canine's eyes. But she shook her head in pain, throwing the attacker off her and trying to throw out what was obstructing her eye as well. The creature roared loudly at the Duke as he drew his other sword and swung it. However, when he was about to finish off the monster, Sir Killian and Karth ran up to him. Coming closer, the commander inquired about their situation. However, noticing the skeletons on the spine of Cerberus, he became more interested in whether these were the missing goblins. However, Karth himself was more interested in the question of who killed them all, to which Pendragon already knew the answer. In their world, only the Lich, a skeleton-like creature, could raise the dead. So he probably killed them all. Raven assumed that he just wanted to prevent them from getting to the mausoleum. Hearing this, the orc glared at the Duke with huge eyes. However, there was no time for conversation, as it was obvious to everyone that they were surrounded by skeletons and animated monsters. Looking at the faces of the various monsters, Pendragon added that they would not disappear until they managed to kill the necromancer himself. After assessing the situation, he ordered the squad members to bide their time until he himself found the mage and finished him off. Raising his sword aloft, Raven commanded his squad to advance, and they all charged forward at the enemies. Orcs swung their clubs, scattering small skeletons to the left and right. Sir Killian thought as he swung his sword that he couldn't let anyone stand in the way of restoring the greatness of House Pendragon. Remembering how the young man was before, the man understood that he had changed a lot, so he had every chance to achieve what his predecessors could not. And now he was looking at the Duke with eyes full of admiration. Sir Killian knew very well that all you have to do is give the boy a chance, and he will show all his strength and power, and of course, in the company of a dragon. Seeing a huge hound approaching him, the commander drew his sword forward, thinking that the days of their family's decline were in the past. After a moment's thought, he leaped forward, swinging his sword and delivering a single blow to the giant attacker. In a moment, the dog's head flew away from the body, hitting the rock wall and shattering it into pieces. The goblin skeletons stopped, throwing their spears at their chosen targets. The chosen target turned out to be Raven, who was fighting off the attack of two giant snakes. Looking around, the boy thought that the attack was aimed at him, so he did not have time to search for the necromancer. Catching the sword more conveniently, he jumped up, throwing himself at the snake in front of him. In a moment, she was already lying on the ground and a sword was sticking out of her eye. Looking up, Raven thought that the foundation of the Valte family and the decline of the Pendragon family were definitely somehow connected. Looking at the second giant snake, the Duke drew his sword forward, preparing for another battle. He thought that despite all the obstacles, he would restore the good name of the Valte family. Seeing her open her mouth to swallow him, he swung his sword, cutting her in half. Looking at the battlefield, Raven thought with pride that they had managed to neutralize most of the attackers. However, he perfectly understood that the skeletons would be able to overwhelm them with their numbers, and besides, it was necessary to deal with the Lich himself. Suddenly, the boy looked forward, seeing a huge blade that appeared from behind him. The Lich was a sorcerer who sealed away his soul in order to become immortal. And accordingly, his appearance was specific. The Net Empire did not like such necromancers, so it sent squads of demon destroyers to fight them. Raven remembered how he had once been sent with a squad to fight a single Lich, under which he saw that the head of one of the soldiers was simply torn apart. Looking around, the boy saw that the necromancer had managed to kill almost everyone in an instant. In a panic, he began to look around to know his enemy. He was sitting on the altar, surrounded by dark magic and purple mist. The demon slayers were stared at by empty eye sockets and a smile made up of sharp, large fangs. Raven's partner, seeing the lich, ran away screaming that he wanted to live. However, he only moved a finger, and in a moment the boy was hanging on his blade, still squeezing out words about wanting to live. In the next second, his head exploded into small pieces. Raven looked at it all, thinking that it was all legends too, but now he saw that it was all real. He knew that the Lynch had many servants, but the most powerful of them, the ghosts, were invisible. The boy took a fighting stance, thinking that to ordinary people, a necromancer was just a spirit torn from the body. Hearing a sound behind him, he turned his head there. In the next moment, Raven barely managed to dodge the scythe flying in his direction. And now, looking at her blade, the boy remembered that if the scythe got hold of him, he would definitely be finished. Without thinking long, the Duke raised his sword and swung it, trying to fend off the necromancer's attack. Following this, a loud noise was heard from behind, and a cloud of dust rose. A huge mouth with sharp fangs appeared from a pile of dust and stones. Raven knelt down, keeping her eyes on the creature that appeared. He stared at her unblinkingly, trying to understand what was happening. The boy remembered how he raised the sword, and the stone on its hilt lit up with a blue glow. Raven was so frozen in place that he didn't even notice the brutal battle going on behind him. Suddenly, the voice of Sir Killian came to him, saying that all the warriors had fallen unexpectedly. The man did not even notice the braid of lychee that was next to him. Herzog returned just as she was approaching the commander. He suddenly jumped up there and, grabbing the man's arm, dragged him away from the place where he had just been standing. Sir Killian looked at the young master in fear, asking him what it was. At this, Raven only cursed quietly, realizing that others simply would not be able to see a ghost. I had never encountered such before. And he also perfectly understood that if he left here, everyone would die without even realizing what had happened. The Duke looked at the warriors trying to pull the arrows out of their bodies and thought that they could simply be overwhelmed by numbers. A similar problem was observed in orcs, whose bodies were also pierced by huge arrows. The harpy and the Khazul had good eyesight, but they were of little use now, as they were trembling in fear somewhere in the corner. Realizing that the problem would be more difficult to deal with than the Demon Fighter Corps, Raven began to frantically search for a way out of the situation. Suddenly, he saw a bright green light from Kratul's staff. He thumped the other end of it to the ground several times. Immediately after that, a strong green wave of energy went out from him, which rolled across the entire plateau. Placing one hand on Raven's shoulder, Raven laughed and said it was his turn. Not understanding what was happening, the blonde raised his head and looked at the orc with huge eyes. Pointing his staff to the ground, Krathalus said he would show Pendragon the power bestowed upon him by the god of the earth himself. At the place where the orc was standing, large, thick trunks began to climb out, shining with a green light. Everyone present, including the skeletons and knights, looked at it with round eyes in surprise. The plants began to cover the monsters with a thick blanket, not giving them a chance to escape. Kratul swung his staff, smiling contentedly at his work. The giant snake hissed loudly as the plants completely buried its body beneath them, leaving only its head on top. In a moment, the whole monster was hidden in the thick trunk of a tall tree. Seeing this, Raven said that it should have been done a long time ago, to which the orc replied that a spell with this effect required a lot of preparation. Turning his head towards the Duke, Kratulus warned that he could not use this spell multiple times, so this was the first and last time. But the end was not yet here. Hearing this, the blonde made a displeased face, disappointed by such information. All the knights gathered around the tree, which until recently had been a snake, and which was now emitting a bright green light. Suddenly, Raven's eyes widened in surprise as his gaze caught something in the thicket that he hadn't noticed before. Behind the trees above the horizon, the boy saw something that looked like stairs leading up. He raised his head, trying to trace where he could go up those stairs. There, on top of the mountain, Raven saw a figure in a dark cloak and surrounded by a purple haze. Realizing that he was the one they were looking for, the boy resolutely drew his sword back. Kratulus assured the Duke with a smile that he could handle the rest of the skeletons. Rushing away, Raven dropped the orc that was counting on him. The orcs continued to disperse the necromancer's army, swinging their clubs. Karth roared wildly as one of the arrows hit his collarbone. Hearing the Duke calling him, the orc widened his eyes in surprise. After hearing about the necromancer who was on the mountain, Karth did not hesitate to wave his hand to the boy to hurry. In the next moment, with his hands folded in a castle, he was already throwing young Pendragon up by his leg. He, being in the air, lowered his head and saw a cloaked figure looking behind him. As he descended, Raven put his foot forward, swinging his sword. The Lich looked at the Duke with empty eyes, at the bottom of which was a red demonic light. In one sharp movement, the necromancer raised his staff, blocking Pendragon's blow. Looking at the face, Raven wondered if he had come for his soul, advising him to try to take it. The boy understood that there were ghosts around who had come to protect their dark master, and this meant that down near the camp, only the skeletons of the missing goblins remained, with which the comrades fought. However, they still lacked strength. Drawing his sword forward, young Pendragon thought it was time to end it all. The necromancer stretched out his hand, pointing a staff that emitted a purple light at his opponent. Huge bony paws immediately came out of the ground and rushed at the young Duke. In one sharp movement, he hacked at them, severing them in half and scattering the bones like dry firewood. When they were done with, the boy wasted no time rushing towards the necromancer, swinging his sword at him. However, when he approached it, he was suddenly attacked by ghosts, aiming 2 scythes at him at once. Raven barely managed to dodge at the last moment, landing hard on the ground. Standing up, the boy cursed, realizing that ghosts protect their master very well. Glancing at the necromancer again, Raven thought that openly attacking him was a very dangerous venture. Having carefully studied everything around him, the Duke concluded that he should be separated from the ghosts first. The Lich thrust his wand forward again, and a moment later, Raven was standing in a stream of fire. The boy's eyes widened in panic as he realized that the necromancer had cut off his avenues of retreat. Thinking about what would happen if the ghosts approached, he noticed 2 scythes flying straight at him. The end of the blade of one of them was already under his nose and rapidly approaching his chest. However, the stone on the sword's hilt lit up again, flooding everything around with a bright blue glow, and the scythe disappeared. Lich covered his empty eyes with a bony hand, not understanding what was happening. Raven closed his eyes, surrounded by magic, and suddenly heard someone's voice that said that the boy had another soul. The same voice added that if he wants to receive his power, he must prove himself worthy of it. Opening his eyes slightly, Raven realized it was none other than Soldrake speaking to him. The necromancer froze, looking at his opponent, engulfed in a blue unknown flame. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes wide, and it became noticeable that his pupils became vertical, like a dragon's. The necromancer stood in front of him, pointing his staff at him, and behind him 2 huge mouths loomed. They were terrible giant creatures, whose mouths were filled with fangs. They had long horns on their heads, and 2 scythes were visible in front of them, with which they killed people. Raven looked at them intently, realizing that for the first time in his life, he had actually seen ghosts. The ghosts growled loudly, gaping their mouths and sticking out their dark tongues. Raven raised his sword, the blade of which was engulfed in tongues of blue flame. The boy waved his weapon, sending a wave of bright fire at the ghosts. Caught in it, the creatures let out loud grunts of pain, and dark purple smoke began to billow from their squeals. The necromancer, seeing this and realizing that he was left defenseless, began to retreat from the blue fire while approaching the edge of the cliff. In the fire stood the figure of Duke Pendragon, gazing at the Lich with blind determination, drawing closer and closer to him. At some point, the necromancer saw the point of the boy's sword fly into his face. Punching his head, Raven told him it was over now. It was instantly engulfed in blue flames, and the necromancer opened his mouth in a silent scream. A second later, the figure dissolved in a dark haze, disappearing without a trace. His staff fell to the ground with a loud thud, shattering the stone at the end into small fragments. The orcs and knights who were fighting the skeletons in the camp watched in amazement as they fell and stopped moving. To Karth's surprised question about why they were no longer moving, Krathul replied with a smile that Pendragon had managed the Lich. In a moment, clots of dark magic began to emerge from the skeletons, which brought them back to life. The robed orc explained that this was a sign that they had lost their leader. Raven, on the other hand, stood on a rock and looked into the sky, where, merging with the fog, the necromancer rose. When the sun rose, the boy noticed that the evening battle was not without losses for their side. All around, those of the knights who managed to survive were sobbing over the bodies of their dead comrades, clutching their heads. Sir Killian wasn't emotionless either, so tears were now streaming down the grown man's face. Raven stared unblinkingly at one point, trying to control herself. Not far from him, several knights built something like tombs and began to pray for the souls of their friends. After that, he went to his tent, where he began to polish his sword to a shine, lost in thought. In a moment, his eyes closed, and he fell asleep just with the sword in his hands. He dreamed that he received a letter that he had been waiting for a long time. The nobleman praised him with a hand on his shoulder, and Raven realized it was a memory of the day their family had ended. At that time, Raven Valti did not yet know what was waiting for him, so he was happy for the letter like a small child. However, after that, everything went awry. The guy tried to justify himself, saying that everything was wrong and he was framed. However, no one listened to his excuses, and in a moment the shackles closed on his wrists. He was lying in prison, tied to a post, and various instruments of torture were hanging over him. Barely holding his head, the boy asked for forgiveness from his mother, father, and brother. Begging for it to stop, Raven found himself kneeling in front of the pyres on which the heads of his family were draped. He was tied up, and rain was pouring down his face, mixing with tears. Suddenly the picture changed, and he saw Ellen Pendragon, whose face was also covered in tears. He was kneeling by his father's bed, crumpling the sheets in his fists, while Lady Helena sobbed over her husband. With tears in his eyes, Ellen swore to his father that he would become a dragon rider. Taking his father's hand, the boy added that he would also become the greatest Pendragon the world had ever known. Hearing how the hand hung limply, the young duke sobbed aloud, unable to hold back his emotion. Eyes wide, Raven sat back in her chair, breaking into a cold sweat and realizing she had just seen Duke Pendragon's flashbacks. The boy was breathing heavily and loudly, trying to regain consciousness. He lowered his head heavily on his hand, hunched over and trying to take in everything he saw. Hearing the young Pendragon leave the tent, Cratylus turned his head in his direction in surprise. He asked the Duke with a smile why he was still awake. Not expecting to see anyone, Raven stopped, glaring at the orc in front of his tent. At his answer that he himself was awake, Kratul waved his hand, saying that the orcs were more durable, besides it would be more reliable that way. The Duke turned his head in the direction where several graves of those killed in today's battle stood in a row. Kratul threw his hands behind his head, saying that the fight was pretty tough, to which Raven told him that it was the sword that saved him. The orc looked at the boy questioningly, one eye widening in interest. Raven explained that the Pendragon family sword gave him the power to fight the necromancer with the fire of Soldrake. Squinting, Kratul asked if he meant the guardian spirit of the forest. Looking at the sword, the boy added that it had the power of a dragon, and the dragon also had abilities. He remembered how, during the battle with the ghosts, he looked at everything with dragon-like eyes, and heard the voice of Soldrake, who called him the Unknown Soul. It was then that Raven realized that Soldrake had the ability to see everything. For a moment, the boy stared at the sword, completely ignoring Kratul's questioning gaze. Now he was sure that the dragon knew that he was no Ellen, and that was absolutely true. However, the image of crying Ellen before his father's deathbed appeared again. Grabbing his head, Raven wondered why he had suddenly seen a vision of Ellen. Noticing his condition, Cratylus reached out to him, wondering if he was all right. However, when he angrily turned his head towards him, the orc recoiled, wondering if he had done something wrong. Realizing that he had lost control for a moment, the Duke wiped his face with his hand, saying that he was just tired, to which Cratylus suggested that he rest. Holding his head, Pendragon replied that he was having a nightmare. Not knowing how to support the Duke in such a way, the orc returned, muttering only that he understood everything. Looking at the sun rising over the horizon, Karth said he had a bad feeling. Kratul confirmed his words, adding that their chances of returning alive were diminishing by the minute. They looked at the dark cave entrance, from which a bright blue glow emanated. Looking at the harpy and the casual, Sir Killian said that demons have much better senses than humans. To this, The Duke replied that this meant that there was definitely something in the cave, and his intuition told him that it was a mausoleum. The small, thin figure of Raven, who was sitting in front of the downpour, looking at the executed family, rose before his eyes again. The Duke clenched his teeth at the memory of this, and the fire of hatred lit up in his eyes. The boy understood very well that he needed the power of the dragon to restore the honest name of the Valte family, and so he will force the dragon to obey him no matter what it costs him. He remembered being on that battlefield when they were killed, and thought that something had happened to him then. And after that he was reborn into Ellen Pendragon. As he drew his sword, Raven thought that the dragon must have known something about his rebirth. Pointing his sword at the cave, the Duke ordered his soldiers to attack. For some time, the whole squad walked along a narrow path deep into the cave. Karth held a torch and walked ahead, blue crystals shining around them. Stopping for a moment and listening, the orc pointed with his hand in some direction, saying that they needed to go this way. To Sir Killian's delight, Raven explained that they could sense the currents of energy around them, so they could easily find the water. At one point, the massive figure of Cratulus rose between the Duke and Karthus, causing them to stop. When Pendragon asked what had happened, the robed orc replied that he felt something. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Sir Killian, along with the young master, also widened their eyes in surprise at the creature approaching them. Looking at them, Kratul explained that they were now seeing spirits. Having passed a certain way, the squad stopped at a huge waterfall, to which Karth and Kratul led them. When the cloaked orc brought to their attention that there were water spirits everywhere, Raven asked him if they were dangerous, to which he replied that they were safe, but he was fascinated by the fact that there was practically no special vital energy in the cave, and therefore there should be no spirits here. Raven put her hand to her chin, thinking deeply about her companion's words. However, as he thought, Sir Killian suggested that they simply couldn't get out, and Karth noticed that there might be a way out behind the waterfall, as the wind was blowing from there. Suddenly, the Duke's attention was drawn to something behind the waterfall, but it was quite noticeable. He pointed a finger at the silhouette of a shield shining through the water, at which Kratul put his hand to his eyes, trying to get a better look at it. Suddenly, a wall of water rose above them, which had been peacefully splashing in the pool near the waterfall. Sir Killian and Karth stared at it, unable to find the words to describe what they saw before them. Raven raised his head, his mouth agape and glaring at the wall of water in front of him. The liquid did not stand still, constantly moving, but at some point it began to resemble someone's face with an open mouth, and only Cratulus himself looked at it with a look that read a mixture of adoration and reverence. He perfectly understood that in front of him now was none other than the water spirit himself. To Raven's surprise, the spirit looked like a giant turtle that was made of water. The animal brought its paw, and in the next moment it kicked the ground with all its might, scattering the members of the squad in different directions. To the Duke's surprise that the turtle was attacking them, Cratulus enthusiastically explained that it was most likely protecting the treasures. Kratul explained that the treasure was what the boy saw behind the waterfall. Looking at the turtle attacking them, the orc added that the protection of the earth god was not working here, and accordingly something made the water spirits attack them. To this, Raven did agree that in this case they could really guard the hidden treasures. The Duke looked closely at the water turtle, more conveniently intercepting his sword for protection. After that, he took a few steps towards the water spirit, boldly standing in front of him. Not understanding what the young lord was about to do, Sir Killian shouted, trying to stop him. However, he only stopped, putting his sword in front of him and ordering the spiritual waters to calm down in a stern voice. Immediately after that, the blue stone on the hilt lit up again with a bright light. Energy from him spread in waves throughout the cave. Karth and Kratul were mesmerized by this, their eyes wide open. In a moment, Raven stood with his eyes closed as a wall of water came crashing down on him. When the turtle was gone, Pendragon saw a staircase above which hung a shield, the image of which was hidden behind the pair. As he got closer, he saw that the shield bore the very coat of arms of the Pendragon family, with a white dragon on a red background. Sir Killian took the shield and put it on his arm, wondering if it was the same treasure. Climbing the stairs, the man enthusiastically added that the shield healed the wounds of both its owner and his subordinates. Hearing this, Raven became interested in the newly found artifact. Cratylus returned to the Duke, praising him for a good job in warding off the water spirits, asking if this was the ability of his sword that he had been talking about in the night. After his question, Pendragon looked down at his weapon again with a soft chuckle. He quietly replied that he just felt something, and everything worked out somehow by itself. After hearing this, Karth smiled widely, explaining that it was the power of the guardian spirit of the forest. Upon hearing this, Sir Killian exclaimed indignantly that this was the power of the Pendragon clan. However, Raven himself understood that the power of the Pendragons rested precisely on the power of Soldrake. The memory of the senior duke's death surrounded by his family came to mind again. Remembering Ellen's oath again, Raven gritted her teeth, trying to push the vision out of her head. Closing his eyes, he began to remind himself that he was Raven Volta. After some time, the whole squad came to a long bridge across a large gorge. Sir Killian looked at this and let out a happy breath as he said that they had finally arrived, to which Raven only gave a short chuckle. At the other end of the gorge, a mausoleum was waiting for them, made of white stone, and 2 statues of dragons stood on either side of the stairs. A large white dragon sat near the mausoleum waiting for Pendragon. As they got closer, the stone on the sword lit up again, which Sir Killian noticed, saying that he sensed something. Holding his weapon forward, the Duke replied that the stone was reacting to the mausoleum. Suddenly the door opened and dust flew at them, which was dispersed by a strong light. Looking at this, Karth wondered in embarrassment why the fog was coming upon them. Suddenly, through the mist, Raven saw the figure of a rider on a horse, rapidly approaching them. Without wasting time, the Duke warned the rest of his squad about the approach of the unknown rider. A figure wielding a sword approached him, causing Raven to draw his weapon forward. Not understanding what was happening, the orcs opened their mouths, asking who it was. However, Raven, looking closely at the rider, realized that before him was none other than Gordon Pendragon. He spurred the horse, stopping it, which caused the animal to stand on its hind legs. He had blonde hair like the Duke himself and a red cloak. Looking at the rider, Karth whispered with some awe that he saw Pendragon's predecessor before him. Sir Killian, seeing the elder Duke, was also surprised at such a meeting. However, Raven was more interested in the rider's translucent body, which was a sign of a ghost, and how he knew it. In a moment, he blurted out that he remembered the Duke from Ellen's memories, which he had seen earlier. A blue light suddenly flashed above their heads, to which Karth and Raven immediately raised their heads. Because of how bright the light was, all the members of the squad immediately covered their eyes with their hands. Suddenly, the Duke heard a loud roar and raised his head, seeing the silhouette of Soldrake in the sky. The Knights of House Pendragon gaped as they watched the flight of the majestic animal. The orcs did the same, looking at the golden reflection of the wings of the guardian spirit of the forest. Tears appeared in the eyes of the Harpy and the Kazul, as they both realized that one of the strongest creatures was now in front of them. Soldrake carefully studied the new arrivals at the mausoleum, looking at them with his blue eye with a vertical pupil. Raven smiled contentedly, realizing that a Pendragon dragon had finally appeared to him. Soldrake opened his mouth and snarled loudly as he prepared to descend on the mausoleum. The dragon landed in front of the door just behind the rider. Sir Killian and his subordinates watched the beautiful sight with admiration. The orcs, in wild reverence for the guardian spirit of the forest, did not dare to look away from him. Meanwhile, Raven himself was silently looking directly into the dragon's eyes, trying to establish a connection with him. Soldrake answered him in kind, and in his eyes one could read a certain respect for one who had made such a path. Hearing a voice asking him who he was, Raven's eyes widened in fright and he faced himself. He looked down to see Duke Pendragon himself, or rather his ghost, addressing him. He looked at him sternly, holding his sword at the ready but patiently waiting for an answer to his question. The apparition's voice surprised not only Raven, but his entire entourage as well. So Sir Killian didn't miss the chance to exclaim in surprise. Pendragon thought that everything was as simple as when he met Ellen at the Demon Slayer camp. He immediately remembered a voice that clearly did not belong to this world. Looking at the ghost, the boy understood that the creature that spoke to him then and now was one and the same. It clearly wasn't Ellen's father, and it wasn't Gordon Pendragon, and accordingly there was only one option left. Then Soldrake himself spoke to him in the tent. The dragon lowered its head, looked at the knight, and asked loudly who he was. Hearing such a question, Sir Killian and Karth looked at the Duke in surprise, not understanding what was happening. However, Raven was not confused, and raising his head, he barked back that he was Ellen Pendragon. As the dragon's face suddenly approached the young master, Sir Killian rushed to pull him by the hand. However, Soldrake replied that he was not who he claimed to be, advising him not to expect to be able to deceive him. The Duke looked at the dragon, thinking about what he should say to him now. Staring at the dragon's vertical pupil, Raven remembered everything that had happened to him since his family had been accused of treason. He screamed, dropping his head and falling to his knees. Seeing this, Sir Killian rushed towards him. The Duke was on his knees, holding his head, trying to figure out who he really was. Soldrake watched all this in silence, patiently waiting for an answer to his question. The dragon brought its face closer to the boy while he was on his knees, holding his head tightly. Scared to death, Sir Killian and Karth rushed to the young Duke, trying to understand what was happening to him. However, Soldrake kept his eyes on him as he repeated his question about who he was. Raven was in no condition to answer as his head was just splitting open from the wild pain. He once again saw the burning family estate and the man who sentenced him to 10 years of demon slaying. The boy thought that he did not want to see these pictures from the past anymore. However, in front of his eyes stood Baltai, who grabbed him by the chain of shackles with a nasty smile. Memories of the battle with the first orc came back again, the victory over which was quite difficult. And he also remembered the arrival of Ellen Pendragon and Soldrake a few days before the end of his exile. Raven understood very well that the memories appear because it was the dragon who decided to show them. Leaning closer to the knight, Soldrake again quietly asked him to say who he was. The boy shook, choosing his words carefully, but still holding his head. Now before his eyes were the smiling faces of Lady Helen and her husband, who were looking tenderly at their newborn son. The Duchess was sitting in a chair, and Gordon knelt in front of her to play with his son. Next, he saw little Ellen trudging along the garden path, with Sir Killian chasing after him. The next picture was of little Ellen reading a book to his younger sister Eileen, and again the picture of the Duke's death and his grieving family at the bedside. Ellen slowly traced the outline of his father's figure in armor on a horse with a brush. From all of this and the intense pain, Raven coughed loudly, coughing up thick blood. Sir Killian, Karth, and Kratul cried out in fright as they saw that their commander was unwell. Everyone present, including the dragon and the ghost, watched as the Duke fell limply to the ground as the dragon demanded his name. Already on his last breath, he squeezes out the name of Raven Vault. Visions appeared before him again. He saw Lindsay's frightened face again before him the day he woke up. Happy shining eyes of Eileen, who came to visit him almost immediately after waking up, and also the face of little Mia, who immediately clung to his leg with a strong child's grip, and the tearful face of Milady Helen, who hugged him tightly, pouring tears over his shoulder as he drove to the mausoleum. There was a moment before him when he sent Lindsay away, telling her to rest and wiping the dust off her face. He remembered the frightened faces of the Harpy and the Kazul when they attacked him, and also his battle with Karth, in which he won, thereby making an alliance with the orcs. And then there was the flashback where he ordered his soldiers to go to the monastery to deal with Joffrey's gang. It was all his memories, including the tree summoned by Kratul's magic. The boy remembered how they followed Karth, who was holding a torch. As if in a fog, he now heard the voice of Sir Killian, who ordered to protect the young master and asked him to wait a little longer. Kratulus grabbed the hand of Kartus, who rushed towards the dragon with the intention of fighting, but the dragon said that he would not let his friend die. After these words, Raven made a sound that sounded like a laugh and a cough at the same time. Having found the strength in himself, he stood up on his hands, forcing the words out of him. The dragon patiently waited for the boy's answer all this time. He rested his sword on the ground and looked at the dragon and said that he was the rightful heir to the Duchy of Pendragon. The boy understood that he had gone a bank, continuing to insist that he was Ellen Pendragon, so he looked at Soldrake with wide eyes of fear. Gordon's ghost looked at him sternly for a moment, but almost immediately smiled with all the warmth he could muster. Raven watched the Duke's ghost disappear before his eyes. And while the boy thought it over, Soldrake raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. A deafening roar covered everyone, echoing through the cave. Hearing him, everyone, including the orcs, covered their ears with their hands and crouched down, speaking in front of them. In a moment, the soldiers of House Pendragon fell off their feet, unable to withstand such a strong roar. The dragon fell silent, lowering his head and looked again at the boy standing next to him. Still looking at him, Soldrake said that their promise had been fulfilled. Hearing him call him both Ellen and Raven, the boy raised his head and looked intently at the dragon, still leaning on his sword. At the words that he would become the successor of the Pendragon house, the boy raised the corners of his lips in a slight smile. He completely ignored his associates, who rushed to him with all their legs. 28. Then Soldrake looked at them, not stopping them from helping their commander. The Duke held out his hand, stopping his squad and answering that he was all right. To their question, he replied that an oath had been given during which he had been chosen as a dragon. This news was received by everyone with shouts of approval for the glory of Duke Pendragon. Sir Killian shouted that Ellen had been chosen, and therefore the future of House Pendragon was secure. Kratul breathed out happily that now he would be with a guardian spirit, and Karth added that the boy was the only one who could defeat them. Suddenly, the dragon raised her head in alarm, looking somewhere behind the enclosure. Raven realized that this couldn't mean anything good, so he asked Soldrake what happened. To which the dragon, spreading its wings, replied that the guests were heading towards them. Raven looked to where Soldrake was looking and saw many silhouettes of flying, winged creatures. Thinking at first that they were birds, the boy looked at the creatures in shock when they flew a little closer so that they could be seen. The rest of the squad also could not believe that they saw the animals that were approaching them. A whole flock of dragons approached them, and they were of completely different colors. For a moment they circled in the sky, forming a circle around the moon, and below them, with raised heads, stood Soldrake and Raven. The boy stared at the pack of 6 dragons in disbelief, not believing his eyes. They circled in the sky, glancing at the new heir of the Pendragon family, who managed to open the crypt. Eventually they all landed, surrounding the young Duke's squad and enclosing him in a semi-ring. Harpy and Kazul trembled when they saw so many dragons around them, but found the strength to squeeze out a greeting. Raven also watched the newly arrived creatures with wide eyes. Hearing how one of the dragons asked if he was the one who made the deal with the queen, the boy turned in his direction in fear. He saw the black dragon Amelhart asking about it, looking very menacing with his wings outstretched. He didn't have time to say anything, however, as Soldrake herself answered, confirming his guess and asking why they had come if she hadn't summoned them. To her words that their affairs with the Pendragons did not concern the rest, the green dragon replied that this time everything was different. She gave him a stern look, but Aragorian added that they had come because they had to, and she should know why. To which Soldrake menacingly asked him if he had the right to interrogate her. And then Amelhart entered the conversation, who added that he felt in this person not only the aura of his queen, but also the aura of the god of demons. At these words, Raven looked at him, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Soldrake flapped her wing and growled loudly, commanding the dragons to shut up. Her roar was so strong that one of the knights, completely not expecting it, slammed on his back with a loud cry. The rest of the dragons watched what their queen and one of their friends were doing. They walked in a circle, keeping their eyes on each other, and from the side it looked as if they were about to attack each other. Soldrake looked at the arrivals and ordered them to leave the area as uninvited guests, reminding them of her status as queen. Raven glared at her with big, round eyes, trying to take in the words about the Dragon Queen. The rest of the dragons looked at each other as if deliberating on what decision they should make. Their queen and the black dragon continued to drill each other with devastating looks as they continued to prove their point. However, at last Amelhart said that they would retreat now, but if the boy returned to their lands, everything would open up. To this, Raven said nothing, but responded with the same fierce look that the dragon himself gave him. After that, the dragons flapped their wings and flew away, leaving the queen and the duke by the mausoleum. In a few seconds, they flew so far that only their shadows were visible in the light of the new moon. Soldrake watched them from the ground, lost in her thoughts about what had happened. Cart, who had just regained consciousness, stood up with difficulty and inquired about what had happened. Kratul explained that the dragons were talking about something, and his voice could only be heard by the person he was talking to, and then they heard a voice through Gordon. Hearing this information, Raven put a hand to his chin and wondered if he really was the only one who could hear dragons. He was interested in everything he heard, including the demon god, the dragon god, and the 6 dragons that flew away. Looking at Soldrake, the boy hoped that she would tell him everything, since she was the dragon queen. He was most interested in why he was reincarnated in the body of Ellen Pendragon. Keeping his eyes on the dragon, he exhaled and still dared to call her by name. The boy raised his hand, saying that he wanted to ask her something, but asked her to bend down because his neck was already hurting. However, Soldrake, throwing a long look at him, answered that she had a better offer. She raised her head slightly, after which she began to become transparent, gradually disappearing into the air. Seeing this, Sir Killian exclaims in surprise that Soldrake is gone. From the bright light that appeared in the place where the dragon was standing, Raven covered her eyes with her hands. When it disappeared, the Duke and the squad carefully looked around, hoping to understand where Soldrake had gone. However, not seeing her, Raven let out a loud cry as he tried to find her. Suddenly hearing her voice, the boy looked down to where he heard the sound. In front of him, instead of a huge dragon, stood a young girl in a blue dress and with a long, light gray braid, and behind her were 2 wings. Looking carefully at the Duke, Soldrake replied that she was here. Both Raven, Sir Killian, and Kratul lunged at the dragon-turned girl with gaping mouths. Ignoring the furore she had caused, Soldrake kept her eyes on Pendragon as she reminded him that he had something to say, so they could continue their conversation. As the squad left the cave, Soldrake and Raven rode ahead of everyone to discuss any matters that interested him. At some point, Karth turned to Sir Killian and asked what the Duke was talking about with the dragon. However, he asked in surprise why he was asking him, and it would not be appropriate to ask Pendragon directly. To this, Karatul replied that they could not approach the guardian spirit of the forest so easily. However, Sir Killian added that even if they dared to approach, they would still not hear the conversation. Looking at the woman, who until recently was a formidable dragon, the man added that they were unable to hear her voice. However, glancing at the young man, he noticed that his voice had also become inaudible to them. Putting his fingers to his chin, Sir Killian also said that he had never heard of a dragon turning into a girl. They stopped, watching as Soldrake and Duke Pendragon walked away from them, continuing their silent conversation. After hearing from the commander that the lady dragon was beautiful, Karth narrowed his eyes doubtfully, and Krathul added that the orcs could not understand such a thing. Sir Killian added in his mind that if he looked into her eyes, his body would immediately freeze with fear. Ignoring anyone, Raven rode his horse, continuing his conversation with Lady Soldrake. He asked her what kind of dragons they were. Remembering how they quarreled, the boy assumed that they really liked their deal. However, the dragon lady cryptically replied that they would be able to find out about this only after some time. Not finding anything to answer such words, he drove for a while in silence, drilling her with a careful look. However, after a while, he continued, reminding her that she had shown him his past, and therefore had to know something about her death then, and about Baltai's words. The boy didn't doubt for a moment that the dragon knew something, so he wanted to know why he had reincarnated into Ellen's body. Lady Soldrake looked at him, mysteriously answering that time would tell him the reason for his return. Raven was silent for a moment, trying to contain the fire of rage that burned inside him. However, not being able to control his emotions, he asked if she knew only one phrase, asking her to simply give an answer, to which the girl said that he was talking too much. Giving him an indifferent look, Lady Soldrake added that the previous members of the Pendragon family had not shown much desire to speak with her. Not finding an answer to this, Raven fell silent, giving her a narrow-eyed look. Bringing a hand to his face, Raven began to wonder what was wrong with her, as he hoped to at least clarify something with the agreement. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a sound, which caused the boy's eyes to widen in fright, and he stared in front of him. Raising his head, Raven saw a hulking snake above him, roaring, mouth wide open and twin tongues sticking out. Sir Killian and Karth suddenly began to shout that a demon had attacked them, and a huge one at that. However, Raven, without thinking long, already took out his sword to fight the giant creature. But the next moment he saw that he was overtaken by Lady Soldrake, who ran onto a stone and jumped up, grabbing the snake by the mouth. The men who were present near her watched this in silence, staring in surprise at the picture unfolding before them. They were amazed at how quickly the dragon lady was able to deal with the snake, which was already lying dead in an instant. In her hand, the woman held a piece of meat the size of her palm. She raised it to her face and carefully examined it from all sides. Seeing how eagerly she ate it, the harpy shuddered, hissing nervously, and the casual on her back noticed that the lady was a dragon after all. Looking at Lady Soldrake, Sir Killian noticed that even though she looked like a beautiful lady, she didn't look much like a human, more so because of her dragon-like mannerisms. Raven did not respond to these words, instead keeping his eyes on his new companion. Already when the evening came and the warriors set up camp on the meadow, Soldrake, remaining in the form of a girl, sat on a tree branch, admiring the moon. Hearing the voice calling her, the dragon lady lowered her gaze and looked down. There she saw Raven standing in black, holding a sword in one hand and his prey in the other. After developing the carcass, he stripped the meat, leaving nice even pieces on the large rib bones. Soldrake climbed down from the branch, watching with interest the boy who had built a fire, and took one of the pieces and brought it straight to the fire. After some time, it became covered with a ruddy crust, fried and released luxurious aromas. When he finished cooking, he just as silently held out a seared Soldrake steak. But she took the dish, examining it with interest and actively sniffing it. Taking a bite from another piece of meat, the Duke explained that since she was already in the form of a human, he should eat like a human. Taking an example from Pendragon, the girl lightly bit her teeth into a fried piece of meat. She threw her head back, chewing on it thoroughly. In a moment, Soldrake noticed with admiration that this Pendragon was indeed interesting, to which she was told that he was indeed a Pendragon now. However, right after that, he added that he was also Raven at the same time, which made her look at him with big, round eyes. The girl looked at the Duke in silence, because seeing his condition, she could not find words to comfort him somehow. They sat like that, each thinking about his own, while completely not noticing how at the end of their conversation a bird flew from one of the trees. Closing his eyes, Raven added that since she didn't understand how it happened, he wouldn't ask any more questions about his past either. Waving the meat in front of his face, the boy said that he used to cook it often while asking if she liked it. Soldrake glared at him with big dragon eyes, not knowing how to answer his question. Staring at the fire, Raven said he wanted to ask her something else, but she cut him off, saying only Sul. He looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Smiling, the dragon lady explained that from now on he could just call her Sol instead of her full name. Raven glared at her, realizing for a moment that she had just seen Soldrake smile for the first time. Laughing briefly, the boy mentally noticed that dragons, it turns out, also know how to smile. Pulling himself together, the Duke did return to his question about the dragon god and the demon god. However, the dragon lady once again responded in her characteristic manner that only time would tell, to which Raven responded with a loud exclamation. In the castle, everyone lined up to meet the young lord who had returned home, in addition to the one in the company of the dragon. All the boy's family, as well as Melbon and Lindsay, rushed to the balcony after hearing the words of the herald. Lady Helena wiped away tears, proud of her son. Eileen exclaimed that her brother was finally home, and Lindsay put her hand to her chest with a happy smile on her face. Thinking of how worried she had been as she saw him out of Barinto's gate, the girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the young master return. Villagers who met him on the way home joyfully shouted his name and waved their hands in greeting. The whole crowd surrounded the squad, which was slowly making its way to the castle. Suddenly, Eileen, Mia, and Lindsay opened their eyes in surprise, glaring at the creature that was accompanying the young Duke. Their attention was first drawn to the harpy, who was smiling widely, surprised at the number of people, and the goatherd on her back. Then they noticed among the knights of House Pendragon the tall and powerful figures of orcs looking around. And finally, they turned their attention to a woman with fair hair in a blue dress who was flying on membranous wings just above the Duke's head. However, Melvin was the first to answer the question, who immediately asked why the demons were traveling with the Duke and what kind of girl with wings it was. He was answered by Milady Helena, who knew the answer to his question, but while answering, she began to stammer heavily, unable to choose the right words. With a big smile on his face, Raven began to draw his sword. Holding it above his head, he announced that the Pendragons had been defeated and were now once again under the protection of the dragon. All the women present on the balcony looked at him with big saucer-like eyes filled with many questions. Closing her eyes, Soldrake waved her hand as she began her transformation. Everyone standing nearby saw a large flash of blue light and fire in front of them. A moment later, a great white dragon appeared in the sky. Its roar drowned out everyone and everything. Seeing her take off, one of those present excitedly shouted her name, offering to arrange a banquet. The celebration was in full swing. Noble ladies and gentlemen sat at tables on which there was both meat and sparkling drinks. Guests on stage were entertained by a maestro who played the piano, masterfully pressing the keys. Young noble ladies listened with sinking hearts to the musician, who was diligently plucking the strings of the mandolin. Lindsay, holding a tray, enthusiastically told Lady Eileen that this was her first time at such a grand banquet, to which she replied that they were celebrating the deal between the dragon and her brother. Looking at the guests, the girl even noticed that many lords from neighboring countries and various influential merchants visited them. Looking around, Lindsay did not find the young man among the guests and asked his sister about it. At that time, he was standing on the balcony, looking at the figure of the dragon lady, who was sitting there with her legs hanging down. Coming closer, the boy briefly inquired whether she was going to the banquet, but she laughed briefly, asking him in response whether he chatted too much with her, whoever he was. The boy squinted, not understanding what she was talking about, as Sul went on about how he should be busy with the banquet as the heir to the Pendragons. Raven let out a breath, noting that welcoming guests was quite a task, adding that she knew a lot about people. Soldrake replied with a certain note of sadness that she had spent a lot of time with the Pendragon house, but she had never heard of a dragon showing up to a banquet. This greatly surprised the boy, and he wondered why she had never come, if she could easily assume human form. The dragon lady looked surprised at the Duke, who was calmly waiting for an answer to the question. However, she said that as she thought, he was indeed different from the previous Pendragon. Without answering his question, Soldrake spread her wings and flew into the air, ignoring the young Duke's cries of indignation. Raven froze, staring at the silhouette of the dragon lady looming against the new moon. Hearing a strange sound behind him, the boy curiously turned his head there to see what was happening. There, he suddenly saw a whole crowd of young ladies looking at him with admiration, rejoicing that they had finally found him. Hearing that they wanted to hear the story of the deal he made with the dragon, Raven tensed up, beads of sweat forming on his face. Lindsay, meanwhile, was taking a plate from the table of a respectable gentleman, apologizing for the delay while he showered her with obscene compliments. Realizing that it would not be possible to send him, the girl only smiled, answering that she was very well here. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by a group of ladies, in whose tents young Mr. Pendragon was struggling, trying to get out. They clung to him, admiring how he defeated an orc in hand-to-hand combat, while simultaneously trying to brag about the nobility of his family and the purity of his blood. One of them, trying to give herself more chances, started yelling at the other, reproaching her that she was not of a noble family, but only a merchant. However, she was not lost, showing the precious jewelry on her hand and reminding that her family carries the economy of the entire empire. The girls had already forgotten that they wanted to charm Duke Pendragon, completely engrossed in measuring each other's status. All this angered Raven so much that he could hardly restrain himself from telling these ladies everything he thought about them and their noble families. Lindsay watched in silence as the young gentleman left the crowd of potential suitors, hunched over and hands in his pockets. Raven thought about the fact that every one of those girls wanted to join the Pendragon family, and he just didn't have time to think about it all. Hearing Karth's powerful voice, the young Duke Pendragon stopped. He put a hand on Sir Killian's shoulder, surprised that he had passed out after only 10 pints of beer. At their table, Krathul and the Harpy were showing little Mia how he had used magic to make her toy rabbit fly. The boy froze, for a moment falling in love with such an idol among different races. Seeing the young Duke, Karth called out to him to join them and show his human stubbornness, to which Sir Killian noticed that the young lord had a lot to do. Hearing the very inebriated voice of the commander, the young Duke smiled. Lindsay watched as the young master approached the table where the orcs were sitting, while saying that they couldn't lose in such a case. Watching this picture, the girl tensed a little because she compared the strong orc and the young Pendragon. Around the table gathered the orcs, who predicted a merry fun, and a barely sober Sir Killian, who was barely able to stay on his feet. At that time, Kazul was riding a hare enchanted by Kratul. As night fell upon the land, the banquet was over and Lindsay was helping the young lord to his bedroom. Holding his head in excruciating pain, Raven tried to apologize to the girl for causing her so much trouble. However, she just smiled, assuring him that everything is fine, and she is glad that he is having fun for the first time since the day his father died. Hearing this, the boy pulled the corners of his lips up, stretching a warm smile on his face. Suddenly, Lady Helena's voice was heard outside the door, and Raven asked what she was doing there, to which Lindsay said she thought it was just tradition. Entering the room, they saw young ladies standing in 2 rows, waiting for the young Duke. Narrowing his eyes, the boy looked at the guests in disbelief, asking what it all meant. Lady Helena, smiling, explained that since he had made a deal with the dragon, it was time for him to get busy with the heir, while wondering if anyone present liked him. Still smiling, the woman added that it was his duty as a Pendragon, so he needed to choose the mother of his future child. Hearing this, Raven gave Milady Helena a surprised and at the same time somewhat furious look. Looking again at the applicants, the boy thought with horror that he needed to choose a wife right now. To his question, Lady Helena reiterated that it was his duty as Pendragon. She added that this is a tradition. Pendragon, after concluding a contract with the dragon, is obliged to have an heir with a noblewoman from a neighboring state. The woman recalled that at first this place was supposed to be occupied by the daughter of the Seyrod house, but their engagement was broken off. At the mention of Lady Luna, Eileen wept bitterly, accusing her brother of breaking off one engagement after another. Not understanding what she was talking about, Raven looked at her sister with a surprised look. However, quickly calming down, the girl spread her hands to the sides, saying that all those present here are representatives of noble families. One of the brides did not miss the opportunity to boast about her family, which was the most famous in the empire, and in whose veins the blood of the emperor flowed. Another boasted that her father was a general in the imperial army, and a third said that the world is run by whoever runs the economy. In a moment, Raven was already watching how the representatives of the noble families flirted with each other, like traders in the bazaar. Seeing his mother approaching with the second part of the speech, he crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he needed to choose now. Looking down, she started talking about House Pendragon again, but he cut her off mid-sentence. Having drawn Lindsay to himself, he announced that she would become his wife and the mother of his children. Hearing his decision, Lady Helena and Eileen froze for a moment, not knowing what to say to their son and brother. The heiresses of the noble families who had come before this froze, looking with hatred at the unexpected rival. Lindsay herself looked up with big brown eyes at the young man who had just called her his bride. For a long moment, there was a tense silence in the room. Sensing that Lindsay was about to say something, Raven quickly covered her mouth with his hand, causing her to only grunt. Herzog calmly explained that she had been there for him all these years, worried about him, went camping with him, no matter how hard it was. Hearing that he was so charmed by her courage that he almost drove through the gates of Belling, the girl blushed deeply. Finishing his impassioned speech, Raven apologized to his mother and sister for keeping the true state of affairs from them for so long. However, the mother immediately rushed to convince him that everything was fine, despite the protests of her daughter, who did not quite agree with her. Hearing that the main purpose of choosing a wife is to secure the well-being of the family, Raven calmly replied that he knew it. With him, he coldly looked at the noble ladies who were still holding each other, planning to start a fight. The young duke said that looking at them, he had no doubt that such serious allies would be able to provide serious support in difficult times. At the same time, he again brought up the example of Lindsay, who worried about him during the 3 years he was unconscious. Hearing these words, the girl blushed deeply again, looking at the young duke. Suddenly, the same young ladies entered the conversation, convincing him that she was just a servant without a noble family. However, Raven wouldn't listen to this, ordering them to shut up, reminding them that they had nothing of their own, but were only enjoying the glory of their families. At these words of his, the young ladies froze like statues, with their mouths wide open, not daring to say anything more. Hugging Lindsay close, Raven smiled, reminding him that he already had allies. He spoke of Sir Killian and his soldiers who had not abandoned the Pendragons even when they were in decline. Also, the boy did not miss the attention of the orcs of the Ancona forest, who were infinitely proud of their strength. He also remembered his new scouts, the harpy Tata and the goblin Kazal, who were with him until the mausoleum itself and after it. With a big smile on his face, Raven concluded that they were his most reliable allies. The Duke approached his mother, saying that the Pendragons were no longer weak enough to depend on their allies. After such an impassioned speech, Lady Helena and Lady Eileen's faces lit up with happiness and pride. Lindsay had the same expression on her face as she gazed at the young gentleman with admiration. In the next moment, he turned his head in the direction of the girl whom he had chosen as his bride and asked if she agreed to become her. Stuttering and with tears in her eyes, Lindsay shook, but she answered him in agreement. Taking her hand in his, Raven loudly exclaimed that from now on, his maid Lindsay was Lady Pendragon. Sitting in the chair, the boy heard the voice of Lady Atia behind him, who praised him for a good and passionate speech. Placing a hand to her cheek, she said she couldn't even believe he was once an unceremonious mercenary, though she supposed the feelings might be genuine. Closing his eyes, the young duke replied that no one could know this. Without even turning his head to her, Raven asked why she was still here if he opened the mausoleum, to which the woman replied that she wanted to see the heir's face. The woman came closer, talking about how he had changed since the last time they met. Turning again to the window, she added that without influential allies in such times, the path would be quite difficult. However, hearing that he had a plan, Lady Atia gave him a questioning look, waiting for details. Folding his arms over his chest, he explained that since the Pendragons had regained the dragon's support, many would want to serve their family. And as Raven, he knew many heroes who would become famous in the future. Upon hearing this, Lady Atia gaped at the boy in shock. The Duke added that if he could befriend them while they were unknown, he could make them his allies, gaining power for domestic and foreign policy. Exhaling, the woman stated the fact that the boy had thought about absolutely everything. Grabbing him sharply by the shoulder, she enthusiastically asked him if he was not ideal for the role of ruler. Looking down at her hand, Raven wondered why she was grabbing his hand if she was a ghost. However, the woman, looking up at him full of hope, asked if she could hug him, to which he replied no. Standing in front of the window, the woman reassured him, saying that it was a joke, adding that now she had no reason to regret anything. After thinking for a second, Raven said that when he made the contract with Soldrake, 6 dragons flew there. Seeing how shocked the woman reacted to this information, Raven confirmed his words a little less confidently. At the same time, he added that the black dragon was reminiscent of the demon god and the dragon god. From the conversation of the dragons, the boy understood that they were somehow involved in his transformation into Ellen. And even Baltai, before killing him, said that all this was connected. Lady Atia said that this was the first time she had heard of such a thing, and asked what Soldrake had said about it, to which he interrupted the dragon, repeating the phrase, "Time will tell." A small smile bloomed on Lady Atia's face as she noticed him getting close to the dragon. Responding to his surprised tone, the woman said that he started calling the dragon by its shortened name. Closing his eyes, Raven replied that it was the dragon herself who allowed him to address her like that, adding that he could only talk about it with the two of them. Looking up, the boy stared in front of him, noticing that the ghost of Lady Atia began to dissolve into the air. To his quiet indignation, the woman replied that it was time for her to go. Realizing that he never got an answer to his question, Raven let out a loud cry, trying to stop the apparition. She gave the boy one last look, adding that she believed that he would achieve his goal, whatever it might be. Tears welled up in her eyes as she called the boy Pendragon. Raven glared at the woman, putting a hand to her face. He stuttered for a moment, trying to find the words to say something. However, in the next second, he rushed to the woman, hugging her tightly and calling her grandmother. For a second, Lady Atia froze, not expecting such a strong embrace and strong display of emotion. She closed her eyes and responded to his strong embrace with her warm ones. Dissolving in the air, the woman asked him to live, both as Alina and as Raven, after which the boy remained in the room alone. Looking up at her grandmother's portrait, Raven vowed to do as she asked. The next day, everyone gathered in the great hall to welcome Duke Pendragon and his chosen one, who tied their lives in marriage. Raven was sitting on his bed in his room with his hands on his knees and deep in thought when he heard Soldrake's voice. He looked up at the guest who had flown in through the window, inquiring about his choice of bride. The dragon lady stood on the windowsill, holding on to the frame and waiting for an answer to her question. Without taking his eyes off her, the boy stated that she knew the purpose of the banquet that evening. Soldrake confirmed his correctness, but immediately asked why he chose the maid out of all the applicants. Leaning his head on his hand, Raven replied that marrying a girl from a noble family would be a lot of trouble, and he quickly solved the problem that arose. Looking at him carefully, the dragon lady asked if he was not at all interested in the bride. Without looking at her, Raven replied that he trusted her since she had been worrying about Ellen for the past 3 years. After looking at her, the guy suggested to stop discussing his personal life. Instead, he asked where she was. To which Soldrake explained that there was a stone dragon statue, Rhea, on the mountain behind the castle, where she lived when she made the deal. The young duke asked if she was bored sitting there. The dragon lady replied that it was the same everywhere since no one could hear her anyway, to which Raven remarked that the Pendragons could. Looking away, Soldrake replied that she had never interacted with Pendragons before. Hearing this, the young duke looked at the interlocutor with big eyes. Even without turning her head towards him, she felt this look and explained that they didn't really want her to take this form. That's why she lived on the mountain. Pendragon's mind flashed through Lady Atia's words that he was getting close to a dragon. And then, in the forest, when they were returning to the castle, the dragon lady asked him if he was talking too much, since the Pendragons rarely spoke to her. I also remembered how Soldrake sat on the balcony on the evening of the banquet, not going out to the guests, because no one could hear her anyway. The guy looked at her with a careful look, raising his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. Only the thought that Soldrake had lived in solitude for centuries swirled in his head. After a long silence, the dragon lady added that it didn't matter if it was Raven or Ellen, but he made a deal with her. At this, the boy noticed that he still could not get used to the way she called him. Adding at the same time that she can call him whatever she wants, however, he asked her not to call him that. Hearing this request, Soldrake froze for a moment, looking at Pendragon in surprise, after which she replied that in that case she would call him Ray. Hearing this, the boy turned pale and froze, lashing out at the interlocutor. Raven remembered his older brother who liked to call him that when they played together. Seeing the boy turn pale, Soldrake wondered if he didn't like the name Ray, to which he replied with a happy smile on his face that he actually really liked the name, so she could call him that from now on. Smiling widely at him, Soldrake said that he was completely different and very different from the other Pendragons. Seeing the smile on the dragon lady's face, Raven smiled warmly as well. Looking up at the sky, Soldrake remembered Alex, the very first Pendragon, saying that his promise could finally be fulfilled. It wasn't long before the post-hawks spread the word across the lands that the Pendragons had once again made a deal with the dragon. The two men driving along the track spoke of the fact that the lands of the Pendragons were worth a small state, and the knights the family had only. Speaking of the lands and the status they could gain, the travelers turned their heads back to where the third was riding. He gave them a cold look with lilac eyes while wearing a hood and a balaclava covering his face. Meanwhile, a young man was sitting in one of the port towns who, reading a postcard, was surprised that demons and orcs followed the Duke. Propping his head with his hand and looking out the window, he reflected that Ellen Pendragon was not as simple as it seemed. But Count Searod, hearing that the Pendragons had made a deal with the dragon, screamed at the whole castle, realizing that now they looked like clowns. Seeing her angry father, Lady Luna still tried to say something but stopped mid-sentence. At the mention of Ellen, the girl lowered her head and looked down at her feet, saying nothing. The bearded man, looking at the letter that had written about Pendragon, thought that the boy was a problem for the world they wanted to create. Next to him was a man in a hood who was making some figures in the air with his hands, at the same time agreeing with the bearded man. At one point, the flyer that he held in the air with magic burst into a bright fire. Hearing someone behind him say that Pendragon needed to be dealt with, the robed man returned, saying that he had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. There, leaning on a huge wolf, sat Tovan Baltai, the leader of the demon platoon. The fat man smiled wryly, anticipating good earnings and an interesting job. The first thing the next morning was Lindsay, who greeted him, wishing him a good day. While picking up his hair, he greeted his wife, after which she asked him where he was going today. Raven replied that he would go to the Bellings Gate today to recruit new recruits for the army. Meanwhile, in the keep, Sir Killian was shouting at the recruits, completely unconcerned about what might break his voice. The knights he trained were barely standing, holding their training sticks in front of them and drenched in sweat. Sir Killian wondered how tired they were after an hour of training, wondering how they would cope with the work of a Pendragon knight. Hearing the young master's voice from behind, the man turned around, after which Raven expressed his admiration for his work and inquired about the results. The commander only waved his hands, saying that most had expressed a desire to be knights, but it was very hesitant. To this, the young duke replied that it was the first time they had recruited so many recruits at once, so it was logical to assume that they would doubt their qualities. At the same time, the boy added with a smile that raising recruits is not the job of a cavalry commander. Freezing for a moment, Sir Killian turned back to the recruits, muttering that much was expected of them, as Raven watched from a tree. The knights tried, listening to his speech, that if they put in the effort, they could become members of the Pendragon cavalry. At the same time, thoughts swirled in their heads that he talked too much, despite the fact that the young lord quickly defeated him. Looking at Sir Killian, who was lashing out in front of the new recruits, Raven thought about the fact that lately they have been constantly grumbling about joining the cavalry. The boy remembered the Black Dragon's words again, talking about auras and demon gods and dragons and how everything was connected. Watching Karth scatter the recruits, the young duke also thought that since he did not know what the enemy would do, it was necessary to reinforce the cavalry. His gaze fell on Kratul, who was sitting under a tree reading books, and next to him little Mia was sleeping on his lap. Looking up, Raven saw Soldrake in human form on the roof of the fortress, to which snow-white griffins flew up. Animals with white feathers and golden beaks and tips of ears and wings flattered the dragon lady like big cats that longed for the caress of their mistress. Looking at this, the boy thought with joy that she was no longer sitting alone in Rhea and had come here with him, and the griffins obeyed her. Keeping his eyes on her, Raven thought about how much more fun she was having now. Suddenly, the dragon lady raised her head, listening intently to what was happening around her. Raven saw the girl get up. Hearing her calling him, he asked what had happened. Looking at the three travelers who were approaching along the path, she answered that 3 knights were coming towards them. As they hurried from their horses, Sir Killian came out to meet them, his hands at his sides. The recruits watching them realized almost immediately that nomadic knights had visited them. One of them explained that they took up arms and began to travel the world, becoming experienced warriors, assuming that they had come under the wing of the Pendragons. Sir Killian introduced himself to the guests, calling himself the captain of the cavalry and inquiring whence they came. One of them smiled and introduced himself as Reed Polak, a nomadic knight from Evandel who travels the world in search of a true master. The traveler with the scar on his head introduced himself as Barrio Luton, who traveled in search of worthy rivals, whether they were real or not. Hearing the two, Sir Killian turned to the traveler, who stood silently, hiding his face. Seeing that he was being addressed, the unknown person answered indifferently that he would not tell him his name. Hearing such words, the cavalry commander tensed, looking intently into the eyes of the unknown guest. Reed and Barrio laughed, saying that he was always like that, and even they still didn't know his name. Just met him on the way and decided to continue it together. Keeping a watchful eye on the strangers, Sir Killian asked if they wished to serve House Pendragon. Barrio Luton confirmed his hunch, adding that he had heard that they were short of knights, offering to become their sword in exchange for fame and riches. The men rushed to assure the commander that they would solve their personnel problem, and they would not have to train new recruits. Hearing these words, Sir Killian gave them a devastating look, while the recruits behind had a similar look. Hearing the young lord approach from behind, everyone turned their heads in his direction in surprise. Relaxedly slung his sword over his shoulder, Raven said that since they were self-reliant travelers, they would be able to back up their words. Sir Killian looked at the young master with wide, surprised eyes, trying to say something. Keeping his eyes on the guests, Duke Pendragon added that the nomads had nothing but strength. Pointing her sword at the commander, Raven ordered him to spar with the aliens. He resolutely looked at the Duke, ready to rush into battle. Barrio Luton drew his sword, pointing it forward and crossing it with the cavalry commander's weapon. The recruits gaped at Sir Killian, thinking that he was not afraid of an opponent who looked bigger and clearly stronger. However, despite this, the face of the cavalry commander did not show any emotion. Only determination was visible in his eyes. In an instant, he made a short lunge, knocking the weapon out of his opponent's hands with one clear movement. Barrio Luton stared at his sword hand, disbelieving that he had been disarmed so easily. Reed Polak also stared at his partner in shock, not understanding what had happened as Sir Killian was already standing, pointing his sword at him. Cursing, the man began to draw his sword, clenching his teeth tightly in rage. In the next moment, he hit the commander with all his strength, attacking him. Rivals watched, not hiding their dislike and trying to outdo each other. However, at some point, Sir Killian did manage to push harder, knocking the sword out of Reed's hands, putting it to his opponent's neck. Seeing the unconditional victory of their commander, the recruits raised their hands, shouting words of support to him. They admired how strong and incredible he was. Giving a thumbs up, Sir Killian turned to the young master, asking him how he rated them, only to hear that due to lack of people, they were taking them anyway. Seeing that the third alien hadn't even drawn his sword, Raven approached him and asked if he wanted to try, to which he heard a negative reply. Hearing such a tone, Sir Killian mentally resented how he dared to be rude to their young master. However, the Duke ignored this, instead asking his name once more. But the stranger, without changing his tone, answered him that he did not want to tell him his name. Sir Killian, who had already lost his patience, grabbed him by the shoulder, turning to him and indignant at how he could speak to the young gentleman like that. The alien threw the commander over him with one movement, due to which he dragged his cloak behind him, thereby revealing his face. Sir Killian thudded onto his back with a thud as everyone around them froze regarding the traveler. Sitting on the ground, the commander stared at the cape, which he still clutched in his fist with a shocked look. And while the recruits marveled at how the nomad had managed to throw their captain over, Raven stood with a slight smile on his face. In a moment, his face twisted, realizing that the boy was really strong. Watching him straighten his shirt sleeves, Pendragon thought about taking him into his army. Sir Killian raised his head as well, scrutinizing the stranger who had managed to defeat him with one move. He cursed, but the young man's words about what was already going on forced him to interrupt. The stranger turned his head to where Duke Pendragon was already drawing his sword. With a broad smile on his face and a determined look, he added that now it was his turn to show his skill. The recruits gathered around the captain, the young duke, and the stranger, waiting for what would happen next. He looked at him in surprise, wondering if he really wanted to fight him now. Raven held her sword forward, showing full readiness for battle. At the same time, he questioned whether he had made a mistake in starting the duel for the Knights of Valvas, putting his sword in the opponent's face. The stranger just gave him an indifferent look without saying anything in return. But Sir's reaction was more violent when he heard where the stranger had come from. His reaction even surprised one of the recruits standing next to him. He explained to the boy that a long time ago there was a severe war with the people over the disputed lands, where there were real knights who were called Knights of Valvas. With the help of constant training, one of their warriors was worth thousands of ordinary ones. Besides, they were absolutely not afraid of death. However, the man added that he had only heard rumors about them and had seen one of them live for the first time. Staring at his young master and Knight Valvas, Sir Killian asked how he had managed to understand who was in front of him. Raven mentally answered that he knew it just by looking at the stranger. His looks, southern accent, and 2 oversized swords gave him away. The boy remembered fighting one of them when he went south with a squad of demon slayers. A shield with a mace was attached to the saddle of his horse. And on the other hand, you could also see a crossbow. That is, the warrior was ready to fight under any circumstances. With a smile and a determined look at his opponent, Raven added that the Valvas cavaliers bow their heads to none but their master. Keeping his eyes on him, the boy added that even the emperor probably wouldn't have been able to bring them to their knees, and they relied only on their strength and techniques. He asked the stranger if he had come here to find a master for whom he could swing his sword. However, he, crossing his arms on his chest, raised his head to the sky and answered that he was not interested, adding that he was brought here by the stars. Hearing this, his companions, with whom he had made the journey here, looked at him in surprise. Glancing at them, the boy continued that he had gone with them because they had given him water. Raven mentally noticed that the Knights of Valvas are people of the sea, and they can search for a way through the stars, but they will not go anywhere without drinking water. Turning to the guest again, the young duke told him that the animals had not let him down, which made him look at him questioningly. Holding his sword forward, the boy added that they had shown him the way to him, Ellen Pendragon. Looking carefully into his eyes, Raven stated that he knew this very well. After all, he perfectly understood that for Valva's knights, status, money, pedigree, etc. had absolutely no meaning. The stranger took out his sword, saying that if he wanted it to serve him, he would have to put his life on the line. Raven got into a fighting stance, saying that she knew that because she understood how dueling works in their lands. The crowd of recruits, including the outsiders and Sir Killian, watched intently as the opponents took up battle positions. The Knights Nomads began to discuss their chosen battle style, which was fairly standard, with the weapons of a common soldier at that. Without thinking long, Raven lunged at Valvas Knight and swung his sword to attack. Everyone present was surprised at how fast his movements were, completely not expecting this. However, Knight Valvas himself looked indifferently at the attacking Duke, realizing that it was too slow for him, so he calmly put his sword out to block the blow. In one sharp movement, he pulled his opponent down, pressing on his weapon and forcing him to one knee. Raven watched in a daze as another sword flew straight into his face. However, he managed to dodge, and it passed close to his head, catching his hair. In the next moment, he attacked Knight Valvas again, swinging his sword at his stomach, which he barely managed to dodge. Frightened, he rushed to the place where the tip of the sword managed to catch him, causing a small scratch to appear there. Raven did not have time to orient himself, and his face was touched by the tip of the opponent's sword, causing a small scratch. Staring at each other in a daze, the boys crossed their swords again, shooting a sheaf of sparks into the air. Finally, they increased the distance between each other, but still remaining in combat positions, ready to continue the fight. Everyone present stared at them with saucer-sized eyes, waiting for what would happen next. The recruit turned to the captain, asking him what had happened, as it was all too fast for him. Scrutinizing his opponent's condition, Raven thought that he almost got him, as he knew that this tactic was quite effective against dual sword fighters. The boy understood very well that his opponent had used the sword to upset his balance to begin with. After that, he attacked him simply while dodging a counterattack. Touching the cut on his face, The Duke thought that if he had not managed to bend down then, he would have lost his head. Looking at the one whom he could not defeat with long-proven tactics, Knight Valvas asked him who he was, not believing that he was the pampered descendant of a duke. To this, Pendragon replied that they were similar, as he had also killed many creatures, including both demons and humans. Valvas the Knight listened to him, keeping an unmoved expression on his face. Raven added that he didn't do it for nothing, but to survive, to which he questioned him in disbelief if it was true. Looking up at his opponent, the Duke added that he smelled the same. Taking a moment to think, Knight Valvas raised both hands armed with swords. Seeing this, Raven smiled, saying that now that he was using both hands, he was finally starting to take things seriously. On the face of the nameless berserker of the Valvas cavalry, a predatory expression appeared, which even read something demonic. Grinning widely, Karth grumbled that there was too much noise around him and he wouldn't be able to sleep properly. Without even opening his eyes, Kartul answered with a smile that there was someone arguing nearby. At the same time, little Mia woke up next to the orcs. All three approached the training ground, asking those present what they were doing here. However, they didn't need an answer, as in a moment they shifted their gaze to the battlefield. There, Duke Pendragon fought with an unknown warrior who, however, was not inferior to him in speed or agility. Twisting his arm, Knight Valvas attacked Raven, but Raven blocked, stopping the blow. The unknown berserker's eyes just glowed with madness as he threw one blow after another, trying to get his opponent. Pendragon defended himself, sometimes even craning his neck to carefully follow his opponent's blows. The orcs did not understand what kind of swordsman he was and why he was fighting on par with the Duke, but Sir Killian told them that he himself would like to know the answer to their questions. Raven raised her sword, swinging it over the nameless berserker's head. He put up a block, but he slightly miscalculated the distance and therefore in a moment watched how the opponent drew the sword. The commander of the Pendragon cavalry was fascinated by the trick his young master managed to pull off. However, in the next second, the swordsman attacked with his other sword, blocking another attack. Seeing this, Sir Killian gave himself up in his mind, completely forgetting about dual weapons. Pointing his weapon forward, the boy smiled, expecting that the young duke would now be finished. However, when he swung his sword, Raven jumped over his opponent's head in one swift movement. Turning in the air, the boy turned, swinging his sword. Knight Valvas, seeing this, leaned back, avoiding a direct attack. The Duke landed on his feet while immediately taking a fighting stance. Seeing that the berserker was about to swing to the right again, Pendragon swerved to the opposite side. This method once again made the Pendragon cavalry commander's mouth drop open in surprise. The nameless berserker lunged forward, thrusting his sword forward. Anticipating this, Raven quickly oriented herself and blocked the attack with her own sword. Seeing this picture, Karth cried out loudly, scared to death for his friend. After that, Knight Valvas swung his sword, intending to strike from the right side. However, the Duke managed to orient himself and grab the opponent's wrist, thus preventing him from hitting. For a moment, they froze in such a position, when both hands were busy and there was no way to strike. Raven smiled as he praised his opponent and his fighting skills. At the same time, his face was flooded with sweat. The nameless berserker answered him in kind while continuing to look at him with a somewhat crazed look. In a moment, the Duke looked down and saw that he was raising his knee, and immediately understood where exactly the opponent would attack. He made a cut with his foot, depriving him of his support and thereby knocking the blonde off his feet. Already in flight, Raven managed to think that he liked the kick very much, and immediately came up with the next plan of action. In the next second, he thrust his arm forward, using it as a foothold to kick as well. After that, the boy slightly changed his body position, swinging his toe at the shocked opponent, who lunged forward with his sword. With one clear blow, the Duke hit the berserker in the knee, knocking him off his feet. "Landing!" he hissed loudly, looking furiously at the blond boy, who was moving his hand with the sword back. At some point, Raven swung his sword again, not planning to just give up. Crossing his swords, Knight Valvas parried his blow with his teeth clenched tightly. Both brought their faces closer to each other, with predatory skins and fierce looks. Witnesses of the fight carefully watched this picture, unable to predict who would emerge victorious from it. The nomadic knights exhaled in delight, admitting that he was indeed fascinating, but adding that they couldn't even tell who was stronger. Cratulus, carrying Mia on his shoulders, looked at Karth and wondered if he could stand against this warrior. Rolling his eyes, Sir Killian thought about the fact that he still planned to fight the unknown berserker while still being glad to be alive. Trying to catch his breath, Raven asked his opponent if he should show him the weakness of the paired blades. He, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, asked what he meant. Clenching his fingers into a fist, the Duke brought his hand in and, with all his stupidity, lashed the berserk in the face with sand, bypassing both swords. The orcs gaped in surprise, and Karth mumbled that Pendragon had grabbed a handful of sand as he landed on the impact. Closing his eyes, Knight Valvas hissed loudly in discomfort. Taking advantage of the opponent's moment of helplessness, Raven threw him back forward with one accurate blow. He tried to open his eyes to see what was happening around him. However, in the next moment, his hand seemed to release one sword from his hands by itself. The commander of the Pendragon cavalry noticed that he did it at the most inopportune moment, to which Karth said that he simply ran out of strength. Finally, piercing his eyes, the berserker rushed at the opponent, attacking him with a direct lunge from the right. However, he did not even notice the Duke's feint, coming to his senses only when his sword was right at his neck. Sir Killian and the traveling warriors froze in place, their mouths agape. The orcs glared at the Duke, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The nameless berserker gaped at Pendragon with huge eyes, struggling to catch his breath as a trickle of blood trickled down his neck from a scratch. A tormented Raven said that he had no doubts about the strength of the Valvas knights, and it is quite possible that if he had another sword, he might have lost, adding that it was not the first time that he had saved him. Knight Valvas seemed not to listen to him, lowering his head and lost in his thoughts. He loosened his grip on the hilt, and his sword fell into the road dust with a clatter. Pendragon watched in silence as the nameless berserker fell to his knees before the winner of the duel. The guy recognized him as a real warrior, giving his name, Elkin Isla. Raven stared dumbfounded at the knight who swore to be his sword from now on and destroy his enemies, adding that this was his oath of loyalty. The crowd watching all of this immediately waved their hands in celebration of the Duke's victory and the mighty warrior in their ranks. One of the recruits approached Sir Killian and asked if the unknown berserker was a famous warrior, but he replied that it was the first time he had heard of him. However, seeing that the young man thought hard about the name of his opponent, the man assumed that he might know him. Raven put her hand to her chin as she thought about knowing Elkin Isla as Stormwinder and Valvas's strongest knight. In his past life, a few years later, he was to become the famous King of the North, nicknamed the Sea Dragon, and a knight of the Duchy of Arangis, where he would perform many feats. And although now he was nobody, but in the future the boy will become a hero. A slightly predatory smile appeared on the Duke's face at the thought of this. After thinking for a second, the boy also knelt before the warrior, carefully looking into his face. Everyone present looked at this picture with wide-open eyes. Hearing the Duke address him by name, ordering him to raise his head, the berserker obediently obeyed the order. He told him that he was now his sword, and he was his Duke, so they were practically indistinguishable, except, perhaps, for their roles. Raven added with a smile that now he wanted him to be his companion. With that, he pointed to the orcs, Sir Killian and the Harpy standing under the tree, saying that they were them too. Elkin stared at him wide-eyed for a moment, then closed his eyes and smiled, telling the Duke that he was quite interesting. Overhearing the nomadic warriors discussing the possibility of Pendragon becoming the ruler of the world and therefore their desire to join him, the commander reminded them that they had not yet been called. Suddenly, the Duke froze when he heard the dragon's voice asking him if they were done yet. Without waiting for an answer from him, Soldrake took a step and went down, accompanied by 3 griffins. Raising their heads, the boys watched as it rapidly approached the ground. The nomadic warriors stared at the dragon lady in shock, not understanding what was happening. Elkin was also staring in her direction, but he was more concerned about the snow-white griffins. Soldrake landed carefully, her head down, her griffins perched beside her. Elkin slowly rose to his feet, carefully watching the creatures that slowly approached him. The dragon lady was intently studying everyone present on the platform with her blue eyes with vertical pupils. Not only the novice nomads were startled by this look, but also Sir Killian, who was used to her. When the soldiers asked who this girl was and why she felt such pressure, the man explained that it was the White Dragon. Hearing that the girl was a dragon, they immediately turned to him, demanding an explanation. But he said that he himself would like to understand something. Placing his hand on his chin, Reed Pollock said that he now understood her mystical beauty. Sir Killian agreed that the woman was indeed beautiful, but added that her aura was simply soul-numbing. Gesturing at Soldrake, Raven turned to Elkin, introducing her to the boy as an ally. A moment later, he watched in amazement as it approached the dragon, all the while maintaining a completely calm expression on his face. Isla knew very well that the White Dragon controlled all other dragons. Soldrake looked at the unknown knight without taking his eyes off him. Barrio Luton wondered how he could remain so calm around a dragon, and Reed Pollock tried to predict what he would become in the future. Crossing his arms over his chest, Raven thought that the boy was very wrong to remain so calm. He remembered how he himself, when he first met Soldrake, was struck by her pressure. It was then that he realized that she could not be defeated by ordinary force. However, taking a look at the boy, he realized that he was also different from the others. Closing his eyes, the Duke thought that the new warrior would continue to impress him for quite some time. Raising his head, the boy began to plan the expansion of territories to find new allies from among the legends of his former life. Raven remembered the rich Idun Dorian, an entrepreneur from the Free City whose fortune equaled the treasury of an entire state, and also the creator of many magical artifacts, Jean Oberlin, who settled in a tower in the south of Valvas. Excellent tactician and excellent warrior, Ivan Eiter, who managed to subdue all loyal knights, having only 100 subordinates. Regardless of anyone, the Duke thought that his past life memories were valuable information as they could help get good soldiers into the army. Suddenly he heard a strange sound and turned to Kratul, who took out a large green crystal from his pocket. The stones glowed, shimmering in different colors from dark green to light yellow. When Sir Killian asked what it was, the orc replied that it was a magical crystal that allowed him to communicate with the elder of their tribe at a distance. The commander of the Pendragon Cavalry, hearing this, concluded that magic turned out to be quite a useful thing. Kratul closed his eyes, concentrating on listening to the message the elder had sent him. He said that a group of armed people, numbering several dozen soldiers, entered the forest of Ancona. Raven listened intently to every word the orc spoke, and so did Soldrake with the new warrior. Opening his eyes, Cratylus added that the attackers were being led by a warrior wearing a helmet shaped like an ogre's head. Hearing this, Raven turned sharply to him, checking to see if he had heard everything correctly. The map wondered how a human had managed to defeat an ogre to make a helmet out of it, to which Sir Killian added that such a human could be a formidable foe. Isla didn't answer, trying to process the information he heard. The Duke clenched his fist tightly, trying not to show his emotions, but realizing that there could only be one such person in the world. He remembered again the hideous smile of Baltai, who was standing above him, and the sun reflected in the horns of his helmet. Hearing Pendragon's wild roar, all his allies turned towards him, seeing an extremely fierce boy. A dark aura hovered around him, and his eyes glowed with a bright blue light. They looked at the Duke, not understanding what had happened to him and why he was so angry, but they did not have time to ask about it. Looking at Kratul, Raven snarled sharply, asking where the man in the ogre helmet was right now, and upon receiving the information, ordered to go to the orc's homestead. There at that time there was a bloody slaughter in which it was extremely difficult to survive, regardless of the size and fighting skill. Looking at his work, Baltai thought with satisfaction that he had managed to deal with the pursuers, admitting that the orcs were strong enemies. Hooking the horn onto his helmet, the fat man added that they weren't as strong as the ogre from which he made his helmet. He remembered how he had scoffed at the news that the Pendragons, who had received the patronage of a white dragon, were raising a new army. He then sat relaxed on the floor, resting on the body of the large demonic wolf, with his subordinates standing behind him. Suddenly, the man who summoned him fell silent when he saw exactly what the leader of the Demon Slayer squad was offering him. In Balte's hands was an artifact that resembled a mirror, from which light purple smoke was coming. In the reflection, the man saw a figure in a dark hood. Smiling, Baltai said that he now had the shield, spear, and bow of the Empire in his hands. The figure opened its eyes, casting a fat mana on the interlocutors. The mesmerized centaurs standing in front of the artifact could not move until they were convinced that they could become the most powerful cavalry of the Empire. After some time, Duke Pendragon's squad was already standing near the big main tree of the orc village. A crowd of small children whose faces shone with joyful smiles quickly ran towards them. They immediately pounced on Cratylus and began to pull his hair while he tried to calm his children. The rest also ran curiously to the rest of the knights, who sent them to examine them curiously, and Karth, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest. When Sir Killian said he couldn't believe that orcs had such cute children, Karth replied that even lion cubs and tiger cubs looked pretty cute. He agreed, intending to add something, but could not find the right words for it. One of the boys was already running happily towards Pendragon. However, in 1 second he stopped as if he had been buried. He noticed that there was a strong, dark aura around him, so it was dangerous to approach him. Raven stood staring at one point with a stern gaze. After thinking, the baby orc ran away, crying loudly. Sir Killian and Karth looked at the Duke, saying that ever since he heard the Elder's message, he had a very heavy aura. Looking now at the calm and detached face of his young master, the cavalry commander was not sure if he had really seen something. However, it seemed to him that at the moment of receiving the message from the Elder, the young Duke's aura was more like a dragon. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the roar of Karta, who ordered the young Pendragon not to frighten the local children. There was another cry nearby, and they saw the same boy running past Elkin. He calmed down for a moment and turned his head towards the dark-clothed boy. However, seeing his dark aura, he ran away again, continuing to cry. He remained standing as Karth and Sir Killian watched him. Hearing a voice say that they had arrived early, they all turned their heads to see a dark, hooded orc standing by the tree. Karth respectfully said that it was an elder, but Kratul, hearing the surprised voice of the cavalry commander, added with a smile that it was his father. Suddenly the elder froze, looking at one point with big, shocked eyes. All his attention was fixed on Soldrake in the form of a man who stood silently, answering his gaze. Noticing her and finally coming out of his stupor, the elder shouted, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Local residents started coming out of their houses, wondering who was standing next to their sacred tree. When the elder ordered to pay respect to the guardian spirit of the forest, everyone knelt in unison and began to bow to the dragon lady. Soldrake and Raven stood silently watching this until the dragon realized that while she was there would be no conversation. So the young Duke agreed that she should fly away to rest elsewhere. Finally, Soldrake looked at the boy, saying that she understood his anger, but if he let it get the better of him, he would eventually lose himself. Raven didn't say anything to that, giving her an indifferent look. After that, the dragon lady flapped her wings and flew up, disappearing between the thick branches of a large tree. Watching this, the elder could only let out a short and loud breath. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the young, fair-haired knight standing opposite. He bowed, introducing himself as Ellen Pendragon. After that, the elder smiled and invited him inside with a wave of his hand. He, along with Cratylus and Karthus, sat down at the table to discuss their plan of action for Baltai's offensive. Staring into the cup of drink, the elder said that about 24 armed soldiers had burst into the forest. He added that in doing so, they managed to bypass his tracking magic, so he only noticed them when they were already in the forest. Hearing that the attackers had bypassed magic, Kratul assumed that a mage was with them, but his father replied that there were only soldiers and a large wolf. After hearing his father's theory that the mage was helping them, Kratul thought about it, adding that it sounded dangerous. The elder sadly said that they sent several soldiers there, but none of them ever returned. Karth reacted to these words with a loud and surprised roar, but Pendragon remained surprisingly calm. He thought that the ogre helmet, the wolf, and the strength that could defeat an orc were sure signs of Baltai, who was now leading the demon slayers into the forest. Raising his drinking cup again, the elder surmised that the raiding party was headed for the centaurs. This information had already interested the Duke, but Cart wondered why people used horses. Looking at his companion, the boy thought that the relationship between orcs, centaurs, and pendragons was very difficult to describe. The very first inhabitants of the forest of Ancona were the centaurs, who were almost the best archers. And when the pendragons came here, they were followed by the orcs who settled in the forest. This is how the confrontation between the centaurs, who hated humans, and the orcs, who protected the pendragons, began. And the hostility of both races only exacerbated the situation between them. Putting a hand to his chin, Raven thought that as an outsider he couldn't interfere, and since nothing was happening, he wasn't touching anyone. But his thoughts were interrupted by Sir Killian, who burst into the room where they were sitting, shouting wildly. The alarmed man reported that they were being attacked by centaurs. There were indeed many centaurs on the street, fighting with a variety of weapons, while keeping wild expressions on their faces. The orcs fought back as best they could, trying to cover the children. Jumping outside, Pendragon asked why they had attacked now if no one had heard of their attacks for so long. However, there was no time to think, because the next moment he was already holding an arrow in his hand that was flying at him. Looking at it more closely, he noticed a seal with a lion on a red background, above which was a crown. Sir Killian, who approached him, asked why the centaurs had the imperial arrows. A terrible guess flashed in Pendragon's head, which caused him to stare wide-eyed in front of him. Looking at the wild eyes of the centaurs, which shot imperial arrows at them, the boy realized that they had united with Baltai. At some point, Raven was lost in his thoughts again. With one hand, he broke the arrow fired at him in half, and a wall of dark aura rose up around him. To Sir Killian's attempts to call the young master, the latter replied in an even voice that he would destroy them, since he had been restraining himself for so long. Teeth bared, Pendragon ordered them all to be destroyed, showing absolutely no mercy. Soldrake stood in a tree, watching the orcs rush into battle at the command of their commander. At the same time, her face showed absolutely no emotions. Sir Killian looked at the young Duke, realizing that he was now emitting the same aura as when he heard the message from the Elder. Looking at the orcs that rushed at the enemies, Raven took out a sword, releasing a blue energy from it. The nomadic warriors looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Elkin, who looked at the young Duke, had a similar expression on his face. Crossbow centaurs with red eyes raised their weapons and took aim, choosing their target. Raven, surrounded by magic, looked at them with wide eyes, preparing for battle. With one sharp movement, he launched a blue shockwave at the attackers that shattered the arrows into small fragments. The nomad warriors gaped at him, wondering how he was able to block the shots. While they were thinking, Pendragon flew up close to one of the centaur crossbowmen and slashed him with his sword. Elkin watched in amazement at how fast the young Duke could be. With one swift movement, Raven cut off the centaur's arm before he could draw his sword. Reed Polak and Barrio Luton watched in amazement at the actions of the Duke, who was able to reach the attacker. He grimaced in pain, but reached for the sword with his other hand, pulling it out from behind his back. With a balanced and strong movement, he attacked the young Duke, but he managed to block at the last moment. Snarling at his opponent, Raven was surprised that the centaurs weren't scared at all. Their faces showed a wild desire to win, and saliva flowed from their mouths, which made them look even more like animals than people. Looking at Pendragon, the centaur growled in his face that now they would destroy the bastards who had come uninvited into their forest, adding that they had a new power. Hearing this, Pendragon froze, not understanding what he was talking about. With a wild cry, the centaurs with spears and swords rushed at the young Duke's squad, saying that they would protect their forest. Karth, clenching his teeth tightly, charged one of the centaurs in the face with his fist. However, seeing how he rushed at him again, he asked what was wrong with them and why they all behaved the same. He wondered if the centaurs had always been this strong, to which Cratylus replied that they were simply hypnotized. He also added that their fears and anger were used to take control and make them into heartless killers. The warriors of Duke Pendragon's squad continued to fend off the tireless enchanted centaurs. Running into one of them from behind, Sir Killian let out a loud cry as he swung his sword. However, the centaur was not confused and licked the man with his hind hooves, causing him to fly back. The face of the Pendragon cavalry commander was covered in large beads of sweat as he coughed up blood. Reed Polak and Barry O'Luton rushed towards him with wild screams as they saw their commander crumple to the ground. He shuddered, thinking that the blow had been so strong that it had penetrated his armor and pierced his ribs. The rest of the centaurs didn't waste time either and pounded the knights of the squad with their hooves everywhere they could see. Elkin defended himself with both swords from the centaur, which rushed at him with full speed. Raven launched a shockwave at one of the attackers, causing the blonde centaur to gasp furiously. He pulled out a crossbow and aimed it at the young duke. However, the boy deftly ducked to get back from the arrow fired at him, and squinting, he looked at his opponent. He hissed loudly, barking at the centaurs what the world stands on. Raising his head to the tree where Soldrake had flown, he called loudly to her, asking her to help them deal with these horses. However, the dragon lady replied that both orcs and centaurs are her children, so she cannot interfere. Raven glared at her and stammered, asking her what she meant. Looking at the battlefield, where many bodies of knights and orcs were already lying, the boy mentally cursed. Before his eyes stood again the hideous smile of Baltai, who had held his forelock the day he killed Raven Valte. At the mention of the fat man, the duke's eyes again shone with the righteous fire of anger. Suddenly, with horror, he heard a loud cry that seemed painfully familiar to him. Glancing in the direction he was coming from, Pendragon saw the same little one who had been frightened by his aura before, and was now fleeing under the centaur's spear. The child's eyes were filled with tears, and wild horror could also be read in them. In the next moment, Raven ran up to him, and grabbing the little one in his arms, took him out of the way of the spear with one movement. Leaving, the boy looked at the little one to make sure that he was all right. The child looked at him with big, shining eyes full of tears and thanked the Savior with a big smile on his face. At that moment, something clicked in the soul of the young duke, because of which he froze for a while. Looking up, he saw a picture of complete destruction and realized that they were losing and the orc village was completely destroyed. Now, the boy thought about what measures should be taken by Ellen Pendragon. With one strong leap, Raven jumped into the saddle of his horse. The centaurs, hearing someone call to them, turned their fierce eyes at the sound. There they saw a rider on a black horse who with a broad smile called them half men, half horses. With a smile on his face, he said that he thought they were true warriors, but after seeing them fight with the weapons of hated people against children, he had doubts. Calling them dirty half-breeds, the boy added that he did not want to deal with such garbage, which had gone far, but did not even touch the leader of the enemies. Stepping his horse's foot on the head of one of the dead centaurs, Raven added that their best warriors were writhing in shame in their graves. This was the last straw in the centaur's cup of patience, so they charged at the rider with all the speed they could muster. Raven, who was just waiting for that, spurred the horse and drove it away from the orc village, or rather from what was left of it. Karth, Kratel, and Elkin watched in silence as the herd of human horses disappeared into the dust that they themselves had raised with their hooves. The elder's son was surprised that Pendragon had forced the centaurs to leave the village, to which Karth remarked that he would not be able to deal with them all by himself. Elkin didn't know what to say to all of this, so he just watched in silence where the young duke had gone. Soldrake, watching all this, did descend from the tree, landing not far from the battle site. She waved her hand and a white griffin began to descend from the sky. The orcs, together with the knight, looked at the creature, their mouths agape in admiration. Elkin looked down and glanced alarmedly at the clawed paw that landed next to him. The creature looked at him with big blue eyes and, opening its beak, screamed loudly. Not understanding what was happening, the boy raised his head and looked to where Soldrake was sitting on a branch. He asked if it was her, but the dragon lady didn't answer him, looking off into the distance. So he looked down, glancing back at the griffin that was extending a clawed paw towards him. In the next moment, the boy's eyes lit up with a bright, otherworldly lilac light. Raven, meanwhile, halted his horse and turned to face his pursuers. They stopped near a steep cliff, so he had no way of retreat. One of the centaurs smirked, saying that it was generous of him to become a decoy to save the army, but it was a foolish decision. However, Raven smirked, saying that they were dumb half-horses, as he alone was more than enough to handle them. Squinting, the boy wondered if he would really be able to handle them if the centaurs were under the influence of enhancing magic. Raising his spear, one of the centaurs smiled and said that they would wipe the smile off his face. Immediately after that, they rushed at Pendragon with battle cries. Raven gritted her teeth, bracing herself for a long battle. Suddenly, he noticed that several arrows flew from behind him, almost hitting his head. They sharply stitched the chests of the centaurs, which were as close as possible to him, which caused them to fall back. Surprised, Pendragon turned his head and stared at something behind him. In the sky, he saw Elkin flying astride one of the snow-white griffins that accompanied Soldrake. A bridle was draped over the animal's beak, and Isla had a crossbow in her hands. The boy was looking at the young duke, and his eyes were glowing with a purple light. Loading a new arrow into his crossbow, the boy said he swore to Pendragon to be his sword. With these words, he pointed his weapon at the centaurs. They froze, holding their heads up and looking at the griffin rider. Seeing the animal, one of the centaurs exclaimed in surprise that the griffins are the protectors of the forest. Elkin steered the griffin downwards, attempting to land on the mountain plateau as the centaurs watched intently. One of them, without thinking long, ran forward holding a crossbow in front of him. Pressing down on the griffin's head, Elkin ducked, avoiding the attacker's arrow. Grabbing her with his teeth, Valvasa's knight charged his crossbow at the same time. The arrow hit the centaur in the chest, causing him to scream, falling on his back. The same thing happened with the other centaurs, whom Isla kissed. The griffin made a circle in the air, trying to avoid the arrows flying at him. Raven watched as the centaurs frantically tried to knock him down to get to his rider. However, the boy himself was more worried about the fact that Elkin somehow managed to become a griffin rider. Griffins were magical creatures that served dragons. It was because of the power of griffins that they were used for military purposes and for hunting, and it was extremely difficult to deal with them. Isla pointed his griffin directly at the centaur standing closest to him. The animal swung a clawed paw and slapped the creature across the face, causing it to fall to the ground. Seeing the rider low enough, the centaur rushed at him, swinging his sword. However, Elkin quickly found his bearings and, drawing his sword, attacked first, slashing the attacker across the face. Raven glared at her companion in surprise, unable to take her eyes off the griffin rider. He remembered that in his past life, Isla was called Stormwind. Meanwhile, the griffin pressed one of the centaurs to the ground with its clawed paw. Smiling, Raven realized that these two were just perfect for each other. Seeing his army melting before his eyes, the chief centaur shouted, commanding a retreat. They turned towards the trees and trotted there, hoping to hide in the thicket from the griffin, who was already circling the sky again. Elkin, watching this, understood their plan. He mumbled that the centaurs would run further, and it would be impossible to catch up with them on the griffin. And in the forest, they will be able to regroup and attack the orc village again. One of the fugitives was shot in the leg by an arrow, which caused him to flinch, flying over his own head. In the halo of moonlight, Raven sat on his horse, crossbow in hand, still aimed at the centaur. His face showed absolutely no emotion, and his gaze seemed extremely indifferent. Lowering his eyes to the crossbow, he thought with a smile that the Imperial crossbows were indeed high-grade weapons. Casting a devastating look at the centaur leader, the Duke added that it was definitely more expensive than half-horses. The centaur, unable to get up because of the injured leg, thrashed about on the ground, grunting and huffing. Seeing Pendragon slowly approaching him, he froze, his eyes fixed on the rider. Driving closer, Raven warned that even if the pain went away, he wouldn't be able to move with a shot leg. The centaur gritted his teeth in impotent rage, glaring at his opponent with a look filled with hatred. His eye was drawn to the shield that was attached to the saddle of his horse, and which had the image of a white dragon on it. In the next moment, Pendragon took it and put it on his arm, directing it in the direction of the wounded centaur. He did not take his eyes off the light coming from the shield. Feeling energy flow through his body, the centaur raised his hand and looked at it, noticing a yellowish haze. This meant that his wounds from the battle had begun to heal. In a moment, he was looking at his entire hands with a clear gaze of dark gray eyes. After that, he raised his head again at Pendragon, who still held the shield in his hand. Looking at him in surprise, the centaur asked why he had saved him, to which I received the answer that he simply brought him back to normal, and if the centaur still went mad, then he would simply shoot him. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, Raven asked where he could find the person who gave the centaurs the imperial weapon. The centaur lunged at the rider, not understanding how he could know the commander of the demon fighter squad. However, Raven pointed a crossbow at him and replied that he was asking the question here now, asking what Baltai had to do with the centaurs. The centaur lowered his head and said that he appeared in the forest like a thunderbolt in the clear sky and came to them with a proposal. He remembered that he had said that the Pendragons were building up against the centaurs, but that he could give them weapons. Baltai urged them to destroy the orc village and regain control of Ancona Forest. Squinting, Pendragon assumed that they had agreed, judging by the accusations they were hurling around the village. The centaur clenched his teeth and looked down at his feet, trying to justify the effect of magic on them. He explained that the magic with which they were bewitched came from the mirror that Baltai had brought with him. They saw him as a hooded man who spoke to them, after which they lost their composure, and anger and rage overwhelmed them. And he could not remember what happened after that. Raven listened to his story in silence, but her expression became more relaxed. He and the centaur turned their heads to the sound of the griffin landing behind them and saw Elkin. He looked at Duke Pendragon with big eyes, in which one could read strong surprise. He froze for a moment, looking down and pondering the rightness of what he wanted to do. The boy pointed his magical shield at the dead centaurs, and the next moment a golden light was coming from them. They began to rise from the ground, examining their bodies and noticing that their scars and injuries had disappeared. Suddenly, one of them raised his head and, noticing that Pendragon was looking at them, frowned. Looking away, Raven exhaled, concluding that this was the number of injuries he was capable of healing. Elkin rode up to him on a griffin, asking why he did it, to which he heard the answer that a common enemy pushed the centaurs to this act. Looking down, he added that the man who had aroused the anger of the centaurs was also of the Pendragon race. He pointed with his hand at the fallen in battle, saying that he could not bring them back to life. The centaur leader lowered his head, saying that they were warriors of their tribe, and death in battle was what they would have wanted. Raven raised her head silently, giving the man a sad look. He approached him, saying that he was not at all like his ancestors, to which he replied that time would tell if he was right. The centaur told him that he would become a truly wise and just ruler. He bowed, swearing that the centaur tribe would now become an ally of the Pendragon clan. At these words, both Elkin and Raven turned on the centaur in surprise, not knowing how to react to his words. He continued, vowing that he would do his best to work with them to get revenge on those who made them this way. The man turned his head to his tribesmen to confirm his correctness, but they looked at each other with displeasure. But in a moment they agreed, saying that if the elder wanted it, then they would follow him. To this Raven replied with a smile that in such a case he would count on the centaurs as a stronger cavalry in the defense of the forest. Duke Pendragon and the centaur shook hands, saying that they were allies from now on. After the peace was concluded, the water spirits healed the wounds of the warriors, and the forest of Ancona was once again filled with peace and tranquility. In a large tree in the orc village, a banquet was held in honor of the reconciliation of the warring parties. Humans and orcs sat at the same table, talking like old friends. Karth clapped Sir Killian on the shoulder, causing him to grimace as his ribs still hurt a bit. Elkin sat by the window looking up at the night sky and resting his head on his hand. Hearing someone address him, the boy looked down and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He saw two little orcs near him, who were looking at him with big eyes filled with delight. The boy, who was holding a piece of roast meat in his hand, smiled widely as he gazed sternly at the griffin. Seeing how sharply they rushed towards him, Isla froze and angrily glared at the children. However, in the next moment he hugged them to him and gently patted them on the head. Raven, the head of the centaur tribe, as well as Cratulus and his father, gathered at a separate table. Hearing about the magic coming from the mirror, the elder gave a short chuckle as he peered into his glass. When Duke Pendragon asked if such a thing was possible, he replied that he had never heard of such a thing. However, Crathel added that the hypnosis and augmentation meant that very strong magic was involved. The elder's son explained that someone was not only directing them, but could also control several centaurs at the same time. Hearing that only a very powerful mage could do such a thing, Raven put her fingers to her chin and thought. He left the tavern and climbed one of the thick branches of the central tree, looking at the mountains and the forest from above. Soldrake flew up to him, asking what he was so upset about. However, the boy instead asked if she was the one who sent Isla and the Griffin, to which he was told that he only sensed the Griffin rider's aura. Looking away from her, Pendragon assumed that this was not the first time he had ridden a griffin, but he did not want to talk about it. Looking up, the dragon replied that humans were extremely difficult to understand the creature. Returning an interested look at the interlocutor, Soldrake noticed that it was not covered by the aura of the fierce dragon. Hearing this, Raven looked at the dragon lady curiously, wondering what she meant. However, remembering how he was covered in a wave of power when he broke the arrow, he guessed that was what she meant. Soldrake explained that his body could harness the power of a dragon, and the level of power depended on the wielder of the power. Raven realized that if he let the force get the better of him, it would just cloud his mind. However, there was still something he could not understand. In his past life at this time, he was already a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, which he did not think about in his moments of anger. And the Corps itself was in the southern lands, fighting the King of Trolls, the most terrible creature that could be. In that battle, the troll managed to destroy half of the squad. However, it was strange that Baltai himself took part in that battle along with him, and therefore logically he could not cross paths with the Centaur tribe now. He was interested in how to deal with those fights then, but most importantly he was interested in where Raven Valte had gone. Soldrake looked at him while the boy immersed in his thoughts. He remembered Baltai's words about the fact that everything is connected, his family and the Pendragon family. And now there was someone again who wanted to destroy the Pendragon family. Without looking at the dragon lady, Raven said that they should go to the place where his kindred had lost its honor. He wanted to go to Sisak, where the charred ruins of his former family estate stood. There, among the rubble of stone and concrete, lay the battered and scratched coat of arms of the Walti family, a black raven with outstretched wings on a background of two crossed swords. At this time, the Seyrod family's castle received distinguished guests, who were seated at the table while the owners knelt in front of them. A frightened Lady Luna wondered why they had appeared in their house now. The coat of arms on their patches indicated that they were visited by the Emperor's son and daughter. The Emperor's son, Yang, was a tall boy with short blonde hair and bright brown eyes. Princess Ingrid was similar to her brother, except that she was shorter, and her hair was longer and tied in two ponytails. After finishing the meal, they put away the utensils and relaxed on the backs of the chairs, and Ingrid even sipped tea. At this time, Lady Luna, her father, Lord Seyrod, as well as all of their servants were kneeling in front of the dining table, waiting to be addressed. At some point, His Highness kicked the table with his foot, causing it to fly away, along with the utensils, dishes, and decorations that were on it. Seeing this, Lady Seyrod and her father raised their heads in fright, trying to understand what could have made the crown prince so angry. Resting his elbow on his knee, the prince looked contemptuously at the owners and said that they treated her with slop. Lord Seyrod immediately started apologizing, saying that he was ashamed that it had happened this way. Princess Ingrid, without opening her eyes and continuing to hold a cup with a drink in her hands, asked her brother to stop, as he could spoil her mood now. She added that he didn't have to eat everything, but Yang replied with a smile that he was just waiting for her to finish. The Seyrods listened intently to the bickering of the two heirs. Prince Yang said there was only one reason he would go to such a village, and the cause of this family is Pendragon, together with its duke. Hearing this, the Seyrods raised their heads, looking frightened at the crown prince. He added that Ellen Pendragon had always been nothing to him, and he could hardly believe that he had made a deal with the dragon when he woke up from his coma. When asked if they knew what had happened to him, the Seyrods lashed out at him, not knowing what to say. Lord Seyrod could think of nothing better than to turn to his daughter and ask her opinion, since she had recently seen him. Lady Luna looked down and said that she had known him before, but now it seemed like he was a completely different person. In her mind, the girl added that Ellen had become impudent, but at the same time, calm and strong. Noticing the prince approaching her, she looked up to see him tucking his hair behind his ear, asking if Pendragon had become better than him. At the same time, something predatory and dangerous appeared in his gaze. Big beads of sweat covered Lady Luna's face as she realized she didn't know the answer to the crown prince's question. Suddenly, Yang covered his face with his hand and laughed loudly, throwing his head back and letting his aura out. Everyone present raised their heads in fright, looking at the prince's seizure and trying to understand what it was. They looked at the wild look of the prince, feeling how the aura of the conqueror was blowing from him. The boy returned to his sister, saying that Pendragon had already won the girls' hearts. Leaning towards Lady Luna, Prince Yang told her to follow him. Lifting her head by his chin, he added that it was an order. Lady Luna shuddered, realizing she couldn't say no to the crown prince. Meanwhile, after hearing that the prince and princess wanted to go to him, Raven's face twisted. Looking at Melbourne, he asked him what these two fools were thinking before making such a decision. Hearing this, the man began to stutter, not daring to contradict the young gentleman, but understanding what such words could lead to. In response to the Duke's questions, Melbourne said that Princess Ingrid was his betrothed until Jan broke off their engagement. Raven jumped up, asking if he had another bride with the Sayrods. However, he now understood why Eileen was fighting so hard, saying that he was breaking off one engagement after another. Putting his head on his hand, the boy thought about the fact that the situation was becoming more and more difficult. A month after they fought the Centaurs, many new knights joined their squad. At this time, Isla engaged in the training of Griffin riders, which significantly increased the strength of their army. In addition, with the help of Soldrake, he himself learned to easily control the aura of the White Dragon. Remembering that there was a Pendragon villa near Sisak, he thought he might visit it, using his family's annual summer vacation as an excuse. At the same time, he understood that this visit would be directly related to the intriguers who wanted to destroy the Pendragon house and had already destroyed the Vault family. Raven even had the idea that the prince and princess were going to settle something with the engagement, which he asked Melbourne about. He replied that he did not know, but asked the Duke to be careful. The man explained that the second prince had been appointed heir, and he was known in the kingdom as a tyrant. However, the boy interrupted him mid-sentence, asking why the second prince was chosen as the crown prince. Melbourne explained that the first prince's health had deteriorated sharply, Raven thought. But at one point his eyes widened as he realized that Prince Jan had been chosen as king. However, he clearly remembered that in his previous life, the person who ascended the throne was Gufli Aragon. The young duke sat down straight. Having inquired from Meluon whether the elder prince's name was sometimes not Hufli, to which he heard that his name was Sion, and he did not know anyone with the name Hufli. After that, Raven reflected that the name did not belong to either of the two princes, so who it was remained a mystery. Remembering Baltai, who conspired with the centaurs instead of fighting the trolls, Pendragon realized that the future in this world was different from the one he knew. He raised his finger and a blue fire flew out, taking the form of a dragon, which met Melbourne with his mouth open. Looking at him, Raven thought that now he had a reason to meet the crown prince. After some time, Yang got out of the carriage, keeping a confident expression on his face and letting out his conqueror's aura. The lackeys immediately fell to their knees, thinking that they could not raise their heads and what effect this could have on them. The crown prince's expression froze when he heard how he was hailed as a tyrant. Walking the red carpet to him was none other than Duke Ellen Pendragon. The aura of the conqueror did not affect him at all, and he walked relaxedly with his hand in his pocket and a calm expression on his face. Seeing this, Yang asked if he was holding his head too high. However, Raven, in her characteristic manner, replied that he had not yet become emperor. The prince was squinted, and he reminded himself that he would become one. However, Duke Pendragon replied that the one who will become the emperor is definitely not him. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, addressing the Duke. At some point, their auras came out, showing the boys' confrontation. Prince Yang thought that he had the blood of an emperor in his veins, and his aura was no weaker than his father's. However, looking at the Duke, the boy realized that his aura was many times stronger. It suddenly dawned on him that the aura of a white dragon could be felt from it. Clasping his hand into a fist, the crown prince screamed wildly, asking how he dared. Suddenly, both boys turned their heads to where Princess Ingrid had stepped out of the carriage. Lady Luna, in a bright blue dress, timidly stepped out of the carriage behind her. Prince Jan, looking furiously at his sister, tried to order her not to interfere in his affairs. However, she only looked at him sternly, ordering him not to create unnecessary problems. Hearing this, Raven realized that the girl with 2 ponytails was most likely a princess. However, he couldn't understand why Lady Luna had come with them. Princess Ingrid approached Duke Pendragon, bowing to him and greeting him, to which he returned the greeting. The girl explained that they were engaged even before they were born, but they never managed to meet before. The princess laughed as she looked at Raven and added that Luna Sayrod had described him in quite some detail during the journey. Hearing this, Duke Pendragon lashed out at his guest in shock. Prince Yan rushed to his sister, but she was already asking Raven to show her the castle with a wide smile on her face. Lady Luna looked at this picture, feeling out of place. As he walked down the castle corridors, Raven thought about how things had become completely confusing as he saw that the princess was happy to see them, but the prince was not. Suddenly, he saw his mother and sisters standing patiently waiting for him and the guests. Lady Helena greeted the prince and princess with a smile, saying she hadn't seen them in a while. Lady Eileen also smiled, adding that she was very pleased to meet them. Prince Yang smiled, wiping the arrogant and haughty expression from his face. Milady Helen reminded the princess that she had met her at the White Castle, to which she replied that she remembered her. At this time, Prince Ian approached Lady Eileen, deciding to get to know her. Tucking his ear behind his hair, he said that her name was similar to the name of a flower, while introducing himself. However, while Jan said that the gods had blessed him, the girl joyfully clapped her hands and rushed to her brother. The prince turned to see her hopping around the duke, telling him that he was just glowing and she herself was feeling the aura. Ian's eyes widened when he realized that he was being ignored despite his status as crown prince. He did not even notice that little Mia was standing next to him, who was looking at him with a frightened look. In the next moment, the crown prince did pay attention to the girl, who screamed and rushed to one of the soldiers. Mia, with tears in her eyes, clung to his trouser leg, giving the prince frightened looks. Elkin stood at the entrance, his hands folded across his chest and looking at the guests with a cold gaze. Deciding to take out his anger on someone, Yang rushed to him, asking who he was. However, he replied that he was not obliged to answer his questions and give his name. The prince could not stand it, and began to shout at him that an ordinary knight could not speak to him like that, but Aileen rushed to him, saying that he was a knight of Valvas. Throwing a fierce look at her, the boy replied that these warriors are famous for their eccentricity. When he wanted to show who was the boss, Elkin calmly replied that he simply could not do it. Seeing that her brother was barely holding back his anger, Ingrid approached him and calmly reminded him that he was causing trouble again. Hearing how she threatened him that if he made trouble now, he wouldn't open his mouth for a whole year, the boy only growled weakly. Everyone present watched as the crown prince calmly walked away from Knight Valvas. One of the soldiers noticed that despite his reputation as a tyrant, the heir to the throne was being ignored by everyone today. Prince Ian approached Duke Pendragon, asking him to speak alone as they had something to discuss. Seeing the doubt on his face, he smiled, assuming he was scared. However, Raven replied that he also had something to talk about with the crown prince, so he agreed to go with him to a separate office. After some time, they were sitting at the table and each of them had a glass and a bottle of wine. Looking at the stern expression on Pendragon's face, Ian noticed that he had changed a lot. He explained that when they met, he seemed pathetic to him. That is why he decided to break off his engagement with his sister. However, he was more worried about why he had come now, assuming that they had come to talk about the new engagement. However, the crown prince snarled sharply that Duke Pendragon would not get his sister. He added that he had not been shown an iota of respect since he had stepped over the threshold of House Pendragon, asking what Ellen himself thought that meant. However, Ellen replied that the Pendragon family would not be in anyone's shadow, so he would do what he saw fit. He wanted to say something else, but he noticed that Prince Yang was already flying towards him, raising his fist to strike. Showing no emotion, Raven waved his hand, pouring the contents of his goblet into the crown prince's face. Seeing that his opponent lost his vigilance, Pendragon grabbed his arm and pulled him towards him, elbowing him in the face. The prince threw his head back, and thick blood flowed from his nose. He took his opponent into a rapture, which made him a little confused, while he pulled him on top of him. Unable to keep their balance, they simultaneously flew off the table. Wasting no time, the crown prince bent his elbow and slammed it straight into Duke Pendragon's face. He grabbed his wrist at the same time grabbing his neck with his foot, trying to throw him over him. In a moment, Ian found himself in a tight grip, pinned by the Duke's legs. Raven, who wasn't about to give up just like that, held the Crown Prince down, grabbing his wrists and blocking any movement he could make. Trying to somehow break out of the ecstasy, Yan rested his palm on the table, letting out a loud snort. Turning his gaze to his opponent, Pendragon froze, realizing that now the fight might not end in his favor. Near the Crown Prince's hand, the Duke saw a table knife which was used to pre-serve the tables. He released his opponent in a fit of excitement, jumping away from him to a safe distance while he remained standing. Tucking his hair behind his ear with the usual movement, Prince Yang asked the blonde why he let him go. Raven closed his eyes, replying that he seemed to be conserving his strength, so he assumed he could take the knife now and cut him. The prince gave the Duke an indifferent look as he added that he wouldn't get away with it just like that. Putting his hand to his forehead to heal the wound, he rudely asked his opponent why he had come to him. Holding his nose, which was dripping with blood, Yang silently looked at his opponent. The tension from the manifestation of the two auras once again swirled in the air. And at one point, the prince, out of nowhere, suddenly began to laugh loudly, throwing his head back. Raven looked at the Crown Prince with squinted eyes and thought that he had puzzled and intrigued at the same time. Extending his hand to the Duke, His Highness asked if he would join him, promising to make it the center of the empire. Ian explained that he needed Pendragon's strength and military might. Raven looked at the prince in silence, realizing that now the situation between them had changed. Asking what he meant, the boy mentally noticed that his tyrant aura had disappeared and his mood had changed in general. Putting his hands on his sides, the Crown Prince explained that the members of the imperial family are currently arguing about who will become the heir to the throne. He added that there were many other princes besides him, and they had the secret support of the aristocrats. The boy said with a smile that he would like to see the Pendragon family among his allies. The words about gold, silver of the empire, and other rewards from the prince did not make Raven even move an eyebrow. Scrutinizing the Crown Prince, Pendragon wondered what would happen if he became emperor. However, he remembered that he was known throughout the kingdom as a tyrant, which seemed to be his false nature. Looking at the interlocutor, Raven wondered why a man who wanted to become an emperor was known as a tyrant. After hearing Pendragon's suggestion that he didn't want to be emperor, Ian looked up in fear. He snapped at the Duke when he assumed the tyranny was just a cover for him. Hanging his head, Raven added that he didn't need the rewards as he wouldn't accept an offer from someone he couldn't trust. After he spoke, they stared at each other for a moment. Finally, the Crown Prince broke the silence, saying that he was the first, after his sister, to find out about his true intentions. He fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before explaining that he wanted his brother Sion to become the next emperor. Raven asked, crossing her arms, if he meant her brother who was bedridden with an illness. Hearing this, Yang clenched his fists so tightly that a vein even protruded from his arm. He returned to Pendragon and snarled at him that his brother was actually assassinated when Sisak rebelled 3 years ago. Hearing this, Raven lashed out at the prince, not believing his ears. Yang was shaking in impotent rage, talking about how his brother was capable of anything and promised to change their country. However, his interlocutor was scrolling in his head the words about 3 years when the misfortune happened. He understood that it was on that day that his life collapsed. Valte's ancestral nest appeared in front of his eyes, engulfed in flames. Without thinking long, the boy told the prince that he would accept his offer, which made him look up at him. However, he strictly asked him to tell him everything he knew about the uprising. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, while Elkin was babysitting Lady Mia, Milady Helena and Lady Eileen introduced the Duke's wife, Lindsay, to the shocked princess and Lady Luna. After a while, Jan finished his story by saying that this was all he knew. Raven stared at her reflection in the glass of water, pondering what she had just heard. He remembered how, as a boy who wanted to become a knight, he had received a letter from Lord Sisak. Now the boy understood that he most likely had his own motives. Kronprinz added that the problem is that they still don't know who exactly organized the uprising. To the Duke's suggestion that it might be one of the princes, Jan replied that there were plenty of them, remarking that he could not even imagine how to find a rebel among them. Raven placed her fingers on her chin as she thought about what she wanted to say. Finally, he blurted out the name of the person who had become the next emperor in his past life, asking if the prince knew anyone with that name. He thought for a moment, then opened his mouth wide in surprise, exclaiming loudly. Yang explained that Hufli was the only son of a concubine, but he was a prince only in status and had no special influence. Raven was interested in the information about the existence of a purely nominal prince. However, he was more interested in why he would become the emperor after so many years. Turning a stern look at the crown prince, Pendragon wondered what kind of past that concubine had. The boy looked up, trying to remember what he had heard of her, then said that he had heard from his father that Baroness Erline was from a seaside town. Suddenly, both boys froze, realizing that most likely the Baroness's homeland was Sisak. Ian jumped up, banging on the table and wailing that there was nothing Hufli could do anyway, since even after his older brother's death he wouldn't inherit the throne. Raven also got up from the chair, leaning on the table, and in a somber voice advised the prince to never say never. Surrounded by an aura, he remembered Baltai's words, adding that he understood it like no one else. The crown prince watched intently as the aura gathered around the duke, trying to understand what had happened to it. He thought back to their battle and meeting when they released their auras, thinking that what he had seen so far was not even half of Pendragon's true power. Remembering his words that it was not worth denying, Yang realized that the duke definitely knew something. Looking at his aloof face, the crown prince wondered who the person standing before him was. Suddenly, he noticed in the window a huge dragon sitting on the roof of the tower. The crown prince exclaimed in shock that it was a white dragon while Raven watched the animal in fascination. Soldrake looked at the boys with big blue eyes. Suddenly, a bright blue light came from the dragon, which caused the crown prince to cover his eyes sharply with his hand. When he took his hand away, he saw that a girl with 2 wings behind her had flown into the room through the window. He and Pendragon stared at each other in silence for a while, despite the prince's presence. With eyes as large as saucers, Raven softly called the dragon lady by name. Soldrake said she felt the aura of an angry dragon as she asked the boy if he was okay. The duke held out his hand to her and helped her down from the windowsill. Seeing Soldrake in human form, Yang froze, thinking about how beautiful she was. Looking at these two who were talking sweetly without words, the crown prince thought that the Pendragons were the heirs of the white dragon. Jan put his hands to his sides and told the duke that now he understood everything, to which he turned in surprise. The prince added that now that he got to know Pendragon better as a person, he would trust his intuition. After these words, a satisfied smile bloomed on Raven's face. He answered in the affirmative to Soldrake's surprised question if something had happened. Turning to face the crown prince again, Pendragon invited him to the Pendragon family's summer villa. To Jan's surprised question, he added that it was on the outskirts of Sisak, not far from Silvertiana Beach, while offering to draw out their enemies. The port city of Lies was the largest trading city of the empire. In one tavern, the locals were discussing that representatives of House Pendragon and Tyrant Prince Jan had arrived on the Silbal coast. One of them mentioned that Duke Pendragon and Governor Shogun had always had a cat-dog relationship. Hearing him mention the governor and Duchess Helena, his friend held out his hand in an attempt to stop him. A third man added that the city is too busy this year. He had even heard that the Sea Dragon King's ship, Uranus, had recently arrived in port. Hearing this name, his friends tensed and looked at him in fear. At the same time, the man added that Aranis was accompanied by the mad sea dragon Viscula. They knew perfectly well that the southern wars were a big problem, so they hoped that nothing bad would happen from the arrival of so many noble men. Behind them, they heard the calm voice of a man who told them with a smile that there was nothing to be afraid of. One of the men, who had just been briskly engaged in the conversation, happily greeted President Ron, who downed a mug of beer in one gulp. He added that when the rich get together, it becomes possible for them to steal more. Sitting on the beach, Princess Ingrid asked Duke Ellen if he liked her custom-made swimsuit. She walked up to the grave boy with a smile when Lady Eileen called him. But she was holding Lindsay's hand, who awkwardly waved her hand at her husband, adding that she had not been near the sea for a long time. They were also joined by Lady Luna, who was also called to have fun. Princess Ingrid looked with an angry look at her friends, who did not leave her alone with the Duke. Lying on the deck chair and listening to the girls' voices, Raven angrily wondered what they were doing here if they weren't here for a vacation. Hearing the prince's voice, the boy thought that everything that is happening here is happening because of his fault. Meanwhile, the girls looked in Jan's direction with interest. He was standing in a pair of swimming trunks, with his arms at his sides and proudly sticking out his chest. Smiling, he advised to leave the Duke alone and speak with His Highness. When Ian heard the offer to go on vacation with the three of them, he was immediately indignant, saying that they would take the girls with them. And now they were all in a group on the beach not far from the Pendragon's vacation villa. Lindsay, seeing the naked prince, covered her face with her hands. Ingrid folded her hands on her chest in a displeased pose, and a slight smile appeared on Lady Luna's face. Lady Eileen laughed loudly, pointing a finger at His Highness's swimming trunks. Yang froze, not understanding why the Pendragon girl was laughing at his trained body. Seeing that her brother had gone somewhere, Eileen asked where exactly, to which he replied that he wanted to go fishing. Seeing Duke Pendragon take off his shirt, the girls, all but Eileen, watched mesmerized as he entered the water. Hearing the prince argue with the girls, proving that he was better than the Duke, Raven rolled her eyes, mentally calling the crown prince a dork. Feeling drops of water on his face, the boy raised his head in surprise and saw a whale carcass flying towards him. The animal landed in the water, creating a large wave that carried those present away from the shore. Looking up at the sky again, Pendragon saw Soldrake descending on the whale's body. The girl looked seriously at the Duke, saying that she had already caught a fish. For a moment he stared at the whale carcass stretched out on the shore. Smiling, Raven replied that it was possible for a dragon to be considered a fish, but wondered how the enemies would react to such a thing. At this time, Karth, Sir Killian, and Elkin walked through the narrow streets of the city, looking around. The Pendragon cavalry commander wondered why everything had suddenly turned into such a wonderful vacation, especially with Prince Ian. However, Karth only laughed at his words about the prince, saying that before that no one cared. Instead, he drew Sir Killian's attention to how many warriors there were in this city. Here you could see both knights in armor and Japanese warriors with katanas or Saracens. Wiping his face, Karth said with a smile that he wanted to beat them all right now. Staring at him intently, Sir Killian finally understood why the orc was so eager to go into the city with him. Therefore, there were simply not enough fights in the forest. Suddenly, the man noticed that everyone present raised their heads and began to look somewhere. 3 blue orcs were walking down the street, one of whom had 3 skulls hanging from his neck. On a chain he held in his hand, a large black griffin walked ahead. The appearance of the orcs greatly surprised Karth, as he had never met them before. However, Sir Killian called them Ratuan orcs, so he immediately asked the man who they were. The Pendragon cavalry commander explained that this tribe of orcs was considered the most brutal tribe of orcs living in the south, on the continent of Molte. In order to survive, their tribe actively engaged in piracy. One of the blue orcs leaned over to a fellow tribesman and smiled, noting that the people were shaking just from their presence. Suddenly, one of them turned his attention to Karth, who was standing surrounded by his companions, noticing that he had never seen such orcs before. The leader smiled, assuming that he was not among the strong, since he very easily gave way to them and stood among the people. After hearing this, Karth couldn't stand it and growled wildly, threatening that he wouldn't just say those words to them, to which Sir Killian tried to stop him, reminding him that there were people around. Hearing that he was part of the Pendragons, the forest orc gritted his teeth, knowing what his anger could end up being. However, the blue orcs laughed loudly at these words, mocking him for joining the humans, calling his tribe the weakest of the orcs. Barely holding back his anger, Karth looked at the trail of roaring orcs that had passed them. Sir Killian put his hand out to the side, stopping the forest orc and Elkin, who was also ready to jump into the fray. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the griffin rider, who was looking at the pirates with a determined look. The commander of the Pendragon cavalry noted that the hilt of his sword was raised, indicating readiness for use. Behind him, an extremely angry Karth roared loudly that he would surely finish off the blue orcs. Covering his face with his hand, Sir Killian wondered why he had to babysit two dangerous boys if he wanted to go to the beach too. However, at the next moment, he became interested in a completely different question. He wondered why pirates could walk so openly in a port city. Looking out the window of his residence, Lias Sjogund thought about the fact that the White Dragon and Ian Aragon had come to rest on the outskirts of Lias. Without turning his head, he asked his guest, who was sitting at his desk, what he thought about it. Vincent, holding a glass of sparkling in his hands, answered that it was not only the outskirts of Lies, but also Sisuk, near the beach of Silbel. This time Shogun did turn his head, asking the boy if he thought they had guessed. Clinking his glass, Vincent replied that if they investigated the relationship between His Highness, Baroness Olin, and Geoffrey, they would find out everything they needed to know. The boy added that he had to sneeze on the prince, and Pendragon had no reason to be interested in the matter. Shogun confirmed that all this matter had nothing to do with the Duke, but that they owed a great debt to his house. Vincent was silent, and Sjogund added that he was annoyed by all these cats and snakes. Placing a hand on his chin, the man with a predatory smile suggested that they leave it all to the Dark King, the Shadow King of the Lies. Soldrake sat on the carcass of the whale she had brought, watching the others with friendly amusement. Lady Helen, seeing the dragon's prey, covered her mouth with her hand in fright, while little Mia reached for the big fish. They were joined by the commander with Cart, who furiously bit into the whale meat, because of which Kratul even asked why he was so angry. Kazul and Tata also looked greedily at the meat that Pendragon had treated them to. And while everyone was sitting on the beach, Elkin, apart from everyone else, was training with his griffin, who was also enjoying the meat. As night fell on the city, Raven sat on the balcony holding a glass of wine. The voice of the Crown Prince was heard behind him, and he asked if he was drinking for the restless lies. Having poured himself a glass of wine, Jan with a smile asked permission to join the Duke. Casting an indifferent look at the guest, Refn noticed that his mood was, as always, disgusting, to which he exploded, replying that it could not be otherwise. The Crown Prince mused to the girls whose attention had been focused on Pendragon all day, completely ignoring him. Grimacing at the sight of the prince raging, the Duke added that he was always causing extra trouble. Looking at Pendragon's unconcerned face, Ian was about to assume he knew the reason for his behavior, but he reminded her that he was married. Taking a sip of wine, the Crown Prince noticed that it didn't seem like he was very worried about his wife. Suddenly, he made another guess but stopped mid-sentence, causing Raven to turn her head to him in interest. Yang remembered the dragon lady, assuming that there was something between her and the Duke. At this, Raven lashed out at the Crown Prince in surprise, roaring menacingly. Spreading his hands, Jan explained that when the dragon turned into a girl in the castle and he spoke to her, he looked completely different. Pendragon gave him an indifferent look, making absolutely no reply to this. He remembered how they had been talking by the fire in the woods back then, and he had told her that he was both Alan and Raven. Looking into his glass of wine, the Duke replied to the prince that there was nothing like that between him and the dragon. Exhaling, he drained his glass, still admitting that Soldrake was special. The Crown Prince agreed that the dragon lady was indeed very beautiful, but he preferred humans, to which Raven replied that there was nothing he could do about his tastes. Turning his head to the other person, Pendragon noticed that their first business for which they had come was to investigate the assassination attempt on Prince Sion. The Crown Prince replied that Hufli, as well as his mother, Baroness Iarlin, were relatives of Governor Sjogund. Staring at the calm sea waters, Raven noticed that if he was involved, he should have been excited to hear of their arrival. Yang suggested that one of the signs of such excitement could be an attempt on his life while calmly sipping wine. A predatory smile bloomed on his face as he noticed that it was very impudent of them to try to kill the Crown Prince. Glancing at Ian, the Duke assumed he wasn't one to simply let them do as they pleased, to which he said he was ready to get his revenge on them. However, Pendragon reassured him, reminding him that it was not yet time and it was necessary to wait for them to peck at them. Looking carefully at the Duke, the Crown Prince admired how he, with little information, managed to unravel the plans of their enemies. Remembering how he had given off the aura when they were at Pendragon's castle, Ian wondered if it was instinct then, or if it was something more. Looking at how carefully he watched the horizon, the Crown Prince wondered what he was seeing there. At this time, the standard nightlife was going on near Liza's dungeon, with laughter, drinking, and girls. Under the orc archipelago, bar sat two huge orcs holding their clubs. The two knights in armor looked at each other and whispered when they saw a human walk into the place where the orc pirates were gathering. Looking at the large orca on the sign, they assumed the boy was just their food. At this time, the young man, putting down the mug with a drink, looked in front of him with an indifferent look. A bearded pirate who was sitting with one of the orc pirates noticed that he was drinking like a real man. Holding a saber in his hands, the bearded man asked what exactly the governor wanted from them. The messenger replied that he wanted them to deal with the snake and the cat. The man loudly praised the courage of the governor, who thought to kill the prince, despite his aristocratic appearance. Squinting, the pirate remembered the incident that took place 3 years ago in Sisuku. However, the messenger, raising the mug to his mouth again, calmly replied that the governor does not like it when someone meddles in his affairs, especially someone from such a pit. The pirate laughed, kicking the empty bottle on the floor. Shaking his head, the bearded man said that only Latuan orcs could treat him like this before, adding that he really liked the boy's courage. He exclaimed with delight that he admired all strong creatures, whether human or orc. The messenger handed him an envelope, noting that he could find the details of the order here. The messenger added that in 3 days the governor will invite them to visit him, and the cat likes to brag. It will be worth hooking him once, and he will be included in the game. The pirate agreed, rejoicing that he could play with the capital tyrant to his heart's content. The messenger folded his hands in a lock and placed them under his chin, asking the pirate if he could ask him one question. Having received permission, the boy carefully looked at the bearded man, asking if he was human. For a moment, hearing the question, the pirate froze, looking at the boy in shock. After that, he smiled predatorily and pushed the messenger off the chair. The boy watched as he stood up, and a black and red aura was concentrated around him. The boy wondered what kind of aura it could be if it made it so difficult to breathe. The pirate held out his hand, showing his yellow eyes and asking the most powerful's opinion as to whether he was human. The boy immediately felt weakness in his whole body, trying to stay on his feet. Trying not to fall, he grabbed hold of the pirate's wrist, which he had set up. However, in the next moment, he felt his feet come off the ground and the bearded man threw him over, knocking him off his feet. The guy fell to his knees, leaning on his hands, thanks to which he did not hit the floor with his face. The pirate enthusiastically slapped him on the back, admiring his fall, and he, in turn, gasped in shock that he was stronger than he thought. Leaning on the messenger's shoulder, the bearded man said that he was in pretty good shape for a man. The pirate began to wake up his partner, the blue orc Puck, from his sleep, offering him to eat the orcs. He woke up looking at his companion with wide-open eyes and a wide smile. Borodon added that the meat of an orc that had been growing for several years in the forest should be tasty, to which he replied that he saw one on the street today. Placing a hand on his chin, Park asked what would happen to the newcomers if he took the orc for himself. The pirate replied that he would take the cat and the snake. After giving a few more orders regarding the behavior of the victims, the bearded man laughed loudly and sinisterly, releasing an aura. Looking at Toleo Aranis, who was the son of the Sea Dragon King, the messenger realized that he was not a human. Hearing Sir Killian bring the message from the governor, Princess Ingrid and Lady Luna turned to face the entrance with interest. And Lindsay and Eileen's faces lit up as soon as they heard about the ball. Standing in the doorway, Sir Killian added that the invitation had come for all. Listening to this, Raven thought grimly that they finally had their chance. Yang shot him a look, mentally agreeing with what he wanted to do. However, Milady Helena, hearing about Count Sjogund, suddenly turned pale and sad. Pendragon immediately noticed the change in his mother's mood, as did little Mia, who walked up to her and took her by the dress. Realizing that something had to be done, the boy turned to face the woman, telling her to rest, adding that the evening would be very long. She smiled gratefully at her son and thanked her fervently. Raven stood up, calling out to the dragon lady sitting above them. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, Pendragon said he trusted her with the Duchess. Many distinguished guests had gathered at the residence of the governor of Lees that evening, but everyone was expecting the appearance of the prince. Finally, a carriage appeared with two men in front of it, holding the coats of arms of the imperial family and House Pendragon. The guests got out of the carriage, and while the girls admired the hall, the boys looked sternly ahead. Someone in the crowd exclaimed that Princess Ingrid and Lady Luna were beautiful young ladies. Some admired Duke Pendragon and Prince John. They were surrounded by distinguished guests from all sides, saying that it was an honor for them to receive them as guests. Hearing Karth's wild roar behind him, Raven calmly turned around, giving his companion an indifferent look. The ladies who were present in the hall tensed and looked fearfully at the orc who got out of the Duke's carriage. He was also wearing clothes in the colors of the Pendragon family, just like Elkin's. Snarling at the Duke, Karth said that there were only pigs in clothes, which in fact were worthless. The orc was restless and roared that Pendragon had promised him that there would be something to see here. He approached the boy and asked where the warriors were, adding that he wanted to beat those orcs. They didn't even notice the man approach them until he greeted them, thanking them for coming. All the newcomers stared at him with surprised eyes, not knowing what to say. Standing before them was a tall, dark-haired boy dressed in a dark classic suit. Approaching Ellen, he introduced himself as a knight under the leadership of Governor Sjogund named Vincent. Bowing, the boy added that he was pleased to meet Lord Pendragon. Seeing Vincent's eyes flash a bright golden light, Raven looked at him in shock, guessing that it was his aura. He had heard that such an aura could only be possessed by someone who had a great deal of combat experience behind him. Smiling, the boy thought that he should be more careful in this place. Pendragon looked away for a moment, choosing the words to answer. Without waiting for an answer, Vincent gestured to the stairs, inviting the guests to go inside. They followed him through long corridors, admiring the wealth of decorations and interior. All the way, Prince Yang kept his eyes on their escort, drilling the back of his head with his gaze. Vincent's steps were calm, and his posture did not bend an inch. Suddenly, they walked into a brightly lit hall full of people, and everyone suddenly turned their gazes towards them. Lady Eileen and Princess Ingrid's eyes lit up when they saw the lavishly decorated hall. Lord Sjogund, the governor of Lies, was already waiting for them there. The man introduced himself with a smile, telling the prince that they had not seen each other for quite some time. To this, the crown prince replied with a smile that they had not seen each other for about 3 years, during which a lot had happened in the castle. Turning to the princess, Sjogund said that he had not seen her for 5 years, during which she had become even more beautiful than before. Hearing this, Raven glared at the old man intently, trying to comprehend what he had just said. Meanwhile, Sjogund returned to Lady Eileen, praising her appearance as well. And finally, his attention fell on the Duke of Pendragon, about whom there had been many rumors lately. The man spoke enthusiastically of how he had made a deal with the White Dragon and led the orcs and griffins behind him. However, wide-eyed, the governor asked why Milady Helena wasn't with them. Raven replied that his mother wasn't feeling well today, so she stayed with his younger sister. At this, Shogun shouted that he was very sorry and assured that he would send his doctors to her. When the man said that he would visit the Duchess in person, Pendragon politely thanked him, but asked him not to do so. Raven, barely audible so that only the governor could hear him, added that if something goes wrong, it will cost him dearly. The man tensed up a little at these words, but he immediately pulled himself together and invited everyone to enjoy the evening. Sipping wine from his glass, Jan asked the Duke if he found this guy unpleasant, to which he heard an affirmative answer. Raven added that he had heard that Sjogund had proposed to the Duchess, but she had refused him. The guy was angry that for 20 years he still hasn't surrendered. In addition, Pendragon also mentioned Vincent, asking the prince who he was. The crown prince replied that Vincent is the most trusted vassal of Count Sjogund, who arrived in Lees 2 years ago and was able to rise quickly. Jan had even heard that he did all the dirty work for the count. Hearing this, Raven immediately wondered what Vincent might have to do with Sisuke's situation. Having saluted his friend with a glass of wine, the crown prince left, advising him not to drink too much, to which he replied that he should be advising the prince. One of the guards, holding a spear in front of him, asked one of the guests why he had come here, and also in this form. To which the bearded man replied that he had heard that there would be a party here, and it was customary to dress up for parties. He waved his hand, sending a shockwave at the guard. In a moment, he was lying unconscious on the ground, and therefore nothing could stop the pirate anymore. Adjusting his captain's hat, he added that he had dressed for the occasion. He and Puck laughed as they climbed the stairs, planning to enjoy the holiday to the fullest. Raven was standing there talking intently with Elkin, who was looking around intently. Looking at Pendragon, Shogun said that he was quite a brave boy, then turned to face Vincent and asked his opinion on the matter. Staring into the glass of sparkling drink, Vincent replied that he was able to see his aura, but immediately looked away as if frightened. In response to this, the governor raised one eyebrow disdainfully, summing up that Pendragon was just a petty pawn. However, Vincent went on to say that the brown-skinned boy was definitely strong, prompting a question as to who the boy was compared to Vincent himself. Sipping sparkling wine, he replied that it would be known only when they met on the Hertz. Remembering the image of Elkin, Vincent assumed that he was a Valva's knight, who were brave warriors. However, he did not understand what was the point of him serving Pendragon, who meant nothing. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Shogun added that he would leave the unknown warrior to Vincent. Even if he didn't kill him, reinforcements would soon arrive. The Dark King had the cat and the snake to worry about. The governor turned to the lawyer, asking him if he had met the sea serpent at the dump. Vincent remembered a huge pirate with a dark aura that almost knocked him off his feet then. Placing his hands on the table, the boy said that no one, at least not humans, could stand against such a beast. Shogun laughed quietly, saying that since he says that, then everything is definitely going according to plan. He looked at the brooding boy, adding that of all the people he knew, Vincent was the smartest and wildest. With a sly smile, Shogun said that if all went well, things would go much faster for them, and then he could give Vincent what he wanted. However, he just closed his eyes and quietly replied that he did not deserve such an honor. However, looking into the hall, the governor added that everything is fine and he is not involved in what will happen at the holiday. He smiled, adding that he himself was an ordinary victim, as did the rest of the guests, including the young ladies who had come with Pendragon and the prince. The man turned to Vincent, asking if he was wrong, to which he answered yes. And in the big hall, distinguished guests had fun, enjoying the holiday and not even suspecting what was waiting for them. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the glass from the window frames fell to the floor of the hall. Raven tensed and looked towards the direction of the sound. Prince Yan did the same, turning away from the frightened fair sex. Karth glanced over as he bit into the leg of the roasted animal while talking to Elkin. The girls who had come with Pendragon and the prince also looked intently in that direction, trying to understand what had happened. Pirates began to jump into the windows, brandishing sabers and shouting some words. Seeing them, the guests ran away, trying to hide from the pirates. However, not everyone succeeded in this, and in a moment, the sword of one of them already found its first victim in the form of one of the guests. The beautiful ladies stood surrounded, not knowing where to turn from the pirates, who were cutting everyone down indiscriminately. One of the lords was thrown against the ceiling, causing his back to catch a large chandelier. The son of the king of sea serpents shouted to his subordinates to kill all the men and taste their girls. The blue orcs, wasting no time, rushed to carry out their captain's order, looting and swinging their sabers left and right. Seeing this picture, the governor covered his mouth with his hand, so as not to just spit out the big window. Looking at the bloody mess in the hall, Shogun said that the pirate had overdone it, and he couldn't get away with this blood. But Vincent, putting his fingers to his chin, observed that the work was well done, and there would be no questions for the governor. After fixing his hair so that it was less neat, the man suggested that he also begin his part. Climbing the stairs, Eileen yelled at Lindsay to look under her feet, to which she heard the answer that running in heels was not an easy task. However, a tall pirate suddenly appeared in front of them, who landed on the stairs and swung his saber. He gave a wry smile, wheezing that he was finally able to find them. In a moment, a strong dark energy left him, which covered everyone present. The girls froze, unable to move, and fixed their unblinking eyes on the robber. Squinting, he poked his finger at one, then at the other, trying to choose between them. Seeing his finger stop on them, Lindsay and Lady Eileen put their hands over their necks and cried. Princess Ingrid covered her mouth at the thought of not being able to breathe. Lady Luna recalled their trip to Ancona Forest, where Karth had once used a similar attack during the battle with Ellen. She was brought out of her thoughts by the voice of the pirate who approached her, choosing her as his first victim. The pirate laughed wildly and swung his saber at her to get his dinner with one blow. A tearful Lady Luna, not knowing what to do, raised her hands and covered her face with them. Suddenly, Duke Pendragon appeared in front of her, holding out two swords, blocking the sea robber's blow. Seeing him, Lady Eileen and Lindsay smiled happily with tears in their eyes. Looking at the blonde who managed to hold back his attack, the Sea Serpent King was slightly confused. Raven turned to Lady Luna, asking her if she was all right. But she didn't answer anything. She just looked at her savior with big eyes full of tears. Toleo looked at them, thinking that they had fallen into his trap. Prince Jan appeared on the other side of the stairs and called the pirate a big pig. Seeing that the pirate's attention was drawn to him, the Crown Prince smiled, adding that he would have more than one rival. Elkin and Karth, who was holding his axe behind his back, approached from another direction. Appraising the pirate, the orc smiled, saying that the evening was finally starting to get interesting. Looking around, Toleo realized that his retreat was cut off. Looking around, the pirate realized that this time he was in someone's trap. His sword rested against the armor of Duke Pendragon, who was protecting the ladies. From the other side, Crown Prince Jan Aragon approached him, and he was also attacked by a forest orc with a predatory smile in the company of a knight, who had obviously been waiting for this for a long time. At one point, Toleo laughed wildly, grabbing his hat and releasing his aura, saying that they were all stupid. His eyes lit up yellow, and he said that no matter how many there were, he was not enough for them. The man kept his saber in front of him, ready to start a fight at any moment. The girls watched in horror as Duke Pendragon watched the pirate with a serious expression on his face. Karth's face expressed an extreme degree of not just readiness for battle, but also a wild desire for it. Toleo watched his opponents carefully, preparing for their attack. He noticed that 4-1 was a little unfair. Therefore, he apologized and decided that he would first deal with incompetence. The pirate gathered his aura around his fist and aimed at Pendragon, planning to start with him. However, instead of hitting the boy himself, Toleo foolishly hit the stone steps, sending a web of cracks down them. Everyone covered their faces, trying to protect themselves from the dust and stone fragments. Seeing the stairs flying down, Raven began to back away sharply to avoid being buried under the debris. The girls also rushed up, despite the fact that they were on heels. Elkin's face twisted as he saw Karth's body flying towards him. The governor screamed as he watched as the magnificent stone staircase crumbled into rubble right into the main hall. The stone railing shattered into hundreds of small stones, raising a cloud of dust and soot. Getting up on his knees, Karth wondered, looking up, what was wrong with this Turbotsol. They looked at the tattered stairs leading down from the second floor, but there was no one there. Hearing some familiar voices from behind, Elkin and Karth froze, then slowly turned around. Near them stood the same blue goblin pirates, whose leader said with a smile that he had finally waited for his orc meat. Karth's mouth dropped open in surprise as he realized who was standing before him. He rushed at the enemy, threatening to eat him and ask for selected beer. In the next moment, his axe was already flying into the head of one of the pirates. Elkin, meanwhile, drew his swords to engage the blue orcs as well. Raven, meanwhile, standing on one side of the stairs, was looking at the opposite side where the Sea Serpent King was. He stood with his saber over his shoulder, waiting for the right moment to attack the Crown Prince. Yang retreated, realizing that he could hardly cope with such a large opponent on his own. Squinting, the pirate said that now he only had the cat and the snake left, so he could play with them. Pointing his saber at Prince Ian, the pirate said he would be the first. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, the Crown Prince replied with a smile that the strength he had was no match for a boar like him. However, releasing his aura and pointing his sword at his opponent, he added that it is not only her that affects the outcome of the battle. The frightened Lady Eileen asked the princess if everything would be all right with the prince, to which she received a stern answer that there was nothing to worry about. She enthusiastically continued that her brother is unusual, and in general he is considered the best in the capital when it comes to technology. Looking at the determined expression on the Crown Prince's face, Ingrid added that she had not yet seen her brother's defeats. Meanwhile, Yang was already attacking the pirate, but the pirate managed to block his attack. However, the boy did not give up and began to deliver one blow after another, not giving the opponent the opportunity to rest and counterattack. Lady Eileen noted with delight that the prince's series of attacks was simply incredible, because from the side, everything looked as if the pirate could not answer anything. All this was carefully watched by Raven as well, keeping his eyes on his opponent. Looking at their swords, the prince suddenly noticed that he felt absolutely nothing as he struck. It seemed that he simply parried his attacks, moreover, very skillfully. Suddenly, at one point, Toledo pressed his opponent's sword, lowering it down. Princess Ingrid and Lady Eileen let out a frightened cry as they saw that the prince was close to losing. The pirate looked at the prince skeptically, surprised that he was being called an imperial tyrant everywhere. Yan looked to the side and saw the pirate swinging a fist enveloped in a dark aura. However, in the next second, Pendragon rushed towards them, sending a shockwave through Toledo with his sword. His face showed absolutely no emotion as the pirate's blood splattered on him. Seeing his opponent fly away from Ellen's blow, the crown prince let out a loud cry. To this, Raven calmly replied that they needed to fight together, since he was abnormal. Toledo touched the cut on his cheekbone where Pendragon's sword had touched him in surprise. Staring at the drops of blood left on his hand, he tried to remember the last time someone had let him bleed. Squinting, he looked at the blonde, thinking he should start with the snake. Putting the shield on his arm, the pirate exclaimed with joy that it was getting more and more interesting. Looking at his opponents, Toledo warned them that they had better try because if they lost, he would eat their girls. Elkin and Karth battled the orc pirates that remained below. When his opponent fell dead, the boy rushed upstairs to help the Duke. He ran up the stairs with concentration, trying to keep up. Up there, Pendragon and Prince Ian were beating the pirate captain, who managed to fend off attacks from both opponents at once. Hearing someone land behind him, Isla froze in surprise, facing her. In the next moment, he was dodging an attack with a dagger that passed right by his ear. The opponent did not stop his attacks for a moment, so the Knight of Valvas had to show all the agility he was capable of. He put his sword hand forward, intending to attack with both hands at once. The next second, he swung his own swords hard, knocking the weapon out of his opponent's hands. The unarmed assassin stood confused as his swords flew away from him in different directions. His hands shook with tension as he realized that he had lost this battle. Looking at his opponent, Elkin wondered if he was the same knight. He raised his head, and now the face of a shocked Vincent was visible from under the hood, who did not expect such a turn at all. Isla, still holding his swords in front of him, said that the Knights of Valvas never forget the auras of the opponents they have fought before. Vincent, putting forward another sword, replied that he had reasons to want to get even with the boy, so he advised him to get serious. In the next moment, they crossed their swords, looking at each other with a look that said neither planned to surrender. Looking at the pirate, the Crown Prince told Pendragon that he would try to create a hole, and he in turn should finish the robber. To this, Raven replied that he did not expect to hear such a strategy from a prince who always wanted to stand out. He answered with a smile that although he was the master of the capital, but having crossed swords with the Duke, he realized that it was Ellen who would be able to defeat their rival. Toledo at this time stood with his shield in front of him and his sword hand drawn back, preparing to attack. Hearing how the Crown Prince recognized him as stronger than himself, the Duke looked at him in surprise. He asked him with a smile if he really thought he would let the Crown Prince die. However, Yang replied, raising his sword, that he would definitely not allow that. They rushed towards the pirate, surrounded by his own dark aura. The fierce battle continued. Karth slashed at the orc pirates, despite the fact that there were two of them. Elkin deftly parried all of Vincent's blows, preventing him from getting close to him. Karth, who had long wanted to side with the blue barbarians, swung his axe, chopping down one of his opponents. Watching Puck approach him, the forest orc thought things were getting worse. He had been fighting with pirates for a long time, and Isla was fighting on the stairs. It was because of their opponents that they could not get to the second floor, where the prince and the Duke were fighting. At one point, Isla missed with a punch as Vincent walked away, taking his hand away. Immediately after that, he swung his sword, but Valvasa's knight ducked in time to avoid the blow. The boy wanted to hit the warrior on the legs, but saw him jump up, flying over his head. He landed behind, standing right on the step. Vincent smiled as he raised his sword, but said he couldn't let it go to the second floor. Isla didn't answer that, just looked at his opponent with an indifferent look. At this time, on the second floor, Toledo shouted loudly, rushing at Pendragon, but he managed to set up a block. It was at this moment that the Crown Prince attacked him, swooping in from above and swinging his sword. However, Toledo managed to put up a shield to protect himself from the blow, while smiling slyly. At one point, he had to take simultaneous blows from both opponents while simultaneously defending and fighting back. Squinting one eye, the pirate smiled wryly and asked if that was all they were capable of. The next second, he leaned back, dodging a sword that flew right over his face. He deftly dodged the simultaneous attacks of the Crown Prince and the Duke while keeping a sly smile on his face. Seeing this, Yang cursed mentally, wondering how the pirate managed to move so fast. Suddenly, Pendragon's voice came to him, shouting his name loudly. Deep in thought, the prince didn't even notice Toledo standing behind him, drawing his sword to strike. He turned sharply and raised his own weapon to block the blow, but the attack was so powerful that the Crown Prince's sword simply shattered into small pieces. Only a hilt with a lion's head remained in the boy's hand. Seeing this, Toledo smiled widely, saying that one was ready. However, turning his head to the side, the man saw Pendragon rushing towards him, swinging his sword. The smile became predatory from the anticipation of an imminent victory. However, in the next second, he felt how the Crown Prince hung on his arm from behind, preventing him from waving it. Seeing this, Raven smiled widely, realizing that he had the perfect moment to attack. Still holding the pirate's hand, Yang yelled at his comrade to finish the pirate off now. Without wasting time, Pendragon swung his sword, planning to end the fight with one blow. However, in a second, the Crown Prince felt how Toledo, releasing the saber from his hands, began to raise the arm on which he was hanging. A moment later, the boy was already flying forward, turning over in the air. He pounced on the Duke, knocking him off his feet. Lifting his head, he saw Toledo bearing down on him, his shielded fist thrust forward. In the next moment, a blow flew into his chest, and a stick flew into his elbow with all its strength, breaking his arm. Raven froze for a moment, coughing and coughing up blood. Crown Prince, lying on the ground, watched as his friend flew over him from a strong blow. Seeing this, Yang shouted, trying to reach his friend. However, in the next moment, he himself received a powerful blow under his breath, which knocked out the remaining air from him. The prince coughed up blood from the blow, and his face was covered with beads of sweat. With one blow, the pirate threw him onto one of the tables on the second floor. The sight brought tears to Lady Aileen's and Princess Ingrid's eyes, and they cried out desperately. The wild pirate laughed loudly that for him they were nothing more than food. Isla paused for a moment, watching what was happening on the second floor. Seeing the Duke, who had fallen unconscious, Elkin shouted loudly, trying to summon his comrade. Because of this, he lost his vigilance, and Vincent managed to catch his face with his sword. The warrior smiled, asking if he really thought he could be distracted now. At this, Isla clenched his teeth tightly and roared loudly and fiercely. Placing his hands at his sides and looking at the results of his work, Toledo smiled. The body of the Crown Prince was lying on the fragments of the table on which he landed, and blood was spattered on the white tablecloth. Looking at this and Pendragon's body, the pirate roared that he had finally dealt with the lion and the snake. He turned back to the girls, thinking aloud about which one he would eat first. They huddled in a corner, trying to get as far away as possible from the approaching monster. Tears of despair streamed down their faces, and Princess Ingrid covered her mouth to prevent her sobs from being heard. Suddenly, Toledo's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Duke Pendragon rise from the ground just in front of him. He was holding a sword with one hand, and the other was covered in blood. Seeing this, the ladies cried out loudly, rejoicing that he was alive. The pirate looked at him with a shocked look and did not understand how a person could receive such a blow and get up after it. In addition, he noticed that his opponent's right hand looked like a piece of chop. Without looking up at the pirate, Raven noticed that he was really strong. The girls were scared to watch what would happen, listening to him praise the technique of the opponent and the fact that he does not open up to a blow. However, looking up at the pirate, he added that this was not enough to be stronger than him. Raven took a fighting stance, preparing for the next battle. Looking at the Duke, who was holding his sword with the other hand hanging down, Toleo asked if he had ever killed someone like him. Tapping his temple with a finger, the pirate laughed and added that he was a little 7 for 8 after the blow. The Duke smiled, saying that he wouldn't understand even if it was explained to him. Looking closely at his opponent, Raven recognized that he was indeed a strong opponent. However, remembering the King of Trolls, who destroyed a good half of the fighter corps, he thought that the pirate was not even close to him. Pendragon's arm was still hanging like a piece of steak, bleeding, but the boy could feel it healing little by little. It was after defeating the King of Trolls that Raven Volte received an immortal body. Toleo glared at the Duke as if he had seen the devil himself. The man could not understand how he could move an arm that should definitely be broken. Princess Ingrid turned to Lady Eileen, asking if there really was anything like that in her brother's past, to which she replied no. Lindsay assumed they had just misunderstood, but Lady Luna didn't respond. She thought back to the day when Lady Helena had introduced them to Alan, and thought that she had thought he had no pride or self-respect. She kept her eyes on her ex-fiancé, intently following the battle. Rivals stood opposite each other, waiting for the other to attack. Toleo smiled, but advised Pendragon not to try to look cool since he was already half dead. With a wild roar, the pirate charged towards him, swinging his sword and releasing his dark aura. Raven ducked, avoiding a sword strike that whizzed past his ear. In the next moment, he was behind the surprised Toleo, who did not even have time to understand what was happening. The pirate glanced behind him, thinking hard that he shouldn't be moving like that. Pendragon was already standing, glaring at his opponent and swinging his sword to attack. At the last moment, Toleo managed to put up a shield in front of him, protecting himself from the blow. Raven hit the shield, which immediately began to emit a light light. In the next moment, both opponents were pushed away from the place where they were standing by an unknown force. Raven landed on her feet, immediately taking a fighting stance and grabbing the sword that had fallen from her hand. He kept his eyes on the pirate and his shield, which he did not let go of his hands. The pirate was grinning savagely, once again putting the protection device forward. Pendragon realized that it was through the shield that he couldn't see his sword. Lowering his head, Raven noticed the shadow of a hand on the floor, realizing he was being attacked. At the last moment, he jumped back, avoiding a lunge, which greatly puzzled the pirate. Turning his head, he clenched his teeth and snarled with rage that the trick didn't work. However, Raven hit his shield from the inside the next moment. Toleo looked at his opponent in a daze, not expecting such a quick and accurate attack from him. The Duke did not stop, but threw blows one after another, from which the pirate barely had time to fight back. Finally, their swords crossed, letting out the sound of clanking metal into the air. Raven knocked the pirate's saber away with one blow, causing it to flail a bit. Pointing his sword forward, the boy repeated that he had already killed enemies of Toleo's level. The girls, huddled under the wall, intently followed Duke Pendragon, who was ready to enter the battle again. Raven understood that this coordination of shield and sword was most likely one of Rahwan's techniques. Rahwan was a city built on the surface of the ocean. However, several dozen years ago, it was captured by the orcs, and now it was considered their largest kingdom. Their unique swordsmanship technique was based on a mixed use of sabers from the archipelago and dwarven shields, and the throw with which the pirate launched the prince was similar to the one used by Isla on the day they met. He was the one who had knocked Sir Killian over. Raven was sure of it. Looking at his opponent, Pendragon understood that he was very well versed in southern techniques, and this meant that he was either a glorious warrior of the south or a bastard of noble origin. Looking at his aura, the Duke assumed that he could easily be half-orc. Toleo, on the other hand, could not understand why his opponent was able to fully recover and even react to Rahwan's technique so quickly. He used to be able to defeat all the Imperial soldiers in a matter of seconds with this art. The only explanation was that he had already fought someone who knew such a technique, but that was impossible. He remembered Pendragon's words that he had already had to kill people like him. The pirate was well aware that he was superior in technique and strength to him, but he also saw that something was wrong with the Duke. Throwing a glance at the Crown Prince, Toleo thought that he would still be able to get to his feet. But if the Duke's allies get to the second floor, the situation will become dangerous for him. The Sea Serpent King glares at his opponent, knowing that for his father's ambitions he must deal with Pendragon as soon as possible. Throwing his saber over his shoulder, Toleo told the Duke with a smile that he was good at dodging his blows. Squinting, he added that he looked like a rat that a cat was trying to catch. Raven didn't say anything to that, instead looking at the pirate with an indifferent look. Turning away, Toleo said that in reality, he would not see such a battle with no end or edge in sight. Gritting his teeth, the Sea Serpent King added that even worms have a sense of camaraderie. In the next moment, Toleo rushed in the opposite direction from Pendragon, which confused him a little. Realizing exactly where his opponent was running, Raven mentally cursed and ran after him as fast as he could. Right on the pirate's course, Ian was still lying on the debris of the table and broken dishes. Toleo grabbed the Crown Prince by the leg and lifted him up, holding his head down and threatening to crush him as Pendragon dodged his attacks. Hearing this, the prince opened his eyes and growled through tightly clenched teeth. In his hand, he held a bottle of wine, the bottom of which was broken. The next moment, it flew straight into the face of the surprised pirate, who did not even understand what had happened. He grabbed his eye with his hand, where the sharp end of the bottle had hit precisely. His face was covered with sweat from the pain, and the pirate himself cursed loudly, moaning in pain. The proud Crown Prince told him that he does not know how to run away, but he counterattacks well. Still clutching the eye, Toleo shouted, wishing the prince nothing but pleasure. Raven, meanwhile, swung his sword, releasing his aura. Stunned, Toleo stared at the streams of blue magic, not understanding what was happening around him. Pendragon's eyes burned with righteous anger as he swung his sword again. Looking at the blue light with one whole eye, the pirate carefully followed the movements of his opponent. Immediately after that, the platform on the second floor was covered with a thick cloud of dust. Tongues of bright blue flame blazed around, but Toleo didn't even think of giving up, resolutely taking a fighting stance. Prince Yang, sitting on the floor, watched the match with wide eyes. He did not understand how Pendragon was able to react in time with the speed of their enemy. The sword shattered, and Raven let go of the hilt that was left of it. The boy grabbed Toleo by the wrist of the hand that held the saber. Jumping up, he threw his legs over his shoulders, using the same technique he used to compete with the prince. Noticing this, the pirate thought he was taking him in a chokehold using his blind spot. However, the man quickly got his bearings and, throwing him over himself, thought with a smile that such a technique would not work against him. Already flying down, Raven grabbed Toleo by the thumb of one hand. He looked at his opponent in confusion, not understanding what he wanted to do. In the next moment, Pendragon rested his other hand on the pirate's forearm, arching a finger upwards. Feeling a sharp pain, Toleo let out a loud cry, not noticing that he was back between the Duke's legs and flying to the floor. Raven roared wildly, glaring at her opponent with a crazed look. Lying on his back and holding the pirate's neck with one leg, the boy forcefully pulled his arm towards him. Meanwhile, Isla and Vincent crossed swords in a fierce battle with each other. Vincent clenched his teeth tightly in tension as he tried to overpower his enemy. His face became covered with sweat from the exertion, and cracks appeared on the blade of the sword. Elkin pulled one hand back, planning to strike his opponent. In the next moment, Vincent's sword could not withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. The disarmed man stood confused on the stairs, trying to figure out what to do next. Holding the swords out in front of him, Isla explained that such delicate things were made for quiet, quick kills, but not suited for prolonged combat. Vincent stared unblinkingly at the hilt of the sword that remained in his hand. The man grabbed his shoulder, where a tattoo of a tower on a yellow background was visible under the cut sleeve. Isla's eyes showed determination to continue the fight, no matter how it happened. Suddenly, they heard a wild scream coming from the second floor. Vincent looked around in fright, sweating as he realized it belonged to the Dark King. Elkin's face lit up with a happy smile at the realization that Pendragon was still alive. Remembering how he defeated him back then in the tavern, Vincent was surprised that the monster could scream. On the first, there were shouts of victory, with which Karth celebrated his victory over the orc pirates. Turning their heads, Vincent and Isla saw the forest orc kill Puck with one clear blow. With a dull thump, he fell at the feet of the winner. With his head held high and standing among the bodies of his defeated rivals, Karth growled that the orcs of Ancona Forest were the strongest. Vincenti looked at the bodies of the orcs from the archipelago, horrified to realize that they had all been defeated. Isla was once again in front of him, determined to end their duel once and for all. Looking at the forest orc loudly celebrating the victory, the assassin wondered who their enemies were this time. The man froze for a moment, trying to come up with a further plan of his own actions. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, Vincent decided that the best solution to save his life would be to run away. Isla watched in amazement as he landed on the tiles in the great hall on the first floor after jumping over the railing. Realizing that the road was clear, he hurried to the second floor to help Pendragon. He was standing opposite Toleo, whose right arm was hanging broken, so he could no longer hold the sword in it, and he could only protect himself with a shield. With a broad smile, the boy told the pirate that now the situation between them had changed dramatically. He glared at him with one eye, clenching his teeth in impotent rage. Toleo growled that he should not try his luck, as one broken finger would not be enough to defeat him. From the stairs came the wild cry of Knight Valvas, who ran up the stairs to the second floor. Hearing him and the lumbering footsteps of the forest orc accompanying him, the pirate's mouth fell open in confusion. They rushed straight at him, and determination and fury could be read in their eyes. Seeing the allies, Raven let out a gleeful shout, glad that they were still alive. Realizing that he was alone, Toleo launched his shield at the prince, hoping to finish off at least one opponent. However, Pendragon managed to run up at the last moment and raise his leg, stopping the shield flying at Ian. He dropped to one knee, trying to stay on his feet after the impact. As he did this, Toleo was already standing on the windowsill, about to jump and run away. Taking one last look at his rivals, the Dark King promised them a rematch in which he would break their necks. Raven ran up to the window just as he jumped out and flew down. Sticking the thumb and forefinger of an entire hand into his mouth, he whistled briefly, summoning his pet. Immediately after that, a black griffin appeared under his feet, which he immediately grabbed by the chain around his neck. The creature flapped its wings and flew into the sky, taking its rider with it. The boys watched as the Sea Dragon King flew away on a griffin, realizing that this time he had managed to get away. In response to Karth's indignation, Raven said that his arm and eye were damaged, so he would not be able to attack for a while. Elkin looked down at his feet and stunned his companions with the confession that Vincent had recently assaulted him. Approaching them, Prince Yang barked that this meant the old governor had planned everything in advance. Putting his fingers to his chin, Pendragon said that this would not be enough to prove Shogun's involvement. Returning to Isla, he inquired as to how strong Vincent was as a warrior. Elkin replied that they were fighting as equals, which meant that he definitely couldn't be just an ordinary knight. Glancing out the window, Isla added that there was something else Pendragon needed to know. Pointing to his shoulder, he said that Vincent had a tower-like tattoo on his shoulder. Hearing this, Raven lashed out at his companion. Milady Helena was sitting on the balcony reading a book when she saw several figures approaching her against the background of the full moon. Next to her sat little Mia riding a harpy with a castle. The Duchess looked intently at the approaching griffins, realizing that something bad was happening. Mounted on black griffins sat blue orcs, armed with axes and sabers that glittered in the moonlight. Toleo held tightly with one hand to the chain around the neck of the griffin, on which he flew into the thick of the forest. Hearing someone calling him, he was surprised and opened his eyes wide. Running to him from the forest was none other than Governor Jogund in his festive frock coat. He immediately attacked the pirate with accusations, which he shouted directly in his face, interspersed with insults. The griffin landed, clawing the ground with clawed paws. Looking sternly at the man, Toleo reminded him of his promise not to call him that. To this, the governor replied that he could not expect the promise to be fulfilled after he had broken the agreement himself. Shogun screamed that he had destroyed his mansion and at the same time had completely failed in his task. To this, the pirate replied that although the snake was healthy, the cat instead received a lot of wounds, so he could simply ask a healer from the south to finish the job he had started. Hearing about him, the governor fell silent, and his body began to shake with fear. Descending from his griffin, Toleo added that since he wanted to kidnap Pendragon's mother, he sent orcs after her. He added that the medicine man who would arrive was an expert in brainwashing and assassination. Towering over the terrified governor, Toledo added that if he had been here in the first place, there would have been no problems. Leaning over, he was already loudly roaring that he had sent him to the villa, and because of this, they had lost in his estate, because of the avarice of the governor himself. Trembling so that his teeth didn't hit his teeth, Jogan told him to shut up, scolding him for not being able to cope with the task, while boasting about his talents. He wanted to say something else, but the pirate rubbed his mouth with one finger, knocking out several teeth. Watching him crawl on the ground, groping for his mouth, Toledo remembered that he should have thundered him too. Stepping on his leg, he added that he himself asked him not to be suspected as the organizer. Taking the governor's cane and his cloak in his hands, Toledo said he would take it as a reward. The pirate flew off, leaving the undressed governor lying unconscious in the forest. At this time, a bloody battle was going on near the Pendragon Villa between the griffins on which the orcs had flown and the white griffins accompanying Soldrake. The dragon griffins desperately rushed at their enemies, surrounded by a bright aura, their eyes burning with a bright blue light. One of them raised a clawed paw and struck the opponent on the beak with it, knocking him down. Forest orcs were beating the pirates at this time, knocking out some simply from the griffins. One of the blue orcs charged at the enemies, surprised that their superiority in numbers did not help them. Looking at the forest orcs surrounded by a light aura, he could not understand why they had become so strong. Sir Killian also wasted no time charging at the attackers with a battle cry, raising his sword. In the next moment, one of the pirates went to the ancestors from one precise movement of the commander. Reed Polak and Barrio Luton exclaimed, enthralled by how their commander had put down the huge orc with one blow. Looking down at the sword, Sir Killian thought that it was a shaman enhancement skill. She helped him a lot, for which it was worth thanking Kratul, who held a magical influence. He laughed, saying that after the incident with the centaurs, he did find a reason to master it. Everything that happened near the villa was visible in a magic ball surrounded by a dark aura. The two men who were watching this in the forest, not far from the scene, were surprised that they were able to push back the strongest orcs in the archipelago. Hearing the voice of the healer nearby, they raised their heads in fright and saw that he was holding a scolopendra in his hand. Sending her to his mouth, he said that there was a whole other level of magic that could be felt in there that might not just be from their mage. With a crazy expression on his face, the healer, surrounded by a dark aura, added that they were still weaker than him. The warriors with whom he was talking looked at him in fear, feeling the great influence of the healer's power on them. They knew that a force of this level could easily kill 1,000 knights and mercenaries. Looking at their frightened looks, Galata replied that the pirates were just bait. Looking into the magic orb at the knights, he added that while they were cutting down the orcs, they would be able to sneak in and kidnap the Duke's mother. The healer added that he had received such an order from the Dark King, which frightened the warriors even more. He waved his hand, looking for the Duchess in the magic ball, and saw her sitting, holding her little daughter close to her. Near her sat the harpy and the Kazul, trembling with fear and with tears in their eyes. The harpy kept saying that she was afraid and did not want to die, but the Kazul said that he was not like her and he was not afraid at all. Hearing his words, Milady Helena said that there was no need to be afraid, as their soldiers were fighting outside. However, she quietly added that she really wants to believe it. Suddenly, she saw a streak of fire coming through the door with a loud sound of burning metal. Everyone present with tears in their eyes froze, waiting for what would happen next. Watching the metal drain to the floor with a frightened look, the Duchess was horrified to think that the door was actually thick. In the opening created by the heat, she saw 5 men, one of them holding an outstretched hand and a bandaged body. Holding a fireball in his hands, he smiled and ordered her to tie herself up and follow him. Seeing that she did nothing, he warned that if she did not obey him, he would turn everything around to ashes. Immediately after that, the voice of the Kazuli was heard, saying that he did not want to turn into ashes. Milady Helen resolutely looked up at the uninvited guests, realizing that she had little choice. She rose to her feet and walked out into the middle of the room. Looking at the healer, she asked if they were here on Governor Syogun's order. Extending his hand to her, Golota said that he had had enough of unnecessary talk. In the next second, she saw the bandages from her arm begin to wrap around her body. Milady Helena wanted to scream, but the bandages immediately began to wrap around her mouth. One of the maids rushed to her mistress while the other held little Mia by the shoulders. Tied, Milady Helena fell to the carpeted floor. The healer smiled and ordered one of the warriors accompanying him to take the woman, to which he happily agreed. Feeling how she was carried somewhere, the woman moaned again, trying to break through the bandages. The robbers were happy that they had managed to steal the Duchess so easily, realizing that the healer was a completely different level than the rest of the mages. Suddenly, they were all cut down by a bright blue flame, forcing them to fall silent. Hearing this, the witch doctor stopped smiling and stared in front of him in fear, feeling strong magic. He turned his head and shouted loudly when he saw the one who had managed to defeat his soldiers. Kazul and the harpy watched with wide eyes what was happening before their eyes. Among the bodies of the defeated bandits stood Soldrake, surrounded by blue magical fire. Milady Helena looked at the dragon with wide eyes, but she could not say anything. The healer watched the stranger, realizing that she had incinerated his ashes before they even bled, using an aura blade. Meanwhile, Soldrake raised her hands, looking with a devastating look at the opponent with whom she was ready to fight. The healer shuddered, realizing that by this time thousands of people had fallen at his hands, including knights, nobles, and nobles. Milady Helena, meanwhile, was writhing on the floor, trying to mumble something with her mouth tied. Turning to Soldrake, the healer thought about the fact that he was now afraid. He looked at the unknown girl, realizing that in front of him was definitely not a person. The healer immediately noticed that there were stones on her forehead and a pair of huge wings behind her back. The man clenched his teeth and trembled with fear. He understood very well that the only race capable of summoning aura blades was only the dragon race. However, as soon as he opened his mouth to scream, Soldrake's aura began to envelop his head. He fell silent the next moment, losing half of his head as the dragon lady flew over him. At that time, a carriage was driving along the road, behind which Isla was sitting. His friends were sitting in the middle. Princess Ingrid was the one holding the shield next to Prince Ian, from which healing magic emanated. Opposite sat Pendragon with his sister and wife. To his sister's question, the prince replied that the healing properties of the shield are simply wonderful, so he is much better. However, standing up, he pointed a finger at Pendragon, wondering what the hell was going on with his body, which surprised him a bit. He clarified that the monster's shield flew at him, but after that the Duke was able to calmly continue the fight. Looking away, Raven tried to use the white dragon's power as an excuse. Putting his hands behind his head and stretching, Ian agreed that Soldrake was indeed special. At these words, Lady Luna gave the prince a somewhat sad look, wondering if that was really the case. The carriage moved along the road along the coast, approaching the Pendragon villa. It was there that the light griffin Soldrake managed to drive away the griffins that were attacked by the pirate orcs. An exhausted Sir Killian exclaimed in joy at seeing that they were able to defeat the enemies. He pointed his sword at the bodies of the dead blue orcs that lay crushed by the clawed paws of the griffins. The Pendragon cavalry commander raised his fist, calling their army invincible. Kratul approached one of the griffins and patted him on the head, smiling. The rest of the animals also shouted joyfully in the sky when they saw their mistress. Soldrake went out onto the balcony, admiring the starry and calm sky. Milady Helen came up behind her, thanking her for saving her. The woman looked down somewhere for a long time, not daring to continue the conversation she had started. Petting the contented griffin's beak, Soldretsk replied that she had nothing to be thankful for, as Ray had asked her to protect him. The Duchess said that she did not understand her and wanted to add something else, but stopped mid-sentence. In a moment, she continued, saying that the dragon was not obligated to protect all Pendragons, but only the one she made a pact with. Looking down at her feet, the woman added that she knew it all too well. At these words, Soldrake turned her head and looked at the Duchess, waiting for her to continue. Milady Helena sadly continued that she had seen a dragon in a similar form before. When Gordon, her husband, was alive, she saw a dragon in human form. She flew into the garden where Gordon Pendragon was standing, turning into a girl as she went. They looked intently into each other's eyes, talking about something so that no one could hear them. Milady Helena said she had never seen a more beautiful creature. However, She felt jealous when she saw how they looked into each other's eyes. However, now that Milady Helena saw Soldrake's gaze on Ellen, she felt the dragon's pain. It's as if she remembers something. The Duchess added that she now began to understand the sentiment. The woman bowed to the dragon lady, asking her to protect her son now and always. Milady Helena waited anxiously for some sign from Soldrake that would indicate her answer. The woman added that she perfectly understands that maybe her son was a completely different person now, but she was still his mother. The woman clenched her fists tightly, grabbing her dress. She sobbed, adding that even if he was with someone else, she would still love him. Placing her face in her hands, Lady Helena said she was trying to love him. Soldrake watched the Duchess while the Griffin, not understanding what was happening, stared at her with wide eyes. Looking down, the dragon lady replied that she didn't quite understand the Duchess either. However, she didn't care who was in front of her, Raven Valte or Ellen Pendragon. Reaching out to the moon, she added that she still sees Alex in it. That was why, of all the people she made a deal with, Ellen was the one she liked more than the others. Milady Helena stood on the balcony for a moment while Soldrake gazed out at the calm waters of the sea. Suddenly, Raven, accompanied by Lindsay and Lady Eileen, ran to the balcony in search of her mother. He looked at the Duchess with concern, asking if she was okay, as he heard they were being attacked. Milady Helena, wiping away her tears, replied that she was fine thanks to Soldrake, while wondering if they were all right. Eileen slyly looked at her brother when he said, without batting an eye, that everything was fine with them. The woman approached her son, thanking him that he had returned safe and sound. The boy tensed a little as Milady Helena hugged him, tears streaming down her face. While the Duchess hugged Eileen, the boy stared unblinkingly at his hand, deep in thought. Raven lifted her head up, looking up at the sky and thinking of her own mother. Soldrake watched him without saying a word. After a while, everyone was standing in the hall, getting ready for sleep. Milady Helen smiled as she wished her son a good night. Eileen did the same with a wave to her brother. Raven turned her head to see Lindsay beside her, her face flushed. Lady Luna watched in silence as the two embraced, wishing each other sweet dreams. Throwing her over his shoulder for her to go to sleep as well, Pendragon stopped when she called his name. Looking at him with a determined look, Lady Sayrod said that she needed to discuss something very important with him. Hearing this, Raven stared at her in surprise, not knowing what to say. The girl's look indicated that she was serious, and her cheeks were flushed. Karth and Kratul stood over their fellow tribesmen who had fallen in battle during the pirates' attack on the villa. Raven and Luna were just passing by when they heard Karth call out to the other orcs, asking if they were jealous of them. He shouted that to die in battle was the goal of their lives, and the two dead knew it very well. Pendragon stared at them, not understanding what was happening. Karth continued to shout that the dead should be sent to the earth, God not in the usual boring way, but in style, which made Krathul smile. He leaned his head against his staff and a bright green light emanated from it. Immediately after this, the bodies of the fallen forest orcs began to be covered with green young shoots on which large white flowers bloomed. In a moment they were covered in a blanket of white flowers, as the other orcs screamed and waved their arms above them. They danced among the flowers, praising their dead brothers. Pendragon and Lady Luna watched all this in silence. Looking at it, the girl said that the ceremony looked pretty cute. However, it is also sad, which brought tears to her eyes. Cart and the other orcs paid no attention to anyone and continued to swing their fists at the place where their fallen comrades lay. Raven replied that such a ceremony could only be seen by those who fought alongside them, and that it was the best the forest orcs could get. Lady Luna listened with tears in her eyes, as strangers were not allowed near her, and therefore their presence showed that the orcs considered them family. When she asked if it was true, Pendragon didn't answer, watching the orcs in silence. Closing his eyes, he remembered that the girl wanted to talk to him, and for this they should find a place where there is not so much noise. They sat down on the large entrance steps that led to the embankment. Without looking at the boy, Lady Luna asked if it was possible if she hadn't broken the engagement then, they could have played the wedding. However, the Duke did not answer this, staring blankly in front of him. So she went on to say that she regrets the breakup, especially now that she sees how much he's changed. The girl explained that it was a family decision, after which she decided that nothing could be changed, so she gave up. Raven propped her head with her hand, trying to think of a response to Lady Looney. But she said that during the trip to the mausoleum, and after it, she continues to look at it. She remembered how he had shielded her from the pirate by standing in front of her and crossing swords with him. She remembered the look in his eyes when he asked if she was okay. With tears in her eyes, Lady Luna admitted that she felt like this feeling would never go away. Sobbing, she turned to him, but the boy interrupted her, saying that he was sorry. Without looking up at her, Raven admitted that her feelings were not reciprocated. Lady Luna was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say and trying to process what she had just heard. She looked down and replied sadly that she understood everything. The girl remembered how rudely she treated him when they were introduced to each other, and now that he has become successful, she wants to get close again. However, she added, lowering her head, that she never had any thoughts of being with him just because of success. They sat on the steps for a while, neither of them speaking, deep in thought. Still looking the other way, Raven explained that she was of no use here and the matter was completely different. In response to her questioning look, he said that he never considered her pitiful or felt hatred towards her. However, he added that there is no place for real feelings in his life. The boy felt like a pawn in a game of chess because he moved as he was told and there was no room for any feelings in him at all. Luna listened with teary eyes to what he would say to anyone who wanted to get close to him. At the end, he added again that he was sorry, while his face was flooded with tears. Rising from the stairs, Raven waved to the girl to rest well. Lady Luna's face was covered in bitter tears as she looked after the Duke. Princess Ingrid secretly watched them from the bushes, who wondered how things would end between them. Walking past her, Raven motioned for her to do the same without turning her head. After that, he silently walked down the alley to the coast to be alone. He pondered as he remembered how Milady Helena had come to him and hugged him tight, shedding tears on his shoulder. Pendragon thought that his lack of feelings did not mean that things should be left as they were. Raising his head and looking at the night sky, the boy thought that he should go to Raven's ancestral estate. He remembered again how he was on his knees watching the house he grew up in burn. The next morning in Lies began with a man telling us that the Latuan orcs had caused a disturbance at the governor's reception, killing most of the guests. Hearing this, his interlocutor tried to shut him up, reminding him that he could be imprisoned for such stories. However, he continued, adding that the meeting of the orcs with the Pendragons, who were unexpectedly invited to the ball, turned out to be amazing. He also said that their knights were simply scattering the orcs, which the audience received with a lot of skepticism. Vincent, who was sitting nearby, listened to all this. He looked at his desk aloof, listening to every word. Gold coins of different weights lay on the scales in front of him. Taking one of them, Vincent raised it closer to his eyes and began to look carefully. The boy thought about the fact that all the Latuan orcs could be defeated by only one Ankonan. He tossed a few more coins into one of the scales. He also remembered the knight Valvas, who had fought with him that evening. At the same time, a handful of coins went to the scales. Looking at the coins in his hand, Vincent was lost in memories again. This time he remembered Duke Pendragon himself at the time when they had met. Next came the image of Toleo Arangues, whom everyone called the Dark King, and whom everyone in the south considered an invincible monster, and which even he could not resist at that time in the tavern. At the thought, Vincent's face became covered in large beads of sweat as he stared intently at the handful of coins in his hand. Throwing them on the scale, he heard someone calling him insistently. He turned his head in the man's direction, asking what he was talking about while he tried to convey the business idea he had come up with. He shouted even louder that Ellen Pendragon, about whom the whole city was buzzing, had come here. Vincent glared at him, not believing what he was hearing. Already standing in his office, Pendragon looked around, saying that everything was done quite pompously here. With such equipment, he should have made large profits, leveling the existence of small and medium-sized businesses. The man looked at him, sitting by his unchanging scales and sternly watching the guest. As he poured sparkling wine and a glass, Raven crossed his arms and added that the governor had done a good job with the economy of Lies. Putting his fingers to his chin, he added that he must have simply fantastic subordinates. Vincent handed the guest a glass of sparkling wine, offering him a drink. Accepting it, Pendragon huffed with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the glass flew out of Vincent's hands and flew to the floor. Quickly getting his bearings, Raven quickly reached out to grab him. The next moment, he looked up to see Vincent jump up, swinging a leg at him. Raven ducked and a leg flew past him not far from his head. Seeing this, he immediately clenched his fingers into a fist and brought his hand in for a new attack. Pendragon ducked again and raised his fist, blocking the attack. Vincent was clearly not prepared for the fact that he would receive such a rebuff, so now he was looking at his opponent with round eyes in surprise. They grabbed each other's wrists, trying to push the opponent and knock him to the floor. Raven smiled and exhaled, saying that he would expect no less from someone who was able to attack Isla. He smiled back, saying that he himself was no worse for tricks, as he had done a great job of pretending to be afraid of his aura the previous evening. At the same time, Vincent admitted that since the Duke had already managed to defeat the Dark King, he was clearly very strong. But he warned that it would be a big mistake to consider his murder an easy matter. Letting out his aura, Vincent added that he still had a few things to do in this world. Raven didn't react in any way to this, focusing on the physical confrontation. He said that with the help of the power of the Chamber of Commerce, he wants to reduce the economic distance with the Empire and improve the economy. Hearing his words, Vincent froze, staring at his opponent in surprise, and his face was covered with beads of sweat. With his hands at his sides, Pendragon said that he was wrong to decide that he wanted to capture or kill him. The boy added that he wanted to buy it, calling Ron Vincent the master of the Tower of Darkness. Unable to say anything, he just glared at him with saucer-shaped eyes. Raven thought to himself that he hadn't even noticed it since the beginning, even though Vincent was a fairly common name. However, he immediately remembered Isla's words that he had seen a tattoo in the form of a tower on the trusted governor. Such a tattoo indicated belonging to the Tower of Darkness. Almost no one knew about this, but two facts were definitely known. The first was that each member of the team had such a tattoo. They were talented in various fields, and the leader they followed was called a master by all. They preached the path of justice for the sake of the fate of the whole world. Raven had heard stories about them when he was in the Demon Slayer Corps in a past life. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, the Duke added that he wanted to strengthen the position of Lies so that he could then seize control of all the coastal cities of the Empire. He continued that he wanted to use the power of the chamber to collect small and medium-sized businesses in order to put pressure on large traders with joint efforts. This would reduce their income and prevent them from becoming too powerful. Hearing his words, Vincent froze with his mouth wide open. He thought about the fact that he had never told anyone the true plans, so it was unclear how Pendragon could have learned them. Raven understood that he wanted to eradicate the economic divisions in the Empire, but he wanted too much. Ron Vincent's name was widely known in his past life, and he was one of the heroes. Crossing his arms, Pendragon said he couldn't understand why someone of that rank would work for Governor Sigund. Vincent stared grimly in front of him, not answering the Duke. However, in a moment he answered briefly that this man was very noble, which was the reason. He wanted to work with him regardless of his social status and used him competently to build the economy of Lies. Thanks to this, the population of the place became richer, which improved the lives of the locals. Staring at Vincent, Raven replied that this profit made the governor want to kill him and Ian. At the same time, adding that it is possible the elder Prince Sion also became his victim. However, Vincent turned his head to him and asked what he was up to. Not expecting this turn of the conversation, Pendragon snapped at the boy, not knowing what to say. Approaching the table, Vincent took the bottle in his hands, talking about how the nobles and the royal family were worried about power and strength. And it was an absolute sneeze as to who would win or die. Pouring sparkling wine into a glass, he added that he didn't care, as his goal in this world was the health and safety of people. In addition, for him, all the nobles were something similar to Count Shogun. Raven smiled slyly, asking if he looked anything like him as well. Vincent was silent for a moment, looking intently at his interlocutor and thinking about his answer. However, looking down at the glass, he answered that he had not yet been able to deal with this question. A sly smile blossomed on Pendragon's face upon hearing this. He calmly suggested that Vincent visit his territory somehow to stay there, after which he would be able to make a decision. He fell silent for a moment, thinking over the Duke's proposal. And if he thinks it's better for the people, he can cut the Pendragon's income or kill the Duke himself. That's up to him. Vincent was still silent, staring grimly into the glass he was twirling in his fingers. Sipping the sparkling wine, the boy assumed that if he wanted to keep him in the Allies, then he wanted to know all the schemes of Count Shogun. Without hiding, he answered that it would be one of the advantages. Smiling, Vincent replied that in that case he would still try to work with him. Turning around, Raven replied that he was looking forward to it. After that, ignoring the boy's bewildered look, he walked towards the door, waving his hand and tossing a few coins into the air. Vincent stared at him for a while, not knowing what to say to him. The coins with the bell landed on the scales, mixing with the coins that were there. Vincent continued to stand as if struck by thunder, holding a glass of sparkling wine in his hands. Raven added that he left it for beer. After that, Vincent glanced at the pan of scales where the coins had fallen. A broad smile bloomed on the boy's face, and he himself was staring straight ahead. Already in the evening, standing on the balcony of the villa, Pendragon asked the prince if his wounds had healed, to which he heard an affirmative answer that it was all thanks to the shield. Raising his eyes to the sky, the crown prince thought that his sister would be traumatized for life because of this hellish adventure. Suddenly he turned sharply to the Duke, and pointing his finger at him, growled that he would not allow him to take his sister away. At this, Pendragon smiled, and asking if this was his final decision, told him to deal with it himself. Looking at his companion, Ian asked if they were going to Sisek now, to which he heard that he would take Isla and Soldrake with him. Keeping his gaze on the Duke, the Crown Prince wondered if the three of them could handle it, as they still didn't know what their enemies were up to. To this, Raven reminded him that he himself had seen his power and Isla's power at the governor's estate. After which, he added that Soldrake was stronger than both of them put together. To this, Yang replied that it was a clear thing since she was a dragon that took human form. He thought about the wording and decided that monster wasn't quite the right word to describe her, but it wasn't clear who she was. The image of Toleo came back to mind, with his crazy expression and dark aura. The Crown Prince said that he had held up well enough against the two in combat, but he was not human. To this, Raven said that he was probably a half-orc with southern martial arts. Gazing at the calm waters, Yang wondered if their enemy could be someone more powerful than Governor Shogun. Pendragon was silent for a while as he approached the parapet where the prince stood. Folding his hands on his chest, he said that he was very encouraged by the fact that the Crown Prince was among his allies. Without looking at the interlocutor, the Duke added that if it weren't for him, he probably wouldn't have died in that battle. Hearing this, Ian shuddered, gritted his teeth, and lashed out at Pendragon. Trying to squeeze out the words, the Crown Prince said that he was abnormal, worried that the pirate's blows had not gone without consequences. However, having calmed down, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and concluded that they were leaving tomorrow morning. Tucking a strand of hair behind his ear, the Crown Prince added that they still needed to find Goofly in the Imperial Palace. Hearing the name of the person who was to become the Emperor in the future, Raven tensed. He warned the prince not to hurry, as their enemies were everywhere. He smiled, pointing a finger at the interlocutor, and warned him to be more careful. The next morning, the lady of House Pendragon, along with the Kazal and Tata, saw off the carriage in which the prince, princess, and Lady Luna were going home. Princess Ingrid stuck her head out of the carriage and waved goodbye to her friends. They did the same with wide smiles on their eyes. Lady Luna propped her cheek with her hand, looking at the sea waves, lost in her thoughts. A horseman watched from a hill not far from the city. Vincent looked on in silence, and in a moment he turned his horse and galloped off into the distance towards the sun. Governor Shogun woke up already when it was dark. He sat on the bed and clutched his bandaged head. The man thought feverishly about what he should do now, as he understood that the Crown Prince had gone to the palace, which meant that the assassination had failed. During all this, he never managed to get Milady Helena. In addition, his lawyer, Vincent, disappeared without a trace. Pounding his fist on the pillow, the old man cursed, trying to understand why he couldn't do anything. The thought that he had to make Hufflepuff Crown Prince as soon as possible was running through his mind. Speaking to himself, the governor thought that since they had already arrived to investigate the assassination attempt on Prince Scion, they could go to Sisuk and find evidence. And then it was quite possible that what was promised to them and the whole future would be completely turned upside down. In Sisuk itself, meanwhile, 2 frightened riders were trying to break away from a pack of black griffins. They tried to understand where these came from in these places, noticing that the animals were approaching. Looking at the wild eyes of the griffins, one of the men noticed that they should not have gone to this cursed island. In a moment, arrows flew at the griffins, distracting them from their prey. Seeing how the predator fell to the ground, the man stared at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Raising his head, he saw on a nearby hill 3 figures in cloaks, one of which was carrying a crossbow. Isla stared at the place where the griffin he had just shot had fallen. However, there was no time to think, because another griffin was already flying towards them, looking at the prey with a predatory gaze. Raven jumped up, drawing her sword and swinging it at the animal. With one clear blow, he chopped it on the body, knocking it away from him. The men, who had been attacked by the griffins from the very beginning, followed the strangers with their mouths wide open. In a moment, the stranger landed in front of them, and the griffin he had been fighting lay dead with a severed wing. Raven was silently looking at them with a stern look, but instead of blonde, her hair was now black like a raven's wing. He also tinted his eyelashes and eyebrows so that they would not betray him with their underwear. Looking frightened at the boy, the men thought that these were mercenaries who were better not to be disturbed. However, they were very surprised to see their savior simply turn around and walk away. One of the men couldn't stand it and asked in surprise if he was going to take their money. Without turning his head to them, Raven replied that there was no need for that, as he was just testing his blade. The men smiled at this and asked him with a smile who he and his companions were. Pausing, the boy was silent for a moment, staring ahead and considering his answer, before quietly saying that his name was Raven. Raising his head to the hill, he called his henchmen after him. They dropped their hoods, watching Pendragon intently. Leaving the rescued travelers behind, all 3 headed towards the city. Elma's bar was always packed with a diverse crowd, but the mercenaries, who were now in full swing, loved this place the most. A waitress came over to the table where Pendragon was sitting and asked if they had already decided what they were going to order. Leaning down, she whispered in Raven's ear that she could bring food, alcohol, and a bed. He silently unclenched his fist, throwing a pile of coins onto the table. The boy told the frightened waitress that they would order 2 beers, steamed pork, and herb-fried chicken. Taking off his hood, he looked at her and added that the Whig wanted their famous rice on top of it all. After some time, their order was already on the table, enticing with its appetizing appearance and aromas. Elkin scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth, saying he thought it was only cooked in the south. Raven explained to him that since Sisek is surrounded by mountains, it is not possible to plant much here, but due to the regular and heavy rains, the rice grows beautifully. While Soldrake was enjoying the chickens, Isla noticed that he knew the area very well. Looking down at his spoon, Pendragon sadly realized that he must be right. There was a moment of silence around the table as Elkin stared at his companion in silence, unsure of how to continue the conversation, leaving only Soldrake's satisfied cackle to be heard. They continued their meal in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. At that time, the waitress glared at one of the customers who was clinging to her while she was carrying the order. A guy and a girl were sitting at the next table, and 2 men were starting a fight next to them. Raven watched this, thinking that there were now many mercenaries and demons here, which was why these lands were called cursed. 10 years ago, the Count of Brescia paid a considerable sum to buy the rights to the local lands. Because of this, the imperial troops which were here before returned to the capital. And due to the fact that he spent half of his fortune on the purchase of land, he did not manage to organize the protection of his own guard. And that's why incredibly dangerous pirates and demons have invaded the surrounding territories. It was because of this that the bishop hired mercenaries who did dirty work and now hung out in the tavern. Raven remembered how the Volte family trained soldiers to keep the residents safe. But everything was destroyed, and when he thought about it, his family's menorah appeared before his eyes. And he also remembered the traitor who came to him in prison when the boy was captured. He was grinning, baring his teeth, and looking down at Raven. At the mention of him, Pendragon gritted his teeth as he stared into his beer mug and growled. Suddenly, a man flew into their table, throwing it and everything on it onto the stunned boys. Isla was shocked and froze with a spoonful of rice raised to his mouth, while the rest of the portion lay somewhere in the corner behind him. Looking up at the girl standing opposite, the man who flew into their table clenched his teeth and called her a dilettante. She, putting her hands to her sides, warned him that he should not push his hands where they are not asked, and if he does want to do it, he has to pay first. The man pulled out a knife, roaring wildly, and rushed at the girl. However, Isla immediately pounced on him, thinking about a plate of spilled rice. He furiously put the man's head on the floor, which was accompanied by a ringing sound. Everyone around didn't even notice what was happening around them, busy with their own business and drinking. A man came up to them, put his hand on the girl's head and smiled, apologizing for her rudeness. He sat down with his friends at the table, placed new portions of food on it, and asked them to enjoy themselves. Pointing at himself, the man introduced himself as Jonathan Bearson, saying they could call him Jody. Pointing to a uniformed boy sitting next to them, he called him Gus, and the red-haired girl who overturned their table a little earlier was called Skilla. Hearing the question about their account, Raven asked him if it was necessary, to which he replied that it is useful to know each other's names because connections have not hindered anyone yet. Keeping his eyes on the mug, Pendragon introduced himself as Raven. Jody smiled, said that the name sounded like a crow, at the same time doubting that it was a real name, but added that it was quite suitable for a mercenary. Looking at his companions, he also called their names, adding that they were all relatives. Looking at the dragon lady who was tasting the fish, he said that Sul was his wife, which caused her to freeze for a second. To Jody's words that mercenary families rarely meet, Raven hesitantly agreed. Jody asked if they came for the monsters, adding that their lord's stupidity just made their lands teeming with demons. At the same time, no one knew what to do with them, so there was a great demand for highly qualified mercenaries. However, he added that this is only when they are strong enough. Raven and Elkin looked up at the innkeeper in silence. Propping her chin on her hand, Scylla asked Isla if he was free, adding that he was exactly her type of man. Gesturing her companions with her hands, she invited him to go with them where he could get some nice bonuses. Giving her a somewhat annoyed look, Gus exhaled, saying that she was back to her own business. Scylla slammed her mug on the table, offering to trade Elkin for Gus. Closing his eyes, Jody exhaled, apologizing to Raven for the behavior of his companions, adding that they always behave like this. However, Pendragon himself was more interested in the information that he said that it was as if the Lord was hiring people. Looking up at his interlocutor, Raven wondered if the Lord of an entire region was sometimes called Rav Tylan. In a moment, Jody's face turned pale and he stared at the boy in fear. The man could not understand what kind of aura he suddenly felt because it was simply murderous. Stuttering, he confirmed the interlocutor's guess, adding that the Lord had promised them good money. Raven was silent for a moment, taking a large swig from her mug. Hearing him call out to them, Soldrake and Elkin shot him interested looks. Standing up, Raven said they would be going to Tylan's estate with their new acquaintances. Everyone present immediately looked at him with surprised looks. The boy added with a smile that he thought they had found great companions, asking Elkin what he thought about it. Not understanding what was happening, he asked in surprise, completely ignoring Scylla's happy look. The girl grabbed his hand, saying that she could do many things, adding that she would teach him everything. Glancing at Jody, Raven said that they must have been meant to meet, recalling the importance of connections. Trying to find support from Soldrake, Isla shot her a look, but she pretended to be too engrossed in the drink in her mug. Standing in the room they were staying in, Elkin tried to find out from Pendragon what it all meant. He could not understand why they would go anywhere with those three. Staring at his sword, Raven replied that they could follow them for information as they travel throughout the Empire. Glancing at his companions, the boy added that it would make it easier for them to disguise themselves. He looked at Soldrake and noticed that she particularly stood out from the crowd. Isla glanced at the dragon lady, silently agreeing with Pendragon. Raven, meanwhile, walked over to the window and explained that the more they stood out, the harder it would be for them to move. Isla and Soldrake sat on the bed, silently listening to their commander. Hearing Soldrake ask him about Rav Tylan, Raven froze and shot her a look. He slowly turned his head to where the dragon lady was sitting on the bed. Keeping her eyes on him, Soldrake asked if he was the one who framed Raven and destroyed Volta's family. Propping his elbows on his knees, Pendragon grimly concluded that she had indeed seen his memories. He clenched his teeth and gasped loudly, remembering the traitor. The boy remembered himself a few years ago, when he heard that he could become a knight in the Brescia family. Lord Tylan confirmed these words, adding that he would become one along with his son, Jeff. Handing the boy the letter, the man added that it was all thanks to his sword skills, which were simply superb. Tylan said that since he had already recommended him, he wanted Raven to deliver the letter to the guest who had arrived in their country. Returning home, the boy enthusiastically told his father and older brother that he had been recommended and would become a knight. Father and brother rose from their chairs and, smiling, praised him. Father added that Tylan was the Earl's closest confidant, so his recommendation was worth a lot. However, the next day, soldiers came to their house calling them traitors. The father came forward, trying to give closure to his family, who were ordered to be captured. Raven's face was covered in sweat as he watched the soldiers, not understanding what was going on and trying to justify being framed. The boy explained to Soldrake that he had heard the other part of the matter from Prince Ian. From what he heard, it was clear that the letter was intended for Prince Sion, who had secretly come to Sisuk, and when he opened it, he was poisoned with the poison mixed into the ink. There must have been some magic left on the letter itself, as it burned immediately after. And their family then, as the main suspects, was subjected to terrible torture. He remembered looking up to see Lord Tylan in front of him, smiling. Looking at the tortured boy, he said that his father had confessed to everything. Raven listened as he explained that the father had been paid 5 gold bars to have his son exchange the letter for a murder weapon. Not believing his ears, Raven then lashed out at the Lord, trying to understand what he had just said. Tylan continued that in order to allow the eldest son to inherit the family, he made the youngest son do this. Placing his hands on his chin, the man added that the head of the Valte family was respected as an experienced knight and a good friend. Raven yelled that he wouldn't even dare say such a thing about his father, since he was the one who exchanged the letters. However, Tylan only asked whose words, in the boy's opinion, would be more likely to be believed: the Earl's loyal vassal or the traitor's son. At the same time, a wide, ugly smile bloomed on his face. Clenching her teeth, Raven cursed loudly through them. The Lord continued by saying that everything was arranged so that the boy himself would survive and go to the Demon Slayer Corps. Raven listened in shock that if he could stay in the Corps for 10 years, he would be forgiven for all his mistakes. Turning around, Tylan added that he was heartened by the sentence handed down to a snitch who was simply following orders. Seeing the uncomprehending look, the Lord told him to thank his father for his confession. Realizing the meaning of his words, Raven rushed to the bars, grabbed them, and shouted that she was going to kill him. Looking at the back of the traitor, the boy swore that he would endure these 10 years, after which he would come and tear him to pieces. Covering his eyes with his hands, Raven told Soldrake that his father had lied then, but that he was only able to save his life. And all this only because Tylan changed the letters. Soldrake didn't say anything, just stared blankly in front of her. Raven continued by saying that the entire family had been branded traitors, and all but him had been hanged. Wiping away his tears, he said that this time they would disguise themselves to be able to get as close to the Lord as possible, and then, at the right moment, they will capture him and make him pay for his crimes. With these words, the boy began to emit a powerful aura. Soldrake, sensing this, looked at Raven with big, saucer-like eyes. His aura was in the form of a dragon, and the boy himself furiously said that he would make everyone involved pay. Blood oozed from his eyes and mouth. His teeth clenched tightly as he vowed to finish them all. At breakfast, after hearing Gus whine about traveling with strangers, she snapped at him that he could go alone. Remembering the image of Soldrake, Gus doubted that she was indeed a mercenary. However, Jody said that according to Raven, that woman was the strongest of them all, to which he said that he hardly believed that. Even Scylla gave the commander a skeptical look at this moment, agreeing with Gus, which made Jody look a little sullen. Staring down at his plate, he agreed that there were a few inaccuracies in their story. However, Remembering the aura that came from Raven, he was convinced that the new acquaintances were definitely not ordinary travelers. Sipping from his mug, the man assured his companions that there was nothing to worry about. Giving a thumbs up, he added that his intuition had never failed him. Raven appeared on the stairs with his team, who said with a smile that they could go on their way to Thailand. When asked how long it would take to get there, Jody replied that it would take about half a day from the tavern where they were sitting. Gus's attention was drawn to the commotion around the castle as the carriage pulled into the gate. The coachman shouted for them to bend down as the young lady of the Brestia family and the first beauty of Susuka arrived. Sitting in her carriage, Sophia Brestia listened with a broad smile as her subordinate praised her. She opened the window and explained to the surprised coachman that she was the beauty not only of Sisuke, but of the entire empire. Taking her seat again, Lady Sophia thought that one day she would be able to conquer the prince's heart, leave the hole in which she lives, and become a queen. Everyone around fell to their knees, bowing in front of the carriage, from where came the girls' loud laughter, which was watched by Jody's team. Hus folded his arms over his chest and said that Lady Sophia had been talked about for days, that she was still a rolling pin, but when asked by Scylla if she was prettier than Sophia, he answered in the negative. Jody turned to the companions, saying that they had better go around the carriage, pointing in the direction with his finger. However, Raven did not react to him in any way and remained standing in front of the carriage. Jody tried to grab the boy's shoulder, seeing the frightened expression on his face. However, the attention of Pendragon himself was drawn by the banner with a golden horse and a laurel wreath on a blue background flying above the carriage. The same coat of arms was on the tunics of the soldiers who came to their house at that time. The Brescia family were among those who betrayed the Valte family. Suddenly, Raven felt Soldrake approach him and take his hand. Feeling the touch of her palm on his hand, he immediately squeezed his fingers tightly. Closing his eyes, the boy exhaled quietly and heavily, knowing that there was no time for this. Not letting go of his hand, Soldrake pulled him behind her, out of the way of the carriage. Suddenly, behind them, a loud shout was heard from Lady Sophia, who ordered them to stop. She screamed that he was staring at her while ordering him to bend his knee in front of her. Gus pointedly noted that they seemed to be too slow. The captain approached the carriage and tried to tell the girl that she was too unceremonious, but she only barked at him that he did not dare to teach her. Then the girl turned to the guards, ordering them to catch the strangers and make them kneel. The knights immediately rushed to carry out the order of the young maiden, reaching out to the mercenaries. However, Isla was immediately at Pendragon's side, throwing one of them over him. Wasting no time, he switched to another guard, and in a moment they were all doing pirouettes in the air. Lady Sophia, as well as the captain of the guards, watched in bewilderment as the unknown mercenary defeated the guards. Jody's team, who were standing nearby, had a similar expression on their faces. Raven watched as the sentry flew to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Glaring at the knights, Isla threatened that if they wanted to touch Pendragon, they would have to go through him first. His scarred hand touched one of the swords, indicating that he was ready for an armed battle. Seeing the mercenary's stern gaze on her, Lady Sophia began to shake and talk about being the Earl's daughter. However, Elkin replied nonchalantly that he had to sneeze at her origin. These words made the girl cry, and tears appeared in her eyes. Realizing what this was all about, Raven rushed forward to try and stop his friend. However, he had already rushed to the carriage, putting his sword forward. Immediately after that, there was a clang of metal hitting metal, and the captain of the guard stood between the boy and the carriage, blocking his attack. Raven and Soldrake carefully watched the scene that unfolded before their eyes. Keeping his eyes on his opponent, the captain of the guard asked Isla for forgiveness. He did not answer anything, looking indifferently at his opponent. Lady Sophia, who had fallen to the ground, looked up at them with tearful eyes and asked who he was talking about. The captain explained that the knights from the Chaos Island of Valvas are incredibly strong and capable of killing anyone who disturbs their master. After these words, the man turned his head and looked in the direction where Raven was standing, realizing that he was not just a mercenary. Looking at the weeping maiden, he advised her to learn more about the world and not to overestimate the power of her own blood. Smiling, the captain turned to Isla, asking if he could tell him his name. to which the boy replied in an indifferent tone that he had no desire to call him a man. Lady Sophia, still sitting on the ground, looked at the captain of her guard with tears of impotent rage in her eyes. Getting into the carriage, the girl nevertheless told the mercenaries that she would tell her father about all this. Watching the carriage trail, Raven thought that Commander Fillmore was now with them, remembered him as an incredible warrior whom he wanted to be like as a child. Remembering his attack, the boy thought that for the warrior who had stopped Isla's attack, walking under Brescia's rule was nothing short of shameful. While Pendragon was lost in his thoughts, Jody's group was slowly approaching them. Scylla lunged at Elkin, nearly knocking him off his feet and asking him to teach her the throw he had made. Gus watched in silence as the girl hanged herself on the neck of Valvas's knight, demanding details of the trick. The boy thought that since Isla was a knight of Valvas, he would definitely not follow someone weaker than him. After that, he turned his gaze to Raven, who was standing not far from Gus himself. Gus understood very well that in such a case, he would have to be much stronger than Elkin himself. The boy walked up to Jody, saying that his intuition had definitely not let him down this time. Where at the end of the day, they approached a rich mansion made of white stone and with dark tiles on the roof. Looking at the arriving guests, Rev Tylan asked with a smile if they wanted to work for him. Jody took the floor and said that they all have a lot of combat experience. Scylla added that they would kill monsters for him as long as they were paid, but Gus warned that they would not become tame animals. At this, the Lord noticed that they were quite sharp and insolent, and it seemed that they really had skills. He added that he could say the same about the other 3 members of the group as he looked at Raven. He stood with his eyes closed so as not to look at the traitor, as he could hardly stand the sound of his voice. The Lord warned the guests that they would have to pass a test, namely to kill monsters on the outskirts of his territories in the village of Manza. Upon hearing their destination, Raven opened her eyes wide and snarled in front of her. Soldrake watched him closely, but Isla was surprised by Pendragon's reaction. Clenching his teeth, the Duke thought about the fact that they should go to his native city. In the village of Manza, which was once managed by the Valte family, there were many plantations where rice was grown, and now these lands were simply teeming with motley demons. Jody swung his sword, slashing at one of the demon wolves. Scylla took on a griffin that attacked her from the air. Gus slashed the belly of the huge snake with his sword, cutting it in half. The 2 Night Lords watched in shock as the mercenaries slashed monsters left and right. Holding a long spear in his hands, Isla stood looking into the red eyes of a huge boar. At one point, he crouched down, holding his weapon forward and charging at the demon. The next moment, with the boar's wild squeal, the spear entered just beyond the eye, causing the animal to fall to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the guards who were attached to the mercenaries opened their mouths wide and spoke in front of them. While Valvasa's knight was looking at his defeated opponent, the figure of a huge bear was already rising behind him. Hearing a growl overhead, the boy lifted her up to assess the next enemy. However, Raven jumped out, plunging his sword deep into the bear's eye. The Duke jumped down, watching the demon thrash its head around, trying to get the extra object that was in the way out of its eye. Drawing his second sword, Raven swung, planning to finish the job he had started. With one jump, he jumped over the bear, landing successfully on his feet, and the dead bear fell behind him. Seeing the spray of blood flying in their direction, the guards froze, and large drops of sweat rolled down their faces. Soldrake, meanwhile, stood between the bodies of the slain demon wolves, which had been chopped into equal pieces. She calmly looked at the slain demons, and their thick blood flowed from the sword she held in her hands. For some time, they were sitting in one of the taverns, which was located near a large rice field where the peasants worked. Scylla laughed loudly as she remembered the faces of the soldiers watching their battle. However, Jody told her that almost all of the work was done by Raven's team, adding that he didn't expect Sol to do that. Gus noticed that they would definitely be hired now, and Burnson himself expressed his joy at the fact that they were united. Raven didn't say anything to that, looking away and deep in thought. Noticing this, Jody asked him why he had such a sour face, to which the boy said he was just thinking about the local people. He watched them work hard on the rice plantation, dressed in some dirty rags. He was surprised that the farmers here were so poor, until he heard Jody say that they weren't exactly farmers. At these words, Raven and Isla turned and looked at Burnson carefully. He added that they have neither wealth nor freedom, and the workers themselves are serfs. Raven glared at him, questioning and not believing what he was hearing with his own ears. Isla's face looked like Pendragon's, and he froze with his spoon hovering over his plate. Gus calmly added that almost everyone in Sissuk has a similar status. He explained that when the fools from the Brescia family bought the territory, they lost almost all their wealth, and to get it back they raised taxes. However, pointing the finger at the plantation workers, Gus said it didn't help much, so they decided to introduce serfdom. Almost everything was taken from the peasants, except for food, and they knew nothing in their lives except work. Taking a sip from his mug, Gus added that the Brescia family were pigs, clouded by wealth who did that. However, Scylla pushed him aside, reminding him that the soldiers could hear them, but Gus smirked, saying that no one here would hear him. Isla, staring intently in front of him, thought that the government in this place was rotten through and through. But Raven, clenching his fist, thought about the fact that once upon a time everything was different here. At least when his father ruled here and single-handedly kicked demons out of the lands. In this way, he defended his people who lived on the lands under his control. When the Valte house ruled here, Dad and his older brother didn't sit at home, hiding behind high walls, but helped people. Little Raven loved to meet them from their hikes when they came home, battered and dusty. His father and brother always came up and patted him by the hair, turning him into a kind of nest. Raven didn't even pay attention to Elkin, who looked up to see storm clouds gathering above them. Raising her hand, Scylla unenthusiastically noticed that it had started to rain. Jody looked questioningly at Raven, who suddenly stood up and rested his hands on the table. Watching him walk away, he called out to him, asking where he could be going in such a downpour. He, without turning his head, asked him to let him be alone for a while. Soldrake and Isla looked anxiously in his wake, not daring to ask anything else. In a moment, Raven stood in front of the ruins of the house that was once Valta's family nest. Flooding with tears, he stood with his head down and looked at the ruins of his past happy life. There on the ground, among the stone fragments, lay the coat of arms of his family. A black raven and two crossed swords on a blue background. Soldrake approached him from behind, taking off his hood, and asked if this was the Valte estate where he grew up. Hearing the dragon lady's voice behind him, Pendragon stared in shock and froze. He turned to her and reminded her that he had asked her to leave him, but Soldrake replied that she was just worried about him. The guy looked at the girl unblinkingly, not knowing what to say to her. The dragon lady continued that ever since they arrived in Sissuk, he had been acting quite strangely. She reminded him that they were soulmates, but asked him if she was right. Raven turned away, looking down at his feet again at the crumbling walls of his home. His gaze suddenly caught 3 small stone tombstones on which his family crest was carved. Soldrake came closer and asked if these were the graves of his relatives, to which Raven only chuckled uncertainly. He looked at the names, naming each one in turn and saying who it was. However, he added that his family was called traitors, so it was definitely not Tylan and Brescia who buried them. However, Raven didn't understand who could have done this for his family back then. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him asking him if it was really him. Looking around, Pendragon saw a man with a beard and mustache, dressed in old rags and a winged hat. The boy was surprised to see one of the local residents here. Taking a closer look, he suddenly realized who was standing in front of him. He suddenly remembered the man who always anxiously went out to meet his father with him when he returned home. And he remembered how he had waited for their family's butler, Sir Romelda, to pour the tea. The man came closer, wondering darkly if they had come to laugh at the graves of the Walti family, declared traitors. Sir Romelda added gloomily that he had served their family for a long time, and even after so many years the master had not changed. Raven was silent for a moment, choosing the words to reply. At last he said that he had heard of Grey Walta as a proud warrior who protected the people. Hearing that he did not believe that Valti's family were traitors, Sir Romelda looked up at him in surprise. After that, the man trembled, but, lowering his head, quietly thanked the stranger. A slight smile bloomed on Raven's face, despite the tears that hailed down her cheeks, mixing with the raindrops. When asked by the stranger if he had arranged the funeral, Sir Romelda answered in the affirmative, adding that he wanted to arrange a proper funeral. The man looked at the graves with a smile, remembering the Valte family as good people. He remembered that Grey Valthy had always said that there was no difference between a lord and his men, except in roles. And his son, Reed, followed in his father's footsteps and also became a brave warrior. Sir Ramelda remembered seeing him risk his life many times to save people. Raven smiled warmly as he remembered that his mother, Shino, shared with the people during the bad harvest and seeded the fields. However, when Sir Ramelda began to say that something had changed with the wonderful people, the boy froze, speaking to himself. Raven's eyes grew wider and wider as he explained that Valte's son, Reed, had gone to Brescia Manor to deliver the letter. The only thing he managed to squeeze out of himself, flooding with tears, was only a short fart. He immediately rushed to the man, asking if it wasn't Raven Valte who had delivered the letter. However, Sir Ramelda looked at him in surprise, asking who Raven Valte was. Soldrake watched as Pendragon grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and shouted in his face how he could not know the second son of the Valte family. However, Sir Ramelda also switched to shouting, not understanding what he was talking about because Valte's family only consisted of 3 people, Grey, Reed, and Shino. Looking at the shocked boy, the man wondered what he had taken from, that there was someone else. The Duke was shaken when he realized that Raven Valta had never existed here. Seeing Raven slowly sink to the ground, an excited Soldrake immediately rushed to him. Now he understood that the revival of the Valta family, since none of them survived, was simply impossible. He remembered one of the first battles with a demonic wolf. And once again he remembered the huge green orc which was not so easy to defeat. He remembered the fight against the Lich when he was part of the Demon Slayer squad. Everything he wanted, all his goals, and everything he went through, everything turned out to be useless. His world where he was Raven Valthi just shattered into pieces like a piece of glass. The boy clutched his head, thinking about who he was now. Seeing his condition, Soldrake immediately rushed to him, trying to summon him. Raven dropped to her knees, still clutching her head, and let out a loud scream that gave Sir Ramelda a good scare. The dragon lady crouched down next to him and began stroking his back, trying to calm him down even a little while he was shaking with sobs. She did not know what was customary to say in such cases, as she had never encountered such a thing. Looking at the strange couple, Sir Ramelda left quietly, realizing that it would be better to leave them alone. They did not even notice how someone, seeing everything that was happening, was following them, hiding behind a stone. Isla stares at the picture of a completely broken Pendragon with wide eyes, not understanding what is happening. Holding a crying Raven close to her, Soldrake didn't even notice that tears were also streaming down her cheeks. Finally, despite sobbing, the boy was able to force out the question why all this was happening to him. Meanwhile, a carriage drove through the forest, in which Lady Sophia spoke about the fact that she would never forgive these mercenaries. She bit her fingernail at the thought of gouging out their eyes and selling them into slavery for the rest of their lives. However, in a moment she heard the voice of the captain of the watch, who told her that she was speaking too loudly. The girl looked out of the window of the carriage, shouting to the captain of the guard that she was the daughter of an earl and that the blood of kings flowed in her veins, and she would not forgive anyone who insulted her. The man listened as she said that her father would do whatever she wanted, and did not even notice that they were being watched from above at that moment. Baltai smiled crookedly, thinking that it looked like he had found 2 fools that he could use. When it was already dark, screams were heard in the Earl's residence that demons were approaching them. And indeed, a whole horde of creatures with a 6-pointed star painted on their foreheads approached the house. When they approached, the captain of the guard rushed into an unequal battle with them. He swung his sword wildly, slashing enemies left and right. Turning his head, Captain Fillmore saw a large wolf. In the next moment, the servants were enthusiastically exclaiming that he had defeated his enemies, and that nothing less was expected of him. Fillmore stared at the demon's body as he listened to him being called Sissuk's best warrior. However, he did not understand what had just happened, as he was sure that even when he had cut off the wolf's head, it had continued to move. At some point, a loud growl was heard from the very head, and Captain Fillmore saw 2 red eyes staring at him. The hexagram on his forehead lit up with an otherworldly purple light, giving off a faint haze. Without thinking long, the man stepped on the mouth, crushing it with his own weight. Watching the knight enter the castle, the servants bowed, saying that it was an honor to have him as a young lady with them. Fillmore entered the room, reporting to Lady Sophia that he had dealt with the demons. However, he fell silent when he saw that it was in the hands of a bearded fat man, who asked him with a crooked smile how he was doing. He glanced at the keeper, who was whimpering and bursting into tears, growling at the captain to be quieter. Baltai put the axe to Lady Sophia's neck, warning that otherwise she would lose her head. And at the fat man's feet lay the dead bodies of the knights who had lost to him. Seeing this, Captain Fillmore reflected on the fact that the 3 best guards fell without a sound in a short time, and the fat man managed to capture Lady Sophia. He looked sternly at Baltai, asking him what he wanted, assuming that he needed money. However, he only growled that everything he does is for the sake of the big plan. At the same time, Captain Fillmore was puzzled by his words that he would not tell more, because it was not good for the 6 to know more. Looking at the girl, Baltai added that now that he can use them, he can easily catch someone. Captain Fillmore replied that he would care what he would do to him, but told him not to touch Lady Sophia. Seeing the determination in his eyes, the fat man smiled savagely and ordered him to gouge out his eyes. Grabbing Lady Sophia's face, he subtly hinted that if he didn't do it, he would do it girlishly himself. But she looked at the guard with frightened eyes when Baltai's thumb rested on her face. Seeing this, the captain gasped loudly, trying to squeeze out at least a word. Tears welled up in Lady Sophia's eyes, and her nose began to bleed from excitement. In the next second, Baltai froze with his mouth wide open. Realizing that his charge's life depended on it, Captain Fillmore obeyed the order and now stood asking if it was enough. The fat man chuckled at how devoted a knight Fillmore was. After that, though, he got the same nasty grin back on his face when he told Fillmore that he was a huge jerk. The next second, Baltai swung his axe and the captain felt drops of blood fall on his face. He held out his hands and Lady Sophia's head fell on them. Realizing this, Captain Fillmore gave a loud and desperate cry. Even though he couldn't see anything, the man drew his sword and rushed to where the enemy was sitting. In the next moment, Baltai, grabbing his axe, jumped over the captain, after which his body fell dead. Tovton smiled, adding that there was no way he could defeat him without eyes. Looking at the girl's head, the man grunted that an intelligent warrior would not serve someone like her. Glancing at the staff in his hands, Baltai said that the captain would now be in the hands of a master. The stone at the end of the staff lit up with a magical purple light. The blood from the bodies of the people he had just killed began to rise up, and the sign that was depicted on the stone glowed under the bodies themselves. In a moment, Baltai saw the bodies with their heads grown back slowly rise to their feet. Looking at his victims with a crooked smile, the fat man said that they were now his puppets. Lady Sophia and Captain Fillmore bowed, surrounded by a dark aura, and replied that it would be as he wished, displaying the small fangs that had appeared. Behind their necks glowed a hexagonal pentagram, exactly the same as the one on the wolves that the captain had defeated not long before. At the tavern, Jody asked Isla what happened to Raven, since he hadn't left the room since the day they were at the tavern, and he left. Elkin didn't know what to say to that since he didn't understand much himself yet, so he just kept silent. Raven was sitting on the bed at this time, resting her face on her hands while Soldrake sat silently next to him. The next morning, Lord Tylan looked forward to hearing from the guards how the ordeal of the night had gone. Hearing that all 6 had passed the test, but there was a small problem, he tensed slightly, looking at the knight inquiringly. And the problem was that after the test was over, Raven shut herself in her room and didn't talk to anyone except Soldrake. She regularly brought him food, convincing him that he should eat at least something. However, the bread, rice, and water were only collected on the table since no one touched them. The boy sat on the bed, immersed in his thoughts, refusing any food and not paying attention to anyone. He blurted out that Raven Valte did not exist in this world, and Valte's house will no longer be able to be revived with his help. Trembling in sobs, Raven said he didn't know what to be or what to live for now. Hoping for some sort of response, he turned to Soldrake, begging her to say something. However, she only sadly lowered her eyes, asking him for forgiveness. At this time in the castle, the Count of Brescia was thinking that the look of his daughter, Sophia, had become very cold and alienated. Hearing from one of the guards that this was not the case, the man raised his head and asked again in surprise. However, immediately after that, he had the idea to give the girl another precious stone, mithril. And in order to pamper his daughter with such an expensive gift, he needed to raise taxes once again. He growled at the knight who tried to say something, adding that those who didn't pay would become serfs, and it would be their own fault. In addition, the Earl was sure that Lord Tylan would also like the idea and pass the law as well. Suddenly, a gasping guard burst into the room looking for the Count. Hearing that his daughter had returned, the man smiled widely and shouted happily. He was in such a hurry to meet his daughter that he fell right in the middle of the hall on his fat belly. However, he just froze at the threshold looking at his guests. Lady Sophia was wearing a black dress with dark blue fur that showed off her shoulders. There was also fur around the waist, and one leg flirtatiously peeked out from under the dress through a high slit. Around her neck was a choker, and on her head was a winged hat with feathers. She held a cane in her hands. Captain Fillmore's appearance had not changed in any way, but something felt off. Looking at her father, she greeted him. The girl had a lot of bright makeup on her face, which had not been noticed before. Keeping a close eye on the Count, the guard captain reported that they had returned. Everyone present stared at them with stunned eyes, mouths wide open. Lady Sophia's cleavage, which she not only did not hide behind a modest dress, but also openly displayed, attracted their attention. Everyone noticed that something had happened to them, and they became not like themselves, until the captain approached the Count, saying that they had a problem. He emphasized that this was very important, asking permission to speak with him tête-à-tête. In a moment, all three closed in the hall, leaving the bewildered guards in the corridor. Scared to death, the Count, sitting on the throne, asked what had happened. He heard from the captain that one of the lords, Lord Tylan, was planning a rebellion against him. Hearing this, the Earl looked at Captain Fillmore and his daughter with eyes as big as a saucer, not believing what he heard. He continued that Tylan's people wanted to capture Lady Sophia, why the attacks on them in the mountains. He did not fail to remind that he had paid the mercenaries, so it would be better to strike first, otherwise it might be too late. Sweat ran down the Earl's face as he began to talk about Tylan being a vassal with whom he had a good relationship. However, he understood that Captain Fillmore was one of the best warriors and one of the most loyal subjects. He had no doubt that his words were true. While the Count was thinking, the captain took out a bag. The next moment, the frightened Count saw someone's head fly out. Seeing 3 heads on the floor, the man screamed as the captain explained that the 3 had been killed by Lord Tylan's assassins. Lowering his head, the captain added that even though he had managed to save Lady Sophia, they had managed to capture her and dishonor her. To prove this, the girl came closer to her father and, lowering her sleeve, showed the red marks on her hand. Without waiting a second, Lady Sophia threw herself on her father's chest, shedding bitter tears. She looked up at him pleadingly, asking him to protect her. The Count was shaken when he saw his daughter's eyes filled with tears. He could not believe that this had really happened to his daughter. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and he even clenched his teeth in rage, growling loudly that he would definitely protect her. After some time, they were standing on the main stairs of the palace, and the Count himself was dressed in armor, raising his sword. At the foot of the stairs awaited him a loyal army assembled against their new enemy, the Tylan family. Hanging from her father's arm, Lady Sophia smiled as she listened to her father send them away for her safety and the honor of their family. When he loudly commanded to speak, the knights greeted it with approving reviews. The girl hugged her father's shoulder, blurting out that he is the best dad in the world, and she loves him very much. At these words, a happy smile bloomed on the Count's face, and he blushed slightly. Some in the crowd noticed a strange fat man standing with his arms folded, wearing an ogre helmet and laughing. Standing in the crowd, Baltai thought that now, thanks to Lord Tylan, all evidence of his mistake would be destroyed. In the woods, after hearing a wild scream, Jody and Gus turned to see what was going on. Scylla struggled to get out of the tongue that was wrapped around her body. She was held by a huge creature, toxic and noticeable in color, which had many sharp teeth, and instead of paws, something like claws. Seeing the men, the monster released 2 more tongues from its throat to grab them. She entwined them around their arms, preventing them from attacking. In a moment, everyone, cursing loudly, was in the hands of an unknown creature. Scylla turned her head slightly to see the monster pulling her towards its gaping maw. Suddenly, Gus noticed that the monster's tongue had been cut off and its grip loosened. With another swing of her sword, Isla released Jody and rushed forward to where the girl was. The boy jumped up, swinging his swords and attacking the unknown monster, which roared in pain and anger. From the next blow, one of the monster's fins flew away from him. Still sitting in the same tavern, Elkin accepted Jody's thanks for saving their lives today. Scylla smiled, supporting her head with her hand, and said that she wanted to meet him in Valva's one day. The boy did not answer this, staring intently at his plate of rice. Memories of his native lands with fertile fields and high mountains immediately flooded his memory. However, now they were destroyed, because there was a cruel and bloody war in which he himself once took part. He remembered sitting over the body of his dead griffin, throwing both swords in front of him. Looking around, he saw many dead bodies that belonged not only to soldiers, but also to ordinary villagers. The boy watched all this, and could not believe that he became not just a witness of this horror, but also an active participant. When he finally came to his senses, he quietly answered that it was the same everywhere, that in Valva's, that here, after which his companions looked at him questioningly. Gus, folding his arms over his chest, turned to Jody, saying that he was surprised to see such a monster. He exhaled that if they were ordinary officers in some family, their life would be much easier. As an example, he gave the Pendragon family, which was the most talked about at the moment, causing Isla to almost choke on a spoonful of rice. Scylla added with a smile that she had heard that he had taken down all the orc pirates that attacked Governor Lize's house. As they discussed what they had each heard about Pendragon, Elkin tried not to draw too much attention to himself. However, Jody came back to him, asking what he thought about it. However, Gus intervened in the conversation and said that he was not going to become someone's dog. He drew the attention of his friends to what a terrible place Sissuk really was, where the nobles only used the local residents. When he said that he would rather steal again, Scylla explained to Elkin that he had once been an experienced thief in the past. However, Jody added that the Valte family used to rule here, which was very different from the other nobility and had never been like them. Hearing this, Isla stared at the man with interest, waiting for him to continue his story. Jody said they kind of defied Tylan and the Breshas because they were against serfdom. Many people said that the Lord went to fight monsters himself, and the fame about him spread as a proud and brave warrior. Huss rested his head on his hand boredly, and Scylla questioned what Tylan's men were saying, as if the Valthes were just a bunch of traitors. Taking a sip from his mug, Jody replied that he didn't know why they had been branded traitors, but their reputations had sunk after that. However, in the village of Manza, people still regard this family as wise and generous rulers. Fumbling through her plate, Isla analyzed everything she heard from Jody, trying to put it all together. He remembered that Pendragon was just such a warrior, brave, noble, and proud. His thoughts were interrupted by a rider who, without getting off his horse, called to them. He told them to go to Tylan Castle, as the Count of Brescia was already on his way with his army. Everyone except Gus, who was indifferent, turned in a stupefied manner at the rider who had brought such news. Meanwhile, the army under the flags with the coat of arms of Brescia was already approaching the house of the Tylan family, wanting to deal with the enemy. Isla flew into the room where Soldrake and Pendragon were sitting, trying to break the news to them in time. Sweating, he told the Duke that it was time for them to go. Without looking up at his companion, Raven asked if that was Law's order. Elkin approached him and said that if they did not make it in time, then the Lord would be killed, and therefore their investigation would no longer make sense. He tried to convey to him that they needed it, but Pendragon asked indifferently why they needed it. Isla looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to say. Covering his face with his hands, the Duke said that he wasn't Pendragon, and he wasn't Raven either, so he didn't care at all. When asked if there was any reason to fight further, Elkin hesitated slightly, not knowing what to say. Soldrake was silent, watching with pity as Raven chastised himself but unable to help him. Still without raising his head, he said that he no longer had any reason to fight. In the next second, Aesla curled his fingers into a fist and swung hard to strike. Raven, not expecting this, threw his head high and flew out of bed. Soldrake watched with wide eyes as blood splatters flew in her direction. The impact was so strong that Pendragon was thrown all the way to the window. Elkin wasted no time in walking up to him and grabbing him by the scruff of the neck. Staring into his face, he growled that the person he had sworn to serve was Ellen Pendragon. He was surprised and angry that this person turned out to be so pathetic, which he said directly to his face. Not understanding what was happening, Raven glared at his friend as if he was the only one he saw in front of him. After releasing the Duke, he explained that since they had arrived here, he seemed to be behaving strangely. Raven listened to him with wide eyes, not daring to interrupt. Aesla added that since they arrived in Sissuk, his head was constantly filled with something. Hearing that his associate thought a lot about it, Pendragon tensed and snapped at him. Elkin admitted that this poor Sissuk was very similar to his hometown, Walvus. The boy explained that Valvus is a land controlled by many states, so there is practically no end to bloody wars there. And because of the insatiable greed and stubbornness of the lords, many people and soldiers suffer just like here. Raven stared at him with wide eyes, trying to catch every word he was saying. Aesla continued his confession, saying that the more he fought, the more he forgot what he was fighting for, and finally decided to leave. Clutching his swords, the boy admitted that he had lost the meaning of life when he was a knight of Valvus. Until I met him, Ellen Pendragon. Elkin reminded him of his words that Aesla was now Pendragon's sword, and Pendragon was Aesla's lord. He remembered how the Duke had then knelt beside him, saying that it didn't mean at all that they weren't alike. Pendragon then said that they only differed in roles. Elkin added that the Duke was the first to break it and then say something like that. He knelt again, looking into Raven's eyes, and repeated his oath to be his sword. They stared at each other for a moment without uttering a word. The first one who could not stand it was Raven, who, turning away, assured that everything was fine with him. Closing his eyes, he admitted with a heavy heart that Valte and Raven Valte's family no longer existed. Seeing that he was lost in thought again, Aesla grabbed his shoulder and began to shake him. Suddenly, hearing him bark out his real name, Raven's eyes widened. He turned his head and stared in bewilderment at Knight Valvus towering over him. He kept his purple eyes on him as if he wanted to burn him through with his gaze. He said that something happened to him the day it started to rain, but he couldn't explain what. Therefore, he added that he did not understand what connected him with the Valte family, but they were the only ones who protected their subjects. Aesla said he had heard of them as proud warriors, and when Pendragon decided to go against the centaurs himself, he decided that the Duke was the same. Raven was silent all this time, unable to squeeze out a single word, but stared at his friend in a daze. He turned to Soldrake, who was approaching them, asking the Duke for permission to saddle the griffin she had entrusted to him. The dragon lady looked at Knight Valvas with great gratitude in her eyes. Pulling his companion towards him, Aesla snarled in his face that he was Ellen Pendragon, who had the power to change this world. He added with a wild look that he could change even a rotten Sissuk. Raven looked at Aesla, and a kind of awareness and hope appeared in his eyes. He thought that the Valta family, whose head fought the demons single-handedly, was gone. However, they helped people, and this was their sincere desire. And he himself at one time was ready to throw himself under the hooves of a centaur to save a small orc. It was in this defense of the innocent that Valte's family's will lived in him. The boy remembered how people cheered and thanked him when he dealt with Joffrey's gang in South Norton. Elkin kept bringing him to his senses, asking how much longer his sword would lie idle. Bringing his fist in for another blow, he shouted that he would never forgive him. In the next moment, Soldrake jumped up, staring in their direction with wide eyes. Aesla himself had a similar look, who froze with an outstretched hand. His fist was restrained by Raven, who slowly rose from the ground. A smile stretched across the boy's face, and he himself laughed loudly. Seeing this, Aesla looked at the Duke in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Pendragon looked up at him and said that he wasn't talking like usual today. Realizing that he managed to pull his friend out of the state he was in, Aesla smiled widely to himself. He replied with a smile that his face was also extremely dull today. However, Pendragon replied that he didn't want to hear that from him, and they both laughed out loud. Soldrake looked at the boys with wide eyes, not knowing how to react to their behavior. Raven, meanwhile, walked over to the table and reached out to take the bread from it. Sitting down on the bed with him, the Duke quietly called out to the dragon lady who was standing nearby. Taking a bite, the boy asked her to give him the dragon armor. Hearing this, Soldrake smiled happily with tears in her eyes. Jody's team was standing outside the tavern waiting for Raven. Gus crossed his arms over his chest and said he was leaving, assuming Raven would do the same since there was no point in being with Tylan. Jody exhaled, admitting that he managed to make Lord Sisek his enemy, so there was some logic in his companion's words. Hearing the door open, the mercenaries turned their heads there with interest. A second later, Jody froze in place, his mouth agape. The rest of his team members who looked at their companion had similar facial expressions. Raven stood dressed in black armor with a blue stone on his chest and a black cloak draped over his shoulders. Looking at his companions, he apologized for making them wait. Jody glared at Pendragon, trying to figure out what had happened to his aura. Scylla also noticed that she had become more noble, but the attention of the shocked Gus was not attracted by the companion's aura, but by his armor, the better quality of which he had never seen during his time as a thief. And while they were having doubts about whether he really was a mercenary, the boy said that they were going to Tylan's estate, so he asked for the horses. Upon hearing this, Jody's team looked at him in shock, asking if they had heard well. To Jody's indignation that he wanted to form an alliance with Tylan, Pendragon responded with a denial. Scylla reminded him that he was currently at war with the ruler of Sisek, which meant that even if they came, they would get nothing. They tried to say something else, but Raven closed his eyes and exhaled, showing that he knew all of this himself. The boy looked at them and said that from now on, Tylan's death could bring a lot of unnecessary problems. Jumping on his horse, he added that this was his battle, and he had no intention of drawing them into it. Turning his head towards them, he called each of them by name, wishing them to take care of themselves. Immediately after that, Raven spurred the horse and it galloped off. Elkin and Soldrake wasted no time getting on their horses either. Seeing this, Jody tried to stop them, asking if they were serious about following him. Isla, casting a careful look at his former companions, looked away in a moment and said that he was his sword. Immediately after that, they quickly let their horses go after Pendragon. Jody's team stood and watched in silence. In a moment, Scylla leapt onto her horse, shouting wildly to be waited for, right in front of the bewildered Gus. The boy watched her go in displeasure, saying that she was a total prick, but Jody breathed out with a smile that they were to blame for the monster incident. At these words, Gus turned around in surprise and saw his friend mounting his horse. Jody pointed out that he had a feeling that if they broke up with them now, they would surely regret it. Gus watched sullenly as he rode away on his horse, leaving him all alone. For a moment he stood in silence, looking at the path where all his companions had gone. After that, cursing, he mounted his horse and let it go after the others. Raven and his friends reached a village around which a fire was burning. Rooftops and crops were engulfed in flames, and among all this, frightened villagers were running, trying to save themselves. Somewhere children were crying bitterly, whose mother was crushed by the burning debris of the house. Watching all of this, Raven gritted her teeth and growled through them. Glancing at him, Isla asked him what he thought about all this. He turned his head and looked at his friend with a serious look. The Duke said that such a sudden declaration of war was not like Brescia, and even Tylan's soldiers were surprised at this turn of events. So he assumed that someone was behind it who wanted to take out Love Tylan. In Raven's head, there was even an idea that someone who wanted to remove Prince Sion was behind this. It could be Governor Sjogund or someone higher. Isla, meanwhile, reached for his swords, ready to start a fight at any moment. However, he suddenly heard the words of Raven, who quietly told him not to kill the soldiers indiscriminately. Pendragon added that they were simply following the orders of their ruler. Elkin looked at him with a surprised look for a moment, but immediately after that he smiled softly. They were approaching Tylan's estate, which was already engulfed in flames from all sides. Driving closer, the trio stopped, looking at it in shock. There was fire everywhere. He climbed out of windows, was on open balconies, and burned bushes near the gate. At this time, a cavalry of knights in the colors of the House of Brescia, armed with spears and swords, approached the estate. Isla already thought they were too late, but Raven denied this, pointing out that the knights were still advancing. Besides, he knew full well that the love Tylan he knew from his past life would not risk his life to save his pride. Ahead of everyone, Raven suggested that they split up and find the Lord. Suddenly, the trio turned back, hearing someone calling Elkin. There they saw Jody's mercenaries waving at them as they caught up. Looking at the reinforcements in surprise, Pendragon noticed that they seemed to have increased. He smiled as he added that Isla, as expected of a Valvas knight, was able to gain their trust quickly. Elkin made no reply to this, but looked at the Duke with a smile. Spurring the horse, Pendragon made it run faster, giving a command to his squad. Jody's trio also rushed after him, looking ahead with determination. In the courtyard of the estate, meanwhile, a fierce battle between the knights of Lord Tylan and the soldiers of the Count of Brescia was going on. Raven pulled on the horse's bridle, forcing the animal to leap over the burning fence. The Duke of Brescia laughed happily, looking at the burning mansion of yesterday's ally. He sat holding his daughter in his arms and showed her what he had done to the one who dared to insult her. Lady Sophia cuddled up to him, calling her dad brave and brave. She gave a predatory grin, baring her fangs as she said she adored him. Lord Tylan's subordinates lay dead on the steps at the entrance to the mansion. The brigands who had arrived with the Earl noticed that the Lord's mercenaries were still alive, charging at them with swords. However, in the next moment, they were already flying into the flames, interrupted by Raven. He strongly thought that he had no time for trifles, as he had to find Tylan immediately. Meanwhile, Isla dealt with one of the knights of the Brescia family, hitting him on the throat. In a second, he was lying at his feet with his eyes closed. Elkin held his swords in his hands, and the attacking knights lay unconscious around him. He looked at them indifferently, looking around and trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly behind him, he heard the voice of Captain Fillmore, who asked why he was not killing his opponents. Tilting his head, the man thought that he was too gentle for Knight Valvas. Returning to him, Isla recognized him as the commander of the knights and carefully began to follow him. However, after taking a closer look, he drew his sword and pointed it at his opponent, asking him who he was. The boy crossed his swords in front of him, preparing to repel the attack. A predatory smile appeared on the captain's face, through which his fangs became visible. Meanwhile, Soldrake was cutting down the demons that were attacking the castle. Her gaze was focused and stern as she kept a close eye on her enemies. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn by a large wolf's head, which, despite being separated from its body, continued to growl. Another demonic wolf was taken on by Jody, cutting off his head. Looking at the already decapitated monsters, Scylla noticed that they were still moving. At this, Jody yelled at them to forget about them and go find Tylan. Obeying his order, in a moment the trio was already climbing the wide stairs to the second floor. There, in the hall engulfed in flames, a severed wolf's head, branded with a hexagram, continued to roar. Raven stood over her, indifferently watching what would happen next. The boy looked intently at the hexagram burning on the animal. Looking around and seeing the burning staircase, he thought that this whole sudden attack was not the Earl's style at all, and the undying demons only convinced him that someone was behind it. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the stairs, saying that the boy was very strong for a mercenary. Hearing him, Raven opened her eyes in a daze and stared at her. Walking down the stairs, Baltai remembered how he had not received any injuries after the zombie attack. Pendragon remembered how he pushed him to the ground then, in the field, saying that he would die without ever getting the freedom he dreamed of. Then Baltai said that it was all part of someone's big plan. After that, the commander of the Demon Slayer squad finished him off with a swing of his axe. And now, standing on the burning stairs, the fat man said that he would have to deal with his opponent himself. Walking closer, Baltai roared that it was all for their grand plan. However, Raven was not going to stand idly by, so he glared at the enemy, roaring his name. For a moment they stood facing each other, preparing for battle. Baltai's face burned with bloodshed, but at the same time he was sure of his victory. Pendragon, on the other hand, clenched his teeth tightly in rage, looking at the one who had been his killer in the past life. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a fierce battle was going on between Isla and the one who used to be Captain Fillmore. The man laughed wildly, baring his fangs and swinging his sword at his opponent. However, Elkin deftly parried his attack, lunging forward with his own sword. The boy swung his weapon down, drawing a sheaf of sparks from under their blades. Fillmore let out a loud grunt as he felt his arm being pulled down. Staring wildly at his opponent, the captain cursed. Isla, seeing that he was charging at him again, stepped back slightly, bringing his other sword behind the attacker's back. At some point, he felt that he managed to scribble it on the captain's body. Fillmore swore loudly, grunting in pain, and swung his sword over Knight Valvas's head. However, he threw his head back, avoiding the sharp edge of the blade, which passed not far from his neck. Captain Fillmore stared dumbfounded at his opponent's feint, by which he evaded his fatal attack. Immediately after that, Isla made a sharp lunge forward, putting his sword in front of him. However, the captain managed to close himself with his own sword, blocking the strike of Valvasa's knight. Elkin, realizing that it was necessary to act quickly, instantly ducked and rushed behind the man. He swung his blade again, slashing the captain's ribs, causing the captain's eyes to widen. Fillmore watched with frightened eyes as Valvas's knight jumped up, planning to deliver the final blow. In the next moment, Elkin swung his sword, cutting the captain's throat with one precise movement. However, he raised his hand and drove his sword straight into Isla's shoulder, causing her to open her eyes in a daze. The boy's face contorted with a grimace of pain, and sweat began to flow down his face. Elkin jumped back, holding his wounded arm down, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Clutching his injured shoulder, he let out a loud grunt of pain as sweat poured down his face. He lifted his head at his opponent, who was still on his feet, despite his half-severed head. Grabbing his hair, the captain leveled his head and grinned wickedly, baring his fangs. Isla watched all this as if mesmerized, his eyes wide with fear. Stepping closer, Fillmore said that he could now see his combat experience, saying that the captain was not fit to fight him. On his knees, Elkin shouted in his face that he was no longer human. The man said that he passed the degree of man for the sake of the great lord and their grand plan. While Isla was trying to figure out what plan he was talking about, Fillmore pointed a finger at himself, talking about getting an immortal body to beat the Lord's enemies. However, immediately after that, he closed his eyes, adding that insignificant creatures like them do not need details. At this, Elkin could only exhale tiredly, saying that now he had no doubts. Captain Fillmore stood looking at him for some time, his face showing no emotion. Isla continued, saying that he was just a puppet in someone else's hands. In a moment, they were already on the hurts again, swinging their swords, not wanting to give up just like that. At this time, Raven engaged in a duel with Baltai, attacking him with a sword, but he blocked the blow with an axe. Without waiting for him to strike, the boy moved away, swinging his blade again. Fighting back the hail of attacks, the fat man asked how he knew his name. He asked if they had met before, or if he was just that famous. However, Raven snapped at him that he shouldn't answer to someone who was going to die today. With these words, he rushed at the commander, drawing back the hand with the sword. However, the fat man, despite all his fatness, deftly managed to jump to the side, due to which Pendragon simply flew over him by inertia. Seeing that his opponent was now exposed, Baltai let out a loud roar and raised his axe as he prepared to attack. However, when he hit, he felt a strong obstacle, and a sheaf of sparks flew into the air. Baltai looked puzzled at the Duke, who was holding a black sword with a blue stone on the hilt in front of him. However, what surprised the fat man the most was that his opponent managed to stop his battle axe with only one hand. Raven's eyes lit up with a red light, and a predatory grin appeared on his face as he looked at his enemy. He waved his hand and pushed Baltai back, Millet with the axe in his hands. An aura began to gather around the boy, but this time it was fiery red. Baltai landed on his feet, squatting, and rested his hand on the floor. He lashed out at his opponent in shock, not understanding what was happening around him. Behind the boy, who had a predatory smile on his face, two yellow-hot eyes loomed out from his aura, and the aura itself was shaped like a large dragon. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and growled loudly. The fat man stared unblinkingly at the dragon's aura, finally realizing the strength of his opponent. However, in a moment, a satisfied smile bloomed on his face, and he said that his opponent was worth hunting. Licking his finger, the fat man added that the blood of a monster from the Demon Slayer Corps was boiling in his veins. Raven was looking at him with wide eyes, and the expression on his face showed that he had no intention of giving up. The commander of the demon fighter squad had the same expression on his face. Pendragon bent down and ran headlong towards the opponent, attacking him. He stood with his legs apart and waited, raising his hand. Placing his thumb and forefinger in his mouth, Baltai whistled loudly and long. At that moment, Raven was horrified to see a pack of cursed demon wolves attacking him. He stopped, raised his head, and shouted loudly for them all to get away from him. Immediately after that, the demons' bodies were engulfed in flames, and they melted away in a matter of seconds. The Duke looked around, watching the burning remains fall to the ground around him. Glancing in Baltai's direction, Pendragon saw Baltai riding out of the castle on a great wolf. The boy brought his sword wrapped in dragon aura to attack the fat man. From the swing of the blade, a fiery red shockwave went towards Baltai. She caught up with the Demon Slayer squad commander, outrunning him and placing a wall in front of him. The wolf that Baltai was sitting on stopped, looking at the wave of magic. Looking at this picture with a big smile, Raven said that he couldn't leave and he would just kill him now. Opposite him, besides the wolf Baltai, stood several more demons with hexagrams between their eyes. The satisfied smile of the winner was reflected on Baltai's face when he advised his opponent to become even more angry. At this time, Jody's team ran along the burning corridor. Looking back, Skilla noticed with admiration that Raven seemed to have managed to deal with the monsters, to which Gus noticed that they were no longer chasing them. To this, Jodiv replied that such a turn was even better, and now they should find Tylan and take advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, they saw a lord sitting on the ground, towered above him by 3 knights in tunics bearing the Brescia family crest. One of the soldiers called the lord a traitor, adding that he would kill him on the orders of the great lord. However, Tylan shouted that they were acting without thinking, wondering that they were listening to the orders of the wild boar. However, bringing the sword above the lord's head, the knight replied that the reason for the attack had been reported to him by Captain Fillmore, who was considered the most honest. The soldier shouted that he never makes wrong decisions. He struck with his sword, but the next second there was a clank of metal, and the knight was surprised to notice a mercenary in front of him blocking his blow. Glancing at Sir Tylan, Jody greeted with a smile, adding that he didn't seem to be in the best of shape. The other 2 dazed knights of the Brescia family were immediately taken on by Skilla and Gus. The former thief ducked to attack the warrior who was already turning to strike. The girl lunged forward, stabbing the knight in the stomach with a blade. Jody reached their leader, the blow from which he had shut down Lord Tylan a second ago. Almost immediately after the start, the battle ended with the victory of the mercenaries. Looking at Lord Tylan, Gus noticed that he was still alive, despite what was happening around him. Scylla smiled as well, telling the Lord that he wasn't that good of a knight considering what a mighty man he was. He still wanted to say something to them, but they had already turned their backs on him. Lord Tylan shouted that they were late anyway since they hadn't arrived earlier, while asking where the other 3 were. However, Gus grabbed him roughly by the throat, telling him to shut up or lose his head because they weren't here for nothing. Scylla added to the threats, saying that she would harass his relatives, demanding money from them. Seeing Count Brescia's soldiers approaching them, Jody called out to his companions, saying that now was not the time to play. Realizing that the knights were outnumbered, Burnson ordered a retreat, prompting a wave of outrage from Gus. Meanwhile, Raven stood surrounded by a dragon's aura that burned the branded demons around. Those who managed to reach him he chopped with a sword. Suddenly, he felt the sharp teeth of the demonic wolf closing on his arm, and an arrow flew into his leg, just above the knee. Baltai continued to sit on his wolf, holding a crossbow in his outstretched hand, and wolves were climbing around waiting for prey. Laughing wildly, the man said that he was getting bored, since his opponent only fights with animals, although he had previously boasted about killing him. Raven lunged at the fat man as the wolf continued to bite into his forearm. With his other hand, he grabbed the demon's mouth, squeezing its nose hard. The boy pressed so hard that blood spurted from his face. However, 2 more wolves jumped on Raven himself at that moment. Waving his sword, the Duke slashed one of them in the stomach. Baltai watched his opponent, who was still not going to give up, and the boy himself had a power that did not diminish despite the injury. All of these were consistent with the owner of a dragon aura, so it begged the question of who the monster really was. As he loaded his crossbow with a new arrow, Baltai thought about the fact that they were not fighting, but hunting, and that it was worth waiting until the opponent was tired. Raven screamed from pain and tension, not noticing how another wolf flew at him with a gaping mouth. The fat man laughed, saying that hunting a dragon was quite fun. He had a loaded crossbow in his outstretched hand. At this time, Aisla fought off Captain Fillmore's attacks with one hand as best he could. His face was dirty and scratched, his eyes filled with sweat, but he didn't give up, holding his defenses and moaning from the strain. At some point, the man swung his sword and rushed at his opponent with a wild roar. With the last of his strength, Aisla held his sword in front of him, blocking the attack. Fillmore began to slowly push the boy back to where the railing used to be. Looking at his opponent with a wild look, the man said that no matter how hard he tries to hold on with one hand, he will still end. Echoes were heard from below, and Elkin saw the knights of the House of Brescia approaching them, hurrying to help their commander. Leaning closer to Aisla, Fillmore said that if all those warriors sided with him, the boy wouldn't stand a chance. Looking at him with a mad look, the man offered him either to run away like a deserter or to stay here and let him cut off his head. Pressing both hands on his sword, he told him to choose now. However, Aisla stood up silently, trying to push the enemy away from the edge of the floor at least a little. But the boy also understood that in some ways the captain was right. He really could not stand alone with a wounded arm against so many opponents. In a moment, the fingers of the hand could not withstand the tension, and the fingers unbent themselves, releasing the sword. The boy rushed at the captain, planning to continue the battle with his bare hands. Aisla grabbed him by the body, throwing him over him, causing a surprised look on his face. With an effort, Elkin flung the captain right onto the wreckage of the railing sticking out of the second-floor floor. Feeling his ribcage pierced, Fillmore let out a loud scream as he was engulfed in flames. Seeing this, the guards shouted, realizing that they had lost their commander. They ran forward, wanting to help the captain and kill the mercenary who did it. Watching them, Aisla turned to Fillmore, saying that he was indeed highly respected. The latter snorted in response that this is exactly how it is, and he will not be able to defeat all his subordinates, pointing out that he should not be killed by his kind. Aisla silently looked at the unfinished opponent as if expecting something. He picked up a sword from the floor and brought it over the captain. Watching him closely, Elkin told him that this fight was over. With one clear movement, he cut off his hands. Raven stood surrounded by his aura and the corpses of the demon wolves he had killed. He abruptly pulled the crossbow arrow that Baltai had fired from his hand. In the next moment, he bit the still-living demon, causing it to open its mouth and howl. The boy swung his sword, cutting off his head. Baltai watched all this, laughing wildly, because he was waiting for him to get angry enough to wear him down. The fat man perfectly understood that he was getting stronger, but his sword dulled after each blow, and therefore his strength was wasted. The blows he inflicted with aura were strong but inaccurate, so in Baltai's opinion, such an army of zombies was not enough for him. His army had to tire the opponent, and then the commander himself would have delivered the decisive blow with an axe. Raising his crossbow, Baltai told Raven to try because everything he was doing was hopeless. Looking at him with crazy eyes, the fat man said that everything was decided in advance, even the fight between them. Breathing heavily, Pendragon listened as he said that his idiocy and stubbornness would kill him right now. Hearing that Rav Tylan's death, like all of Sisuk's, was guaranteed, the Duke lashed out in terror at the commander of the Demon Slayer squad. He said with a smile that it is impossible to escape from fate. With a wild laugh, Baltai said that they would rule the empire, and the rest would become their slaves. Raven thought of the peasants who toiled in the rice fields without bending their backs, knowing nothing else. He remembered the sad face of Sir Ramelda, who looked back on his former years of service to the Valte family, who always thought of their subjects. And they also thought of how the houses were burning and the villagers were running away, which they saw when they were driving to Tylan's estate. Two hunched figures of crying children, whose mother was crushed by debris, were still standing in front of my eyes. Raven closed his eyes and exhaled, thinking that this was not what he had been doing all this time. Baltai was already bearing down on him, pointing his crossbow and wishing for a quick death. Suddenly, everything was surrounded by a bright blue aura similar to fire. The arrow that the fat man fired from his crossbow broke, cut by the aura before it even hit the target. The commander of the Demon Slayer squad watched as a wolf paw flew down in front of his opponent, burning with blue flames. He stared at the picture before him, not understanding what was happening. Instead of being red hot, the aura around the boy turned bright blue as he raised his sword. Wolves branded with hexagrams growled quietly, bound on their paws by the same blue fire. Confused, Baltai thought that his opponent had dealt with his entire army of zombies perfectly. Seeing that now they could not move, the fat man clenched his teeth in rage and cursed loudly. Surrounded by an aura, Pendragon stood, glaring at him and holding his sword ready for battle. The demon commander rode closer, holding a loaded crossbow at the ready. Only now did something akin to fear show on his face as he realized that he was at a great disadvantage. So he had to be careful. Raven, on the other hand, holding the Pendragon sword in his hands, thought about the fact that he was the heir to the will of the Valte family, and as the only representative he had to fulfill his duty. From the heat of the fire, which was burning in the house and the surrounding areas, the roof tiles were already beginning to crack, as was the rose window, which indicated the possibility of collapse. On one of the roofs stood the knights of the Brestia family and the Jodi mercenaries, along with Lord Tylan. The presiding warrior pointed his sword at them and told them that there was nowhere for them to run, and therefore they were finished. Unwilling to give up, Jodi and his henchmen put their weapons forward while the Lord hid behind them. He cleared his throat, asking them why they had come to this place where they were trapped. Scylla snapped back at him that it was the only way out, as this was the only place where the flames could be avoided. An angry Gus also returned to the Lord, warning that if he did not shut up, he would cut off his head. To which Jodi remarked that this might be their only chance of survival. For a moment, everyone froze, looking at each other intently and ready to attack at any moment. The soldiers charged at the mercenaries, drawing their swords forward to attack. However, in the next moment, a wave of blue flame rushed in front of them, shattering the roof below them and shielding the soldiers from the mercenaries. They looked in front of them, not understanding what was happening. Raising their heads, they saw Soldrake flying in the sky on a pair of snow-white membranous wings. The group of Jodi's mouths dropped open in shock, not believing the picture they were seeing. The soldiers standing on the roof were also watching the winged girl in the sky with fascination. An aura blade suddenly appeared on Soldrake's hand, and she looked sternly at the guards of the Brestia family. Looking at her face, Jodi suddenly recognized the unknown savior as their companion. Lord Tylan admired the beautiful painting, but Skillu was more surprised by the wings behind his friend's back. The dragon lady hovered in the air just above the hole in the roof that separated the knights and mercenaries. At some point, she lowered herself and began to descend sharply. She quickly approached her friends and Lord Tylan. A moment later, they were already looking intently at Soldrake, who was carrying them in her arms with an absolutely calm face. The soldiers of the Brescia family stared mesmerized at the shadow of the girl carrying 4 passengers as she flew away. The head knight, realizing that the mercenaries had escaped, cursed, asking who the girl was. As they flew, Lord Tylan wondered how the girl could hold the 4 of them, but Scylla looked at him like he was a fool, asking if that was the only thing that surprised him. A hunch appeared in Jodi's head, which made him smile widely, wondering if such a thing was even possible. Those of the knights who remained in the manor huddled together and looked at Knight Valvas. He calmly measured each of them with his eyes, ready to defend himself against new attacks at any moment. Suddenly, their commander, strung up on the stake, began to shout that they had finally arrived. While he praised his subordinates, they wondered how he managed to stay alive. Isla watched the same thing, understanding how it all looks from the side. Not noticing anything, he continued to shout that it was necessary to capture the mercenary. He was in such a strong premonition of victory that he did not notice either the severed hands or the head that held on to an honest word. Finally, one of the soldiers did dare to call the commander by name, but it sounded very uncouth. He fell silent, lashing out at the knights with round beaks and gaping a mouth from which fangs protruded. Seeing this, the squad leader shook with rage, saying that it was not the captain. Pointing at the zombie with his finger, he said that this is not the captain, but a fake and a monster. The once captain's eyes widened, and he realized he had been impaled as the squad charged at him. It dawned on one of the knights that the Earl had given the order to advance after the captain had said something to him. Elkin watched as the soldiers exchanged glances, realizing that Lord Tyland's betrayal was also a lie. Listening to the knights, the captain understood that the plan was falling apart at the seams, and his power was at an end. The squad commander barked that he immediately understood that it was all a hoax. Others also rushed to say the same thing. They turned their heads to the monstrosity pretending to be a captain and wondered where their real captain was. Finally, Fillmore snapped that he was real, just overstepping the bounds of being human for a bigger plan. Isla, with a sense of fulfilled duty, turned around and started to go down to the first floor. Staring at his sword, he thought about how a puppet could cross the boundaries of a human. In his reflection, the boy saw his past self, when his life consisted of war and murder. Closing his eyes, Isla calmly put the sword back in its scabbard. Without turning his head to where the soldiers were finishing off the captain, he walked away from the burning building. The three mercenaries and Lord Tyland were still flying in Soldraig's arms, looking at the burning courtyard. There, by the central fountain, stood the knights of the Brescia family, watching the manor burn down. However, Jody noticed something strange, which was brought to the attention of Gus, who was flying by. They saw that all who were standing in the courtyard had lowered their swords and were no longer attacking. Hearing this, Soldrake looked down at herself. However, she was more concerned about Raven, who still remained at the estate. While on the first floor, the soldiers were deciding which Mara they were fighting on. If the captain was replaced, on the second floor, Raven continued to fight with Baltai. The floor cracked under the boy's feet, but none of the opponents attacked first. Hearing that the captain had been declassified, Baltai snapped, saying that it turned out to be a very silly toy. And Raven replied that it seemed that there would be no more reinforcements, so he advised to end everything here and now. Looking at the entire boy, the squad commander noticed with surprise that his wounds had already healed. At first he thought that it had the same body as a zombie, but then he realized that it was a force, and such power could only come from the Troll King. Looking at the boy, the fat man asked who he was and how he knew his name. Closing his eyes, the Duke thought he was Raven Valte. At that he remembered himself, with all the scars and short black hair. However, in a moment, a bright blue aura enveloped him. Baltai realized that his opponent's armor was changing. Those from obsidian black became bright white. In a second, the same boy was standing in front of him, but with blonde hair and wearing a red cloak over white armor. Raven looked at the commander of the Demon Slayer squad and thought that he was also the master of the White Dragon, Ellen Pendragon. Hearing the name, the fat man opened his mouth wide and stared at the boy in a daze. He looked at the warrior standing in front of him, but did not dare to attack. Bending his head forward, Baltai bared his teeth, clenching them tightly. Raven kept his eyes on his enemy. In the next moment, he took the axe back, attacking the Duke astride a wolf. Pendragon readied himself, leaning forward and drawing his hand back. The demon squad commander grabbed the axe with both hands and swung, planning to finish off the boy once and for all. However, the Duke's look told him that he had no intention of giving up either. His sword was surrounded by a blue aura that was all around. Swinging his axe, Baltai shouted loudly, glaring at his opponent. However, in the next moment, he was cut in half, burning with the remnants of his aura. Raven landed behind him, head down. Baltai screamed from wild pain, still holding on to his wolf. In the end, the stump that remained from the commander fell to the floor with a resounding sound. The sword that Pendragon still held in his hand sparked with blue flame, shooting lightning. Hearing Baltai's voice, the boy turned in fright. He was lying on the floor and said that Pendragon was really special, but the fat man was just a doll. Nearby, a ragged wolf's head snarled, red eyes widening. Keeping his eyes on the Duke, Baltai asked where he got his immortal body and how he learned his name. At the words that he was called an ordinary boy and a coward, Raven only pursed his lips tightly. Laughing, the Demon Slayer squad commander told the Duke that he could be a problem for their plans. With a wild look, the fat man added that he would definitely find him and finish him by all possible means, swearing to do so by his name. His eyes lit up with purple light and Baltai laughed loudly. In a moment, Raven watched as it dissolved into a pool of dark magic. Looking at this, Pendragon thought that nothing had really changed. Looking around, the boy realized that this was just the beginning. And to begin with, he decided to deal with Tylan. Meanwhile, the real Baltai was sitting in his bed with 3 concubines. He was standing in front of him, and his scarred body was covered with large cuts. The commander lowered his head when one of the girls drew his attention to the fact that he was bleeding. Looking down, he wondered if the wounds inflicted by the doll were so deep that they could injure the real body, something he had to report immediately. In the Tylan estate, all the mercenaries stood and looked at the picture that unfolded before their eyes. Rav Talon was on his knees, his teeth clenched tightly and staring hatefully at the boy standing before him. Raven's face showed absolutely no emotion as he looked at the traitor to his family. The boy had a sword in his hands, and Tylan's hands were tightly bound. Pendragon said quietly that now they had switched places. However, Lord Tylan did not understand what he was talking about, so he raised his head and asked again. Raven thought back to how he had been held down by the guards at Valte's burning estate, and Tylan had come to him and lifted him by the hair and made him look at himself. Groaning as the memories flooded him, the Duke put his sword to the terrified Tylan's throat. Staring at him, Raven asked if he had sent a letter to Valta's house 3 years ago. The Lord turned pale, and his face was covered with large drops of sweat. Pendragon added that he had sent the poisonous letter to kill Prince Sion. Immediately after that, he released his bright blue aura which enveloped them and the Lord. Isla's face remained stern while the mercenaries of Jody's group looked scared to death by the blue flames that poured in their direction. Burnson thought that such an aura could only be seen in warriors who had gone through 1,000 battles. However, looking at the frightened Tylan and Raven, he thought about seeing a large aura on the floor for the first time. Pendragon, on the other hand, continued the questioning, adding that Tylan wanted to declare Valte's family traitors. He sat down on the hoppa and shouted, and his face was as white as a mask. Keeping a close eye on the Lord, Raven ordered him to answer the question. Not understanding what was happening, he opened his mouth and squeezed out one short yes. Thinking that he could not resist, the Lord added that they were a real stick because they did not agree with his policy. Realizing that the boy's aura was beyond comprehension, Tylan added that he didn't know the poison was meant for the crown prince. Raven sternly asked the Lord who ordered him to hand over the poisoned letter. Tylan fell to his knees before Pendragon, trying to force a word out of himself. Hearing that the order was given by an orc, the Duke squinted, carefully looking at the enemy. Continuing to kneel, the Lord said that the letter was given to him by an orc-human hybrid, ordering him to poison the Count's guests. When Raven heard that the one who gave the order was the pirate leader, his face showed a strong surprise. Isla had the same expression on her face, but Soldrake, not understanding anything, remained calm. Tylan continued the story by saying that he had strong doubts about the half-breed. However, he remembered that then he promised not to do anything to him, even if he was caught. Slinging his saber over his shoulder, Arangus smiled, drawing the Lord's attention to the fact that he was more than just a pirate. Contorting his face into a crying grimace, Tylan moaned that this pirate's name was Toleo Arangus. Pendragon looked at the Lord with round eyes of surprise. In his imagination, immediately appeared the figure of a pirate who managed to overturn Prince Ian at that reception with one movement, and with which the Duke himself had a rather difficult battle. Tylan continued to kneel, begging for mercy for himself. Jody, who did not understand anything, turned to Elkin, asking what the Lord was talking about, but he did not answer. He approached his friend and called him, remembering in time that he should not say his real name. The Duke looked over at Isla, exhaling tiredly that they had finally found the person behind all of this. Suddenly, the Count of Brescia appeared before them, crying and shouting, asking them what they had done with Sophia. Everyone present looked at the man in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The Count stood holding his daughter's unconscious body in his arms. His eyes were filled with tears as he fought for her. Instead of teeth, there were fangs, and instead of eyes, empty pupils. So the ruler Sisek wondered how she could turn into such a thing. He turned his gaze to Tylan, whom he still thought was a traitor, blaming him for it. Screaming wildly, the Earl ordered the Lord's eyes to be gouged out and finished off. Scylla's face twisted, and Gus wondered what kind of delusion he was talking about. Raven told the Earl that Captain Fillmore was being controlled like a puppet, Looking at the stunned father, the boy assumed that his daughter might have gone through the same thing. He noticed that they both behaved quite unnaturally. The Count of Brescia stood before him without saying a word while the soldiers whispered behind him. Raven finished by saying that this fool started the war because he was fooled. He added at the end that if he did not believe his words, then let him ask his soldiers why they stopped the attack. For a moment, Count Brescia froze, trying to squeeze out at least one word. After that, turning to face the knights, he ordered them to seize all the mercenaries. However, seeing that they did not move, he began to scream even louder. The knights only looked glumly at the Count, did not answer anything, but they were in no hurry to carry out the order. He kept pushing, rolling his eyes and trying to force the soldiers to obey. However, he was interrupted by Raven, who began to talk about the consequences of the senseless war that the Count had started. Recalling the frightened villagers, he told how many innocent people suffered because of him. The boy was still saying something, but the Count interrupted him, ordering him to shut up, calling the peasants and soldiers his property. This became the last straw in the cup of patience and so decently angry Aisla. He drew his sword and in one sharp movement brought it to the earl's neck. Looking at him sternly, the boy told him to shut up, as it was not his place to speak. Seeing the sword at his throat, Brescia gagged and shook in fright. For a moment, Pendragon gazed at the sight with a perfectly calm gaze. Then he turned to the dragon lady and addressed her. She looked at him with interest, understanding everything without words. In the next moment, the girl flew up, spreading her wings behind her back and extending her tail. Seeing this, the Count opened his mouth wide, not expecting to see such a picture. Soldrake untied the bandage on her forehead, showing the blue stones to the audience. Everyone watched as Raven's armor, surrounded by a blue aura, turned from black to white. However, Isla did not react to this, continuing to hold the sword at the earl's neck as if nothing much had happened. Jody's mercenaries covered their eyes from the bright light, not understanding what was happening. The Count of Brescia, together with the body of his daughter, was thrown back, causing him to cry out loudly. All his knights were also hit, which is why they were now sitting and looking at the cloud of dust in front of them. Suddenly, a bright blue eye, which belonged to a dragon, looked at them from the dust. The animal rose into the sky and growled loudly, opening its mouth wide. Seeing this caused Tylan to have a look of horror on his face, while Jody's mercenaries marveled at Saul becoming a dragon. The Lord only had enough strength to quietly bleat that there was a white dragon in front of him. The man understood perfectly, looking at the majestic creature that has the ability to turn an entire country into ashes. However, another thought came to the Count very quickly, which stemmed from the fact that they had seen a white dragon. He watched as the knight who had just held the sword at his throat hid his weapon and got down on one knee. And next to the dragon stood a knight in snow-white armor decorated with golden patterns and a red cloak. The dragon tilted its face towards the boy and looked at him gently as he stroked it. Raven watched coldly as the earl blurted out that before him now stood the white dragon duke, Pendragon. The dragon growled again, his mouth wide open. Due to such a strong flow of air, the fat Count was blown back several meters. He fell to the ground, flying over his head, and screamed loudly. At last he stopped, pressing his face to the ground with all his might. When the earl raised his head, his broken face showed broken teeth and an expression of terror. Above him stood the villagers of Sisek, armed with saps and determined to oppose the authorities. Seeing their angry faces, the Count was very surprised. In the next moment, the breath of one of the peasants flew just past the edge of his rib, which made him scream. Others also rushed at the earl, saying that because of his battle, their houses were burned, and they would not tolerate such a thing again. They surrounded the Count from all sides, killing him and calling him a fat pig. He screamed, tried to call for help from soldiers and warriors, begging that at least someone would save him. However, they just stood and watched as their duke was killed by a bunch of peasants. Isla walked over to Pendragon and exhaled, saying that it was finally over, to which he agreed. Watching the sun rise over the mountains of Sisuku, Raven was glad that he was able to help his city in this way. Saluting the sun, Soldrake roared, announcing the victory of the Pendragons. Already in the evening, sitting in the tavern, Jody exhaled that he had no idea that the new acquaintance would turn out to be a dragon duke. However, Scylla was not at a loss, and listing the merits of the young duke, offered her companions to work for him. However, Gus told her that it was stupid, And if she wanted to leave for Pendragon, then she could just leave since mercenaries don't work for anyone. Throwing his hands behind his head, he looked out the window and said that they would never see Pendragon again. At this, Scylla sadly supported her head with her hand, lost in thought. Hearing someone enter the tavern, they turned their heads in unison and froze in surprise. In the doorway stood Pendragon with his retinue, who smiled and said that he had thought to find them here. To Jody's surprised question whether they had not gone to a noble reception, the Duke replied that when he heard their flattery, he lost all appetite. Sitting down at the table, he added that this was why he had come to drink with them. Besides, he had a request for them. After some time, Raven went out on the balcony, where Isla and Soldrake were already waiting for him. When asked by Elkin whether the matter was resolved, the boy answered with a smile. For a moment, Pendragon stood by the railing, staring into the distance, but was silent. After which Isley said that thanks to him, he got the strength to fight on, so it's all thanks to him. Isla looked at his friend with wide-open eyes in surprise. Raven explained that when he came out of his coma, he had no reason to live. Besides, he had no idea who he really was. Valvasa's knight listened to the Duke very attentively without interrupting him. He continued that when Elkin hit him then, he understood everything. The boy added with a smile that he realized he was Ellen Pendragon. Gazing at the full moon, the Duke vowed that as the ruler of the Duchy of Pendragon, he would achieve everything he wanted to achieve. Isla approached him and said with a smile that if he didn't know what to do again, he would simply beat him. His smile widened as he turned to Pendragon and added that he would do so since he was his sword. At this, Raven looked gratefully at his friend and smiled back. Suddenly, the boys heard a sharp sound and turned their heads there. Against the background of the moon, they saw Soldrake fly away somewhere. There were 2 mugs and a bottle of beer on the table next to them. Seeing this, Raven smiled, guessing that she had brought it. With a sense of duty fulfilled, the dragon lady flew in the sky, leaving her friends alone so that they could talk in a purely male company. Wasting no time, they did so, pouring beer into mugs. The next morning, when the sun had barely risen, the villagers of Sisok were already standing in a crowd under the tavern. One of them told his son that the Duke of Pendragon had come to them, and thanks to this they had got rid of the power of Brescia. Suddenly there was a laudatory response, and everyone turned their heads to the people who were approaching them on horseback. Seeing this, Scylla smiled, saying that the people must have been waiting a long time for a hero to save them from the fool's rule. Holding up her sword, the girl said that she was the only girl in Pendragon's squad. She rode ahead, even outrunning the Duke himself. Jody tried to tell her that she would lose, but Raven stopped him, saying that it would be even better that way. He added that he would soon lose his mind in the company of Soldrake and Elkin, who are constantly silent. The boy carefully looked at Burnson, thanking them for agreeing to work for him. However, he assured that there was nothing special about it, and he himself had always dreamed of something similar. Glancing at the captive Rav Tylan they had taken with them, Raven added that they would not have been able to catch him without them. And besides, he appreciated that they were a team that had been on the brink of life and death. Pointing a finger at Isla, Pendragon added that he liked them too. Jody smiled, but the next second he shot a worried look at Gus, who was driving by, saying that he didn't expect him to join either. However, Gus replied that it was all because of rotten connections with the two of them. He also added that when Pendragon came to them and asked to join him, he realized that the Duke was different from the rest. At the same time, the plot of last night, where Raven was sitting at the table with them, bowed his head, appeared in his head. Meanwhile, Sir Ramilde was watching the Duke himself from the crowd. As he scratched his beard, he thought that he had seen the young Duke somewhere. Suddenly, in the man's memory appeared the image of Grey Walt, whom he had served with faith and truth for many years. And except for the length and color of their hair, they were very similar to the young Pendragon. Realizing this, Sir Ramilde stared at the boy in surprise, not knowing what to say. Tears appeared under the glasses. He watched as the young Pendragon left Sisok. Returning to his companions, Raven suggested with a smile that they return to the Duchy of Pendragon. At this time, Duke Arengis was sitting on his throne, surrounded by ladies of the court, in whose roles there were representatives of various races. Baltai was kneeling in front of him, his head bowed low. An elf and an orc who sat at the duke's feet watched the fat man carefully while the lord scolded him for the bad news. Without raising his head, Baltai asked him to punish him. However, Arangus replied that he liked strong warriors which he would need to fight his enemies. Lord added with a smile that they had a backup plan. The fat man smiled as he said he was glad to hear that. Duke Arangus rested a hand on his chin as he watched his ally. He added with a smile that the White Dragon Duke's name, Ellen Pendragon, had been hitting him hard lately. At Castle Conrad, hearing that the Duke was coming home, Lady Eileen and Lindsay were overjoyed, and their faces lit up with happy smiles. Kazul, who held the letter in his hands, read that he had completed his mission and would soon return home, to which Lady Eileen said that she had not expected anything else from her brother. Little Mia watched as her mother closed her eyes and smiled gently. Meanwhile, Sir Killian was training the Knights of the Pendragon Cavalry on the training ground. He held out a wooden sword, expecting an attack from his opponents. 3 rushed at him at once, waving their weapons and shouting something loudly. In the next moment, the cavalry commander jumped over them with one blow, knocking their swords from their hands. Knights and orcs alike watched in awe at how skilled Sir Killian was. Reed Polak looked at his hands, in which he had held the weapon a second ago, and thought that he had become stronger. Hearing this, the cavalry commander calmly reminded him that he had been killing orc pirates on the coast of Silval. At the same time, he added that they finally understood his true power, which he gained during his time serving the young master. With a sly smile, the man turned to them and said that he had become stronger than even Isla's men. The knights waved their hands in support of the commander, and the orcs just rolled their eyes tiredly. Hearing someone's soft applause, Sir Killian looked in surprise in the direction they were coming from. Vincent clapped his hands, praising the strength of the captain who managed to defeat 3 opponents at once. To which Sir Killian thanked, but noted that he had not met him before. Vincent bowed and introduced himself, adding that he was here on the personal recommendation of Duke Pendragon. Cavalry Commander Pendragon glared at the guest, his eyebrows pushed up to the bridge of his nose. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Sir Killian said that since he had come here on the Duke's recommendation, he must have heard the rules from him. Pointing his weapon forward, he shouted that neither politics nor military affairs mattered to them, as they wanted to rebuild from scratch. Vincent asked on what grounds he was being accused, to which he saw a sword land next to him. Looking sternly at the newcomer, Sir Killian ordered him to raise his sword, adding that this would be an entrance exam. Pointing his weapon at him, the commander ordered him to show his strength. Behind him, Vincent heard the shouts of the knights in support of the captain. Pendragon's sly face was immediately remembered, with a wide smile shining on it. Raising his sword, the boy smiled, agreeing to a duel. Meanwhile, in the city where Count Seyrod ruled, people were walking along the wide market streets. Scylla, surprised by the fact that big cities look completely different, was happy with the newly purchased jewelry. However, after taking a closer look at them, Gus disappointed her, saying that half of them were fake. Hiding under the hood, Raven looked around as if searching for something. Jody approached him, asking why he had such a frown on his face, adding with a smile that he was already used to beating such big cities. However, Pendragon replied that this was not the case at all. Waving his hand, Bernson asked why they had come to this city, to which Raven replied that they had come to say hello to Count Seyrod. Seeing the tall guest, he was very surprised, but Lady Luna looked rather shocked. Pendragon stood in a black shirt with a white jacket draped over his shoulders. Entering the great hall, the Duke bowed and greeted Count Seyrod and his daughter. He smiled, thinking that he had heard the rumors, but he could not have thought that Ellen Pendragon had changed so much. Lady Luna snapped at the Duke as she noticed something had changed in him, but she couldn't say what. She noticed that Ellen had changed even more after the incident in the forest. Already sitting at the table with tea poured into cups, Lord Seyrod admired how the Duke of Pendragon managed to detain the person who was involved in the assassination attempt on the eldest prince. But Raven calmly replied that he was not the main perpetrator, and someone more powerful was definitely behind him. He assured the Lord that soon he plans to go to the capital and explain everything to the Emperor, after which everything should be fine. However, Seyrod expressed his doubts that things will not be so smooth, as the Count of Brescia is also dead, and Pendragon is the prime suspect. Sipping his tea, Raven calmly replied that the Bevzy rulers deserved to die. At this, Lady Luna and her father looked at the boy in fright, not knowing what to say. Count Seyrod hastened to point out that this was against the laws of the Empire. Placing the cup on the saucer, Pendragon said that the Count of Brescia was a tyrant and a fool, and had been killed by his own subjects. Exuding an aura, he added that if the Empire wanted to punish those people, it would deal with him in a direct confrontation. Count Seyrod was stunned, his mouth wide open. Lady Luna kept her shocked gaze on her former fiancé at this time. After some time, they both went out on the balcony. Only the two of them remained. Standing behind him, the girl heard the Duke address her by name. Looking at the lands of the Serods, he quietly said that their lands were thriving and developing even faster than his. But she looked at him with huge eyes, not knowing what to answer. She moved closer as he apologized to her for lies and for not listening to her at all. Looking down, Lady Luna began to assure him that nothing terrible had happened. However, the Duke went on to say that at the time he did not understand himself, his life, and what it meant at all. He didn't know then what he was living for, but now he could tell. The boy remembered Lady Helena's embrace the night they returned from the governor's ball, and Aisla's angry face trying to bring him to his senses in Sissek's tavern, and Soldrake's smiling face as he asked her for some dragon armor before heading to Tylan Manor. And also happy peasants, freed from the oppression of the greedy Count of Brescia. Thinking back to their conversation with Lady Luna back then on the stairs, Raven admitted that he didn't know what goals he should pursue at the time. However, now he could say with certainty that he would live like Ellen Pendragon, and as a duke, he must do everything so that the people on his land have a dignified and full life. This was the decision he reached in Sisuka, and this was exactly what his answer would be. When Lady Luna approached, the Duke wanted to talk to her about what she said earlier, but she just sighed that she understood. She looked at him and asked if he meant to say that now was not the time to be infatuated with a woman. Pointing to herself, the girl offered herself as a secretary to the shocked Pendragon. Lady Luna added that if he spent a little time studying, he would be able to understand all matters no worse than others, and would be able to help him. Looking straight into the Duke's eyes, she added that she also wanted to live her own life on her own. And she wants to achieve everything herself, and not wait for the prince on a white horse, as it was before. Placing her face in the wind, the girl added that he should not worry about their past, as it does not matter. Looking down, Lady Luna sheepishly assumed that today was not the best day for reminiscing. However, Pendragon didn't answer, continuing to look at her with a shocked look. When he returned home, he immediately found himself in the arms of Lady Eileen, who was glad that he was back, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Immediately after that, the boy gave Lindsay a gentle hug, while Isla stroked little Mia's head. Milady Helena came up to them, and for a moment she froze in surprise, looking at her son. As he held little Mia in his arms, she noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed again. Sensing a close eye on her, Raven looked up and bumped into the Duchess. Everyone watched mesmerized as the boy slowly approached her. He gave the shocked woman a big hug, telling her he was back and calling her mom. Tears immediately appeared in the woman's eyes, and she hugged her son in return, welcoming him home. In some time after his arrival, Raven was already standing in front of a squad of Pendragon knights. Sir Killian greeted the Duke home with a smile. Raven, with a slight smile on his face, listened as he reported to him that during his time of sentience, he had managed the ward and the castle's defenses perfectly. At the same time, he slapped Vincent on the back, adding that during this time their ranks were filled with an excellent recruit. He looked up at Pendragon and smiled. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sir Killian pointed out that the Duke was absolutely right about him, and he was indeed insolent, but with great skill. At this, Sir Killian pointed a finger at himself and said that Vincent's skills were as great as his. Hearing this, Isla lashed out at the cavalry commander Pendragon in surprise. He happily continued to have a fight with Vincent, but in the middle he gave up, and here the difference between a person who trains endurance and a person who does not became noticeable. However, Vincent replied with a smile that he was just a civilian, so his skills could not be compared to those of a military man. As he approached him, Isla glared at him, full of rage. Raven watched the two silently, realizing that they were still rivals. Already sitting with Vincent at the table, Pendragon noticed that he was a cunning fox, so he remained one, because he hid his true talents from the captain. However, he, sipping from his glass, noticed that if there was anyone cunning among them, it was the Duke. At the questioning look, Vincent replied that he immediately understood that he wanted to check him. Raven did not answer anything, only silently looked at the interlocutor with a careful look. Vincent understood very well that if the newcomer, who did not know where he came from, defeated the captain, then everyone would clearly not be on his side. For this, he used his mediocre skills to satisfy the commander's curiosity and not destroy his reputation. Putting his fingers to his chin, Vincent noticed that Pendragon had a really good squad of knights. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, Raven asked if he liked the Pendragons, to which he was told that it was up to him. Not understanding what the interlocutor meant, the Duke looked at him in surprise. Taking a bottle of beer in his hand, he said that the beer here had a special taste. And although this was not enough for him, it was a big plus. When Vincent asked if he had any idea why, Raven could barely keep from rolling his eyes. He thought of the famous test from the Master of the Tower of Darkness. Without taking his eyes off the interlocutor, Pendragon clarified whether he wanted to ask what the local lands lacked. Pouring himself a glass of beer, Vincent asked with a smile how he thought the local beer was different from the stout they drank in Reese. The Duke felt somewhat cornered and with a sword at his throat. The boy thought about how he felt in a duel with a master who skillfully wielded his blade and was capable of injuring him at any second. Looking at Vincent, he knew that he had to accept the challenge in this verbal duel, where the blades were only their sharp minds. And he also understood that if he made a mistake, he would not be able to get the Master of the Tower of Darkness as his allies. The boy remembered Vincent pouring the local stout into glasses when they were in port, trying to understand the difference between it and the beer in the Pendragon lands. After thinking about it, Raven replied that the main difference between their lands was population. In response to the surprised look, Raven replied that despite the vast area of his lands, the population density here is quite low. Looking out the window at his lands, Pendragon added that an average of about 100,000 people live in such a territory, while he could barely count 30,000 souls. At that time, Lies was a port city that provided it with a constant flow of guests. This was the fundamental difference between their cities. Herzog said that if civilian population growth is not ensured, crafts will not develop and there will be no mobilization potential, which means strength. Looking at Vincent, he added that this was exactly what the duchy badly needed at the moment. Closing his eyes, Vincent replied that the duchy also needed its own brewing traditions, as it was very important to have its own production. Taking a sip, he explained that the strength of noble estates was determined by the amount of goods they could produce. Vincent said that he had noticed a great leap in development during the short period of Helen Pendragon's reign, and even increased migration from the provinces. However, he said that according to his observations, most of those who came are still living in poverty, recalling how he saw people sleeping on the bare ground. To this, Pendragon said that they should think about this first if they want further growth in the economy. Without taking his eyes off the interlocutor, Vincent asked how exactly he wanted to take care of them. Feeling the sharp blade of words again, Raven replied that he could allocate fertile lands to them and give them the right to use them. In this way, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone, namely, to make the visitors real citizens and increase the production of agricultural products. Vincent remained silent, waiting to hear the continuation of his idea. However, the Duke added that there was one notable downside to this plan. Taking another sip, Vincent asked him to continue. Looking up at him, Pendragon said that in the case of such a plan, the number of settlements would increase several times. And they don't have enough soldiers to protect them from robbers and monsters. However, Vincent asked what would happen if they started using griffins. Raven, hearing this, froze and lashed out at the interlocutor. However, I immediately found something to answer, saying that these are wild and capricious animals, despite the fact that they give the impression of domesticated animals. Pendragon knew very well that if they wanted the new arrivals to be full citizens, they needed to have people they could trust. At the same time, both trained knights and ordinary mercenaries should enter there. Herzog added that if this is not done, then people will not perceive themselves as full-fledged citizens, but will think that they are just cheap labor. He perfectly understood that people come here in search of a better life and to escape from poverty. At the same time, he added that if they treat them like lawless slaves, the flow of immigrants will decrease and then stop altogether. Vincent listened in shock as he recounted what had happened in Sisek and other lands where population coercion was thought to be the only way to progress. Squinting, Raven added that if they followed the same path, they would not prosper. The boy mentioned the people who worked in Sisek on the rice plantations, saying that the peasants would lose their strength very quickly, and in the end, the ruler would die at the hands of his subordinates. With these words, he had a picture in front of his eyes, where the angry peasants were killing the Count of Brescia. Vincent's eyes widened, absorbing every word the Duke was saying. He sternly added that the real power of the land is not the Duke, but the people living on it. Immediately after these words, the feeling of the blade in front of the throat disappeared, and silence reigned at the table. Stunned, Vincent admitted that he still had the feeling that the Duke had changed a lot since their last meeting. Raven tilted his head slightly, listening intently to his interlocutor, and finally asked if it was really so. However, Vincent added that despite the good motives, without a clear plan, all these words will remain just an empty sound. At this, Raven noticed that what was said was rather rude. But Vincent said that if he were an ordinary person, he would continue to praise him while not forgetting to use him for his own purposes. But by sipping beer straight from the bottle, he drew the Duke's attention to the fact that he was going to be serious with him. Pendragon was silent for a moment, staring at Vincent in shock. Wiping his lips from the drips of beer, he paid attention to the fact that he wanted to try some more local beer. Raven had a big smile on his face when he heard that. Then he added that he was willing to listen to him. Vincent said he already has a solution to deal with refugee poverty. In addition, he had a plan to increase the flow of immigrants to the Duchy of Pendragon. The Duke smiled and asked his guest to continue. He smiled and said that his plan completely coincided with his. For some time, Isla, riding a griffin, directed the movement of materials for construction. Orcs, who had great physical strength, were engaged in reconstruction in the city itself, and they were helped by none other than the centaurs, who could match their strength. Of course, the peasants also participated in the construction of new houses, since many craftsmen were needed. The peasants looked at it in shock, their mouths hanging open, but not believing what they were seeing. Looking at the reconstruction, they could not believe that York was turning from a small village into a prosperous place. In response to the Duke's question, Vincent confirmed that they would hear large-scale construction, providing jobs for the impoverished refugees. Instead of giving them land, they will provide them with work, and given that the construction will be huge, many workers will be needed. In addition, it will make it possible to gather all the refugees in one place. At this, Pendragon happily exclaimed that if they were spread out quite compactly, then not so many soldiers would be needed for protection. Vincent added that for large-scale construction, they will need masters of various fields. For this, people will start calling their friends and relatives, and therefore the flow of refugees will not stop. Raven listened enthusiastically to his speech about how they would be able to lay the foundation for a truly free city. Vincent added that it will be a city that will open its gates to anyone, regardless of race or nationality. And if everything goes as they planned, the population of the rebuilt city will grow like yeast. Sometime later, in the meeting hall of the city of York, the Duke, along with Vincent and Lady Luna, sat at the table, listening to the villagers who came to them. One of them said that there was a lot of good wood in the town where he lived, so he asked to be given the priority right to supply the materials. Another enthusiastically said that he wanted to open a tavern in the city where the workers would eat. Besides, alcohol was good medicine after a hard day's work. It wasn't until now that Raven realized what Vincent was talking about when they were discussing plans to rebuild the city. He then said that with a sufficient population, there will be a need to open shops, workshops, and other infrastructure elements, and this will be the starting point for raising the economy. Vincent explained that as soon as traders arrived in the city, they would be able to enter into contracts with them. Raven stood up, expressing his appreciation that people had come such a long way to start a new business in his town. He continued that York is a free city where no one will pay attention to their kind, nationality, or race. As he spoke, Lady Luna took out a small pouch that spilled out with gold dragon coins. The boy leaned on the table, saying that the only condition for their operation was that they had to use coins minted in the Duchy of Pendragon. For a moment, the villagers froze, considering the conditions of activity in the city of York. Hearing that he was to create a new independent coin, Raven was quite surprised. However, Vincent explained that the Empire might not like it, but if they did it now, it wouldn't cause much trouble. He recalled their battle in the woods, during which Pendragon had developed a rather trusting relationship with Prince Ian. In addition, the Duke managed to catch one of those responsible for the attack on Prince Sion. And behind the house of Arangus stood the power of the Dragon King of the Seas, so the Empire needed Pendragon. Vincent explained to a shocked Pendragon that this was all working in their favor, so the Empire would have no choice but to accept minting their own coins. And trade with the Empire using your own money will increase the influence of the duchy several times. However, in order to successfully achieve their goals and speak with the Empire as equals, they need more power, authority, and influence. Releasing his aura, Pendragon thought that his enemies would learn his true strength when he began to fight the Empire. Raven looked up at Vincent, warning that with all the gold mines that were in his territory, there might not be enough gold to mint that many coins. However, Vincent just laughed out loud at these words. At the same time, he assured that this is exactly what you should not worry about. Holding a Pendragon coin in his hands, one of the men wondered if they would really have to use them. He said that they have 30% less gold than the imperial ones, and when the construction is completed, these coins will be useless. However, after hearing from one of the men that in his opinion the Empire's money would soon disappear, the rest looked at him with a bewildered look. It was the head of the fourth largest imperial trade guild, Mr. Toka Giovanni. Examining the coin in his hand, he said that they were smaller and therefore easier to carry, and the value was no different from imperial coins. So it is precisely because the imperial coins are harder to carry that the Pendragon coins have a chance to gain more popularity. He looked slyly at his colleagues, asking which of them they would most likely take when they go to the market. They stopped, looking at the man with their mouths open. Gazing at a bottle of local beer, Vincent remembered an old saying that was popular among traders, that mice running around the market are better than an elephant sleeping in a storeroom. He explained that the value of a coin is determined by the degree of its use in the market, and if they can convince people that imperial gold is good for safekeeping, then it will become the equivalent of bullion, and Pendragon coins will flood the market. Without looking up, Vincent confirmed Lady Luna's words that in such a case the worse option would supersede the better. Raising the bottle to his mouth, he added that in his opinion it would be possible not even to make coins, but to get by with paper money. To Duke Pendragon's skeptical question, Vincent added that it was just his theory. Returning to the window, the boy added that his hypothesis could be confirmed only after many years. With a big smile, Raven thought about knowing the future because he was there, and Vincent peered into him like a prophet. Pendragon thought he was a little scared of him as he looked out the window, grinning widely. Toke Giovanni looked carefully at the coin, thinking that a very capable person could create such a plan in such a short time. Clutching it in his fist, the man thought that in 6 months the city of York would become an incredible city of freedom. As expected, people soon began to arrive in York. There were also refugees who hoped for a better life in the city that was being developed, and merchants and businessmen who hoped to conclude many new deals here. Lady Luna, as secretary to Hero Pendragon, received everyone, writing down their names and the type of activity they wanted to do. After some time, the girl stood in front of Pendragon, holding in her hands the reports on the transportation of the company to York. Vincent and the Duke carefully read every word she wrote down. Returning to his companion, Raven said that everything seemed to be going as they had planned. Looking at the report, the master of the Tower of Darkness noticed that Lady Luna managed to find a common language with the owners of the enterprises and understand how they conduct business. And he admitted that she was very talented in this. The girl smiled broadly from such praise, and her face was covered with a blush. Vincent looked up and added that since the number of businesses was growing too fast, the two of them wouldn't be able to handle it. Lady Luna smiled and thanked her for such high praise for her talents. After that, she left the office, leaving the boys alone in the office, rummaging through the documents. Vincent returned to Pendragon, noting that Lady Luna was quite a prominent girl. He closed his eyes and replied with a smile that he had to agree with him. Sometime later, while the city was actively being rebuilt, Karth threw a beam up, calling out to Pendragon to catch him. He got his bearings and turned around at the exact moment when she flew into his stomach. The boy began to shout that that's why you can't throw like that, but Karth replied that it was a very easy throw for the orcs. From the sky, sitting on a griffin, Isla watched his friends. He watched what Pendragon was doing in surprise. He calmly carried heavy loads, communicating perfectly normally with the rest of the workers. From below, Lady Luna and Vincent were watching him sitting on a bench. When asked in surprise why Ellen is so enthusiastic about this construction, Vincent replied that it is work on creating a certain image. Sipping from the glass, the boy replied that if he worked a little on the construction site, he would be able to win their hearts as a person who shares their heavy burden. Hearing this, Lady Luna smiled widely. From such a watchful look, the boy exhaled, agreeing that it was he who offered him such a plan of action. However, looking at the way he passed the beams upstairs, he admitted that he did not expect that he would feel so confident in a job that was not characteristic of a duke. Pendragon's face was covered with large drops of sweat, but a smile shone on his lips. The duke himself remembered his past life while working with the builders. Previously, he did not shy away from working with ordinary peasants, and just like them, he collected rice with them. And his mother always brought hearty food to the peasants who worked near their estate. Remembering his mother, Raven smiled warmly as he looked ahead. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a loud cry calling to him. Lowering his head, he saw Lindsay. In her hands was a large basket filled with sandwiches. In a moment, all the workers were sitting, peacefully eating their lunch. Moreover, both humans and griffins and orcs sat together. Raven was also taking a sandwich from Lindsay, eyeing her wife carefully. After tasting it, he looked in front of him in a daze, saying that it was delicious. Smiling, the girl replied that her humble origin obliges her to be able to cope with at least such household tasks. At the same time, his gaze fell on her hand, which was not like the hands of those noble ladies who did nothing in life. For a moment, the boy froze, looking at his wife. Raven suddenly noticed that Lindsay looked a lot like his mother. She had the same chocolate brown hair and gentle brown eyes. For a second, the world around him seemed to disappear, and only the two of them remained. Raven didn't even notice Vincent and Lady Luna watching him and Lindsay. He said with a smile that something told him that he would soon be able to sufficiently enjoy the taste of local beer. However, Lady Sayrod herself looked a little sad and grumpy, and Vincent noticed this immediately, looking at her from under his forehead. And over the city itself, Soldrake flew, looking at how it was changing. She thought about the fact that since she had flown to Pendragon Land many years ago, everything had remained the same. But then she remembered how she made the pact with Raven. And now, looking at the development of the city, the Dragon Lady thought about what Alex would say about all this. At the same time as Soldrake, an unknown rider was looking at the city of York, thinking that he had finally reached his final destination, namely to the lands that belonged to Duke Pendragon. The boy lowered his hand and placed it on his gold-encrusted sword. It was here that Leon John Bolt wanted to become a proud and respected knight and glorify his name. Milady Helena stood by a large cauldron, pouring food from it to those who needed it. Lindsay, on the other hand, delivered plates to those who were too weak to come up on their own. Eileen, doing the same, loudly announced that the Duchy of Pendragon was needed for construction work. At the same time, she added that there is no need to worry, as there is enough work for everyone. The two boys were looking at her with tender, loving eyes, admiring how cute she was. Bowl in hand, Vincent watched as she ran across the lawn doing her work, while the Castle grumbled about people being weird. Looking at her, the creature noticed that she looked like an elf, which was not considered a compliment among their race. Lady Eileen, meanwhile, walked over to Leon John Bolt, handing him a bowl of food. He accepted it, sadly looking at the hot dish steaming in the bowl in his hands. Seeing this, the girl leaned over and assured him that they would also find him a job, so he could not worry. Hearing that he was not worried about work, Eileen looked at the boy in surprise, studying his appearance. The first thing that caught her attention was a rather expensively decorated sword. Seeing also that he was well dressed, the girl wondered if he was really a refugee. Suddenly both of them froze, hearing how a huge animal jumped out of the bushes near them and roared loudly. Kazul blurted out, frightened, thinking it was a zombie, the same ones that attacked them when they were going to the mausoleum. With a wild roar, the creature rushed towards Lady Eileen, who immediately let out a loud scream. In 1 second, the figure of Leon appeared in front of her, who put his sword in front of him, trying to protect the girl. However, the zombie knocked him to the ground far away with one swipe of his paw. Sticking out its tongue, the monster crawled up to Lady Eileen again, trying to grab her. In the next moment, the monster's head separated from her body, leaving her with a tongue sticking out. Vincent held a sword in one hand, and with the other pressed Lady Eileen's terrified mouth to his side. After looking around, he said that this place had become dangerous, and no one had warned him that something like this could come out of the forest. Lady Eileen rushed to thank her savior with a smile, but then noticed that Leon was not feeling well. She rushed to him anxiously, asking if he was all right. However, he just stood on his knees and talked about how he was really miserable. Eileen, with a smile, rushed to convince the boy that he was wrong, because he had acted very bravely, and Vincent added that without him, he himself would not have had time to do anything. However, Leon did not calm down, saying that this was not enough for him and that he came here to become a knight and make his dream come true. Vincent and Lady Eileen just looked at each other in silence, exhaling deeply. In a while, they were already in the throne room of the palace, where Raven thanked for saving his sister and talked about what he heard, as if he had already tried to enter the Order of the White Dragon, but failed the exam. Lowering his head, Leon confirmed that everything he said was the absolute truth. Wiping away his tears, the boy added that although he could not become a knight, he had the honor of being presented to the Duke in person. Hearing that he had always admired him, Raven asked in surprise what the boy reminded him of the ball in the woods. Leon said he was there and saw what the pirates were doing, adding that he fled as soon as he had the chance. The boy said with admiration that the Duke himself instead stayed there and gave battle to the enemies. He called Pendragon a hero to Louis, saying that he was burning with the desire to become one, and so he traveled the distance from the imperial capital to the lands of the Pendragons. After thinking about it, Raven said that since he was at the governor's reception, he must be of high birth. He smiled and said that he was the second son of Earl John Bolt. However, hearing the name made Pendragon think that he had never heard it before. Leon himself lowered his head gloomily, and his look became sad. He scratched his head and said that their county was an honorary title, and they themselves were the jesters of the imperial court. At this, the Duke exclaimed that he had a talent that amounted to a national treasure. With a broad smile, the boy replied that his family had been proud of these skills for many generations. But for the Emperor, all this had a somewhat different appearance. Leon said he couldn't take his family being treated like fools anymore and decided to end it. That is why he wanted to become a knight, fight and restore the honor of his family. Folding his hands, Raven thought he was once again facing the victims of discrimination in a prosperous empire. Keeping his eyes on the boy, Pendragon asked him to show what he was capable of. Leon stood for a moment, staring at the Duke in surprise. However, immediately afterwards he threw off his cloak, saying that he would do as the Duke pleased. In the next second, the boy managed to twist both eyes in different directions, one up, the other down. Then he threw one leg up, wrapping his arm around it, balancing on one leg. The boy managed to grab his head, crossing his arm over his leg. Leon perfectly stood on one hand and made funny faces at the audience. Raven froze, looking at the feints his guest was throwing. Meanwhile, he jumped up, describing a pirouette in the air. Twisting several times in the air, Leon spread his arms to his sides and landed, keeping his balance. Grabbing his cloak, he drew his hand back and bowed low to the Duke. Lady Eileen stood with her hands over her mouth, while Vincent stared silently at her. Rising from his chair, Pendragon said with difficulty that he supported the opinion that he could not be a knight. However, he added that he knows a person who can help him develop his talent. All three stared at the Duke in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Raven remembered the one who had taught him martial arts in his past life, and the one who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him. Argos was called the Black Leopard of the Rakshasas, and the main thing was to get him to do it. Herzog said he had amazing arm and leg strength, an amazing sense of balance, and a body flexibility that was beyond comprehension. With a smile, Pendragon announced that Leon John Bolt could become a fighter. Such an offer completely satisfied the boy, so in a moment a happy smile bloomed on his face. In the evening, sitting at the table, Raven confirmed Vincent's words that he wanted Leon to accompany him on his trip to the capital. He added that he hoped to find someone who would be able to teach the boy well. However, Vincent warned that this trip is extremely important for them, as they have a lot of business to deal with during this period. Pendragon thought deeply when he heard that one of the purposes of the trip was to obtain a reward for the capture of Rav Tylan. Immediately at the same time, the tortured face of the Lord, who was sitting in chains on a horse, appeared. In addition, they had to obtain permission to introduce their own coin. Vincent warned that escorting Tylan to the capital was not an easy task, and could be quite dangerous. Folding his hands in the castle, the Duke agreed, adding that before that they had to settle one matter. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, he informed that Karth and the orcs saw that some of the zombies they fought near the mausoleum had come back to life, and this meant that the lich he defeated then managed to survive and is walking somewhere nearby. Vincent immediately remembered the zombie that had attacked Lady Eileen, to which he heard back that he could very well be from that pack. Vincent was quite surprised that the lich didn't lose its power after Pendragon made a pact with the dragon. The Duke replied that all this could turn out to be a box with a double bottom, and there must be someone behind all the events because there must have been beings in the world capable of fighting the dragon on equal terms. Meanwhile, Soldrake flew into the night sky, spreading her wings to the sides. Under the rock, among the ancient columns, stood a dragon statue made of dark stone. After talking to Vincent, Raven was lying in his room on the bed with his legs hanging on the floor. Hearing some noise outside the window, the boy tiredly raised his head and opened one eye. Outside the window, he saw Soldrake, who was looking at him with interest. Letting her into the room, the Duke sat down on the bed, noticing that he had not seen her for a long time and wondering if anything had happened. To this, the dragon lady replied that she was restoring the magical energy in her nest. Seeing Pendragon's dazed face, she explained that maintaining human form outside of Pendragon territory was a great waste of energy. Raven immediately asked her, stammering, why she hadn't told him this sooner. At this, Soldrake looked down and admitted that she just wanted to be near him. Hearing this, Pendragon fell silent for a moment, staring intently at the dragon. However, when she asked if it burdened him, he immediately began to passionately assure her that it did not. He froze for a moment, staring at himself and deep in thought. The boy remembered how she had comforted him in the ruins of Valta Manor, crying with him, and how she was there, trying to force him to eat, when he was begging himself, knowing that in this world Raven Valta never existed, and the happy smile when he asked her to give him the dragon armor. He didn't even notice that she was there all the time, never leaving him alone for a minute. Without looking up at her, Raven reminded her that she had taken care of him in Sisuke. However, Soldrake immediately assured him that there was no need for an apology, reminding him that they were contractors who were bound by soul. In addition, the dragon lady added that all the blame for what happened to him in the past life rests entirely on her. Hearing this, Pendragon looked up at his friend incomprehendingly. She remembered how she had then opened the portal, sending the blood of fallen warriors and demons into the air. However, Raven noticed that she had no idea at the time how it would all work. Lowering her head, Soldrake explained that she could not grasp the magic that would turn back time. At the same time, her gaze fell on the clock that stood in the Duke's room. And now she knows nothing about such magic. Raven listened intently that even if such magic existed, it would be quite difficult to use it. This would require a large source of mana and a suitable vessel to hold that mana. And for this, she will need a dragon vein and her own life, since she is the head of the dragon tribe. Soldrake let out a weary breath, saying that this was exactly what was needed in order to pull such a trick again. Propping his elbows on his knees, Raven said that he didn't think the white dragon was fighting at full strength on the field at the time. He remembered the griffins tearing into the body of a noble animal that didn't even think to drive them away. Remembering how the dragon sat on the ground with its wings pierced, Pendragon assumed that he had given his life on purpose. To him, it all looked as if Ellen Pendragon from his past life wanted to die and be reborn again. Soldrake looked intently at the Duke, lost in thought. Noticing her standing up, Raven raised his head in surprise and looked at her questioningly. Looking up at the moon, the dragon lady said that was why she had decided to go to the place where they had both died then. Transforming into a dragon, Soldrake flew into the sky, heading for the Lobton prairies. The next morning, Lady Luna stood by the window, watching the carriage leave the courtyard. Her cheeks were flushed and her look was very sad. In the carriage itself sat the Duke of Pendragon with his wife and sister, as well as Leon, who entertained the girls by showing tricks with cards in his hands. Staring at the sunrise, Raven was deep in thought. The arena in the lands of Elis was full of spectators, as a fighting tournament was taking place there. His participant, barely breathing, fell unconscious to the ground with his face crushed into flesh. There was an open fracture on the arm from which blood was gushing. Spectators jumped up in alarm, not believing what they saw with their eyes. They were looking at the big man who towered over the third son of the Count of Louvre, Lord Eider, whom he had just beaten through a full program. None of those present could understand who this man was and where he came from. He stood with his hands folded and looked sternly in front of him. In a moment, he listened to the announcer announce him as the winner. Upon arrival, Lady Eileen and Lindsay folded their arms in rapture, enjoying the beautiful scenery. Alice's domain was indeed a beautiful town, with a river in the middle of the street and banks covered with pink daisies. Here, couples in love rode gondolas, while others actively walked across the river on a bridge. As Lindsay admired the scenery, Raven thought about the fact that soon such cities would be doing business on a par with the Empire. Lady Eileen was surprised that there were so many people, but Leon explained that there is a festival every year, and it's a big holiday, so a lot of people come here. The guy added that he used to visit here often because the festival was a good way to practice his skills. The girls immediately burned with the desire to see him in action. Hearing this, Leon froze, glaring at them and holding an apple in his hands. After that, he laughed and replied that since beautiful ladies ask him about it, then you can show it once. Immediately after that, he spilled the apples he had bought earlier from the bag. Lindsay and Eileen stared at him in fascination, watching his every move. Squinting his eyes again, Leon began tossing apples up, one of which immediately landed on his head. However, he then knocked one of the apples away with his shoulder, bending forward a little. Another pushed with his knee without taking his hands from behind his back. Everyone in the circle who saw the boy marveled at his skill and the fact that he did not use his hands. Kicking away one of the apples, Leon jumped up, doing a pirouette in the air. Lindsay and Lady Eileen even clapped their hands in admiration of his talent. He landed on one knee, a soft smile playing on his face. Suddenly, everyone in the crowd sighed heavily and turned their heads to where the apple had flown. Leon, rising to his feet, also turned his head there with interest, not understanding what was happening. There stood a large man in a horned helmet, on which lay the remains of one of the apples. Leon, seeing this, immediately threw himself at the big man's feet, getting up on his knees. In a moment, he felt someone sit on his back. Turning his head, he smiled as he saw Pendragon sitting on top of him, arms folded. However, he sternly looked at the boy, warning that food is sacred and should not be scattered. With tears in his eyes, Leon smiled and apologized to the Duke. The soldiers present looked at each other with sly smiles on their faces. As they left the square, Lady Eileen tried to cheer up a depressed Leon with a smile. Looking around, Lindsay noticed that there were quite a few strong men here, suggesting that there were even too many of them. However, Raven explained that this was more than just a holiday. A whole fighting tournament is held here every year. Eileen, hearing this, turned to her brother with interest, and Leon, saddened, breathed out that he had completely forgotten about it. However, in a moment he looked joyfully at the Duke, asking if he had decided to take part in the tournament. Looking at the boy's eyes, which were shining with immense happiness, Pendragon just hummed calmly. However, the Duke doubted that Argos would even listen to him, let alone agree to his proposal. He had heard of him in his past life, so he wondered where he would be now. Meanwhile, the ruler of the local lands, the Count of Louvre, was shaking with rage as he sat on the throne. He snarled angrily that their family had bred glorious warriors for generations. His son was kneeling before him as well as two guards. However, Eider, who was trained by the best mentor since his birth, disappointed him. The very culprit of his father's anger, who had earned himself the glory of the Holy Eye, was on his knees, beaten and shaking like a yard dog. What angered Count Louvre most was that he was defeated in a battle with a man who was not even armed. When asked if they were not ashamed, all three began to bow, saying that they were burning with shame and that their defeat was unforgivable. The Count understood very well that if the unknown warrior won a complete victory, then their reputation as the leading knights of Cosmos City would simply be wiped into the dust. Hearing such a prospect, Eider raised a frightened look at his father and barely restrained himself from crying. Hearing a voice behind them trying to calm the ruler down, all three of the culprits of his anger looked back. There, in the company of two beautiful ladies, stood Morgan Louvre, Eider's older brother. Morgan smiled, looking into the glass and calling himself Alice's main beau. He tossed the glass up, drawing his sword as he went and swinging it. Immediately after that, one of the girls who accompanied him reached out to catch the glass. However, just in her hands it split in half, spilling wine. Both father and brother looked at the boy in surprise, not knowing what to say. Exuding an aura, Morgan added that he was also the strongest knight in history at the same time. Looking at his father, he assured that he would be able to defend the honor of the Louvre family. At the same time, his fingers touched the button that held his cloak on his shoulders. Argos was once again on the battlefield, but once again he was declared victorious. However, at the same time, it was Morgan Louvre who won his duel. And now the boy was anticipating a battle in which he had to defend the honor of his own family and its reputation as the best knights of the cosmos. Argos's face did not show any of the man's feelings, remaining completely indifferent. Meanwhile, in the barony of Dawson, two servants tried to convince the baron to hire an unknown fighter as their house guard. They said that the skills he had shown in the ring were quite incredible, but the baron only interrupted them, saying that he was useless. But one of the servants added that he might be able to defeat the very genius of the Louvre family, Morgan. The baron could not bear this, and shouted loudly for them to shut up and get out of his room. Already standing in the corridor, they began to discuss what had happened to their master. They noticed that he, being a knight, did not attend a single battle, and he himself seemed to have abandoned training. It seemed as if the baron was not a nobleman at all. While they were wondering how he managed to get the title, the baron sat in his study looking at something in his hand. In his hands was a button similar to the one worn by all members of the Louvre family. The man glanced at the portrait, from which a young brown-haired girl with bright green eyes was looking at him and smiling. The button he was holding was covered in dried blood. Unable to bear it, the baron lowered his head heavily into his hands, closing his eyes. When night fell on the city, Pendragon and his team were standing in front of a large inn. Looking at him, Leon asked if his future teacher would stay at this inn. However, Raven only silently hoped that his dear and respected teacher would be here tonight. Turning their heads, Lady Eileen and Leon frowned slightly, and their eyes reflected anxiety. A whole detachment of guards was lying on the ground, and they were there in a rather crumpled form. Leon, looking at this, could not understand what had happened to all these people. He suddenly heard from the commander that they had come here to meet with Argos. Raising his head, he advised them not to try to talk to him, but simply to sew, because the power of that is beyond comprehension. Pointing to the rest of the bodies, he explained that knights and nobles came to see him, and he beat them all. Lindsay and Lady Eileen immediately tensed and let out a low cry. When a frightened Leon asked if he was sure it was a good idea, Raven calmly replied that there might be some difficulties. After telling them to let him do everything himself, in a few minutes the boy was already standing in front of the door of Iogos's room, saying that he needed to talk to him. Pendragon froze for a moment in the middle of the corridor when he heard a voice behind the door telling him to get out so he wouldn't get in the nuts. Closing his eyes, the Duke said he knew what had happened to Giora and Rajaya. The door opened in a second, and an angry Argos flew out, reaching out to grab the guest. His eyes burned with hatred and anger, and his teeth were clenched tightly in rage. His fist landed directly on Pendragon's cheek, who didn't have time to jump back. Wiping away the blood, Raven thought his teacher was fast enough. In the next moment, he was already putting out his hands, blocking his attack with his foot. However, he noticed that he grabbed his forearm with his fingers, pulling his hand down. In the next second, the Duke felt a powerful heel strike right in his face, which threw him back a little. Throwing his head back, Raven happily thought that this was the same technique he had once admired so much. Squinting, he realized that the teacher was about to use his third style. Argos had already jumped back, bringing his leg up and planning to strike with it in a straight line, which was called an axe strike. Pendragon raised his head in fright, watching the teacher's movements. The Duke turned sharply, planning to counterattack his opponent. In the next moment, Argos was already slapped in the face, throwing his head back. He looked in surprise at the unknown warrior who dared and managed to hit him. Wasting no time, Raven jumped up and swung her leg, attacking the big man again. However, he managed to put his hands on the trajectory, blocking the attack. Suddenly, he noticed that his opponent was using the same tactic that he had used when he pulled his forearm down with his leg. Seeing him jump up to attack, Argos ducked back sharply to avoid being hit. Unable to keep his balance, he took a few steps back. The man raised his hand and touched his forehead, where he was already bleeding. Looking closely at his opponent, Argos wondered if he was copying his techniques, but quickly realized that he was familiar with them. Raven didn't say anything, just gave a small smile as she looked at the teacher. Standing in front of him, Argos asked who he was and how he knew the names of his daughters. At the same time, the big man assumed that he was together with the Gadget Louvre. However, Pendragon replied that he had come here to try to change his fate, so he wanted him to listen to him. Argos watched the uninvited guest in silence, looking at him with a stern look. And he is here to help him deal with that creature that had a human face once and for all. At this time, Morgan Louvre stood in the forest and laughed loudly, saying to himself that he would never tire of these murders. He looked at the girls who had only recently accompanied him everywhere, but now lay dead at his feet. With a maddened expression on his face, he thought about the fact that his beauty attracted women to him like butterflies to a fire, and using the influence of the Count, he could hide his affairs. Feeling as if the whole world was in his hands, the boy laughed loudly. Looking down at his hand, Morgan thought about the fact that he only had 2 days left before the finals of the tournament. Raising his bloody sword, the boy said that the old mercenary would regret going against the Louvre family. Licking the weapon, Morgan thought he would drown the man in a sea of blood. Sitting in his room and holding a cigar in his hands, Argos, without raising his head, asked the guest if he really expected that he would believe the first person he met. Raven looked at him and said she just wanted to save him as a great warrior and a man of honor. The boy watched as he threw his head back and took a deep breath. The man smiled and said that he was pleased, but it would not give him back his daughter. Pendragon looked down and looked sadly at his feet. Argos's eyes lit up with the fire of righteous anger when he said that his daughters were played with, and when they got close they were killed and thrown away, and Morgan is to blame for this, and nothing can bring them back. Wei added that the vile nobles think that their very existence makes them special, and it doesn't matter what they do, because this world will not punish them. Releasing his aura, the man added that if the world doesn't do it, he will do it himself. Raven looked up at him for a moment, looking at the man intently. After that, he lowered his head again and agreed that everything the man said was pure truth. However, he added that if he is looking for revenge, he will not be able to find it this way. The only thing he will achieve will be the brand of a criminal and banishment to the core of exterminators of demons. He warned that if this really happened, then instead of food, he would have dirty water, and instead of a place to sleep, he would have dirt from the battlefield and fighting in endless wars. The boy remembered the feeling of turning into a living corpse and looking for only one thing: death. For a moment, there was silence between them, during which they sat facing each other. At last, Argos said that he was talking about it as if he had seen the future himself. Raven remained silent as the man continued, saying that his strike back was a backhand grip. He remembered his guest's reversal, realizing that he had timed and placed the strike precisely. And remembering the blow with his hand, he added that everything was done just perfectly. Looking closely at the boy, he sternly asked if he was familiar with his techniques. After that, warning that he would ask him again, he asked who he was. However, Pendragon lowered his head and breathed out what he couldn't tell him. Finally, looking up, he added that everything he told the man was pure truth, and he was doing it out of a pure desire to help, so he asked for understanding. Taking the cigar to his mouth again and taking a puff, Argos pondered his words. Wee narrowed his eyes and looked at the boy again and agreed to hear what he meant. The next morning, the arena was once again full of spectators as the final battle of the festival was to take place today. On the left side, the opponent was Morgan Louvre, about whom the announcer said that such talents as him appear once in 100 years. On the right was an unknown fighter who did not lose a single fight in the tournament and was a dark horse for everyone, the fighter Argos. One of the men watching it all said that he had never seen people so excited, to which his interlocutor said that Argos was quite popular. They both turned their heads to the side to see that even the one who hated the festival, Baron Dawson, had come to watch this fight. He didn't answer anything. He just stared intently at the arena, keeping his eyes on the unknown fighter. Watching her opponents from the stands, Lady Eileen noticed that Argos was acting even too calm today. Turning her head to the man, Lindsay asked him if he had managed to talk to him, to which Raven replied in the affirmative, adding that he had to reveal a few details in the process. All three turned their heads to him with interest, not understanding what he was talking about. However, he kept his eyes on the fighter, ordering Leon to also carefully watch this man's fight. Lord Louvre watched with a smile as everyone supported the old man, not knowing that Morgan's and Eater's training levels were different. Staring wildly in front of him, he turned to his son, asking him to show the difference between the peasants and the real nobles. Meanwhile, the rivals stood in the arena, carefully watching each other. With a big smile, Morgan turned to his opponent, saying that he had humiliated his brother yesterday. However, Argos did not respond to this, continuing to stand in front of the boy as if he had been buried. Seeing this, Louvre asked if he had any hearing problems. As he released his aura, he pulled up one corner of his lips, warning that he would die today. A purple aura began to envelop both opponents, but Argos did not react to it in any way. Leon, along with the girls, looked on anxiously, but Raven continued to remain calm and focused. The Duke thought that only the chosen could possess auras, wondering why any of them were here today. Holding his sword forward, Morgan said that the festival could only have one ending, and that ending was the death of the old man, adding that he only followed the law of the land here. Upon hearing this, Argos smiled, saying that if that was the case, he was glad to hear it. Louvre looked questioningly at his opponent, not understanding what he was talking about or the condescendingly ironic tone. Zdrovan raised his hand, clarifying that Morgan himself would die, as he would kill him after finding peace in his mind. Immediately after these words, Louvre rushed towards the crowd, swinging his sword. However, he ducked, making a large lunge forward and evading the enemy's attack. Immediately after that, Argos stretched out his hand, hitting the nobleman in the ribs with all his strength. Everyone was intently watching what was happening in the arena. The audience was left open-mouthed and eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Seeing how the rivals froze, Lord Louvre screamed, pounding on the throne so that his son would finish off his rival at last. Lindsay and Lady Eileen were anxiously waiting for the opponent's next actions, while Raven just smiled calmly. Argos also had a calm smile on his face as he asked Morgan if the jerk could really keep his promise. Blood suddenly gushed from Louvre's mouth and eyes, and he screamed wildly. The boy fell to the ground covered in blood and screaming wildly. Seeing how he fell silent, sticking out his tongue, the girls present screamed loudly and looked at the arena with fear. Argos also watched his enemy's convulsions in silence, his face still. Despite the blood on his face, he laughed at the thought of talking to a corpse. As the announcer declared Argos the winner in a fair fight, Raven's entourage tried to make sense of what had happened in the arena. Lindsay looked at the man in surprise as he explained that the Louvre had received a crushing blow that must have crushed its internal organs. He added that the impulse from the attack passed through the palm and resonated with the armor, crumpling all of Morgan's organs. When asked by Leon if such a thing was even possible, Pendragon said that only the initiated warriors of the Temple of Taramis were trained to do so. The words about the greatest honor piqued Leon's interest, and he looked at the Duke with wide eyes. In a moment, the girls saw on his face the wild delight at what he had heard. With a satisfied smile on his face, Raven said that technique was beyond comprehension even for him. Looking at the man who had been his teacher in a past life, the boy thought that he had no doubt that he was the greatest fighter in the history of the world. At this time, Count Louvre, sitting in his box, cried wildly, not believing in the death of his eldest son. He could not believe that he was now lying dead on the dirty ground of the arena. Pointing his finger at Argos, he ordered his capture and immediate execution. Drawing his sword, the man charged forward, saying that otherwise he would do it himself. Together with his bodyguards, Count Louvre jumped into the arena, exclaiming to the crowd how he dared to do such a thing. With tears in his eyes, he asked how dare such a scoundrel do such a thing to his boy. To which Argos replied with a smile that the festival could only end with someone's death in the final battle, as that was the ancient law. Pointing to Morgan's corpse, the big man added that his son-in-law himself had said so. Looking closely at the Earl, Argos added that he can't even follow the rules he made up, so the nobles are just a bunch of spoiled brats. At his words, Louvre, continuing to hold the sword in front of him, shouted, ordering him to shut up. He screamed that in these lands he himself is the embodiment of the law. However, hearing a voice behind him telling him to stop behaving in such a manner, the man turned around. Pendragon was approaching him with quick steps, fury and determination on his face. Argos and Count Louvre set out on the boy, while the Count asked him who he was, assuming that he wanted to play the hero and protect the beggar. Pointing his sword at the Duke, he shouted that they were also criminals because they were helping a criminal. However, Raven looked at this skeptically, whether he was seriously talking about the criminals' assistants as criminals now. Closing his eyes, Pendragon noticed that in this case the Earl himself was also a criminal. He glared at him, pretending not to understand what the stranger was talking about. The Duke calmly explained that by ignoring his son's crimes, by breaking the rules he had made, and by dishonoring and punishing those who demanded justice, he had become a criminal himself. In the end, he pointed out that such a person was not worthy to be the owner of something, which caused a mask of concern on the face of Louvre Sr. With a look of disdain, Raven said that was all he could say to Count Louvre. In a moment he cursed, asking what kind of delusion he had just spoken here. He was interested in how someone dared to not only talk to him in such a way, but even call his name while wondering who the stranger was. Immediately after that, he was enveloped in a blue aura coming from Raven. Both the Count himself and Argos stared dumbfounded at the tongues of flame coming from the unknown man. Frightened, Louvre began to pick up options as to what kind of aura it could be that was striking him with so much terror. All those present in the stands were also fascinated by what was happening before their eyes. The aura emanating from the stranger quickly took the form of a large blue dragon. The blond man who was driving her introduced himself as Ellen Pendragon, adding that he was a white dragon contractor. Argos, hearing this, could not believe that one of the great dukes of their empire was standing before him in flesh and blood. However, Count Louvre was not impressed by this information, and therefore he again put his sword forward and took a fighting stance. He laughed, asking what was so special about a duke borrowing power from his dragon. He yelled that even if he brought his entire army here, he would be able to wipe it out very quickly. However, Raven calmly repeated that he was a criminal, wondering if the piece of idiot was even listening to him. Hearing these words addressed to him, Count Louvre exclaimed indignantly. Closing his eyes for a moment, Raven hid his aura and turned to the people of the Elis lands, asking them to hear him. He said that Sir Argos went all his bloody way because Morgan Louvre seduced many women only to kill them, and the Louvre family covered up the rapist and murderer. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise, wondering what they had just heard. Pointing at Argos, Pendragon added that his daughters had also fallen victim to the noble-like creature. However, Count Louvre screamed indignant at such words and ordered him to stop hanging noodles in people's ears. He pointed his sword at him, demanding that he show at least some proof of his words. Closing his eyes, Raven said the name of Baron Ryan Dawson. Louvre Sr. visibly frowned and fell silent, speaking to himself. Argos himself had a similar expression, who did not expect such a turn. Pendragon shouted louder, trying to call Baron Dawson to them. All those present turned their heads to where the elderly baron rose from the tribune, looking sadly at the arena. His face fell, and dark circles appeared under his eyes. Looking at him, the Duke noticed that the evidence was in this man's hands. Raven shouted that his daughter was killed by Morgan Louvre 2 years ago, and as compensation he received the title and lands of Verode. Addressing the old man, Count Louvre asked how this could happen, while his face was dripping with sweat. Bursting with tears, Baron Dawson, barely able to utter the words, said that he was a bad father. He said that 2 years ago, his daughter was killed by someone on a country road. He still remembered her open eyes and bloodied lower body. The man was shaking when he said that he found something in her hand that indicated the identity of the killer, namely a gold button on which the coat of arms of the Louvre family was engraved. Everyone present gave a frightened sigh as they looked at the Baron. He continued, shouting that full of anger and determination, he then went to the house of the Louvre to seek justice. However, there he was intercepted by Morgan and threatened him, saying that he would rather kill him, since the dead do not tell too much. At the same time, he forced to choose, this or receive the title in silence. When the man finished the story, his shoulders were shaking from sobs. He shouted, raising the hand that held the same golden button. It flashed in the sun, and traces of blood were clearly visible on it. One of the villagers watching this recalled that he had actually received the title about 2 years ago. Another approached the Baron and, taking the button from his hands, confirmed that it was indeed engraved with the symbol of the Louvre family. The rest began to demand that he show it to them as well, for which they began to come closer. Pendragon's entourage now understood what his words of preparation meant. Count Louvre immediately fell on his knees, moaning all the while that it was impossible. Argus turned to Pendragon asking how he knew all this. Raven thought about his teacher's question as he didn't know exactly what to answer. He knew that when Argus was caught, Baron Dawson had come to him in prison to thank him for what he had done, and he told Raven Volte about it in that past life. In the next moment, the boy slowly began to approach Count Louvre, who was still standing on his knees. He sternly ordered him to get out of the way, as they had already finished. He trembled, saying that he would not forgive Argus, since he had committed many crimes and betrayed the Empire by killing one of the nobles. Raising his sword, the Count shouted that the life of a commoner was not compared to the life of a nobleman, and to cover a criminal was treason to the Empire. A purple-pink aura emanating from the Count began to gather around Raven at that moment. However, Pendragon calmly replied that he had no other option then but to engage in battle with the Empire. Looking at the half-crazed Louvre senior, the Duke added that this world does not need rulers who do not value the lives of their subjects, and first of all, it concerned the person of the Count. Pendragon began to release his aura, which turned out to be stronger and began to push away the aura of the Louvre. Seeing the face of the dragon in front of him, he trembled and cowardly clenched his teeth. Meanwhile, the Duke was already drawing his sword to give battle to the Earl with an opponent equal to him in status. He swung it, impacting his blade with energy and shattering it into smithereens. The one with tears in his eyes looked at the fragments of his weapon, realizing his defeat. The man fell to his knees, bowing his head low and admitting his defeat to his opponent. However, Pendragon simply passed by, telling the rest that his life was not worth a penny. All the knights of the House of Louvre who were present did not dare to attack the nobleman without the direct order of their ruler. Hearing Argus's voice behind him praising his speech, the Duke stopped. Without turning his head, he said that he is the kind of person that this world and they themselves need. Argus came up to him and said that he should sneeze at his status because he doesn't know him at all, but he was going to listen to the words of the one who saved his life. Hearing this, Raven looked at her former teacher and smiled. The Duke's team watched as he and the warrior walked in their direction, arms around each other's shoulders and laughing loudly. Lady Eileen smiled happily at her brother getting along so well with the fighter. They looked like two old friends who have known each other for a very long time. Leon also gazed admiringly at the Duke and his future teacher, glad that he would soon be in the company of real men. Moving closer, Argus asked Pendragon if this particular boy was to become his future apprentice. After some time, the man was already chasing his stifling student near the carriage which he was driving at the time. He held a cigar in his teeth. His gaze showed absolutely no feelings. Leon's face was drenched in sweat, and he was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. Without thinking long, Argus raised his whip and lashed his student's back with it. Without taking the cigar out of his mouth, the man warned him not to catch his breath, because that way he spends his strength faster, and on the battlefield it means death. Hearing the teacher's words that correct breathing is the basis of the art of battle, Leon loudly shouted in agreement with him. Those in the carriage again heard the sound of the whip, accompanied by the words that the correct answer would be, "Yes, sir." Eileen noted that Sir Argus's methods were quite harsh, to which Lindsay expressed her hope that Leon would be all right. To which Raven replied that his teaching skills were invaluable and Leon had a talent to match those skills. At some point, Leon, not looking under his feet, didn't notice the tree and tripped over it, tripped and flew away. At this, Argus told the student that he was not focused enough, and on the battlefield that also meant death. Pulling him behind the carriage, the man explained to the student that in the imperial capital he would fight with real opponents, but before that he had to get the basics in his head. Throwing him a predatory look, he added that the Duke had given him 3 months to drive him well. At this, Leon, still rolling on the floor, shouted that he accepted him as his mentor. Crossing his arms, Pendragon smiled, mentally agreeing that it was a bit harsh. At Pendragon Castle, when Luna learned that the Duke was involved in the murder of the rightful heir of Count Louvre, she let out a frightened cry and covered her mouth with her hand. Vincent, pouring himself a beer, explained that he was defending the person who did it. He admitted that at first he was surprised by such information, but then, when he learned the details of this case, everything fell into place. He realized that Morgan Louvre had indeed abused his power to kill innocent women. In addition, the criminal turned out to be a family member of one of the victims, so his motive was quite understandable. So hearing that justice was essentially on Pendragon's side after all, Lady Luna let out a sigh of relief. However, her composure was shattered when Vincent warned them that they now had to consider the powers of those who wanted to deal with the Pendragons. Vincent thought about the fact that now his duty is to protect the Duke and increase his forces. According to Vincent, only then could he become a true king and save the people of the Empire in order to realize all his plans. At this time, not far from the castle in the sky, Griffin riders were training, swinging spears. He watched all this from the land of Isla, with his own griffin sitting next to him. Some of the recruits honed their fighting skills in the air. Others practiced flying and animal handling skills. Arrows hit the target from others, getting closer and closer to its center. The Knight of Valvas just looked at it in silence, not saying a word and keeping an indifferent look. Suddenly, he heard Vincent's voice behind him, praising him for a job well done. Looking up at the sky, he added that judging by what he had heard, only the best warriors could ride such animals. Vincent also noticed that, judging by the size of their pack, Elkin was excellent with both the griffins and their riders. Turning his head towards him, the boy asked the rider if he could do what they were talking about, to which he was assured that there would be no problem with it. Vincent smiled as he asked Isla to handle the strategic logistics, as this task would require his authority and skill. However, since the Knight of Valvas did not answer anything, a rather long silence fell between them. Vincent even thought that he still resented him for that fight at the governor's reception. However, looking at his indifferent face, he got the idea that he was simply very reserved. Vincent noticed that his griffin came closer to the boy and brought his muzzle closer to him, trying to look into his eyes. Immediately after that, Isla's hand was already on the animal's head, which screamed with satisfaction as the owner stroked it. Looking at Vincent, Isla did speak, asking if he knew where Soldrake had gone. While sipping beer, he replied that the dragon, like the Duke himself, flies away only on extremely important matters. Meanwhile, Soldrake flew across the sky, colored by the setting sun, to where their deaths had occurred in Raven Valta's past life. In the gorge, she saw a large amount of mana stored there. Soldrake landed, immediately transforming into a human. Looking around, she realized that everything was exactly as Pendragon had described it to her. Lobstein's steps were filled to the brim with mono, which could be in the so-called dragon vein. She already had an idea to create her new nest here, but her thoughts were interrupted by a sound. Looking up, Soldrake saw a black dragon descending towards her as well. Seeing Amelhart, the dragon lady let out a breath, wondering what he was doing here. He looked at the queen with a bright yellow eye, around which there was a bright purple mark on the skin. Landing on the ground, Emilhart immediately assumed human form. He looked sternly at the queen as he welcomed her to the place where she had arrived. Looking closely at Soldrake, the black dragon wondered what brought her here. Ta looked at him and asked if he was the master of the dragon vein near which they were standing. To which Emilhart replied that the vein did not belong to him, but he had found it some time ago and had not told her about it. When the queen asked why he didn't tell her, the black dragon explained that after breaking the pact with Pendragon, she was hurt and he just didn't want to distract her. Soldrake looked sternly at Emilhart, not considering the stated reason important. However, he quickly changed the subject, asking why she herself had come to this place. The black dragon quickly added that since he had found this place, there had only been 2 instances where the mana started to grow wildly. He said the first was in the spring and the second was when she made the deal with Pendragon. And in his opinion, this was due to the fact that young Pendragon possessed not only the aura of a dragon, but also the aura of a demonic deity. Hearing that the first time had happened in the spring, Soldrake wondered if it could have happened when Raven was reincarnated in Ellen's body. Emilhart added that history knows no examples of someone breaking an oath to a dragon, getting a second chance and being able to fulfill it. The dragon lady listened attentively to his words that the mana seemed to have gone mad that day, and now the queen herself is flying to this place. Carefully watching her reaction, the black dragon asked if the queen knew anything about who the Pendragon boy really was. However, Soldrake was silent, lost in her thoughts, remembering everything that had happened that day on the field. Closing her eyes, she exhaled, saying that she couldn't give him an answer to that question right now. For some time, they drilled each other with attentive looks. After that, Emilhart spread his wings and, driving the wind across the gorge, flew into the sky. While he was at the top, he added that the power of a demonic deity is something that can destroy the connection between life and death and shake the conditions of the universe. With one last look at the queen, Emilhart added that they, as the dragon tribe, should keep an eye on everything about Pendragon. To this, Soldrake sternly replied that she knew this, but she had chosen Pendragon as her soul's contractor. He gave her a stern look as she told him not to forget it. Having turned into a dragon, Emilhart, who was called the Black Sage, flew into the sky to meet the setting sun. Holding her head back, Soldrake watched him follow him until he was out of sight. At the entrance to the city, people watched in surprise as Leon ran behind the carriage, breathing evenly. Patting the horse on the muzzle, the boy said that he imagined what it was like to pull such a large load over such a long distance. Watching the student, Argos tossed a trace of walnuts in his hand. In the next moment, Leon dodged the same nuts. The boy turned to the teacher and told him with a smile that this technique would no longer work. Lady Eileen, who was looking out the window, praised Leon's achievement with a smile. Raven noticed that there were more people outside the window, so they should have arrived soon. Leon, who was running ahead, pointed somewhere, trying to get the Duke and his teacher's attention. There, at the other end of the bridge over the river, he saw the Imperial Gate. Everyone got out of the carriage and enthusiastically began to look around the city, which was the capital of the empire. The wall around the city, called the Wall of Fame, was located right next to the water and stretched more than 10 miles in length. And through the gates that led to the lower city, from a distance they resembled a large anthill. As the girls admired the scenery, Pendragon thought that there might be more people in this city alone than in his entire duchy. Taking the cigar out of his mouth, Argus noticed that there were a lot of people here, and he didn't really like such crowds. Hearing his student tell him not to worry, the man looked down at him in surprise. He pointed with his finger at another gate, which was closed and through which no one walked. What Aileen also noticed, saying that there was no one there. As their carriage approached the gate, they heard a loud order to stop the carriage, and at once. The guard shouted that this gate was open for dignitaries with the title of Earl and above, as it was a royal tract. At the same time, they immediately advised the guests to proceed to the other gate. Looking sullenly at the guards, Argus noticed that he did not want to talk to them. Turning his head to the window of the carriage, he asked Raven to deal with it, but he had already climbed out of the carriage. At his stern look, all 3 guards froze and fell silent, staring at the tall guest. Suddenly, the gate began to open, which made them turn their heads there in fright. Hearing the loud sound of the bugle, the Duke and Argus covered their ears, while the latter even cursed, not understanding why there was so much blaring. Leon explained that every time an heir to the royal family or a duke enters the gate, this sound is heard. A royal carriage appeared behind the gate, which was going straight to meet them. She stopped and the door in her suddenly opened. Prince Yang jumped out of the carriage, landing on one knee. Straightening up, he put his hands on his sides and looked at his friend defiantly. Pointing a finger at him, the Crown Prince smiled and said that he, as usual, was looking for an adventure. To which Raven noticed that he was, as always, very noisy. In the meantime, Princess Ingrid got out of the carriage and smiled as she greeted the Duke. She bowed, adding that it had been a long time since they last met. And now the girl was very happy to see him again. The girls got out of the carriage, and Lady Aileen immediately waved her hand at the prince, attracting his attention. She smiled as she said it was an honor to see him now. Seeing her, Prince Yang rushed towards her, ignoring the looks from his sister and friend. Taking Lady Aileen's hand, the Crown Prince said that she had become even more beautiful in the time they had not seen each other. At one point, Pendragon rolled his eyes and thought that this city was too noisy for him. Sitting on the turrets of the carriage, Argos noticed that the fact of their existence was simply being ignored. Already sitting in the hall at the table, Prince Yan informed his friend that his name has been on everyone's lips lately. Pendragon replied that he did not look very well, to which the Crown Prince pointed his finger at his friend and blamed him for it, because wherever he went he created trouble everywhere. He remembered the affairs in Sisek and in the lands of Elis, after which, throwing his head back, he added that his beloved sister was very worried about him. To these words, Raven replied that he is a duke and does what he must for the well-being of people. Upon hearing this, the emperor's heirs looked at the duke in bewilderment, not knowing how to react to such words. Folding his hands in a castle, Prince John asked what happened to Rav Tylan now. Closing his eyes, Raven replied that one of his servants would bring him back in a little while. At this, the Crown Prince asked if he thought it was a good idea, as he might be attacked on the way. To which Pendragon replied that his men were competent enough and would be able to fend for themselves. Looking sternly at his friend, Ian noticed that his recent actions had made him a lot of enemies. Most recently, he crossed the path of Count Louvre when he defended his son's murderer at a festival. And in addition to that, there was Count Siogund, whose influence spread over the entire empire. The Duke did not answer this, looking at the prince with an indifferent look. At the same time, Ian added that representatives of 2 of the 5 ducal houses, Arangisa and Lindegard, will attend the award ceremony this year. Hearing this, Pendragon froze, lashing out at his friend. He immediately remembered that pirate with whom they had fought at Count Shogun's reception. However, the Crown Prince was more worried about the fact that representatives of those families who most often ignored royal holidays were coming to them, so he thought that this could all mean. Hearing how the Duke wanted to ask him for a favor, the prince looked at him in surprise. While they sat at the table, Argos, Leon, and Lindsay stood in the hallway, taking in the palace's furnishings. Finally cracking the nut with his hands, the boy showed it to his teacher, saying that he had finally succeeded. However, the mercenary looked at him coldly, throwing 3 nuts into his hand, hinting that this was the next level. Seeing the boy's shocked face, he said that he would give him 10 days to do it. Lindsay, hearing that Leon was questioning again, thought that he should have just agreed with the teacher. To prove that this task was quite realistic, the man himself took several nuts in his hand and squeezed them, causing the shell to fall to the ground. Looking at the boy's shocked face, Argus explained that a fighter without a strong grip is like a knight who doesn't know how to ride a horse. After these words, Lindsay saw how Leon, lowering his head, gave up. In the meantime, the Crown Prince and the Duke came out to them. The prince immediately asked who these 2 were, to which he was told that they were warriors who had joined the Pendragon house. Looking at the big man, the prince realized that this is the same warrior who managed to defeat all the best warriors of Elis. And the prince also mentioned Leon, but vaguely, adding that he is a jester from the House of Bolt. However, Raven was quick to correct his friend, saying that the boy was no longer a jester, but a warrior of House Pendragon. The Crown Prince looked in surprise at his friend, who explained that although he was still a novice, time would pass, and he would become a great warrior who would play an important role. Yang smiled as he said that was quite high praise from the Duke. Raven didn't say anything to that, but only smiled slyly, looking at his friend. Argos calmly smoked an unknown cigar while Leon tried to crush the nuts with his fists. Looking around, the man noticed that he felt rather awkward in such a pompous place. Hearing the Duke calling them, they both turned and saw him in the company of the Crown Prince. Pendragon informed them with a smile that Prince Yang had allowed them to visit the training grounds for those who were to become the hope and backbone of the Empire. On the training ground, they saw a bunch of warriors practicing fencing. They used a variety of weapons, from swords to spears. Argos, seeing this, slapped his student on the back, promising to let him play here. The captain of the Order of the Golden Lion, Count Granite, personally congratulated them, saying that the visit of the Crown Prince was a great honor for them. Paying attention to the fact that he did not come alone, the man asked who his companions were. When the Crown Prince pointed at him, Raven bowed, a hand to her chest. Pointing to Leon and Argos, the prince said that he had arrived with his men, causing the mercenary to smile widely. The prince explained that the Duke would like his men to undergo ace training with members of the Golden Lion unit, to which the captain bowed and replied that he could arrange such a thing, and also assured that he would treat the guests with due respect. Following the captain to the training ground, Pendragon looked around to see how the Imperial cavalry was training for battle. Here he also saw practice of melee combat with swords, and archery training, which several soldiers practiced. And also here you could see riders who perfected their battle tactics on horseback. Looking up, the Duke even saw several griffin riders. Raven noticed that the training was organized at a high level, and approached it with a serious approach. Prince Yang turned to his friend and asked if he liked the fighting power of the Empire's best warriors. Sir Granite explained that every warrior they saw was from a noble family, as they were gathering the best. To this, the Crown Prince added that gathering soldiers of a high level of skill is a common practice for the Imperial Army. Raven didn't answer that, but just looked in the direction where the warriors were training. Leon, looking at Argos, asked him why he did not stay with the young lord to inspect the fortress, to which he heard the answer that it would be easier for them to find a good opponent here. At the same time, he added that the student has had enough of trying to crush nuts in his hand. Suddenly, Leon felt someone jump against his leg and screamed loudly. Turning his head, Argos saw a local knight fall at his student's feet. A guardsman approached them, apologizing for the impoliteness shown. Seeing Leon, he came closer, carefully examining his face and placing a hand on his chin with interest. Hearing that he couldn't recognize him because he usually wore a game, Leon tensed under his mentor's surprised look. Meanwhile, the knight continued, clarifying whether that was John Bolt's eldest son, Leon. At the same time, he completely ignored the puzzled face of the boy himself. The rest of the knights on the field, hearing this, also referred to Leon's family as court jesters. The knight remembered that when he saw the boy's performance, when he curled up on the stage in a ball and rolled on it. He laughed out loud, saying that the performance was a real masterpiece. Argus watched grimly as his student lowered his head and looked down at his feet. Putting his hand on his chin, the knight asked Leon why he decided to change his profession and came to the training ground without a sword or a spear. One guess was that he had a metal knife hidden somewhere in his sleeve, after which he laughed loudly again. However, his laughter was abruptly interrupted by a nut that flew straight into his face. Turning his head, the knight saw that Leon's mentor was throwing nuts at him. Showing the nuts that remained between his fingers, the man said with a smile that they only had nuts in their pockets. The knight looked at the nut in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Argus explained that they are martial artists, so they train their hand strength and use it to the max. Having crushed the nuts with one hand, he added that they can crush the opponent's bone with one movement. The knight watched in horror as the big man shook the debris to the ground, explaining that they did not need to carry extra weapons. Raising his fist, Argus added that they could fight the knights on any conditions to see whose fighting style was better. However, the knight began to squeeze the nut in his hand, saying that he could do the same. Leon and his mentor looked boredly at the futile attempts to crack the nut. After that, Argus snapped his fingers, giving the boy a sign to show his opponent a master class. He took a whole nut in his hands, after which, clenching his teeth tightly, he crushed them into small fragments. For a moment, there was a long silence among all the knights present. Looking at the dazed face of the knight, Argos smiled widely. He said that in a month of training, Leon would be able to compete with him and beat him. Unable to endure such humiliation, the knight shouted loudly and, drawing his sword as he went, rushed towards them. However, Argus had already taken a fighting stance, one hand intercepting the sword and the other trying to grab the knight's nose. Carefully watching his opponent, the big man advised him not to spoil the surrounding air. Leon looked at his teacher with a look full of pride and respect. However, they were quickly interrupted by Captain Granite, who came to the training ground accompanied by the Duke and the Crown Prince. The knight, seeing the commander, immediately began to make excuses, putting all the blame on strangers. However, Argos calmly replied that the existence of such a knight in it is a greater shame for the order. He again shouted insults at the soldier, but the captain interrupted him, saying that this was enough. Prince Yang, who had been silently standing nearby, simply clapped his hands softly. He carefully looked at all the participants in the conflict, wondering how they would resolve it, as he understood that no one would take back their words. After looking at the Duke and the captain, the Crown Prince suggested a match to see who was better and settle the dispute between them. Studying the prince carefully, Captain Granite thought that he could not figure out the prince's motives. However, Pendragon was well aware that he had intended to arrange something like this from the very beginning. Putting a finger to his chin, Argus asked the student if he didn't think they were the only ones who wanted to have fun here. Raven looked slyly at Captain Granite standing across from him. Realizing what was going on, the knight immediately rushed to announce a battle between their commander and Duke Pendragon. The opponents stood facing each other, holding training swords in their hands. Pulling out his weapon, the captain said that the sword that was drawn from the scabbard did not see the difference who was in front of him. Raven listened indifferently as he instructed that in the brief moment of combat, it was all about dying or killing. Releasing his aura, the captain added that he hoped the Duke never forgot this rule. Looking at the picture in front of him, Leon noticed that he was even stronger than Morgan, to which Argos replied that then he would know the difference. With his hands at his sides, Prince Yan thought about Captain Granite being about 5 times stronger than him, and his weapon skills were at a high level. Looking at the rivals, the Crown Prince immediately remembered the conversation with his sister. Then, while they were still in the castle, Ingrid called to him, keeping her eyes on the guests. She asked why he had decided that Pendragon had changed when he told the Duke himself. And now the Crown Prince again felt the same feeling that something had changed in his friend. He looked at the captain and the Duke, trying to figure out what Pendragon was going to do this time. Releasing his aura, Raven told Captain Granite that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. However, he did not respond, instead making a strong lunge and attacking his opponent with a sword. Staring at the blade next to his face, Raven thought the captain was pretty fast. He stood surrounded by an aura and waited to see what his opponent would do, preparing to block the attack. The man lunged again, which Pendragon dodged sharply. Seeing that the young gentleman did not even have time to answer, Leon gasped in surprise that he was being pushed away. However, Argus, in response to this, noticed that the captain has phenomenal not only the speed of movements, but also the speed of thoughts. Prince Yang, on the other hand, thought that he did not use any extra moves, and there were no preparatory maneuvers in his attacks. Looking at the next attack, the prince thought that when faced with such a fighting style, everything looked like a quick push. Avoiding Captain Granite's sword, Raven swung back sharply. The boy raised his sword, intending to attack back, but he simply turned his back on him, pushing the boy in the process. Argus immediately appreciated how the captain, seeing that he had created a space for a counterattack, closed the distance with his opponent to prevent it. Immediately after that, the man swung his sword, attacking the Duke again and not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. However, Raven, seeing this, thrust his sword forward and jumped, causing the captain's sword to fly past. Immediately after that, Pendragon kicked his opponent in the face. Right in the air, wasting no time, he swung his sword, attacking the captain. Landing on the ground, Raven saw him bring his sword back to attack. He raised his blade as well, and for a moment their eyes met as they crossed their swords. All the knights of the Order of the Golden Lion present watched the fierce battle between their commander and Duke Pendragon. The knight who had previously teased Leon stood with his mouth agape as he watched the guest hold his ground after Captain Granite's attacks. Placing his hand on his chin, Prince Yang exclaimed in delight as he watched the spectacle. Leon also stood with his mouth open, talking about what an exciting fight he had just witnessed. However, Argos, who was standing behind, thought that the techniques the Duke used in battle were very similar to Tiramis's martial arts. Captain Granite was also curious about the swordsmanship the opponent was using, so he asked him where it was from. However, at the same time, looking sternly at Pendragon, the man noticed that this would still not be enough for him to win. At some point, Raven jumped out of the captain's path, due to which he flew next to him on inertia, putting his sword forward. He himself did not understand how this happened, so his eyes widened in surprise. The knights present and Prince Ian had the same expression on their faces. The captain sat down on the ground, trying not to sway after the flight. Argos put a hand to his chin, watching his student's reaction to such a trick with interest. Rising to his feet, Captain Granite looked at his opponent, thinking about what had just happened. Looking at the man, Pendragon lifted the corners of his lips up, showing him a smile. Argos, looking at how he more conveniently intercepts the sword, said that now the duel could go according to a completely different scenario. Raven stared at his opponent, sword in hand, a blue aura raging around him. Looking at this, Captain Granite could not understand what had happened, but he knew that something had changed in his opponent. Looking at his student, Argus wondered if he noticed how everything around him had changed. A dazed Prince Ian also tried to understand what kind of games Pendragon was playing. Spreading her aura wings behind her, Raven charged at her opponent. The next moment, he and the captain crossed their swords, glaring at each other. Suddenly, the man felt the Duke pressing his sword, tilting it to the side. In the next moment, the boy managed to push back his opponent, throwing his sword to the side. Right after that, before he could gather his thoughts, Raven elbowed him right in the ear. The captain did not have time to orient himself from the strong blow and fell to the ground. The knight that had been goading Leon let out a loud cry, shocked at his commander's defeat. However, Captain Granite quickly rose to his feet, measuring his opponent with a look full of fury. Without hiding his wings, Pendragon looked intently at his opponent and smiled at him. Seeing his opponent's confident look, Captain Granite took a fighting stance, strengthening his aura. Looking at this, even Leon noticed that the man's aura became even stronger. With a wild cry, the captain rushed at his opponent, but he only put out his sword, blocking the blow. The knights admired the fierce attacks of the commander, at the same time shouting shouts of his support. Prince Yang opened his eyes more and more with each blow from his opponents, expressing an extreme degree of shock. Looking at the Duke, who was deflecting all his attacks, Captain Granite thought that there was no way he could get the boy. The Crown Prince noticed the same thing, remembering how he fought next to the Duke in lies. Argos put his hand to his chin and said that this technique allowed for the channeling of aura power in an unusual way, but it was the first time he had seen it used like this. Raven himself was smiling, happy that in a short time he had managed to learn a lot from Isla. Thanks to their joint training, the boy managed to learn several tricks from Knight Valvas. Having crossed their swords, the rivals again increased the distance between themselves. Sweat poured down Captain Granite's face as he struggled to catch his breath. Looking at Pendragon, Prince Yang realized that in the time that had passed, he had managed to gain new power. However, seeing his aura, the Crown Prince understood that this was not all the changes, but he could not understand what else should have happened. Suddenly, the Duke turned his head in his direction, throwing a very eloquent look at the prince. After that, realizing that something had to be done, the Crown Prince raised his hand and shouted, ordering the opponents to stop the fight. Yang added that he was quite pleased with what he saw, adding that they were both excellent swordsmen and ordering them to put away their swords. Captain Granite glanced at the Duke, who was watching him calmly. He came closer and held out his hand, saying that he had greatly underestimated him in the beginning. In a moment, the fierce face of the captain softened, and he squeezed out a slight smile. After that, he raised his hand to shake Pendragon's outstretched hand. Hearing the teacher say that the young man is very wise, Leon turned his head to him with interest, asking what exactly he meant. Looking at the former rivals who were smiling at each other, he explained that Pendragon appreciated and understood the rules of dueling. The Crown Prince, looking at his friend, also realized that he simply saved the reputation of the captain, who could lose in front of his subordinates. He approached the Duke and said that he was sure that he had changed very much, even more than it appeared at first. At this, Raven smiled and mysteriously replied that a lot had changed recently. Turning to the captain, Pendragon asked him to allow a certain amount of time to train with them, admiring his power. Hearing the young master say that this place was perfect for developing his skills, Leon looked up in confusion. Closing his eyes, Captain Granite said he understood the Duke's wishes. Turning to face his subordinates, he growled at them that from now on they would be training with these gentlemen. And while the man greeted Leon, Argos watched with satisfaction as the knight who had previously gotten them was raging. Staring at the sky, Raven thought that by joining forces in this way, they would become even stronger and better prepared for the battle that awaits them. At the gate on the Imperial Road, the sound of a gong was suddenly heard, and the guards looked frightened at the carriage that was moving in their direction. One of them explained to his partner, looking at the coat of arms on the flag, that Count Roxanne, one of the most influential nobles of the Empire, had arrived. He was followed by a carriage of Pendragon's old allies, the Seyrod family. Next, you could see the carriage of the governor of Lys, Count Siogund. The guards watched the parade of ornate carriages and wondered how tired the drummers would be, as this year's title ceremony was quite something. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads in the direction of the Golden Gate again in surprise. The fact that not only drums but also trumpets sounded could only mean that at least a whole count had arrived. Through a narrow gap that gradually widened, they saw the gilded top of the carriage, where the dragon was depicted. Seeing this, the guards froze in fear, realizing who this carriage belonged to. Above her flew a dark blue flag with a blue dragon on its hind legs. The luxuriously decorated carriage itself was accompanied by the Knights of Valvas. And in the middle sat the sole ruler of the South and the head of the Council of the Five Great Dukes, Duke Arangus. Pendragon, meanwhile, was training on the court and had no idea who was very close to him. However, Arangus himself was already smiling, rubbing his beard and waiting to meet his opponent. And at the same time, Karth attacked with a wild roar, carrying his club above his head. His attack was patiently awaited by Isla, who was carefully watching the orc. In the next second, the boy was already repelling the opponent's attack, putting a spear in front of him. After that, he ducked, avoiding a club blow to the head. Seeing this, Karth growled at him to stop dodging, because it had already gotten to him. For a second, Isla covered his face with his hands, pretending to surrender to the orc's victory. However, his spear was already supporting one end of his opponent's leg. In a moment, Karth was already falling on his back, looking at Elkin, armed only with a spear. Focusing on his hand, the orc glared at his opponent and, swinging his leg, aimed at his face. Isla immediately deflected, after which they continued to fight. Barrio Luton, observing all this, assumed that Aisla was in a bad mood today, to which Reed Polak reminded that was why she was not allowed to go with the master to the capital. Behind the conversations, they didn't even notice how the card club flew into their heads. Repulsed by one clear movement of Isla, she flew right between their heads, almost wearing them out. Jody's team stood and stared in bewilderment at the sparring training that took place right before their eyes. Suddenly, they heard the voice of Sir Killian, who was glad that his warriors were improving their skills and decided to join them. Scratching her cheek, Scylla asked her companions to confirm her words that it was simply unbearable, to which Jody advised her to keep her mouth shut. Standing next to Kratul, Vincent noticed that they had improved their skills during the battle in the woods, to which Kratul, holding Mia on his shoulders, noted Karth's strength and Isla's technique. As they watched the fierce battle unfold, they discussed that the two were of opposite elements and therefore considered perfect opponents. Glancing at the orc, Vincent asked if he had any news. Looking up at him, Kratul replied that the sorcerer had managed to get into the duchy's territory. Hearing this, Lady Luna and Vincent glared at him with shocked eyes. Drawing circles in the sand, the orc explained that last time he tried to go through the barrier directly, and because of the set trap, Kratul was able to find him earlier. Vincent asked the orc if he meant the mage who influenced the centaurs, to which he replied that he could not say for sure yet. He immediately remembered the lich they met on the way to the mausoleum, and also the undead invasion of Sissuk. which looked like something a dark necromancer had arranged. The Duchy of Arangus, which was involved in the case in Liesse, was not overlooked either. However, when he asked what would happen next, he understood that he did not have enough puzzles to put together a picture. Looking at the way, the boy thought that there were still 10 days left before the title ceremony. Lady Luna, looking there with a sad look, barely audibly called Alina. At the Imperial Palace, Lady Eileen asked Leon and Argos with a smile what they thought of her ceremonial dress that her mother had given her. Leon, admiringly looking at the girl, said that she looked good on her, while his teacher almost swallowed the cigar he was holding in his teeth. Addressing the girl, he clarified whether today is the day when titles are issued. However, Eileen had already rushed to the door, trying to drag Lindsay, who was hiding awkwardly, into the hall. The men watched quizzically as Pendragon's sister persuaded his wife to come out to everyone. When she did appear, covering herself with her hands, they stared at her in the same surprised way. However, in the next moment, both Leon and his teacher's jaws were hanging in surprise. Lindsay wore a fishtail dress that showed off her shoulders and accentuated her beautiful figure, but it was obvious that she was uncomfortable in it. A joyful Eileen approached her, reminding her that as her brother's wife, she should not hide her attractiveness. And while Pendragon's sister was forcing Argus and Leon to change, the Duke himself and the Crown Prince stood on the balcony discussing the coming of the day of the conferment of titles. Prince Yang spoke enthusiastically about how the mere thought of Lady Eileen in ceremonial dress made his heart beat faster, but his friend's thoughts were completely occupied by the attack. He added that those who were behind the attempt to kill Prince Sion would definitely reveal themselves to Tylon and the Emperor himself. Yan looked worriedly at his friend, realizing that he was not in a festive mood. Looking seriously at him, the Crown Prince repeated to him again that he had too many enemies. At the same time, he warned that Siogunda might be up to something tonight, so Pendragon should be careful. Finally, the representatives of the Pendragon family, accompanied by Prince Yan, went to the throne room. At the same time, Raven noticed that Lindsay was quite uncomfortable. She constantly kept her eyes downcast and did not look at him. Taking a bit of a break from everyone, the boy asked if her clothes bothered her so much, which Lindsay said was the reason as well. However, immediately afterwards, she added uncertainly that she did not know why the Duke gave her a confused look. The girl looked at her hands and said that she was from an ordinary farming family, and her hands were rough and she did not have much beauty. After making contact, Lindsay admitted that she did not consider herself worthy to be here with him. At these words, Raven glared at her as if seeing her for the first time. He remembered how he himself worked side by side with the peasants near the Valte estate, and how his mother brought them all food that she had prepared with her own hands. And he remembered how much Lindsay looked like his mother. He smiled warmly as he said he felt the same way she did. But she only looked questioningly at the man, not understanding what he was talking about. They didn't even notice that 3 madams with hats richly decorated with feathers were watching them from the balcony. They kept their eyes on Pendragon, thinking that he was much cuter than they had imagined. One of them turned to Princess Ingrid, asking if she would go with them, but she immediately began to refuse. Another madam came up to her and told her to leave the princess alone, as she had already been refused, at which they laughed merrily. Princesses Leia, Sylvia, and Elaine stretched their hands forward, saying that now it was their turn, the best ladies of the Empire. They went to the palace, hoping to soon determine the winner of the Duke's heart. Noble guests gathered in the Imperial Garden, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Lord Ciro, holding a glass of wine in his hand, asked Duke Pendragon how his daughters were doing. However, Raven assured him, he was doing a great job, as the person he put in charge of the duchy's internal affairs spoke quite well of her, to which he said that his words were music to his ears, after which he laughed. Count Seyrod turned and left accompanied by his bodyguards. Lady Eileen, looking in his direction, said thoughtfully that she had the impression that Earl Seyrod wanted to give his daughter in marriage to Pendragon again. At these words, Lindsay looked at her husband's sister in surprise, but the Duke's look at his sister was much more eloquent. However, Lady Eileen ignored this and happily clapped her hands, saying that the Duke should have several wives. To prove her words, she turned to Lindsay, who immediately gave the young lady a nudge. Raven just let out a soft breath, wanting to end this conversation as soon as possible. Suddenly, several young men began fooling around next to them, mouthing wild declarations of love. Looking at them, Argus wondered what kind of madness was going on around him, but Leon immediately cried out, turning his head. The reason for such mania consisted in the three ladies who were heading in their direction, bypassing the crowds of fans. Leon exclaimed that such pompous clothes could not be confused with anyone. All three girls in dresses decorated with feathers were imperial princesses. Lady Eileen immediately asked if they were Princess Ingrid's sisters, and Pendrone noticed that they looked alike. Keeping his eyes on the princesses, Argus noticed that all three were heading straight for them. Upon reaching their destination, the princesses bowed and smiled broadly as they greeted Duke Pendragon. He did not answer, clenching his teeth tightly and cursing loudly in his mind. Next to Raven stood a frightened Lindsay, who embarrassedly tried to cover herself and looked down sadly. The princesses surrounded Pendragon and started buzzing about what they had heard happened in the woods. He fiercely looked at the hens, who clucked about the fact that he was not only handsome, but also a skilled craftsman. One of them came almost to the shelter, talking about the fact that he has all the details of a real gentleman. And then they moved on to the main point, namely that he does not have a worthy couple. Hearing this, Lindsay paled even more and snarled in front of her. Raven also lashed out at the princesses, choosing words to answer them. One of the princesses approached Lindsay and said that she had heard a lot about her, calling her a concubine. All three smiled at her, asking who her father was, assuming he was an officer or a knight. However, then an angry Lady Eileen jumped up to them, who cursed, absolutely not choosing the words. Leon also glared at the princesses, while Argus's gaze showed contempt. Tears welled up in Lindsay's eyes as she tried to force out who her father was. However, she was interrupted by Pendragon, who calmly replied that his wife's father was a simple farmer. The princesses turned to him again, clapping their hands and admiring Duke Pendragon's kindness. However, at the same time, allowing himself to say that she is not a suitable party for him, reminding of her status as a concubine. They put their hands forward, showing how well-groomed and beautiful they are. The girls talked about the fact that they are the most beautiful ladies of the court, in whose veins the imperial blood flows. However, Raven only let out a small smile, marveling at the fact that their hands were indeed exceptionally clean. Remembering his mother who worked in the gardens, he asked if they had really never tilled the land in their lives to be sure of tomorrow. Remembering his father and brother who had personally killed monsters, the boy asked if they had never really held a sword to protect the people. He also remembered Lindsay, who was standing in the kitchen preparing food, and asked the princesses if they had never sewn clothes for a loved one or cooked anything. They fell silent, looking at the Duke with stunned eyes. Looking at the princesses with a devastating look, Raven wondered where they had so much pride if they had accomplished nothing in this life. Glancing at Lindsay, the Duke said that she did all of the things he had listed earlier, plus supporting him through difficult times. His words, as well as the fact that he would continue to trust her, brought tears to the girl's eyes. Extending his hand to his wife, Pendragon added that it is difficult for him to find a common language with someone who does not share his life values. In a moment, holding her hand tightly in his own, Raven smiled at her and motioned for them to continue on their way. Ta looked up at him with tearful eyes and smiled widely, agreeing with him. Looking at her brother and his wife, Lady Eileen smiled warmly and put her hand to her chest. Leon's eyes lit up with happiness, and Argos, cigar between his teeth, gave the Duke a thumbs up in approval of his actions. The princesses clenched their teeth and sobbed, tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly, however, Pendragon heard an indignant exclamation from one of the gentlemen behind him, who asked how he could speak so to the most beautiful women in the empire. The man sternly tried to prove to the Duke that he had gone too far. In his opinion, Pendragon having a commoner as his concubine was the greatest humiliation one could stoop to. Raven and Lindsay turned their heads to where the crowd of nobles were coming at them. The men shouted that he had betrayed the ideals of his country. Leon was indignant at how they could talk to the young lord like that, while understanding the prince's words that he had too many enemies. Without removing the cigar from his mouth, Argos replied, looking at the men, that each of them was pathetic in their own way. Seeing the displeasure of the crowd, Lindsay tried to ask Pendragon for forgiveness, but he assured his wife that she should not pay attention to them at all. Suddenly, someone's laughter sounded nearby, saying that they were having quite a lot of fun here. Seeing him, the nobles, who had boldly barked at Pendragon before, immediately retreated. The dazed Duke also turned to the voice, lashing out at its owner. The gazes of all those present were fixed on the place where the man was standing. He was dressed in a blue uniform, and on his cloak was embroidered with gold threads a large dragon. The nobles immediately trembled in fright, unable to utter a single word. Leon and Argos also kept a close eye on the guest, watching his every move. Raven knew perfectly well that in front of him now was none other than the Sea Dragon King. Duke Orangus was a tall man with short hair and a reddish-brown beard. He smiled, reminding them that in this city they were all under the protection of the Empire, while advising them to hide their swords. The noble gentleman trembled in fear as Pendragon tried to cover his wife with himself. Coming closer, Orangus added that, in his opinion, the Duke can choose his life partner himself, and it does not concern them at all. He approached one of them almost up close, reminding him that freedom of choice is one of the pillars on which aristocratic society stood. Leaving behind the deathly frightened aristocrats, Orangus approached the Duke. The men stood facing each other, studying each other, and everyone around them looked at them, waiting for what would happen next. The honorable gentleman discussed the appearance of Duke Orangus in public, not expecting to see him here. They spoke of the fact that he had recently transferred all affairs concerning the southern lands to his eldest son, Arrigo, and since then had not appeared in public. And now, seeing him at the court, everyone wondered what prompted him to come here. Orangus looked at Pendragon with a heavy, serious look for a moment, then smiled widely. Looking at the married couple, he expressed his admiration for the beauty of the Duke's wife. Then he turned his attention to Lady Eileen, noting with a smile that she and her brother were very similar. Looking at Leon and Argos, Orangus said that one look at them was enough to define them as great fighters. Raven stared at the Duke intently for a moment before giving him a slight bow, expressing how honored he was to meet Orangus. Looking around, Orangus measured the success of the nobles present with a stern look, after which he said that they brought nothing but quarrels and strife to the royal court. He added that they see nothing beyond their noses, despite the fact that they themselves are confident in their power, which came to them along with the title. The Duke bowed his head, saying that he knew what he was talking about from his own experience, thanks to his concubine's son. Pendragon immediately clarified whether it was a half-orc who was playing pirate. At the same time, the boy expressed his sympathy to the Duke, because his son was on the side of the kidnappers in lies. However, Orangus only looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. However, immediately after that, he noticed that the idea with half-orcs was simply wonderful. Placing his hand on his chin, the Duke reflected that such a child would have the intelligence of a human and the strength of an orc, provided everything was done right. After hearing the words about the good soldier, Raven gave the Duke a stern look, choosing the words he could use to reply. Turning his back to Pendragon, Orangus said that he had been thinking about this topic since he was a child, because he was interested in how the Empire was organized. Clasping his hand into a fist, the man added that the Empire was supposed to be a place where anyone, regardless of race or pedigree, could reach the top. The man turned his head back and asked the boy if he agreed with him. He smiled, clarifying whether he meant a society in which the best at what they do can succeed. Orangus lifted his head and looked at the golden statue of the lion rider, saying that the rusty old sword was unlikely to harm the dragon. He bowed to Pendragon, saying that was exactly what he wanted to say. Immediately after that, the man left the hall amid the grave silence of the distinguished guests, who were looking after him. Keeping her gaze on his figure, Lady Eileen spoke his name quietly, and Lindsay added that his aura of power was simply astounding. Leon said that from the beginning, the House of Orangus were the kings who ruled in the south, and precisely because of this, their origin was very different from that which the servants of the first emperor could boast of. Remembering the powerful figure of the ruler of the south, Leon admitted that today was the first time he had seen him with his own eyes. Everyone looked in silence in the direction where Duke Orangus had gone. Raven glanced to where Argos was showing his fist, saying that he could solve all problems with it. The man added that while the Duke was talking to Arangus, he gave vent to his bloodlust several times, but the ruler of the South didn't even raise an eyebrow. And this, according to Argos himself, indicated that he had gone through something that others had not even dreamed of. When Leon asked his master not to swear, the man told him that for martial arts masters the palace is not important, because any meeting place turns into a battlefield. After thinking about it, Raven remembered the half-orc he had fought at the governor's reception in Laius, thinking that he was the son of Arangus. In addition, he was behind the organization of the assassination attempt on Prince Sion, and it was because of him that Tylan destroyed Valte's family. Confronting himself, Pendragon thought that today he would reveal all of Arangus's sins to the court. The same, meanwhile, holding a glass of wine in his hands, told Count Jogund that he was smarter than the rest. The governor of Liesu stood beside him, silently staring blankly in front of him. After that, the old man put a smile on his face and answered that he was right. The man smiled at the governor's words, that since he had left in time, it would be difficult to prove his confrontation with Pendragon. With a smile on his face, Arangus replied that today they would have to complete an important matter today in order to carry out their plans. Gazing at the windows of the imperial palace and pouring wine, the Duke said that Rav Tylan must disappear. Breaking the stem of the goblet he held in his hand, he added that this must happen before he appeared before the emperor. Arangus threw the remains of the glass into the pool of wine on the stone slab. Count Siogunda, smiling, added that he had already taken care of it. He added, looking at the mighty back of the Duke, told him that he had stationed assassins all the way here. All the nobles remembered exactly what Pendragon had done at Sissuk, referring to the case with the Count of Brescia. And he also did not forget the case with Lord Louvre, when Pendragon protected the murderer of his son. Looking at the nobles present, Siogund added that now almost all those present were against Pendragon, and therefore were ready to become their allies. One possible ally was the heir to one of the largest landholdings in the empire, Jaime Roxanne. With a wild expression on his face, Governor Liesu added that the Duke of House Lindegor, who was called the Bear, even wanted to cooperate with them. Hearing this, Arangus laughed, surprised that even they wanted to be their allies. To this, Count Shogun replied that the Lindegor family did not think very highly of the Pendragon family either. Arangus smiled as he said that the governor had always surprised him with the extent of his personal connections. He came closer and said that the white worm Pendragon is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. Arangus held out his hand, saying that he was truly grateful to the governor for his dedicated service. He smiled, stretching out his hand on which flashed the same ring that the Duke had. Meanwhile, in the throne room, everyone was waiting for the title ceremony to begin. Finally, the herald announced that those present should salute the pride of their empire, namely the 5 Grand Dukes. The doors opened, and the first people the guests saw were the Knights of Valvas, holding the banner of the ruler of the South. Duke Arangus strode confidently forward as the herald announced him to everyone present. One of the dignitaries looked at him skeptically, thinking that this man was the head of all the dukes, while the lady standing next to him admired the Sea Dragon King. She also paid attention to the knights who accompanied him, saying that they gave him a very majestic appearance. Behind him, dressed in a green robe, walked a strong man with a short haircut, whom the announcer introduced as Duke Lindegard. The lady immediately asked the man next to whom she was standing what the words about the blessing of the angels, which were spoken by the introduced herald, meant. To this the man replied that according to rumors, the Lindegard family had a certain gift with which they could grant wishes. Looking at the representative of the Lindegors, who reminded the man of a bear, he said that they had never lost a war in hundreds of years. He was followed by someone about whom conversations had not stopped for a long time. Pendragon, announced as a white dragon contractor, was accompanied by his wife, sister, and retinue. His face did not show any emotion, and he himself looked straight ahead, without taking his eyes off the sides. Seeing him, many of the ladies of the court groaned, looking at the Duke with amorous eyes. One of the men said that Pendragon was now considered a hero of Laius, to which the other remarked that he was too young. Earl Shogun listened intently to the words spoken about the Duke in the crowd, nervously biting his fingernails. Next, The figure of the crown prince appeared in the doorway, and the herald announced the Aragon family as the rulers of the empire, glorified throughout the ages. The three princesses followed behind, their noses scrunched up at Pendragon's refusal. And in front, smiling, Crown Prince John walked with his sister Ingrid, who was waving to her subjects. They carefully examined everyone present in the guest hall, giving them a slight smile. Behind them all walked three boys dressed in black uniforms with gold patches. Raven was carefully watching which of the Aragon family was present when he noticed the three, noting that they looked very much alike. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw the last person entering the hall. A young boy was walking there, staring blankly in front of him, and his every step was measured and calm. The herald announced him as the Huffley of Aragon. It was this guy in Raven's past life who became the emperor. Pendragon froze, looking at the boy and not daring to squeeze out even a word. Huffley walked calmly forward, looking in front of him with what seemed to be an indifferent gaze. Staring at him, Raven thought Ian looked like a wild flame, while Huffley looked more like the waters of a calm lake. The face of the young prince did not allow to read any emotions. Besides, it was difficult to determine how old he was. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and cast a careful look at Pendragon himself. The look made Raven's core tighten, and he tensed. However, the prince did not linger for a moment and continued on his way. Meanwhile, the herald turned his face to the door again, announcing the arrival of the emperor himself. All those present immediately returned to the door to meet the ruler with honors. Captain Granite entered the open door, surrounded by his loyal knights. His face was focused, and his eyes carefully studied the guests present. Pendragon thought that if the captain of the royal knights was at the head of the retinue, then the emperor's escort was quite good. And he was also interested in what kind of person the emperor himself would turn out to be. However, what he saw shocked him, as he was expecting a completely different picture. The emperor turned out to be a frail old man with a long gray beard who could hardly move, leaning on a stick. He slowly made his way to the throne, surrounded by loyal knights and their captain. Raven was very surprised that this infirm old man was the ruler of a great empire. When the emperor took his place on the throne, he was immediately approached by Jaime Roxanne, the heir and ruler of the Roxanne lands. The emperor kept his head slightly lowered, not answering the boy. He stood in front of the ruler for a moment, carefully choosing his words, so silence reigned in the hall. Suddenly, instead of the emperor, the voice of Captain Granite was heard, who greeted the boy by calling his name. The captain said he would recognize him as the ruler of the Roxanne lands and grant him the title of Earl. He sighed thoughtfully, looking puzzled at the captain and not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, the captain added that it was His Majesty's will. The Pendragons listened in silence to the words of thanks from the newly appointed Count Roxanne. Then Mobris Bourlon came closer to the emperor, to whom the emperor gave the title of Baron through the mouth of Captain Granite. The captain informed Charles Vicomte that His Imperial Majesty was bestowing the title of Viscount. Distinguished guests in the crowd began to get bored when another contender approached the emperor to confirm the title or obtain a new one. Approaching the governor, Count Roxane told him that the emperor was only a puppet in this case, to which Sjogund only clucked with satisfaction. Princess Ingrid and Prince Jan looked sadly at their father, who had given up a lot and was barely able to stay on his feet. Duke Arangus, folding his arms over his chest, watched what was happening around him. Turning to face Leon, Lady Eileen asked him in a whisper if he had always been like this, to which she received an affirmative answer. Looking at the ruler of the empire, the boy added that the emperor's condition had deteriorated dramatically over the past few years, and since then, no one had heard him say a word. Leon said that it was rumored to be old age and some terrible disease, but no one knew what it was. Raven thought that the reason Valte's house was destroyed was because of the emperor's betrayal, but the evidence was falsified. Looking at the emperor, Pendragon thought that, unfortunately, the emperor could not see the truth among the lies that surrounded him, and accordingly could not hold power with a firm hand. If he had the strength to do this, then the famine that fell on the heads of the people of Sisek would not have happened, and even Morgan Louvre would not have been able to do with the girls what he allowed himself to do. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Duke thought that the empire was actually rotten to the core. So he perfectly understood that if he had to, he would fight even with the emperor himself. The boy slowly approached the imperial throne, waiting for his decision for himself. Looking at the ruler, Raven understood that he was now nothing more than an ordinary puppet. Exhaling, the boy calmly introduced himself, greeting the emperor. Suddenly, Captain Granite and Pendragon lashed out at the ruler in unison, not expecting what was happening before their eyes. For the first time all evening, His Imperial Majesty, with a great effort, rose from the throne and now stood looking at the Duke. All the nobles present also looked at the emperor with round eyes, not knowing how to react to this. Raven stared at the ruler with unblinking eyes, trying to understand what would happen next. He suddenly released his aura, which immediately took the form of a huge lion. Pendragon recoiled, not expecting such a turn of events. Captain Granite did the same, gritting his teeth and groaning. Princess Ingrid and Prince Yang groaned softly as they looked at their father's aura. All the nobles standing nearby looked at the emperor in fright and opened their mouths in confusion. And only Arangus reacted to the manifestation of the emperor's power with restraint and calmness. Raven was surprised that the aura belonged to the emperor because he felt that it was at least 2 times stronger than Yan's. Looking at the weak body, the Duke could not understand how such great power could be contained in it. At some point, Raven decided to respond to the ruler with a white dragon aura. He raised his head to see the emperor's eyes looking at him with an expression of confidence. Raven immediately remembered training with Aizla when he explained that a battle is not just a fight with an opponent, and he needs to be in harmony with the opponent. Pendragon realized that he needed to synchronize with his opponent. Following his advice, Raven tried to merge with the flow of energy that enveloped him and give himself completely to it. At some point, a stream of blue aura flew towards the emperor. Captain Granite looked at what was happening before his eyes and could not understand what was happening to His Majesty's aura. Prince Yang tried to do the same, looking at the behavior of his father's aura and his best friend's aura. At some point, they just started to merge, and everyone present saw the silhouettes of a dragon and a lion. In the next second, they simply melted together, taking on each other's features. After that, the auras of both men dissolved into the air. Such a picture did manage to evoke at least some emotions on the face of Duke Arangus. But Prince Hufflepuff's face remained unmoved. Barely getting the words out, the Emperor said he was expecting someone like Duke Pendragon, a warm smile on his face. Raven lashed out at the Emperor, not expecting to hear such words. Captain Granite, who did not expect the ruler to speak, had a similar reaction. He sank tiredly into the chair, no longer having the strength to stand. Immediately after that, Captain Granite shouted Duke Pendragon's name. Looking at the boy, he shouted that he would recognize him as the ruler of House Pendragon and bestow upon him the title of Duke. He silently lashed out at the Emperor, choosing the words to answer. Everyone present looked at them, wondering how strong the Duke's aura turned out to be. Duke Arangus smiled as he said that the old lion was still a lion. Pendragon put his hand to his heart and bowed to Captain Granite, who spoke for the Emperor. The boy remembered that the aura was not threatening and did not exert pressure, so he was able to surrender to the flow and merge completely with it. Captain Granite looked sternly at the Duke, realizing that such power could not belong to a mere mortal. Ignoring his stunned sister, Prince Yang smiled widely and cursed softly. Arangus understood, looking at the Duke, that he was not as simple as he seemed, so he had to be careful. One of the attendants approached Count Shogund, who clenched his teeth tightly with anger and was shaking with rage. In his mind, the man advised Pendragon to enjoy his triumph while he could afford it. Pendragon, meanwhile, approached his family and friends, who happily congratulated him on the confirmation of his title. When the ball began, Princess Ingrid approached the Duke, asking his permission to invite him to the dance. He smiled, extending his hand to the princess and answering that he would be happy to dance with her. Seeing this, the 3 princesses glared at their sister and gritted their teeth in anger, tears welling up in their eyes. Seeing their reaction, Princess Ingrid thought she was right about silence being golden. Meanwhile, Lady Eileen danced merrily with the prince, who kept his loving gaze on her and whose happy smile never left his face. Leon also wasted no time and invited one of the girls standing nearby to dance. Argos, sitting at the table, watched the student, thinking that he was quite popular with the girls. At the same time, the man did not notice Lindsay, who approached him. Hearing the girl ask him to dance with her, Argos let out a timid gasp, not knowing what to say to that. Covering herself with her hand, she explained that because of the revealing dress she wore, everyone was constantly looking at her. The man silently got up from his chair and grabbed Lindsay's hand, pulling her onto the dance floor. Without thinking long, he called Pendragon loudly, ignoring the girl's embarrassed look. The Duke, hearing the menacing voice of his teacher, turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Argos snapped that Pendragon's next dance would be with his first lady. Realizing that he had gotten a little carried away, Raven blurted out in front of him, not knowing what to say. Lindsay immediately rushed forward, trying to convince her husband that he didn't need to leave the dance with the princess for her. However, Argom, a little surprised by this behavior, silently pushed her towards the man, which caused her to fly forward a little. Pointing his finger at her, he ordered her to behave as a duke's wife should. Raven silently glared at the teacher, and Lindsay's face flushed. For a second, they both looked at Argos in surprise. Immediately after that, Pendragon looked at his wife and smiled warmly. Lindsay also looked at her husband, gathering the courage to say something. Finally, she held out her hand to him, asking him if he would give her one dance. He accepted her hand, saying that it would be an honor for him. In a moment, they were already circling the waltz in the middle of the dance hall, looking tenderly into each other's eyes. Argus, sipping wine, looked satisfied at the result of his work. Lady Eileen's eyes shone with true happiness as she looked at her brother with his wife, while Ian looked at his friend with pride in his eyes. Leon, leaving his dancing partner, also enthusiastically watched the dance of the young gentleman with his wife. And Princess Ingrid was also watching them, who was completely unconcerned that they left the dance with her for this. Only Lord Sayrod tensed, clearly seeing that he had little chance of rearranging his daughter's betrothal to the Duke. And the Pendragon couple danced, looking into each other's eyes and paying no attention to anyone in the hall. Hearing someone yell something at the Emperor, Raven turned his head and looked in their direction. Next to the throne stood the heir to the lands, Roxanne. He said that as the heir to large lands and a faithful servant of the Emperor, he must report to him very important information. He wanted to add something else, but Captain Granite cut him off, ordering him to speak briefly. Bowing, the boy said that many of the Empire's loyal vassals had been put in difficult situations caused by the actions of just one person, Duke Pendragon. Everyone present immediately turned their heads to where the named Duke was standing, still holding his wife close to him. Roxanne didn't stop talking about how Pendragon had killed the Count of Brescia at Sissuk, and he also did not ignore the murder of Sir Morgan Louvre by Argos at the tournament. And although the boy mentioned the tournament in the story, he added that for his crimes, the eldest son of Louvre was liable only to the Emperor. He continued to rehearse that such interference in the judicial practice of the aristocracy undermines the age-old order of things. Turning to face the hall, he asked the nobles if he was right, trying to find their support. Everyone began to shout that the boy was right, and Count Sjogund only smiled with satisfaction. Roxanne added that in addition to himself and the County of Louvre, 6 other great lords agreed that Duke Pendragon had no right to behave in this way. A predatory smile appeared on Roxanne's face as he said that Count Sjogund and the Sea Dragon King supported his opinion. Arangus, with his arms crossed over his chest, listened as the young heir of the Roxanne family pleaded with the Emperor for justice. Hearing this, Lord Sayrod glared at Roxanne and the Emperor. The enraged Crown Prince growled, not holding back his emotions, looking at the boy who was talking to his father. However, there was neither fear nor despair on Pendragon's own face. Dropping to his knees, Roxanne asked the Emperor to condemn the culprit. Some of the lords present also began to demand a trial, supporting Roxanne. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, Prince Yang understood that these were all Shogun's antics, but he couldn't understand when the old man managed to turn it all around. Looking at the Emperor and Captain Granite, the prince understood that his father could not do anything because he had no real power. It suddenly dawned on Ian that they were doing this right now because they wanted to push Hoofley onto the throne. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's gaze returned to the Duke, seeing how he took a step towards the Emperor. Leon frowned as he prepared to fight on his Duke's side. Argos hissed just as loudly, clenching his teeth tightly in rage. Arangus also stretched his lips in a smile, asking what he planned to do now. Behind Pendragon stood Lindegor, staring at his back. Clearing his throat, Count Shogun screamed that such acts dishonor the Empire, and they can already be considered more than just treason. He turned to face the Emperor, demanding a fair trial from him, when suddenly he heard loud laughter. It was Pendragon who laughed, putting his hands to his sides. At the same time, his unexpected laugh scared Lindsay. Shogun rushed to the Duke, trying to understand why he was having such a reaction. However, Raven turned his gaze to the old man and confidently answered that he was the real traitor here. To the Earl's sly smile, Pendragon added that he even had proof of his words. However, he smiled even wider, mentally glad that Rav Talon had long since been killed by the squads of elite mercenaries guarding the approaches to the city. And while Shogun thought that the Duke was burying himself deeper and deeper with each word, one of his subordinates was already running to Captain Granite. To his stern question about what had happened, he answered with panic in his voice that there had been an invasion. Pendragon and Shogun turned their heads in unison to the guard, giving him a shocked look. Meanwhile, a carriage drawn by a pack of griffins was already approaching the palace. Suddenly, one of the riders, breaking through the window, flew straight into the festive hall on a griffin. Griffins, who were pulling the carriage on tethers, flew in after him. The governor of Liesu even wanted to curse, but the words stuck in his throat. The carriage, let loose by the animals, loudly hummed its wheels on the floor. A griffin, led by a rider dressed in the colors of House Pendragon, landed on top of her. The Emperor's knights immediately rushed at the attackers, swinging their swords. One of them jumped up, attacking an orc who climbed out of the carriage. In a moment, he swung his sword and drove the blade into Karth's forearm, who looked at his assailant in a daze. The nobles standing next to the prince gasped in surprise as they looked at the forest orc, but Prince Yan was more surprised by the way the carriage was delivered to the hall. Karth gaped at the sword in his hand, surprised at such a warm greeting. Immediately after that, he grabbed the guard by the head, adding that since he already insisted on this order of things, he would not mind. As he launched the soldier into flight, Karth added that he thought this would be sufficient as a return salute. All this, with his arms crossed on his chest, was watched by Count Lindegard. He raised one hand to catch the knight flying towards him with one clear movement. Arangus frowned, realizing that the orc on Pendragon's side was much stronger and larger than the others. In the meantime, the griffin rider jumped off the carriage, joining the fray. Looking up, Isla gave a stern look at the soldiers advancing on him and Karth. Drawing his swords, he swung them, parrying an attack from one of them. In a moment, the 3 swords of the other guards fell to the ground with a clatter, knocked out of the hands of their owners. Captain Granite looked on with his mouth agape in shock and wonder that the best of the elite guard could be defeated in 2 hits. Arangus also gaped at the rider in shock, realizing that he could tell a lot about him. He looked at his dark complexion and the pair of swords he held in his hands. The Sea Dragon King understood that in front of him was none other than the knight Valvas, surrounded by whom he himself had arrived for the ceremony. One of them was looking at Isla with interest, studying him with bright yellow eyes from under the hood. Count Shogun shook, trying to find the words to describe what was happening before his eyes. Sir Killian jumped out of the carriage at once, covering his mouth and saying that he would be given a chance to explain everything. Sipping from his goblet, Vincent said that as decent knights they would have to answer for their captain's condition. The man stood proudly holding his back as a pale Sir Killian struggled to his feet. Seeing his former ally, Count Shogun rehearsed loudly, not expecting to meet him on Pendragon's side. The governor remembered how he had disappeared without saying a word, and now he was on the Duke's side. Sir Killian, meanwhile, blathered on about them apologizing for the disrespect shown by their intrusion. He added that they, like the White Army, had arrived at the palace to carry out an extremely important mission on which the life of the entire empire would depend. In a moment, falling to his knees, he exhaled heavily, because he could not bear that trip normally. All the nobles present turned on Pendragon, not understanding what his warriors were talking about. Looking at his companions, Pendragon breathed that traveling through the air to avoid the assassin attack was a pretty good idea. Holding a piece of glass from the window in his hands, the Duke looked at Vincent, adding that he did not know why he wanted to stand out like that. He raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, saying that they had just been intercepted by a troop of griffins on the way, and that was exactly what the captain wanted to say when he fell out of the carriage. He also said that it would be pretty lame if they didn't end up here, so in fact, they did everything to protect the Duke. Suddenly, Isla and Pendragon turned their heads towards the voice of Argos, who noticed that the two were talking like old friends. Looking at the student, the man asked him if they could join the team, after which he enthusiastically clapped his hands, agreeing with the teacher. Answering Sir Killian's question, Raven introduced the fighters, explaining that they had recently joined them to help in the fight. Speaking veiledly of the traitors, the Duke turned his head and cast a glance, accompanied by a slight smile at Arangus. He responded in kind, keeping his eyes on Pendragon. Behind him stood 3 knights of Valvas, who escorted him to the ceremony. Isla kept his eyes on them, realizing that it might happen that he would have to fight with his fellow tribesmen. Sir Killian was still feeling sick, so he lifted his pale face up while Vincent kept his eyes on Arangus. Karth was grinning wildly, anticipating a big battle where he would definitely be able to maim someone. And Argos, whose student was already kneading his fists, preparing to anoint someone, had a similar face. Looking at this picture, Count Shogun screamed loudly, surprised that they were just standing and talking. He addressed the nobles, saying that the Duke's subordinates were not only behaving like barbarians, but were also staging a riot right in the middle of the Emperor's palace. However, Pendragon only smiled, interrupting the old man's screeching and asking what he was fussing about. Staring at the governor, Raven repeated with a smile that he was the traitor here. At the same time, Cart, saying that he had proof of the Duke's words in his hands, dragged the body out of the carriage by the beggars. He tossed it right at Pendragon's feet, whereupon Count Jogund looked at him dumbfounded. At Pendragon's feet lay Rav Tylan in chains. He was tortured and battered, but still alive. Seeing him, the governor of Lees began to stammer, choosing words, and also shook like an aspen leaf. Roxanne, who had been watching all that was going on, asked aloud who this tortured old man was whom the Duke had drawn. Arangus was silent, his lips tightly pursed and carefully considering his next course of action. Raven lifted Tylan up by the scruff of the neck, presenting him to the respected nobles before him. He added that the county of Brescia was once very influential in Sisuk. Keeping a stern expression on his face, Pendragon revealed that this man was one of the conspirators behind the assassination attempt on Prince Sion 3 years ago. Prince Yang, hearing these words, angrily glared at Tylan, and his look did not bode well for the traitor. Everyone present looking at the Duke asked in unison, not sure that they heard everything correctly. Captain Granite's face expressed an extreme degree of surprise, but he still remained silent, not uttering a single word. The old emperor sat in the same way, his head drooping sullenly. Pointing to himself, Pendragon added that in order to expose the culprits, he joined forces with Prince Ian, and they decided to infiltrate Sisuk. Everyone glanced at a startled Tylan as the Duke said that there was evidence that he had poisoned Prince Sion. However, the boy did not forget to mention the fact that the Lord was just a pawn in someone else's game, who was simply sacrificed as a result. Everyone present stared intently at the Count and the Duke standing before him. The governor shuddered, as Raven added that Tylan would now reveal who was behind this. Prince Yang stared intently at the Lord, waiting for him to stop speaking, but keeping his teeth tightly clenched. Arangus also listened to the Duke's speech about how Tylan would also reveal the identities of the traitors involved in the assassination. After the speech was over, Pendragon looked intently at the Emperor, waiting for Tylan to be told to speak. For a moment, both the Emperor and Captain Granite looked at the Duke in silence. Almost immediately, however, the captain raised his hand, shouting that he was allowing Rav Tylan to speak. He stood up, following Pendragon, who was dragging him by the chain of shackles. Everyone, including Roxanne, waited tensely for the Lord to speak. Vincent's face was full of certainty about what was about to happen, while Isla's face showed no emotion at all. Count Shogun began to nervously bite his finger, realizing that he would now be exposed. However, the same cold calmness remained on Arangus's face, as if nothing threatening had happened to him. In a moment, the stone on his ring glowed with a faint, cold light. The same thing happened with the stone on the finger of Governor Lies, but he did not even notice it because of his anxiety. A stream of dark aura came out of the ring belonging to the Sea Dragon King, which immediately turned into a ring on Shogun's finger. In the next second, he screamed wildly, gaping open his face, which was missing several teeth. Without thinking long, the old man jumped up, rushing towards the Duke. Everyone present stared at him, amazed at such metamorphoses in behavior. Raven also turned her head in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on. He saw the governor draw his sword and was surprised at how quick the old man was. Terrified for her husband, Lindsay screamed in fear, holding out her hand with tears in her eyes. In the next moment, the Duke with all his might struck Count Shogun in the elbow of the hand in which the sword was clenched. He immediately sighed, unclasping the fingers in which the blade was clenched. At one point, Raven watched in horror as the governor of Lias lunged at Lord Tylan and bit into his neck. Immediately after that, he walked away, holding a piece of meat in his tightly clenched teeth. The blood from the wound on Rav Talan's neck gushed far away and he began to fall to the floor. Raven watched with dazed eyes as both enemies fell to the floor like potato mush. Vincent and Isla had a similar reaction, who did not expect such a turn of events. The heir of the lands, Roxanne, looked at what had just happened, wondering how this could have happened. Grabbing Count Shogun, Pendragon snarled at him, barking at what the world stood for. However, seeing only closed eyes, a tongue hanging out and a head hanging limply, he understood that the old man was already dead. But Raven quickly realized that it would be right to ask why the governor was so strong and fast at the time of the attack. The rest of the nobles tried to understand what had just happened and why Count Shogun had decided to act in such a way. Lord Seyrod, putting his hand to his chin, said thoughtfully that there could only be one logical explanation given the circumstances. Suddenly, Raven heard the voice of Duke Arangus behind him, who said that he could not even think that Count Shogun would personally be involved in the attempt on the prince. The boy turned his head towards him without uttering a single word, but looking at him with a very eloquent look. The Sea Dragon King bowed, apologizing to Pendragon on behalf of all 6 High Lords. Touching the buckle of his waistcoat, he confessed that everything had happened as the Duke had predicted, and that the governor of Lies had turned out to be a traitor. And while he praised him for discovering such a crime, Pendragon's teeth clenched more and more with impotent rage. Lord Tylan lay dead in a pool of his own blood covering the royal carpet. Arangus's face contorted as he said that the Duke had done as a loyal servant and true treasure of the Empire should. Everyone present shouted in support of the Sea Dragon King's words. Lord Seyrod noticed that Duke Pendragon was far from what Shogun tried to make him out to be, and the woman next to him noted the wisdom of Duke Arangus. One of the nobles turned his gaze to Roxanne, who was awkwardly standing in the hall, not looking up in the direction where Pendragon was standing. Hufflepuff's face continued to show no emotion, looking like a wax mask that couldn't move. Duke Lindegard also showed no real feelings, remaining indifferent to what was happening before his eyes. Looking down at his hands, Raven breathed out that everything around him was wrong. He rose to his feet, hurling abuse at Duke Arangus's back. He turned his head back, looking at the boy with interest and waiting for what would happen next. Vincent watched the Duke intently, mentally trying to convince him to stop, as there was no point in arguing. Looking at Tylan's dead body in a pool of his own blood, the boy thought that they had lost their only witness. Raven looked at the tall guests who were clapping and smiling widely at him. Realizing that even if he told the truth now, no one would believe him, he clenched his fists and lowered his head. Suddenly, the attention of those present was attracted by the shout of Captain Granite, who announced that the Emperor's reception was now declared complete. Everyone began to disperse while conducting social conversations. Pointing to himself, Duke Arangus said that it was time for him to go as well. The man bowed, expressing to the Duke his hope that they would definitely meet again someday, to which Raven gave him a careful look and assured that they would definitely meet on the battlefield. Accompanied by his Knights of Valvas, the Sea Dragon King left the throne room, leaving Duke Pendragon alone with the bodies of the governor and Lord Tylan. As they left, Isla kept his eyes on one of the knights, scrutinizing as if trying to see something. Duke Arangus walked out of the palace in complete silence as his knights who followed him didn't say a word. Without even looking at them, the Sea Dragon King finally said it was time for them to enter the game as well. At the same time, a predatory expression appeared on their faces, which testified to their readiness for battle. Prince Yang, who had remained in the hall with Pendragon's retinue, waited for his friend to turn away from the bodies of his opponents and say something. He approached him and tried to call. Lindsay, who was standing behind the crown prince, tried to do the same. Isla remained silent, realizing that any words would be superfluous now, and Vincent simply did not know what to say. Suddenly, the prince and Pendragon turned their heads to where the Emperor's voice came from. Everyone, including Captain Granite, returned there, glaring at the old Emperor in surprise. For some time, Pendragon, as well as the Crown Prince, the Emperor, and the Captain, sat at the same table in the study. The prince squinted as he remembered the half-breed pirate they had fought in lies, informing him that he was of the Orangus clan. He could still see the maddened look on Toleo's face as he attacked him and Pendragon. Captain Granite almost immediately realized who was actually behind the poisoning of the elder prince in such a case, but he did not dare to say it out loud. For a moment, there was a long silence at the table. The Emperor then said that he was appointing Duke Pendragon as governor of Laius, and also gave a secret order to take control of House Orangus. The prince and the captain looked at the Emperor with wide eyes after hearing the order he had given. Pendragon himself had the same expression on his face, who did not expect such an appointment or such a task. Looking at a sample of the coin that the Duke had minted, the Emperor added that in order to oppose the King of Sea Serpents, he allowed such coins to function. Captain Granite was about to say something, but the ruler stopped him, assuring him that everything was fine. Raven looked at the Emperor, asking him if he believed what the boy had told him, to which he replied that Ian had told enough about him to conclude that the Duke could be trusted. However, immediately after that, the man asked Pendragon what he thought about the current affairs of the Empire, which drove him into a stupor. The ruler clarified that he had been to the lands of Sisuk and Elis, and had seen everything that was happening there. Raven was silent for a moment, choosing the words to describe to the Emperor what was happening in the mentioned lands. The ruler admitted that now he does not have enough strength to rule the Empire alone. He said that he could not fight crime among the noble representatives, mentioning the heir to the lands of Roxanne. And he also mentioned Duke Orangus, saying that he could not defeat this gray cardinal either. His old, battle-scarred hands folded into a fist and shook. Raven carefully observed the state of his imperial majesty. The crown prince, seeing all this, faintly called his father, looking at him with sad eyes. The Emperor admitted that then at the reception, he released all the power of the aura that he was capable of. And he was very pleased that the young duke was not afraid then. And also the fact that he didn't engage the Emperor in battle then, remembering how their auras blended harmoniously. Sitting at the table, the ruler also admitted that none of those present had previously been able to repeat the fusion, not even his eldest son, Zion. Leaning his hands on the table, the Emperor said that he trusted the fate of the Empire in the hands of Ian and Helinus Pendragon. Raven sat at the table for a while, eyes closed and thinking about what he heard. After that, he approached the Emperor and knelt down, answering that he humbly accepted the duty that he had placed on him. Duke Lindegard at that time was standing on the balcony of the Imperial Palace, looking at the wall of glory and the sun setting behind it. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him asking if he was really considering cooperating with such a person. He snickered as he replied that the Sea Dragon King didn't expect any action from him today. Turning his head, Lindegor saw a golden cloud and remembered that he had said that he would not go down to the palace today. At some point, a pair of snow-white wings appeared from the cloud, which climbed out from under the hoodie. In the air hovered the messenger of the goddess Ileana, the archangel Sael. He looked at the Duke with big blue eyes, and a slight smile shone on his face. Approaching Lindegora, the archangel replied that he did not intend to descend, but circumstances arose that required his attention. He reported that in Lobstein's steppe, the black dragon Amelhart had met Soldrake, the queen of dragons, and it made him wonder why these two were meeting in a place that wasn't owned by either of them. At this, Lindegard asked the archangel if this could mean that there was something in those steppes. Placing a hand on his chin, Sael said he wasn't sure, but dragons are very territorial creatures, and here both were far from home. and if their meeting took place under such conditions, there must have been a good reason for it, so much so that they left their native lands. Upon hearing this, the Bear Duke recalled the incident with the Emperor's aura, suggesting that these events were somehow connected. To this, Sail did not answer, but raised his head to the sky and looked at the gilded sunset clouds. The Archangel explained that the aura of House Aragon had been a blessing from the goddess Ileana from the beginning. She gave it to this house in order to maintain balance in the human world. The Duke finished the angel's thought instead of himself, saying that now the world is on the verge of collapse. And the reason for this was the attempt on Prince Sion, which took place 3 years ago. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and Duke Pendragon were standing on another balcony. Yang admitted to a friend that the aura that their family possessed was weakening with each generation. He regretfully said that his father should have handed over power to Zion long ago and gone to a well-deserved rest. But because of that attempt, the Emperor was never able to do it, and his body turned into an otake. Raven looked at the Crown Prince sympathetically, asking how old the Emperor was now. Closing his eyes, Yang admitted that the ruler is only 55 years old this year. Hearing this, Pendragon looked at the Crown Prince in surprise. On his own balcony, Lindegard said that of all the princes, Jan had the most powerful aura, so he should be the next prince. However, Sail replied that he was still too immature, so it was too early for him to inherit the throne. Although the angel was more interested in Goofly's aura, which was growing rapidly and could very soon make him even stronger than Yana. At this time, the Crown Prince told the Duke that he had watched Huffley as he had asked, without noticing anything strange. Unless the prince added that he always walked very cloudy, which already interested Pendragon. He frowned, remembering that it was Huffley in his past life who was supposed to become the next emperor. Sail walked over to the railing and leaned against it, saying that the future of the empire would lie in the hands of Hufflepuff, Ian, Pendragon, and Arangus, and that it was possible that they would decide the future of the world. Looking closely at the Archangel, the Bear Duke wondered if his words could be considered a prophecy. However, he slyly looked at the interlocutor, answering that it was just a guess, and Sail added in his mind that he felt how the karma of this world had a strong influence from the outside. The next day, Leon trained again with the Golden Lion Knight dodging his sword. At one point, the boy jumped up, avoiding a forward lunge that his opponent made with a wild cry. He landed right on top of the sword, lowering it all the way down and peering into the knight's surprised eyes. A second later, Leon leaned back a little and smacked him stupidly. He immediately spat out bloody saliva, along with which several teeth flew out. The guard commander, watching their duel, put his hand forward, stopping them and saying that the winner had already been determined. Captain Granite raised Leon's hand, whose eyes were shining with genuine happiness, up. Vincent, looking at the boy, bewilderedly noticed that he had grown quite a lot in a fairly short period of time, which the Duke confirmed. At the same time, Argos pointed a finger at himself and noticed that he had such an achievement thanks to a very good teacher. With his hands at his sides, Sir Killian said with a smile that their army was getting noticeably stronger. In the evening, the Duke stood with his subordinates before the captain of the Imperial Army and his knights. He thanked the man for his hospitality with a smile, to which the captain replied that he was also very grateful for the visit, as it had given his troops some inspiration, although he noticed that it turned out to be an ordinary promenade for the Pendragon fighters. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, Raven said that he had one question for him. Pendragon asked if the captain knew anything about the Demon Hunter Corps. He replied in shock that it was a unit of the combined forces, the members of which were all kinds of junk, who sometimes made him wonder why the Emperor kept them. In Raven's head, the memory of the various bandits who were in the camp immediately appeared, the worst of which was Baltai. Keeping his eyes on the captain, Pendragon asked where the squad was at the moment. He replied that right now they were far in the south, in a place known as the Green Sea, hunting the King of Monsters, as the locals called him. Raven frowned, remembering that the Monster King in his past life was called a troll. A huge horned mouth with a long tongue and sharp fangs immediately came to mind. It only meant that the story he told had not changed, and the same events as in the past life were happening. Remembering Baltai's belly in the background of the burning fire at Walta Manor, the Duke wondered if he should tell the captain that it was the fat man who had been involved in what had happened in Sisek. However, the battle at Tylan Manor immediately came to mind, and along with that came the question of whether the Empire would have enough strength to deal with the old fox. And if he is removed from the post of commander of a squad of demon fighters, then the matter will be complicated, since it will be almost impossible to find him. Suddenly he heard Captain Granite calling out to him, alarmed by the Duke's sudden deep thought. Along with Captain Pendragon and his entourage, Prince Jan and Princess Ingrid waved to them. Isla helped Lady Eileen, who was waving back to her friend and her brother, into the carriage. Staring out the window, Raven frowned at the fact that he would no doubt be facing another confrontation. The first opponent that came to the boy's mind was the pot-bellied Baltai, and of course the image of the half-breed pirate Tolio, which they did not understand in the forest, followed. And also Duke Arangis, who was involved in all the dark things that were happening. Thinking about his enemies, the boy swore that he would destroy them with his own hands. Meanwhile, the carriage with the Pendragon family and their relatives, pulled by griffins, flew off into the pink evening sky. A few days later, while adjusting the cuffs of his shirt, Raven wondered if Soldrake still hadn't returned. To which the Kazal and the Harpy replied that she wasn't coming back, as they would have sensed her because of the dragon's strong aura. He turned back to adjusting the cuff with a thoughtful chuckle. However, in the next moment, the dazed boy felt Lindsay's strong hands on his shoulders, who pushed him into the chair, assuring him that the dragon would return very soon. When he felt his wife take his hair and begin to brush it, he smiled warmly in gratitude. From the way he called her name when he thanked her, the girl's face was covered with a blush. Kazul and the Harpy watched mesmerized by the chemistry between the two. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Lady Helena entered, along with Lady Eileen and little Mia. A happy Eileen informed her brother that the celebration in his honor had already begun. Melvin shouted as he stood in the hall, announcing that their Duke had been appointed the new governor of Lies. And now everyone greeted the new governor and his wife, who came out into the hall looking at each other. Karth, along with Eros, Leon, and Sir Killian, sat at the table and drank, with a serious dispute brewing between the martial artist and the orc as to who would drink more. Isla was sitting at a nearby table, pouring juice for little Mia, who was sitting on his lap. Raven looked at his wife with a happy look, looked at his wife, and she answered him the same. Lady Helena, looking at her son and daughter-in-law, whispered to her daughter that these two had become very close lately. They in turn walked around the hall, laughing merrily and discussing something animatedly. At this, Eileen quietly told her mother that these two had been through a lot lately. All this idyll was quietly observed by Lady Luna, looking at the Duke with a sad look. Vincent approached her with a glass in his hand, asking why she was sad alone. Handing her a glass, he smiled broadly and handed her a glass, offering to drink with it. However, Lady Luna refused and turned to walk away. But hearing Vincent say that the Duke would be in Liesse tomorrow to take care of his business, she stopped and looked in front of her in a daze. Looking carefully at her, the boy noticed with a smile that if she wanted to say something important, then today was the time. The girl glanced at the glass that Vincent was holding out to her, and her face was covered with a blush. She grabbed it and drained it to the bottom with one big volley. After finishing her drink, Lady Luna placed the empty glass on the table and looked determinedly in Pendragon's direction. Hearing someone call him loudly, Raven turned his head to the sound with interest. Across half the hall, Lady Luna was walking towards them, to whom Lindsay bowed slightly. The boy looked at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding what she wanted and what would happen now. Lady Luna stared at Pendragon in silence for a moment, gathering her thoughts to tell him what she had in mind. However, in the next moment, she bowed and said with a smile that she was glad to learn about his appointment to the post of Governor of Lies. She shyly lowered her eyes, not daring to say what she had planned from the beginning. Vincent watched in shock as Lady Luna turned and left the hall. Looking at the beer in the glass, he exhaled tiredly, thinking about how much you can drag the cat for all the details. Isla, meanwhile, watched as Argos and Karth clamored for more beer, arguing that the celebration had only just begun. For some time, sitting in the office, Vincent, looking at the bottles, said that the local beer was getting tastier with each sip. Pendragon chuckled at that, saying that the soldiers liked the beer too. With the same smile, he announced that he was leaving his land to the master of the Tower of Darkness, because while he was here, the Duke himself could safely go to Lies. Staring into his glass, Vincent replied that it wouldn't have been possible if someone hadn't made his part of the job easier for him. Pendragon glared at the interlocutor, not understanding who he was talking about. Vincent explained that Melbourne had many important internal affairs under its control. Besides, Lady Sayrod is a great manager, making his job much easier. And the city of York, about which they dreamed so much, is developing at a rather rapid pace. Pendragon suddenly lowered his head and looked down at his glass with a sad expression. Without looking up at the Duke, Vincent asked him if he thought it necessary to reconsider the status of his engagement to Lady Sayrod. At the same time, he did carefully look at what the Duke's reaction to his words would be. Pendragon looked at his interlocutor in surprise, not knowing what to answer to this question. She really differed in many ways from those noble ladies who were at court, and did not know how to do anything, for example, like princesses. Lady Luna, on the other hand, worked with Vincent all day in the office, drawing up reports and new entrepreneurs. Vincent added that Lady Luna could be a much more profitable match than Lindsay. Hearing this, Raven looked down and looked deep into his glass. He remembered her downcast look at the party when she congratulated him on his appointment as governor. For a moment, there was a long silence at the table, which was not interrupted by a single sound. Pouring himself a new batch of beer, Vincent exhaled that if he didn't like it, then that was a completely different matter. However, Pendragon was quick to assure him that was not the case at all, choosing his words to continue. Vincent snapped at the Duke, not knowing what to say. Lady Luna at this time was standing on the balcony of the Pendragon family castle, looking up at the starry sky. Hearing the Duke's voice behind her, she widened her eyes in surprise and raised her head. Turning, she saw Pendragon standing in the doorway, holding a bottle. Looking at him with wide, surprised eyes, Lady Luna wondered what his late visit was all about. Raven huffed as she picked her words, unsure of how to begin the conversation. Raising the bottle in his hand, he asked the girl if she would like to drink with him. Lady Luna just glared at him with blue eyes, not knowing how to respond to such an offer. They sat down at the table and the Duke began to pour the drink into the glasses. With a smile, Raven told Luna that Vincent had told him about her recent accomplishments, and he would personally like to thank her for her contribution to their cause. At his words, the girl looked down and her face was covered with a blush. They clinked glasses and took a sip each. Looking at her carefully, Pendragon noticed that she had changed a lot since their first meeting. Closing her eyes, Lady Luna replied with a smile that she hadn't changed as much as he had. At these words, Raven glared at the girl, not knowing how to respond to her unexpected compliment. She went on to admit that she didn't like him at all, especially before that coma incident. However, she added, recalling the moment they entered the throne room to reassure Sir Breeden that he had become a completely different person after waking up. The memory of him fighting the enemies immediately flashed into her mind, and Lady Luna admitted that it was at that moment that she began to miss him. Smiling coquettishly and twirling her glass in her fingers, she looked at Pendragon, asking if that made her seem like some sort of egotist. Leaning back in his chair, Raven smiled as he said he was inclined to agree with her. Rising from her chair, Lady Luna added that she had noticed another change in him since his return from Sisek. Remembering how he stood on the balcony of her castle, the girl added that it seemed to her as if he had found a purpose for himself again. After seeing all this, she also then decided that she wanted to change. Staring at the night sky, Lady Luna said she wanted to change the old rules instead of just getting married. Raven understood perfectly well her desire to change the outdated rules and laws, so he listened carefully to everything the girl said. Luna thoughtfully added that she wanted to live for her own interests, not someone else's. Pendragon wondered what it would be like to live one's life for one's own sake. Without turning her head towards him, Lady Luna asked the Duke if he remembered the words he had said to her while visiting Sayrod's house. Then, on the balcony, he said that he wanted to live in such a way as to enable people and the country to enjoy a rich and good life. And looking at York, it was safe to say that what he had promised at that time was quickly becoming a reality. Squinting, the girl looked at him, saying that she respects him not just as a man, but also as a ruler who leads his lands into the future. He stared at her for a moment, his eyes wide as he digested what she had just said. Facing the city again, Lady Luna assured the Duke that whether he liked it or not, she would be his power. Pendragon tried to say something, but was struggling to find the right words. Looking into his glass, he saw Raven Volte's scarred face there again. He remembered the first battle with the demon, which took place almost immediately after the exile, and the same battle with a huge orc whom he barely defeated then, and that battle in the steppe, after which he and the dragon died and resurrected in the body of Elin Pendragon. And now the boy thought about the fact that Luna loved him not only because he was Elin Pendragon, but loved the real him. Tears streamed down the Duke's cheeks, despite his tightly closed eyes. Lady Luna looked at him, not understanding what she had said wrong and what was happening to the Duke. Looking at him with wide-open eyes, the girl tried to barely hear him by name. Without raising his head, he replied that everything was fine, when out of the corner of his eye he noticed Lady Sayrod sitting down next to him. Raven drained the glass in one gulp before looking at the girl with a big smile and thanking her. For a moment, Lady Luna looked at the Duke in confusion, then blushed slightly and smiled at him. With a smile on her face, she assured him that she was always happy to help. Looking down, Raven thought with a smile that this was probably enough for today. The morning was marked by a pirate attack on one of the passenger ships. The passengers, who consisted of well-to-do people, screamed wildly when they saw a black sail with a white skull painted on it. The blue orcs, holding on to the ropes and swinging their sabers, disembarked, their faces wild. In fruitless attempts to break away, the nobles ran, ignoring the road and shouting loudly. With tears in their eyes, they asked where the royal fleet was, hoping that it would be able to save them. However, each of them was very quickly overtaken by pirate sabers, cutting down the nobleman right on the move. Looking at the dead bodies, Toleo said that no one would come to their aid, calling the victims little pigs. Collecting the looted jewels, the half-breed declared himself the real predator of all the local seas, after which he laughed loudly and wildly. Suddenly he fell silent, looking with interest at a sheet of paper on which a familiar face was depicted. On the blood-stained deck lay a letter with the latest news, and at the very top was a portrait of Pendragon. There, Toleo read that the Emperor had appointed Duke Pendragon as governor of the port city of Lies. The entire crew froze, looking at the captain, who exclaimed in surprise that Pendragon wasn't doing so badly. Matus tossed the paper into the air and swiped his saber several times, chopping it into small pieces. Holding out his sword, Toleo said loudly that it was time for them to settle their debt.